Before we begin, I need 15 seconds of your time. Thousands of professionals watch ZaranTech videos to learn, but many are still not subscribed. If our videos have helped you solve a problem, understand a new concept, or move forward in your career, please check that subscribe button right now. It is completely free, but it helps us invest in better instructors, practical demonstrations, and more high-quality training content. In return, I promise that we will keep working harder to make technology education practical, affordable, and accessible to professionals worldwide. Subscribe and become part of the ZaranTech learning community. Do we have a deal? Thank you. Now let's begin.
So the first slide is the introduction and the fundamentals. So the agenda is to give you the overview of EAM, which is Enterprise Architecture Management, and the purpose and the value of SAP LeanIX, roles and responsibilities, okay, for a consultant, for an architect, for a PM. So now when I start this, I would try to, tell you about what exactly, okay, maybe we will start with a scenario. Okay. So have you guys heard about the word governance? Pretty sure you know that, right? Governance is basically having complete control of what is happening, what is being done, what you can do to make things better. You have the proper control, right? So in enterprise architecture, we have something called governance, okay? And enterprise architecture governance is paramount. In fact, I would say you go anywhere, you work on a cybersecurity project, cybersecurity governance is something that you obviously need. More than your technical knowledge in cybersecurity, you would need governance, because without that, things will fail. You work in AI, you need AI governance, because unless you have fantastic, AI, tools these days. You have the LLMs, which gives you brilliant quality of data in terms of text, and multimodal models where you have the, images, text, and videos these days. Yeah. But if you are trying to format a document, your Office document, and you put into a LLM tool like, Grok or Gemini, ChatGPT, or, Claude for that matter, there are very high chances that your data will actually be ingested within the LLMs, and they might get trained for the future models. Okay, there are options in every GPT tools if you evaluate them correctly, because I'm also working as an AI architect. So if you evaluate them correctly, there's an option saying that they take your consent that whether your data would be used for training or not. You have to always switch it off. Okay, that's the reason why big companies do not give access to these free LLMs, or maybe without an enterprise version or enterprise edition. Okay, so when you go for a contract for an enterprise edition, they basically ensures that your data or your work related data will not be used for any training. And that's kind of a contract that happens between the company and the service provider. And that's how the governance comes in. Okay, so that is AI governance I was talking about. Okay. And now here also in enterprise architecture, you still have governance. So you basically have governance at every aspect. You have governance in your company as well, that you have to follow some rules. You have to, there is a person who's responsible to maintain that governance. They should maintain that rules and, policies, etc. So in enterprise architecture, governance is a mechanism by which you completely control the enterprise architecture, and you have complete, I would say, overview, or at least, if not a complete overview, at least you have a hawk-eye view of what is happening where. Okay. Now, before I tell you anything, let's speak about enterprise architecture. So what is enterprise architecture? So maybe that comes in the next slide. So if you see the definition, okay, this is enterprise architecture. It says that the enterprise architecture is a strategic framework that aligns an organization's business strategy, processes, information, and technology to achieve its goals. Okay, so it provides a holistic view of the organization, enabling effective decision making, optimization of resources, and adaptation to changes in the business environment. Okay, that's a definition that you have, but that has a very broad aspect which you can actually feel while you go ahead with this course. Okay, so it is a combination of multiple underlying disciplines, as it says. So TOGAF, you have something called BDAT. That's what we call it. BDAT is Business, Data, Application, and Technology. Okay, so TOGAF encompasses or rather, I would say TOGAF is based on the principles of business architecture, data architecture, application architecture, and technology architecture. And it goes without saying that security architecture is something without which every architecture fails. Okay. So I believe security aspects of anything, whether you work on cybersecurity or AI or enterprise architecture management, or you do anything, without a proper security architecture, everything fails. All your guardrails fails if you do not have proper checkpoints. So that's an overview of enterprise architecture management. It's a very, like I would say, 3-4 lines, you have here, but you will realize the importance of these. Okay. Now, my question is, are you guys now clear about the difference between technology architecture and solution architecture and enterprise architecture? Would you be able to, can somebody briefly tell me what exactly is the difference between a solution architecture and enterprise architecture? Because this is very important. I tell you the reason why. I give you a small example. Okay. So I evolved myself from a technical developer in starting with ERPs, and then I have worked in almost all the SAP modules, and then data warehousing also, and then I moved into solution architecture and then technical architecture, as I said, and eventually at enterprise architecture. But when I actually started working into enterprise architecture or became an enterprise architect, I realized the difference was never told, that what exactly is solution architecture, what exactly is enterprise architecture when I was working. Okay. For many companies, they are actually the same. However, it is not at all same. It's completely different. So let me understand the vibes from the crowd. What exactly do you understand about solution architecture? Can anybody volunteer and tell me in 2 to 3 sentences? Be interactive, guys. I mean, whatever. You might be wrong also. It's okay. I mean, see, being wrong is not a problem. Nobody knows everything. Okay, it is okay. But let's talk. Let's make it more interactive. Yeah.
I think enterprise architecture is aligning your, it's more at a higher level where you talk about your IT strategy aligning with the business goals, but your solution architecture is more one step lower where you talk about how you want to set up your IT landscape, what solutions you want to implement, right, to meet the solution. So
yes, it is a solution focus. You have a problem, you give a solution. Okay. And you might use your technical architect colleagues if it is to solve it's a technical problem. You use your domain architects if it is a domain related problem. Okay. But end of the day, the objective is to give a solution to a particular problem or a particular roadblock. Okay. Now, enterprise architecture, as per this definition, don't go by this definition only. I tell you in a very layman word or a very simple word what exactly it is. I mean, you will anyways get to know once you see the screens, what exactly is an enterprise architecture. Once, after a couple of days, once we start doing things hands-on. But to give you an idea, what if your company has thousands of applications? Okay, like 2,000 applications. Now, is it practically possible for one single person to know how many redundant applications you guys are having? I mean, for a simple example, you have, for a reporting solution, you can have Oracle OBI reports, you can have Microsoft Power BI, you can have many others, So you are paying license fees to Microsoft as well for their OBI, as for their Power BI licenses. Okay. You are paying license fees to your Oracle for their OBI licenses. or you can, have any other reporting tool that, you're paying license for. So it might happen that one team in US is using one kind of reporting application, one team sitting in Philippines might be using something else, and one team sitting in Hungary might be using something else. Okay. Now the same company and the same business units are billing their cost centers for different vendors to achieve the same thing. Is it actually needed? So there could be some realistic cases where they're actually needed because of compliance, because of regional, limitations and other things. I'm not going into the exceptions, but overall, if you see TCS as a whole, I think you are anyways a service provider, right? You work with variety of clients. So probably TCS itself might not be having thousands and thousands of applications like your clients would be having, because the business model is different. But if you consider your clients, I think somebody said that they were working in Honeywell. My wife was in TCS. She was working in a Citibank account. So they were having thousands of applications. Okay. And there was no visibility that why can't we have a single reporting solution? That's just an example, okay, for reporting. It could be anything. For middleware also, they can have multiple middleware solutions. So one of the key objectives of having an enterprise architecture management is to have a complete blueprint of the entire set of applications that your organization has. I think somebody was saying that it's a storage and integration. I could relate it very, it's not probably the right use case, I would say, but it is actually an inventory of all your applications, and you have a complete blueprint that what are the integrations, what is the feeder system, what is the output system, and basically the input and the output for a particular application, having the complete blueprint that how they are related to each other. There is something called ADM, the architecture diagramming method in TOGAF that we use. So you have to basically create a logical diagram, basically create a infrastructure diagram. SAP LeanIX does have a diagramming tool also. It's used as draw.io, and you can actually use that to create the logical diagram and the infra diagrams. It is a wonderful tool. I'll show you anyways. So I don't know whether it's there covered in the part of the course content, but I would definitely show you that. Okay, it's just probably you can take down a note, that draw.io demonstration. Okay, how do I do that? That is very important. I mean, it's not that you use only draw.io, but SAP LeanIX has, but you can use any tool for that matter. You can use Microsoft Visio also, but Visio it's a bit primitive tool, and it needs a license also. Okay, so you can use Lucid Charts and other things. So the main work of a enterprise architect is actually to have multiple hands working together. One will look into the the diagramming, one will look into the blueprint, one will look into the inventory, one will look into the overall governance. There are many. Okay, so if I tell you that, I was just coming back to the example that I was saying for the reporting tool. So there are cases that the companies do not have complete visibility of what their IT landscape is, what their IT owners are doing, and how they are managing everything together. Okay, so this is where enterprise architecture management comes in. Okay, so there are many other use cases also. There are many. I mean, basically, I would say there are so many things that can be covered here, but I would probably like to go for a few use cases during this course, and if time permits, we can obviously stretch and give you some more details on the typical use cases that we'll have. These use cases are very important because if you see them, these are industry specific use cases, and you will know are the typical challenges people have and how do you overcome them via these use cases. Okay, can you guys tell me that how exactly, I mean, do you have a picture in mind? Not a full picture, of course, but at least a blurry picture in mind that what exactly is enterprise architecture?
Yeah, so as per that enterprise architecture, he is not focused on the specific technology. For example, in my project, if it is a run on SAP different module and side by side, there have also that AI project. Currently, it is happening in my project also. So one side of SAP product and another side of the non-SAP product. For example, AI related to. So those
Mm-hmm.
who have the enterprise architecture, they will should provide a protocol that how that deliverable, okay, and how that way, not only for project deliverable solutions, this is the one part, and side by side that also it is required, that we need that for revenue perspectives. Also, it is required that project timeline set up, that when we are completing our explore phase, when we are completing our build phase, when we going for UIT and then sign up, and what is the strategy for escape from hyperscale. So these all the strategy even it will be made, and then also that quarter by quarter or whatever
Planning,
it is a
planning.
quarter by
Yeah.
quarter
Yeah.
planning basically. We
Mm.
can plan for that our
Yes, definitely.
solution.
Definitely you can do that. Definitely do that. See, as I was telling you, organizations scale their technology deployments far, far faster than they can actually document them. You know, they can just buy an application, procure it and start using it, and before they document that completely, they can buy another two applications. That is why happening. And especially in these days of AI, where you are having so many tools available, and that too at a reasonable rates, I would say people are buying them in the organization. And when I say organization, don't focus yourself into your current organization, TCS, or any other big companies for that matter. Think about smaller organizations also, like who have 1,200 people or maybe 2,000 people. Okay, they too have some applications, and for them procurement process is far more easy, because in TCS obviously they will go through a proper channel, proper approvals and other things. In mid-tier companies like maybe 3 to 5,000 people, they do not need so many approvals. Most of the things are done over the basically approvals over the mouth, and then they go for the procurement. So what happens is they do technology deployments so fast that they do not have a documentation. Okay, and this happens with many clients also, because if you see, I'm pretty sure that the clients, when I say, they are primarily say manufacturing or supply chain giants. Their focus, their primary business is into sales, right? They're manufacturing some product. They're looking into the sales aspect, how they should market their product, how they should increase their sales and other things. Investment on the IT perspective is very less, or focus on the IT perspective is very less. Okay. So in that case, what happens is, whenever a IT manager in those companies, in a supply chain company, they say that I need a tool, they get an approval, they buy the tool. Okay. They do not follow the proper documentation, or inventory management. So that's what creates, so in this way, new applications are added daily, but the relationships between them remains invisible. Okay, you face a challenge, you buy an application, whereas somebody sitting in Philippines or Hungary or UK or US for that matter, they might have brought a same thing from a different vendor, okay, for the same use. Now if you see, technically, if you go to Microsoft and ask for a Power BI license for an enterprise version for your entire company, they will give you at a much cheaper rate. But when you buy, say, 20 licenses from Microsoft, 20 licenses from Oracle for that matter for your reporting tool, will be that will not be cost effective. And also, getting the enterprise versions and enterprise contracts will obviously give you much more other benefits. The associated integrations will be done easily. Sometimes supports also is given by the vendor directly. So all this thing will happen. Okay, but if you do not have that proper visibility, that what applications is being used for what and how many are being used for the same capability, that creates a problem. So this undocumented sprawl creates some specific measurable business cost. Now multiple divisions, as I said, multiple divisions will be paying duplicate licensing fees for overlapping tools. Okay. Now the ungoverned shadow IT creates this security vulnerabilities also, coming back to the security architecture once again, because if you do not have governance here, it creates security vulnerabilities, and every transformation project inherits some technical debt from the unknown dependencies. Okay, so when I say technical debt, obviously the TCO, the total cost of operation that comes into effect, and basically the maintenance of these applications, excessive fees. Organizations unnecessarily burn out a lot doing this. Now, this is where enterprise architecture management comes in. It provides a discipline. It basically an organized practice of documenting, analyzing, and governing the technology landscape to ensure every application aligns with the specific goals. So without this discipline, the leadership will not be able to answer some critical questions. Suppose you go to your boss comes to you and say that, how many applications do we have in our project which creates some, maybe you can say anything, maybe which automatic, let's take an, okay, I'm thinking of a case, maybe if they say that, so somebody comes and tells you that how many applications in our project has AI capabilities. Okay, so when I say AI capabilities, as an inbuilt AI capabilities, native AI capabilities I'm talking about, do you have any idea? I mean, if you're using only 2 or 3 applications, you'll obviously have, but if you use thousands of applications, you might not have, right? But actually, out of those thousands applications, maybe 20% or 30% of the tools or the applications actually have AI capabilities, which you are not using. If somebody comes and tells you that, do you know that? No, unless you have that complete overview. Okay, so they cannot, I mean, basically you will won't be in a position to identify which applications are actually redundant also, and who owns the data. There will be so many applications. There will be many applications where the data or the application itself is not been logged on for years or for months. And there will be some applications which might be used only by your leadership team once a year, just before the maybe a contract renewal, or maybe your appraisals, or maybe a big business decision. But you're still maintaining that software for an entire year, just to be used once or twice. Okay. So what kind of exposure these applications have towards the emerging AI tools? What kind of exposure does these applications have towards any external threats? Because it is not being used. Is there a guarantee that the proper patching is happening, the security patching is happening for these applications? Are they having the latest patches which can prevent any kind of security threat? So that clarity is not there. Okay, so this is where enterprise architecture comes in. Okay, and there are ways, even if you do not use enterprise architecture management tools for like SAP LeanIX or other tools, there are ways to do it. You can do a manual tracking, like you can use spreadsheet, you can use any other tracker for that matter. But do you really think that going through a spreadsheet can actually be done at this at this scale, of hundreds or thousands of applications? And you cannot actually establish a multi-layered relationship between software, business capabilities, and physical infrastructure in a spreadsheet. Okay, you cannot do that. Okay, so now that is where SAP LeanIX this replaces this opacity, this gap, with a unified layer data architecture it has inbuilt. Okay, so but the question is, can you directly go ahead and apply LeanIX everywhere? No. For that, you have to make your data compatible for LeanIX. You cannot simply come and install LeanIX and say that, okay, now I have already purchased a license, now everything will be set. No, I would tell you, using the LeanIX tool is just 1% of your knowledge or efficiency. It is very easy to use. I would say 80% of the difficulty will come in LeanIX once you're loading the data into LeanIX. Because if you're not loading the correct data, or data in the correct format, or if your data is not rightly captured, you will have a mistake or a faulty decision making. Basically your decisions will be faulty. Okay, so that is the biggest task of a LeanIX endeavor, I would say, the entire project, that the data management should be done very carefully. I will cover everything in detail. You do not have to worry, because if you're not getting everything of it, just wait for some time. You'll get it. This is a TR course, so it will be. My objective is to make you, comfortable in understanding the aspects that why we need this. Okay, because it is very much important that before learning anything, you should know why am I learning this, and what is the benefit that I would get in my career if I know this. That is very important. Okay, so knowing the tool, as I said, even a baby will be knowing how to use a mobile if you give him for 5 days. Okay, but that is not the objective here. You have to find a differentiating point, that what is that you want to know versus what is the total capability of this tool is vast. If you want to know everything, you can, but it might not be aligned with your work or your business. You should be knowing specifically the areas where you are interested in, and also while doing so, since you are working in the same tool, in the same platform, you will know gradually that what are the other capabilities of this tool are, and how they are related to your particular capability that you're looking for. Having said that, it's just 1 hour now, so I will open up for questions. So anything that you have not got yet, or any other questions that you have?
Really have a few things in my mind. First of all,
Sure,
when you have
please.
said that enterprise architecture, that whatever the tools, okay. So as per my career, even that honestly, I have not worked in that small organization. So from beginning of my career, I worked TCS, IBM, that kind of places. But I never seen that might be my background is from the SAP and whatever the SAP tool. But I have not seen that there are a hundred of the tools should be used, and these should not be tracked. So enterprise architecture, for example, just to give a simple example, in my project, no one can know how to use the Signavio. Even that if the project manager or the delivery manager does not know how Signavio utilize, then there have no questions to buy in my project and what we can forecast to that our client. Enterprise architecture management will help us. Okay, if we do not know particular tool, then why should I buy? And why should I mean, there are thousands of you. When you have said thousands of the tools, similar kind of tool might be available exactly for our Signavio processes. Okay. So why should I, first of all, which tool I will be buying if I do not have a knowledge on it, and even I do not have anything that basically our design will be simply we can done my design in my as per the traditional method either.
So
and if I do not know these tools, then first of all, how I buy? Okay. And next thing is that, and how enterprise management help? If I do not know these things, then how I will be optimize these things? First of all, I never buy it, and then if I never buy it, then there are no questions to optimize on it.
Yes. So I will break this into two aspects. Okay. So let me understand your question first. First, you say that you are using Signavio or any application for that matter. Suppose you do not have any idea about that application, how would you know which tool to select for enterprise architecture management, and why should you actually invest in enterprise architecture management? Is that your question? Yeah. Okay. So this is your question. Okay. And see, I tell you, we were never taught in our entire in my actually entire 25 years of IT career, that what is the growth path, how a business operates, why this is needed and why that is not needed. This was never taught to us, at least for me. I don't know about others. For somebody might be lucky, but and this happened with my wife also, who has over 20 years of experience so in IT. So the point is, people, I mean, since the day I joined this IT industry, I had only one objective. I mean, not me. I mean, I was given only one objective, that you have to impress the client. You have to do your coding correctly. You have to ensure that the tickets count are always less. You have to ensure that your P1, P2, P3 tickets, are handled in accordance with the SLAs and, whatever KPIs that you have. Your KPIs do not, out of like comes in red, and we used to have those dashboards, right, where the KPIs were showing red, green, amber, and other things. So P1, P2 has their own SLA timings. It should be solved within that. But we were never taught that what are the best tools in the market that we had to do this? How can we automate this? Is there any way that we can do some automatic monitoring or something like that? I mean, some cases it did happen. However, everything came down to budget, cost, and since there were cheap human labor available all over India, companies used to go ahead and take human resources and make them work manually. And obviously, in a consulting model, as you know, every consulting employee, suppose, is given rupee 1. So the billing to the client is done in 4 rupees or 5 rupees. It's 4 to 5 times the cost. Okay, and that model always works. That makes good profit for the company, of course, but that actually breaks the spine of the employee, because he is just being made to work like a mechanical robot. Okay, he doesn't even know why is he doing those things. He doesn't even, so only idea that he starts gaining about the business is once he becomes from a team lead to a project manager. Okay, he will get some idea, but still he has to fill up some sheets, some tracker sheets, some estimations, he will be making some, involved in some SOWs. So that's when he starts getting some idea. But again, there are pressures of margin and other things comes in. So where you have to reduce resources, where you have to go ahead and do a high volume job with a less amount of resources. So all these are unrealistic targets that are being given to and I'm not talking about anything particular. Okay, there's a general thing that's happening over the industry, because me and my wife both are in the same industry for a long time, 20 plus years, and we have been seeing this thing happening. And I have worked over several companies. So I would say total I have worked in around 16 clients in my entire journey. So because I was also into consulting, so I was put into various places, traveled over various areas for implementations and all. So I got to know that eventually we were not learning anything, that how is this business operating, what is my capability, why should I use this, why should I not use this, why shouldn't I buy this, okay, and what are the best tools in the market. Even if I know the best tool in the market, still there is a budget constraint that we are not able to use it. Okay, so these are the very, very common challenges that I had all over my career. Now, to answer you, sorry, I missed your name because my screen is shared. Who was it? You asked a very, very, very good question, because you said that your team does not understand how Signavio works, and how will you take a good decision that what is the suitable tool of Signavio, suitable tool that aligns with Signavio for enterprise architecture management. Why are you using SAP LeanIX? Why not BizDesign or Sparks for that matter? Okay, so in that case, if you have a choice, or if you have a choice to make a decision, I would say it is your voice that will matter and your knowledge that will matter. You have to give a proposal. But in my cases, I would say 90% of the proposal didn't work because of budget. Okay. At least be assured that SAP LeanIX, which I was telling in the beginning of this meeting, beginning of this training, that this is the best tool in the market as per the Gartner's quadrant, and trust me, it actually is. Okay, so in terms of the quality of the tool and the selection, there should not be any doubt. This is the best. Now, your knowledge about Signavio and all, well, that is something that I think your project people should be organizing some kind of a training or user training or something, because the advantage of Signavio is, I tell you, Signavio has a direct integration with SAP LeanIX. When I say integration, it means the data can be directly transferred using a connector into LeanIX. What essentially this means further in a simple language, that the majority of the challenge, as I was saying, that 80% of the challenge happens because of the data. If you're not importing the right data into LeanIX, so that thing is actually eliminated. So LeanIX has a direct integration with ServiceNow, with SAP Signavio, and I think a couple of few other tools. Okay. Other than that, there are Excel imports. There are, some other mechanism which I'll anyways talk about, but mostly it is Excel imports only, because Excel is easy to use and fix. I would actually suggest you should not go beyond these two methods. One is the direct integrations with whatever applications they're actually set up, else the Excel imports. Okay. Coming to the point that tool selection, as I said, is the right tool at this moment for this endeavor. However, for the Signavio knowledge, I think for the knowledge perspective, you probably have to, so you said that, can you just repeat that thing once again? You said that your team does not know Signavio, or they...
No, it is not my team. For example, when I'm taking the decision, first of all, first question is that you have said that enterprise architecture, you have thousands of the tools. Now, enterprise architecture will help you that, for example, maybe few of the tools I have used, but most of the tool do not use it. So this is the question. First of all, if I have a 5 tool, then in my mind, as a project architect or enterprise architect or a solutions architect, in my mind, I know these tools there have a right people in this tool, those who have a knowledge on it that they can use. But in my career, I do not have seen in any project that particular tool is available, but team is not used, or they have a different thing that team, we do not have a right capability for particular tool. But it is not like that. If I have some tool in my system, but it should not be unused. It is not, I have not seen it is happening. Next question, this is the first thing that how this enterprise architect will help here, because it is the clear idea and vision every time that whatever tool in my hand, I am using it. Because obviously these things are we are also give this tool to our client and told that we are also give some solutions using based on this tool.
Yes.
So here there are no questions that we have thousands of tools and we are using few tools.
Yeah. So how enterprise, and you want to know how enterprise architecture or enterprise architect will help here, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah. So enterprise architect, so that's what I'm saying. Enterprise architecture is having a set of principles, framework, and governance, of course, but principles and framework, and it has a set of tools also. So once you learn about enterprise architecture, they will definitely make you capable of doing the right choice, because they won't tell you about the right tool. I mean, they will obviously suggest some tool, but they will rather focus on the capabilities of the tool. Okay. Now it is up to you to decide which tool is the best in terms of the usage and capabilities. However, once you do an enterprise architecture assessment, what we call it, okay, that is one of the key initiative of enterprise architecture management. One of the key steps, I would say, of the enterprise architecture management. Once you do a enterprise architecture assessment, there are a series of activities that you'll be doing. And once you do that, you become the right person to take a decision, because you already have the artifacts of the knowledge in hand. Okay. Do you want me to go through that area also a bit, because that is actually important? It is not directly related to LeanIX in that way, but that probably will help you in understanding, as an enterprise architect, what are the principles, what are the framework that we normally use for such decisions. I mean, I'm open for a quick response from the entire group, that whether you want some kind of idea in that part as well, because LeanIX will come secondary in this case. However, because LeanIX is a tool, end of the day, it's a selected tool. It's under the question that whether it will be selected or not. But what are the principles, what are the framework that we'll be using, or what are the process that we'll be using as part of the enterprise architecture assessment, which will enable you to take the decision. Do you want me to cover that as well? The overview of enterprise architecture management. It is the SAP LeanIX Enterprise Architecture product scope. So we have something called application portfolio management, a few more, but yeah, application portfolio management is basically, as I was saying earlier, that to gain a visibility, to have the complete, overview of all the applications, which business capabilities they support, and which IT components they depend on. So when I say this, enterprise architecture management tool, SAP LeanIX, okay, when you use it, you will have a complete inventory of all your applications at a single place. Okay. Along with your applications, you will know what capabilities they support. So here is a very, very important thing that you have to always create in mind once you're working in such projects. Okay. What is a business application and what is a business capability? Can somebody quickly tell me, like, what is a business capability? Business application, anyways, we know. What is a business capability?
Business capability would be order creation, right? For example.
Capability is as simple. I mean, if I go by the layman, like in a layman way, capability is a ability for a particular thing. Okay. So or its users in a way. Okay. So now let me go back to the same reporting example. Okay. So you have OBI that provides Oracle Business Intelligence reports. You have Power BI also provides dashboards and reports. Okay. But the capability is reporting here, but the applications are different. So when I say business, so very frequently throughout the training course, you will listen about two things. As I said, keep this in mind. Just inculcate this into your thoughts that whenever somebody comes up and tells you that what is a business application, it is the application that is registered in SAP LeanIX with the application ID. Okay, there is an application ID that comes in automatically generated once you import an application into LeanIX. It's a sequence number, it's automatic sequence that gets generated. Once you have that ID, it is called business application ID. The name is business application. We use something called fact sheets to import that I'll come anyways. And capabilities is basically what is the capability or what is the use for that application. Okay. So I'm taking the same example throughout the training so that it is easy for you to understand, but you can suggest me other things as well. I can take those names as well. But as I said, so capability for Power BI and OBI is basically reporting or business objects, I think, for that matter, So these are reporting, but applications are different.
I just had a question. You said an application ID is generated once you register an application in LeanIX. Suppose if there are multiple applications but having the same abilities, just like your example, if it's reporting, say if it's SAP BI or something, Power BI, these are two different applications. Would that mean two different IDs would be generated if both of them are integrated?
Yes, two different application IDs, one capability ID.
One capability ID. Okay.
Yeah. So for example, it could be XX123 for Power BI and XX234 for Oracle, Business Intelligence or OBI something.
Okay.
But the capability ID CXXX100 will be the same for both of them because they provide the same capability.
Okay, got it.
Got it? So application portfolio management is basically you are managing the entire IT landscape or the IT portfolio of your organization. Okay. What is the need of that? First thing is that you need to have a complete overview of your entire applications at a single place. First need. Second is to gain the visibility of all the applications, that which capabilities they support, what are the IT components that they depend on. Okay. What are the IT components? As in, some applications might be using Java, Some applications might be using Oracle. Some applications might be using, say, Python or something. So these are called IT components. Okay. In enterprise architecture words, these are the technology standards. Okay. What is the technology standard for this? Okay. So just to give you an example, do you guys know what Slack is? And you know Teams because we are in Teams right now, right? So now your company is using Slack as well as it is using Teams. So in terms of technology standard, in terms of technology, both are different technologies, but both are being used. But what is the standard? Teams is the standard. Suppose, okay, I'm just telling here, okay, if Slack was the standard, just imagine if Slack was the standard, we probably could have got a Slack huddle here, right, instead of Teams. Why we are not doing it? Why we are doing this training via Teams is because probably Teams is more widely used in our organizations. Probably Teams has more better features to collaborate, and probably it is probably available to all of you in the organization. Slack is probably not available to all. I'm just telling you, okay, it might be, I might be wrong, but generally, this is the case. Okay. So when I say technology standard, there could be multiple technologies, but what is the standard? So communication technology, you have Slack, you have Teams, the standard is Teams. So keep this in mind that there could be multiple capabilities of different software. What is the capability here? Capability is communication. Are you guys able to relate to me? See, application is Slack and Teams. Capability is communication. Okay. But what is the standard? Standard is Teams. Is there any confusion in that? Can you guys please speak up if there is any confusion? Because this is very important. Huh? You have to know how exactly we are organized, because now I'm talking about structuring the data inside LeanIX. I have not come to LeanIX yet. Okay, this is how you will structure the data. You have to format the data. You have to churn the data in such a way. You have to know all these things, and then you will be putting into LeanIX. Okay.
What determines, what is the standard?
Your company IT owner would determine whether that's the standard or not.
Okay.
So you have a business owner for your team's management, right? There has to be somebody who owned it, because there has to be somebody who has owned this, because there should be some team who might have brought this product into your company, correct?
Okay.
So they take a decision that this is the standard, this is where we will be investing in going forward. We might have Slack, but we might be investing here more because this is the standard.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So like you are studying in your 9th standard, or maybe your children or your brother, sister, somebody, or you yourself when you are studying in your 9th standard. You guys are all IT engineers, right? So you might be, you definitely have read history, geography, civics, and social science, whatever, these days, many other subjects. But when we are having a history, civics, and, your English and your second language, but you also had physics, chemistry, and maths. Don't you think that you yourself, when I say you, it means all of you, you guys yourself had given a bit of preference to physics, chemistry, and maths while you studied? Is it a yes or a no?
Yes.
So you guys decided that is a standard because that is going to help me becoming a doctor or an engineer or whatever in my career. Because learning your vernacular language and learning your, history and civics, probably, or making that a standard and, focusing it more on it more, might not have landed you into TCS, right? So definitely, there could be exceptions, of course, because there are many exceptions that I know who wanted to be a painter or a geography teacher. They landed up into IT. There are, so, okay. But the point is, that is how we determine the standards. It's a very good question, actually. Who takes this ownership? So it's the owner of that business. The business owner takes that ownership. Coming back to application portfolio management, that why this is being used. It is used for rationalization. standardization, and cost optimization. So understand these words very carefully. Rationalization. Why rationalization is used? What is rationalization according to you? Let me take a poll. Let me take a view of yours. What do you mean by rationalization?
Yeah, what you have invested in the application versus what it's delivering. Is it adding value?
That judgment you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. In a way. Yeah. Right. Any other feedback?
It is a return on investment, means what we are getting investing in the application or software.
Investment
Means functionality you are getting.
No. What is rationalization? I mean, what does that word mean?
Can you please show us the LeanIX screen or the tool? So because we want to see the tool, how it is. Is it like SAP or some web application based?
I can show you the tool, but I think it is too early for you to show the tool right now because you need to know these concepts.
The concept wise it's good, but if you go to the direct tool and just show us how it operates and how it functions.
How will you know how to operate that tool without knowing what is a capability, what is IT component, what is a fact sheet? Do you know all these things?
Just a thought. If you show the tool, no, it will be interesting. Otherwise, no, we are.
No, I think it's good that we are going this way because it's way better to build concepts first. Then we can have a look at the tool anytime, right? But
see,
I need to know all these things first.
I can show you the tool and finish the training in 5 days. Will that be helping you? You guys decide.
No, of course not.
For me, it is fine.
Okay, you want to see? Oh, you want to see the interface? Is it just the interface? How it looks like?
Just how it looks. The tool, how it operates.
Let for a while. Just give me a second. If you want to have a look into the tool, that is fine. If you want to just learn the tool in 5 days and finish the training, I mean, you have to, I don't know. I mean, I have to take a poll from you guys because if you don't know the concepts, you won't be able to use the tool for very sure.
So guys, see, hi everyone. See that there is a TOC design our SMEs.
Exactly.
Okay, we have to go the training accordingly. This is exercise and assessed our SMEs, 2-3 SMEs. Please, we have to go the training way, the training as per the TOC.
And as per the TOC, I think, first you should know the concepts and then you should go to the tool. This is the tool, SAP LeanIX. This is how the interface is. You have the dashboard, you have the inventory, reports, diagrams, you can do a lot of things here. So how to create a new dashboard, you have some predefined dashboards, you have some user different dashboards. This is how it looks.
Please don't mind this. I have in my curiosity. So, for example, that options is available. For example, dashboard, inventory, reports, and diagram. So, each of the topic, are you able to touch in this session?
Yes. Not in this session, today's session.
No, not today's session. I mean, entire our journey. Okay,
Of course.
Training journey.
You will be creating your reports. You will be creating inventory. Basically your dashboards from the data that you have. You will be creating. Trust me, the last few sessions, I would say, will be completely hands-on. There will be no theory because theory will already covered in the first few sessions. And along with theory, in the first few sessions, we'll also start these things hands-on as well. But the last few will actually take you. It will be completely, these things because you will face challenges. You will have questions. I'll probably help you in rectifying that.
If it is covered all that options, I mean, in this tool,
of
whatever
course,
the options available.
Yes, it starts with the creation of fact sheets. Okay, starts with the loading the data. I'll show you how to load the data. I'll show you how to create the fact sheets. And based on the fact sheets, how you create the dashboards. Okay. And then how you do the application portfolio rationalization, as I was talking about, where you will take a decision that how do you want to optimize your portfolio, what are the strategies that you're going to use to so there are many strategies, some standard strategies known as time standard by Gartner, which is tolerate, invest, migrate, eliminate, TIME. That's what you call it. what is time used for. So there will be some applications which you want to tolerate. There will be some applications which you want to invest on. There will be some applications which will be migrating, and there will be some applications we will be eliminating. So how do you take the decision? On basis of what? There is a chart, there's a dashboard that you will prepare, and the dashboard will give you a decision that how you do that. And how the dashboard will take the decision? Based on the data that you have collected for those applications. It could be number of users, the last time used, the total, the TCO, there are many things. I mean, it depends on how you configure them. So all these things will be taught. But if you want to do it from the day one, as I said, I can go ahead and do that.
Not intention is that. So intention is that first of all that options it is available in this tool, these things are showcased. Rather than that, how this tool will be integrated to the other. At least if you give one or two examples. Excel upload you already have mentioned. So these things, and even that it will be, it is my personal opinion. I might be, others can be different. So in my personal opinion, that which areas might be all the areas in this our during the entire journey maybe not possible to cover, but which at least we have a larger idea, and even from our side own we can do some R&D that what are the larger area that nicely we can use on it. Okay, the basics idea. So if we discuss this point, then I think it is a more interesting statement.
Of course. So in this training, probably you can say the last 20 hours or the last 10 days will be completely into hands-on. Okay, but because by that time you will know the capabilities of this tool theoretically as well as partially working on this tool as well. Yeah, we were talking about application portfolio management. So I believe you guys have an idea right now that what is application portfolio management and why is it needed. Okay. The second thing that comes into the picture is technology risk and compliance.
We are discussing about the rationalization when people interrupted. Before that, we are discussing about what is the need of rationalization. Can we discuss that first?
Okay, I think rationalization we didn't complete, is it? Okay, probably my bad. I forgot. There's too many interruptions happening. So
yeah. Please don't allow the interruption, please.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry, but there were too many questions that came in, and okay. So yeah, we're talking about rationalization. Okay, so I think rationalization practically is that you have a lot of application which probably is scattered everywhere. Okay, you have a application where you have some data that what are its capabilities, why was it purchased, when is the last renewal date happened, and for some you do not have all this data even. You do not even know who's the business owner for this. Suppose you are using this application for a long time. You are say XYZ application. You're using it for a long time, but suddenly you face a problem in that application. Suppose it is not opening, the URL is not opening, or it's showing some error. So whom do you reach out to? Okay. So as a standard process in an organization, what you do is you raise a service now ticket, or in any other ITSM tool that you guys have. You raise a ticket saying that this application is showing this error with a screenshot. Please help. So the support executive takes care of this. Now he searches for the owner for this application, and he doesn't find the owner. Okay, it was somehow found that application was bought by a business team, maintained by the business also, and IT has no clue about it. But it was somehow circulated to everyone in the organization, where everybody from IT, business, sales, everybody started using it. But nobody had no idea, because this was a business procured application and business maintained. But the people who used to maintain, they might have left the organization 5 years back. So there is no clarity. And what has happened is the licensing for this, it is automatically set for renewal every year, and automatically it gets renewed. The normal process, the PO, whatever, the invoicing process that happens, it happens, and the application gets renewed. Also, there are cases where you actually find that the application is de-supported. Maybe the application is out of date, or it is not being renewed, or license is not paid. However, you are still able to use it with a unpatched version of that application, or unsupported version of the application. Has this ever happened to you guys? Can you just so this happens pretty frequently, that some of the applications people have no clarity. So just to give an example, suppose you have, say, 15 bank accounts. Okay, now you have FDs in some bank, you have recurring deposits in some bank, you have savings account and current account in some banks, and you have some money in all of them. Okay, but suppose your parent comes and tells you that total, or maybe whoever, your parents, your spouse, or whatever, comes and says that how much money do we have? So it is always easy if you have it in a structured way. You can easily say that, okay, I have X amount of money in total distributed across all these 15 banks. But not many of the cases it doesn't happen. Because from those savings or FDs or money, whatever you have in those accounts, there will be EMIs that is getting deducted. There will be some kind of loans that is, or many other things, maybe some taxes and other things getting deducted. So end of the day, you know that money is there in this 15 account, but you don't know how much is there and what is the interest rate I'm getting of the FDs and all those things. So there are people who knows all these things in detail, but I'm telling you overall in a general thing. So I'm just giving an analogy actually. So it is very unstructured way of managing money. Okay, now you want to rationalize it. How you want to do? So you will probably select one bank for the FDs, one bank for your recurring, one bank for your loans, one bank for your taxes, and all these things, and probably have a complete Excel sheet created that on this month, on this day, there will be an EMI deducted, and this month and this day, I'll get my salary. This amount will go to my FDs. This amount will go to my mutual funds, etc. Okay, if you prepare that way, things in that way, that is called a structured approach, which is called rationalization. You're basically rationalization your financial portfolio. Okay, so that you have complete control that which month which EMI will be deducted, which month what salary you will be getting, and which it will be used in or rather segregated in which all accounts. So that is called rationalization. Okay. Now standardization is very much similar to rationalization, but it is more into the standards, like fixing something like for FDs I will only go with, say, HDFC Bank. I won't go with ICICI. For RDs I will go for ICICI. Something you're setting up a standard that this is giving me a good rate, so I'll go with this. As I was saying earlier, I think somebody was asking that among Slack and Teams, which one should I, we were discussing the Slack and Teams thing, right? So standard is Teams, but Slack is also used. That's standardization. You're putting some standards to each one of them. And cost optimization. Okay, so cost optimization is basically having a proper total cost of ownership, like basically how much cost you're incurring for each of these things, and you should be aware of the licensing cost. First of all, you should be aware of the renewal cost. You should be aware of the maintenance cost, whether you're going to maintain it further or you're going to invest it further, whether you're going to upgrade it to a newer version or something like that. So the cost optimization is the process of basically optimizing cost for your portfolio for the best use of the money that or the budget that you're allocated. Okay, so this is application portfolio management. All these consider, so you will know all these things. Okay, so as I said, I'm not a slide guy, so don't go with the slides very, this will anyways be shared. I believe after this meeting, after this training, you will be shared the slides, and I would prefer that you go through the slides once so that you'll have the brief idea, but at least you can relate if you hear me right. Okay, so now I think we'll come to the second thing, which is technology risk compliance. So every technology has its own risk, okay, and you have to have proper governance and compliance in place so that the risks are mitigated. Okay, the risk could be minimized. So managing the technology stack, the end-of-life risk, and the technology standards via technology fact sheets and reference catalogs. That's what it says. So technology stack is the list of all the technologies that is being used. So that is an inventory of the technology that will be loading into SAP LeanIX. End of life risk is basically when you do this, there is a place to put the end of life data. So a software is getting end of life, like say reporting, SAP, so there was a reporting tool called Discoverer that is end of life now. There are many other things that are end of life. So basically just telling. So you know that once if it is still used, it is already end of life and it has some risk associated if you're still using it. And the technical standards, as I said, standards has to be there for everything. So now you can set a technical standard also. So for scripting, suppose you set a standard as we'll use Python scripts as the standard. However, we should still use Python and Unix scripts wherever needed, and many of Java scripts or any other scripting for that matter. So standards is basically set. You can have multiple options, but you set one as a primary thing to be used. That is called a standard. It happens for applications, it happens for capabilities, it happens for technology as well. For technology, it is called technical standards. Okay. Fact sheets, I will elaborate. I'll show you actually in the screen how the fact sheet is. Fact sheets is basically a mechanism how you collect the facts of a or information about a particular application or capability or technology. There are 12 predefined fact sheets that you get in SAP LeanIX. I'll show you completely that how do you fill up all of them with an example, and will make you do that as well, so that you will do it by your own hand, so you'll know how to do it. Okay. Now, the reference catalog is something, you still have it. I'll show you what a reference catalog is. Basically, it's a part of the inventory anyways here. So the technology risk and compliance has a key objective to support security, continuity, regularity, compliance by understand where the risks sits in the landscape. So it is one feature in SAP LeanIX by which you find out or identify the risk, what could be potential risk that is there in the landscape, in the IT. When it says landscape, it's the IT landscape we're talking about, and how do you eliminate that risk? Okay. So overview of the overview of the enterprise application management. So the next one is the architecture roadmap and planning. So roadmap, as you know, roadmap is basically a plan that you have for your future. I would say, if you want something ahead, that you have to have a future goal. So you have to build up a roadmap. Suppose you want to become an engineer. So you have to build up a roadmap that I have to study this. If you want to become a project manager, or suppose you're just joined as a software engineer, but you want to become a project manager in next 3 years or something. So you have to have a roadmap. You need to know, what these are the things that I should do. These are the initiatives that I should take up. These are the certifications that I should do. These are the things that will help me in getting that. If I do a PMP certification, if I go to my boss and say that, I'm capable, at least not in the first chance, but at least after going to him for 3-4 times, he might get a chance. He might give me a chance. If not, at least I can change my job and project my, PMP certification and go for a project manager's role. So basically that's all, everything comes as a part of your roadmap. Okay. So architecture, and so same for architecture also, you have to have an architecture roadmap. Okay. So what is your, current state architecture? What is your target state architecture? Current state architecture is where are you now? What is your current state of your architecture? Target architecture is what you want to achieve or what you want to become. Okay. Suppose, just look back 3 years back. Okay. Just 3 years from now. So every company was going on fine with its normal day-to-day business as usual. Now suddenly with the advent of AI, companies are trying to become more AI focused. Okay. So becoming an AI focused company is a target for the companies. And how to become that? There are several, steps that is planned to be a part of that, initiative. And these steps these steps makes up the roadmap for becoming a AI focused company. So that's the roadmap. and what are the architectural changes that I need to do, what are the human resource changes that I need to do, because you need to hire more people. You have to probably let go some obsolete technology people, or retrain them. If they're not getting retrained, probably you have to make them obviously you know how this business model works. So basically company will always be focused on its profit and nothing else. So in that way, people who get adapted to this survives. So people who are adaptable will get through and be a part of that journey for that AI, the AI initiatives that the company is looking after. So architecture is also similarly a part of the impacted thing in this endeavor, because you have to modernize your architecture stack. If you do not do that, you cannot become a AI focused company. Okay, so you have to define that. How do you do that? You have to define the target architecture. You have to you have to follow the roadmap that links with the business strategy, capabilities, and technology change. Okay, so you can obviously, while doing that, you have to assess the impact of the change. You cannot just like that you replace everything with modernized thing and then start doing business. You cannot do that. You have to assess the impacts of the change. You have to properly communicate the transformation path with diagrams and dashboards. So every part in this slide is actually related to what I'll be showing you with the diagrams and dashboards. What does this mean? You have to create some diagrams and dashboards which will help you to understand the impacts of the change that you're going to do and communicate the transformation path. Based on the dashboards, you can take a screenshot of the diagrams and communicate to your proper channel that this is where. So suppose you get a diagram, you create a chart where you have applications which are redundant. Okay, you can take that and communicate accordingly with the data, because in SAP LeanIX, once you have loaded the data, you have the data in front of you that this application was not being used for so many years. Now we are using it. So it's probably not of any use anymore, or there are better tools in the market. So you have all this data. You have to communicate to your proper channel and get that thing replaced so that the cost is saved. So all these things, will be done with some data. Based on the data, the dashboards and diagrams that you'll be creating. Okay. So I think we are almost time. Should we proceed? I mean, you guys are okay, or I can stop if you are, as per your. And also I would tell everybody, just go through the slides once, because slides will actually give a kind of a high level picture, probably a bloody picture, but at least a high level picture in your mind that what is that we are going to learn. Okay. So I believe your 30 to 40% of your questions will actually get clarified once you go through the slides. Maybe you don't have to go through all the slides at once. Go through 2 or 3 slides, first 2 or 3 slides. I think that will be used in the first 2 or 3 days. And later on, we'll going through the slides directly is not a problem. I can directly take you, run through all the slides one by one and, take it. But I don't think that will be of help. You need to understand these concepts. That's the reason why. Okay. Yeah, I see some hands. Yes, please.
In the slide number 5, there was 2 terminology. One is end of life risks, another is reference catalog. This is the first one is end of life risks in the technology risks and compliance section. So can you just tell me what is end of life risks according to this enterprise architecture management?
Yeah,
I didn't get it when you explained.
Yeah, I will explain. Okay, so suppose let me take an example of say a database. When I started working, I think we were using even I don't remember, but I think 7, 8, 9 version, or maybe whatever. Okay, now we have, I think, 23 version 23 or something. Yeah. So you might be having applications in your system, in your office, that they are still using the old Oracle database. Okay. The problem with using the database is and some front end is developed on top of that database. Okay. So you have a, say, a kind of a small application that is built up on top of a database. The backend, the backend database is Oracle 7 or Oracle 10. Now, if you have this, your application is running fine. Okay. Now, since your Oracle 10 is long desupported by Oracle, there are no patches that has been applied. There is no support that is being available. So what if one day you realize that the data that was there is inaccessible because the database has crashed? You go to Oracle, ask for extended support. They will say that it is beyond the extended support also, because Oracle sometimes provide extended support for old databases, but it is so old that it has stopped, supporting that also, extended support also. So all your data, everything that was there is now no more, because your front end was retrieving the data from the database, right? It doesn't have the data. So you're not able to use that application, and probably that application was of any use to you. That's why you were using. So once you get these applications into SAP LeanIX, you will know that this XYZ application, once it comes to LeanIX, it gets a Lean application ID. In along with that, it gets the technology components also. As I was telling you about the IT components, right above. If you see here, let me take a laser pointer. So if you see the IT components, okay, applications, business capabilities, and IT components, very closely related. Now, once you see this, once you import this application into SAP LeanIX, you realize that this IT component is an Oracle 7 database or Oracle 10 database, which is long desupported. You know the end of life risk. It is highly risky because it is vulnerable to security threats also, because there is no patching available. The hackers can actually hack that and enter into your system, because once it comes into your database from your front end, it can easily be pulled and it can actually spread a malware into your system. So these are the risks that you have. And this was not earlier available to you. You are not aware because you were simply using that application. But once you get that application into LeanIX, you know that, because you cannot simply have an application directly coming into LeanIX, right? Because if you just bring the front end, there will be a question like, how is the front end running? What is the back end? What is the IT component? You have to fill all this data. So once you fill this, you will get to know that there is an end of life risk for this. Does this clarify?
Now I'm pretty clear, like what was the issues.
These are the additional data that you put in the fact sheets. It will be there. I'll show you in that.
Okay.
Once I show you the fact sheet, you will get to know. Okay. Just give a couple of more days. Maybe, we'll start doing hands-on gradually. Okay. But let's for the first 2 to 3 days, you understand the concepts, because if you do not do this, everybody of you will have questions. And trust me, I've taken LeanIX training, I think some 7 or 8 times. Initially, people wanted to see the interface and they want to do it hands-on. What happened was they started having so many questions that, and they did not know what to put where, they did not know what where, how to, put the end of life. And they had so many questions that entire training actually overran the entire time. So better to get the concepts first. I will repeat all these concepts once again when I show you hands-on, because that time you'll be able to relate. Why do you have this capability? Why the IT components are being cracked? Like you just asked, right? That why do you have this, and what is the significance of this end-of-life risk? This is how you relate everything. So this is the full spectrum of all the architectures together. Okay. So if you see here, I would say the core idea on the slide is defining the target architectures and roadmap. Okay, so this diagram is called one of the it's basically called the mental models. So it's not meta model. Don't confuse. There's something called meta model which we'll be covering later. But this is called a mental model for the whole course. So let's spend some real time on it. So what you're now looking at is the full spectrum of all the architecture layers. Okay, stacked from the most strategic at the top and to the most physical at the bottom. Okay. The strategic objective. See, as I was telling, the enterprise architect role is a very strategic role. You have to define your organization strategies. And how can you do that? You need to have some parameters. You need to have some inputs with which you can actually, make these strategic decisions. Okay. So right at the top, if you see that strategic objectives, which basically says the why or what the organization is trying to achieve. Get this point very well in your mind, because this is going to be the base of your next development once you start the working on the instances. Okay. So the strategic objectives, as I said, it's the why or the what of the organization is trying to achieve. Okay. Because every organization must have an objective, that why is it existing? Why is it created? Okay. Now everything below that, below the strategic objective, as you see, they are existing because to serve this objective. Okay, so suppose an organization has, say, for example, a medicine company. Okay, so its objective is to produce, medicine for cancer or medicine for, cheap medicines for the general people. That's the objective. And anything below these layers, as you see, business capabilities, business processes, functional capabilities, etc., they are there in this list just to serve this business, this strategic objective. Okay. So just beneath this strategic objective, we have the business capabilities. Business capabilities indicates the things the business is able to do. What are the things the business is able to do, like manage customer relationships or fulfill some orders? Okay. So this is the capability of a business, like what is the business able to do, as I said. So inculcate this into mind very deeply, because there is a difference between business capability and the business processes. Okay. So business capabilities, it is like, what is it capable to do, what is it able to do, and business processes is the actual flow that deliver those capabilities. Okay. So business process is the actual flow, how you deliver these capabilities, which you just defined above. So these top three are the business architecture layer. You remember when we were discussing in this slide that, business architecture. So this is the business architecture here. So you have something called functional capabilities. So if you see the change in the color of this layer, if I just reduce this a bit. So this is business architecture. Here comes the IT architecture, from functional capabilities, the IT architecture starts. So functional capabilities, then we have architecture and information. So these basically, these are your applications and your logical data that they manage. I believe, anyways, you guys know about application and information, what exactly it is. And below that, we have the software components, which are basically the building blocks by which the applications are made. You guys are all software engineers, so you know what software component is and how is it related to an application. Okay. Now, so then comes the integration platforms. Integration platform is basically you can say, imagine something like the middleware or the interfaces that connect everything. Okay. Because even if you have software components or applications, if they're distributed, that doesn't make sense, right? They have to be integrated. They have to working together in tandem to secure that objective that you have already defined, the strategic objective, right? So these integration platforms are primarily the middleware, you can say, or the interfaces which is being used. And then comes the data layer, the physical data layer, basically. The data exists. And finally, at the very bottom, I think we have another one, which is the infrastructure and cloud. Okay. So data layer, I believe you guys all know, the layer where we have the actual data. And infrastructure and cloud, as I think it is also self-explanatory, that it consists of the servers, networks, cloud platforms, ultimately everything where, it is a place where ultimately everything runs, the cloud or, the infrastructure that is being used. So I commonly see one question which people normally get it very wrong. That is, enterprise architecture, is it same as IT architecture? No. IT architecture is basically a subset of enterprise architecture. If you see all these things, because I'm very sorry that this picture is a bit big in this thing. If you see here, the entire thing on the left-hand side, if you see, it is enterprise architecture. Okay. Now, I think I can present now because I think you already got the thing. So I'll take a pointer. So enterprise architecture is the entire, sorry, take a highlighter. Yeah. So it's the entire thing is enterprise architecture. Okay. As you can see, all these layers. And IT architecture is everything except the business processes and business capabilities. Because I'm very sure you guys know the difference between business and IT. After you have so many years of experience, so you understand that IT and business, they work together, but they are separate things. Yeah, separate domains or areas. Yeah. So enterprise architecture is not same as IT architecture, and within IT architecture, you have something called technology architecture, which are your software components, integration platforms, data, and infrastructure. However, your applications and functional capabilities are not a part of your technology architecture. Application is a part of your application architecture. Okay. If you have any questions.
I have one question.
Sure, please.
What's the difference between process and functional capabilities?
Business process and functional capabilities.
The business process, I'm aware, but what is functional capabilities?
Functional capabilities. Yeah, I can probably give an example. Functional capabilities is, you can imagine that your applications are logically managing some data. Okay, because you have the data layer below. Your functional your applications, they have some logical, your applications, they have some logical data management, because they're churning the data in such a way that they're producing some output. Okay, so you can say, if you have a proper functional setup, that if you want to make your application look like or perform like the way you want, to achieve a particular function. Okay, so you can use application for your front end, retrieving data or something. You can also use a function application for passing it via an API also. It depends on the need, how you want to use that application. Okay, so this, I think it is better that when I show you in the screen, you will have this clarity. When I show you in the front end, you'll have this clarity that why are we. So once you see the screen, you will understand probably how you set up and why you set up a functional capability on top of application. I will show you that.
Okay.
Just park this question for now.
Sure.
It will be easy for me to show you on the screen rather than telling you in theory. Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
Just note this in your notepad. We'll come back on that. But it is, you can imagine something like at a very high level, that how you want to use your application. That is the capability. Okay. Now comes the the next slide, which is the purpose of EA. Okay. So why should we have EA? Okay. Why do we have EA? So you can just quickly have a look. Okay. So EA provides a structured framework for business and IT alignment. It offers a comprehensive view of all the organization's processes, systems, and IT assets. Okay. It defines the target architecture to support some business goals. It creates key deliverables such as capability maps, inventories, roadmaps, and standards. It also promotes standardization across teams and departments. I will come to all of these points one by one, but let me just first take you through. Improves collaboration and alignment between the business and the technology stakeholders. It guides the technology decisions based on organizational requirement and supports long-term planning and initiatives. Okay. So I think most of these are actually, you guys must have encountered some part of your IT journey, right? So, but again, let's define enterprise architecture as we see it from a full spectrum. Okay. So let's get let's get sharp about its purpose. Why is it actually for? That's what this slide is, purpose. So these are the 8 points that it gives. And the first cluster is about clarity and alignment. Okay. So you can take it in this way, that EA provides, the enterprise architecture provides a structured framework for business and IT alignment. So the word structured is doing the work. It means a repeatable, consistent way of connecting the two, not an ad hoc connection. Okay, so business and IT, as I was just telling you in the previous slide, this business and IT are separate, but they work together in tandem, but they're separate. So when you integrate these two, it is not a one-time integration or one-time relationship that you establish between business and IT. Okay, you obviously have a structured framework, which means a consistent way of connecting the two, or a repeatable way of connecting the two. Now, the second point, which is offering a comprehensive view. Okay, so it actually provides a holistic view of all the IT assets, your processes, your systems. So when I say holistic view, means in one single screen or one single place, you will have this complete overview. Okay, so you have something called fact sheets, which I will show you. Once you create a fact sheet, you can basically see a complete view of the entire application. What are the dependencies, what are the upstream, downstream applications, what are the IT components related to, what are the capabilities for that application. So everything, all these processes, systems, you can actually see it in a single view. Okay, so so now the defining the target architecture. So I think this is also self-explanatory, that you have a current architecture, you have a current system operating model. Okay, now your company wants to move into so if you remember, I was giving an example that if your company wants to become an IT focused company or an IT native company, it is not their target, it is not their current architecture, it is their target architecture. Current architecture is a way of working that they are doing in a consulting model right now, but they want to be a pioneer in the IT or in the AI space. So that's their target architecture. So along with the target architecture, there is something tied, is called business goals. So what is the business goal? I mean, simply, if I want to become an AI native company or AI focused company, what is the use? There has to be a purpose, there has to be a goal. So you need to define that goal. Okay, so EA is the one who is responsible for doing these things. Okay, that is why you need an EA4. Okay, now if you have to create a target architecture, you cannot simply say that I am okay. So if you have to create a target architecture of an AI focused company, okay, say your company TCS for that matter, or Infosys, Tech Mahindra, any company for that matter, if they to say that we want to become IT focused or IT native company, they simply cannot become from, okay, they have to have a process, they have to have some artifacts or some process or some framework or some structures developed to achieve that. Okay, so but at a granular level, how do you do that? What are the things that you need? So you need to have some deliverables, like the capability maps, you need to have proper inventories, you need to have a roadmap and maintain some standards. Okay, that is very important. Without a proper roadmap or a proper inventory, or your capability maps also for that matter, because you say that you want to become a AI managed, AI focused company, but you have observed that your resources do not have that capability because they were never exposed to that kind of environment. You might be doing SAP, somebody, there will be big accounts for, SAP, there will be big accounts for Oracle, Unix, and other technical things. However, AI is relatively new, and none of your resources were given training or exposed to AI in any form officially by the company. Okay. So the capability at this time does not exist. So that map has to be there to know where your resources are lying, where the gap is, and how that gap is going to be filled. That is called a capability map, right? So inventories, as you know, that inventory is basically the collection of all capabilities, your artifacts, the things that you actually need to build the capability, the knowledge base, etc., and roadmaps and standards. Okay, so that's the fourth point. So I'll stop here for the first 4 points. Let me know any questions that you have till now, because this is very important. Okay, is it clear for all? Okay, yeah. So now fifth point is promote standardization. Okay, this is very important. Standardization is the process by which you regularize or make a particular standard for a particular capability. Because if you do not have standards, okay, so just try to imagine everybody, I mean, every a product that you sell in the Indian market needs to have a standard. You have something called ISO marking, right? I hope you know that. For if you go and purchase gold from a jewelry shop, you get a hallmark, which is a standard, right? BIS hallmark standard, which indicates that this is a standard purity of, say, 24 carats or 22 carats or 18 carats, whatever, whatever carats, whatever standards you have. So earlier, what used to happen is, like, say, maybe 30, 40 years back, when this hallmarking system was not there, people were selling gold, maybe 13 or 14 carats gold by saying that it's a 24 carat gold, and there was no mechanism to measure it. Now they have their X-ray scans and all, and they do a purity test and then give that standard. So that what has benefited, I mean, how we have been benefited from this standardization is that now that we know that, okay, so for 18 carats of gold this is the price, and for 24 carats this is the price. We should not be paying price of 24 carats to buy 18 carats of gold, which probably our parents and grandparents were doing it earlier. Okay, so that's the benefit of standardization. It's a very I would say important step. So unless you standardize a particular product or a capability, then you will define these things in your screen anyways, all this whatever I'm talking, that time it will be it will be giving you a better clarity. However, just understand that standardizing some processes with the market standards. It's not that you set up a standard saying that this is my standard. No, it has to be an agreed market standard. Okay. Now the sixth point is the improving the collaboration and alignment between the business and technology stakeholders. This is this is a way of communication and collaboration. So because if you have to collaborate and communicate, you need to have the data in hand. There has to be a common place how you interact with between the two teams, business and the technology teams. Okay, so how do you go ahead and do this collaboration? There are surveys, there are communication that are sent. You can see it all this in the fact sheet. So what I'll do is I will probably maybe after half an hour or so, I'll show you a fact sheet. Okay, so I'll show you how to create a fact sheet. You don't have to create it right now because probably you don't have an access right now, but I'll show you once you create a fact sheet, you will get all these points in the fact sheet. I'll show you that. Okay. Now, another important job of an enterprise architect, or the purpose of having an enterprise architect, is to guide through technology decisions based on organizational requirement. So now, as I was coming to the same example, becoming an AI native company, your organization has some, requirement. That is, it has to become a AI native company. But what are the technology decisions that you should be taking? What are the servers? How many servers you will be buying? What will be the team structure? What will be the focus? What will be the training plan for your resources to get trained in those kind of technology that will support your vision? So all these things, these technology related decisions are to be given by the EA. Okay. And obviously go for a the eighth point, which is the supporting the long-term planning. Okay, it's not a short term that you train few resources, get thing, and then you trade resources, get your work done, and then simply do nothing. Okay, so it's not like that. You have to have a long-term planning. You have to know that whatever you are doing, it is in alignment with your long-term plan. Okay, so just to give a small example, that you are planning to appear for an IIT exam. Okay, so you start studying from 9, 10, 11, 12. These days, the coaching centers give, like Akash and other centers, they start giving tuitions from class 8 or 9 itself. Yeah. So your long-term plan is to get into the IIT and move to the US. Okay, but how you have to do that? You cannot simply 1 month before the IIT exam you study and get into IIT. It's not like that. There is a structured process that you have to follow, and whatever process you are following, it should also be supportive. It's not like that you study for the entire night one day and go and write the exam, and you do carry on this thing for the next 4 years to reach the IIT, to top the IIT. It is not a structurally feasible plan, because your health will deteriorate and you'll eventually your body won't support that. So it has to support some long-term planning, whatever planning you are doing. Okay, so same for IT also. If you're trying to achieve your AI focused objective, you have to have a plan in mind, saying that we are giving trainings, or we are having this infrastructure, and we are investing so much. You have to have a plan that you have to keep on investing and keep on changing your things as well, because things are so dynamic. You cannot invest, say, $5 million on infrastructure and say that this will last for 5 years. No. If you spend it now, you have to be aware that you should be spending more in the coming years also, because technology is changing, your requirement will also change, and it has to support your long-term plan. So you have to do a proper long-term planning. I think most of you are into do some kind of project management and technology management as well. So this would probably align with them better, that how you do a long-term planning. Okay, and when I say long-term, it's not a 3 to 4 months. What we see as a ES spectrum is 2 to 3 years at least, probably 5 years down the line. So we there is a term called LTP, long-term planning, what we call it. Okay, so now let me stop here, and let's see what the next slide is. Okay, I think this is also important. Then I'll probably show you the fact sheet once. Okay, yeah. So the core value proposition of an EA. Okay, I think we had a short discussion on this before, if you remember: application portfolio management, technology risk and compliance, and architecture and roadmap planning. So the same thing is here. So these are the 3 core value propositions for an EA. That is APM, what we call it, application. So remember this term APM. Okay, APM is the industry-wide known term for application portfolio management. It is a service, or it is the key responsibility of an EA that APM is associated with. APM can be done by a variety of tools. LeanIX is one of them. You can use ServiceNow APM also. You can use BizDesign. You can use Mega. You can use Orbus iServer. You can use Spark CA systems. So I was fortunate enough to work in all of these for a long time when I was abroad. But most of my time I've spent in LeanIX. And I would say comparatively LeanIX is far better than all the others. So application portfolio management, a quick recap: that understanding and rationalizing the application landscape, including redundancy, functional technical fit, and business criticality. So functional and technical fit, I will come to that how you determine what is functionally fit, what is technically fit. Okay, so yeah, so I think do you guys have any idea that how do you, okay, just tell me, probably I'll anyways teach you, but what is functionally fit according to you? Can you just, maybe somebody can volunteer and tell, like, what do you mean by functional fit?
Yeah, whether your application supports a specific process.
What is that, functional or technical?
Functional.
Functional fit. Okay, and what is technically fit?
Technically fit. Okay.
No, it's okay. I mean, and
Yeah.
just one, if you can just make a guess from your, your interview, like your work experience.
Maybe the version of the app or application or so something like that, which specific to the technical setup of the application, maybe. But typically, functional fit would be like, for example, you have an order fulfillment, right? So would you consider an SAP application, or you want to go with another ERP? So I think so typically you would say I have order fulfillment, and my orders flow from an e-commerce portal and gets loaded into an ERP system. So functionally fit, you would see if SAP can, or any other product can, which product can support this process the best. Technically fit would be you would do an analysis of your environment which you already have, whether this application can work on that technical environment which you have. Just
close. It is yeah, it is partially right. I mean, there's no so it is the way how you perceive this thing. So basically I would say there could be multiple applications that do a same job. Okay, think in this way. As I said, I'll anyways define functional technical fit later also, but just to make sure that you understand in the right direction, I'm telling you this now. So suppose multiple application does the same job. Now functional fit is something when it asks that how well does this application meet the business need it is supposed to serve, whether it is done well, adequately, or poor. Okay, so imagine a same job. Let's take an example like order fulfillment, you said. Okay, so there are multiple applications that can do the same job. Okay, probably not in the same application, but multiple applications doing the same job. So now it is a judgment that you have to decide that how well this application meets the business need. Okay, and which is the best, which is fit, which is not fit, how well it is done, is it done adequately, or it is done poorly. But technical fit asks a different question, that how healthy is the application technically? Is it modern? Is it well supported? Or is it aging? Is it fragile? Is it very costly or expensive to keep it alive? Right. So this is the technical fit. Okay. So business criticality is the second point, as you see here. Business criticality is how much the business actually depends on this. Would a catastrophic failure completely bring down the business? How frequently do you see a catastrophic failure? Is it very frequently happening, or it is not happening? Is it barely getting noticed? So these are the things that you need to understand. Okay, but trust me, you will get everything clarified once you in this course while we progress, because these are the essential things, and these will be used very much regularly in your work when you do it hands-on. Okay, so technology risk and compliance. The visualizing the technology stacks, end of life risk, data flows to support security and regulatory compliance. So I think compliance, as I was saying, it is a very underrated, or like security compliance or regulatory compliance. This is a very underrated aspect of almost every IT spectrum. We do not understand how much important governance is and compliance is. So you have to ensure that the compliance is met, and you have to ensure that the governance is properly done. So an EA is also responsible for that. So if you see all this time now, since what we have been talking, EA has a very heavy and a hefty workload. It has to encompass a huge variety of things under his umbrella, and he has to manage all these things all alone. That is why the EA is considered to be one of the key roles in an organization. You do not have multiple EAs usually. You have domain architects, multiple domain architects, but generally you have one EA, if not at least a couple of maybe 2 to 3 EAs, probably if the application portfolio size is very big. And That's why EAs are the highest paid technical, or rather I would say non-managerial positions in the company. Okay. Because they actually go through all these things. They have complete control of all these things, all in the entire spectrum I'm talking about. And they have, so since they have such a big job to do, they cannot do it alone. That is where SAP LeanIX steps in, because they use this tool so basically they have complete control of this tool. They know what is to be done, where is it, how can I see things at which place, and how can I use them for my work. Okay, so yeah, architecture and roadmap planning is the third proposition, which is the designing the target architecture, as I was saying, and roadmaps, and tracking them against the KPIs. KPI, I believe you all already know, the key performance indicators which indicates that whether you have met or not met the standards, quality, SLAs, and other things. Okay, so I think we are clear till now. Any questions before I proceed? Any questions on the technology risk and compliance, guys? Because that is also important. Okay, so we'll move to the next slide. Business outcomes and return of investment. So the independent analysis and SAP LeanIX customers cases, they highlight tangible financial value. So high ROI and fast payback. So this basically gives you some facts and figures about how using LeanIX has improved customers benefit, basically benefited the customer and benefited the EA in help the customer to reduce their budgets, and so this is just a slide to give you numeric representation. But trust me, once you start doing this, you'll realize yourself that how important it is to have a EA setup, and how important it is to have a proper tool established for the EA. What kind of savings, productivity you can actually gain out of it. Okay, so I will come to this anyways. These are the benefits anyways you'll realize while we start working. Okay, so 7 use cases that are solved with enterprise architecture. This is a very common, I would say, general benefits of having enterprise architecture. While I say that, apart from these 7 cases that you see, use cases that you see here, there are far more better advantages in having an EA and using LeanIX. However, these are the most typically highlighted cases for any enterprise architecture tool or enterprise architecture role that they're responsible for. Okay, first one is application rationalization. Okay, rationalization, as the word indicates, that it optimizes the application portfolio by eliminating redundancy and reducing cost. Okay, so while I talk here, I will anyways take you through how to do the application rationalization. Can you tell me how? Okay, tell me what are the ways you what are the ways or on basis on what parameters you eliminate an application? Can you tell me some criteria that you don't want to use this application? What could be the possible reasons?
If you have another application within your landscape doing the same thing, then you would want to
redundant application. Yeah. Yes, very good, very good. What could be the next one?
The usability has reduced.
Sorry.
Yeah, one by one, no problem.
A number of users using the application and when it was used last. So that also shows that whether it's really useful or it was
very
just
good.
a one-off
Very
issue.
good. Very good. Yes. Excellent. Redundancy and frequency of usage. Fine. Yes. What is the next way?
High cost maybe of that particular application.
Absolutely. That is the paramount, is the first priority. I mean, regardless of application, your application is the best in the world. If it is expensive, it is the most expensive one, not many people can afford. Very good. Yeah. 3. Any other
support not available on the application
very
technology
good.
fronts.
Absolutely. Yes. You buy a very cheap and a capable application, but you do not get support for it. What if it goes down? Okay, very good. Yes, good that you're thinking. Yes, please. And any other that there should be two to three more.
Ease of use.
Ease of use as in difficulty to use, you mean, right? Basically,
no, like how the application is connected to upstream and downstream system and external system. I mean, how this has been connected, how easily it can connect to the other applications.
Okay, in that way. Okay, easy. Okay, yeah, easy integration, you mean? Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, fine.
You can also check if the application meets your standards which you defined, right? Whether it meets
Very good. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. Suppose your application is the best in the world, but you do not have a setup such that your application is compatible with your, IT ecosystem. It is not matching your standards. What will you do? Very good. Yeah. What else? Just think over. You have covered most of it. There are one or two remaining.
Better
If it is non-beneficial to the customer.
Sorry, what is that?
If it is non-beneficial to the customer, client.
Yeah, non-beneficial is a relative term. I mean, how do you define non-beneficial? You are driving the customer, right? I mean, you are guiding the customer to go for this system. So customer should not take decision. Always remember, guys, in your I believe you're already doing that because you guys are senior. So never let the customer dominate your technology decisions, because if that happens, that becomes a problem. Okay. So customer should not drive this. You are the IT expert. That's why the customers has hired you. It should be your decision. How do you want to? Yes, customer can definitely say that, okay, you come with 5 applications and say that all these 5 are good. These are just capabilities. These are just, costing and other things. They can take a decision of selecting one, but they cannot, drive that. Okay. So any other point in mind that how
whether it fits your future roadmap, whether you want to go digital first and AI native organization, whether this application fits in your roadmap.
Exactly. That is what I was looking for, because your application might have satisfied every single thing, but it is not AI native. You cannot, it is such a big monolith that you cannot disintegrate into several, smaller units or microservices. It is not cloud native. It does not support your LTP, long-term planning. Okay. This is a very important, decision that why you eliminate some application. Okay. So very good. Good that you guys have got the, the
one more parameter which we can think of is if we upgrade the existing systems and the compatibility become the issue of the application which we are using. If it is not compatible with the upgraded version, then we have to rationalize that as well.
Yeah, I think somebody said very similar terms. I think, yeah, that's also a point. Good point. I mean, it is said that it is not probably compatible with your IT ecosystem. But yeah, I mean, it can also happen that it is now compatible, but you upgrade, you go for a modernization. Once you do that, it is probably not meeting your, standards and expectation. Good. Yeah, there's also one of the points. Yes, you can say that. Yes, of course. Yes. Okay. So now application rationalization, basically, it is optimizing the application's portfolio by eliminating the redundancy and reducing the cost. This is the primary objective of this. Okay. I would say this is one of the single most common starting point for the LeanIX program. And for a good reason, it produces fast, visible financial wins. Okay. You can find duplicate tools in the market. You can build a business case to consolidate. But, when you do the APR, basically we call it, application portfolio rationalization, everything comes into the plate and you get to know what is needed, what is not. Okay. So yeah, good. Obsolescence risk management. This is very important here. I would say second most, actually it's in the order, basically, second most important. So any idea that why what could be the challenges if your application is getting desupported? Give me 3 reasons, that's it. Why you want to make your application obsolete? Can you give me 3 reasons why you can take a decision to make your application obsolete? Am I audible?
Yes.
And
Yes.
end of life.
End of life, very good.
High risk.
Can you define risk?
As it is written older version, so it is not compatible with the new version of the other systems.
Yes. So basically, backward compatibility, good. There is one very important point. Just try to think.
Maybe new technology has introduced, which has become that obsolete.
Yes, that is the reason why we are making it obsolete. But there is one key aspect. Just try to think over for another 30 seconds.
It doesn't support upgrades, right?
Yes, but if it does not support upgrades, what would it lead to?
I think application may become obsolete if business decided to change the process.
Business data will become vulnerable, maybe.
Exactly. Vulnerability. Basically, it exposes a threat, I mean, somebody just said that, it is upgrades are not possible. You're getting very close, as I said. So basically, once you're not, able to upgrade or, introduce the patches to the application, what happens is the security patches do not get applied and the application becomes more vulnerable. So once your application becomes vulnerable, there are people who can, get into your system with a malware, with DDoS or a DOS attack or anything. They can basically do an attack on your system and get into your system. Okay. So that is a key aspect why you want to have obsolescence risk management. Okay. Now, application modernization. I think obsolescence risk management is clear for you guys, right? You now know that at least why do you need that. Application modernization. Let's come to this. So, any three reasons why you do a modernization?
Be future ready.
Be future ready. Yes, you're right. Yeah, which is supporting your long-term plan. Yes, correct. Any other reasons why you modernize your application? Because see, being future ready is one, but modernization will come at a cost. It won't be free. So you are investing something. Okay. See, the reason why I'm asking you these questions is this is actually how an enterprise architect will think. So I want you to think in that manner. Okay. Because once you are able to think and answer this, that is when you will actually, think like an enterprise architect. Okay. So becoming compatible with the future tools or technologies is one, which is fine, but that will come at a cost. So what is the benefit, if I say, or rather, why should I go for a application modernization? I mean, companies do not have an unlimited budget. Okay. But I just need two key reasons why you want to go for a, application modernization.
See, some organizations want to market themselves as digital first, and that's also they want to create an impact by saying that. I mean, it comes with your own business value rationalization, but
got it.
Some organization want to be digital first.
Yes.
They want to announce themselves. Yeah.
Yes. Good. You guys are going in the absolute right direction, but there is one key aspect that all these things will lead to. So
ROI?
if you see, you're right, but how do you define ROI here? Because see, I tell you, I just said that when you are upgrading something, you are getting, you have to pay for that. You're doing a payment for that, right? You're not doing it for free. So if you are investing more, isn't that your ROI will get decreased? Or
that is what. See, when I meant ROI, I meant that if you're investing, if you're planning to modernize your application, the benefit of getting into modernization should give you more returns than whatever that you're investing.
Yes.
Okay,
On a long term.
Yes,
on a
long
long
term
term.
basis.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So you just see, once you once you focus your thoughts like this, that I might be charged some cost to do a modernization. However, in my long term planning, it will sit at a place where it will save me a lot of cost. That is why you modernize, right? So suppose you have a say you have a phone, you have a mobile phone. Okay, these days people do not use their mobile phones for more than 2 years, right? 1 or 2 years max. They upgrade it, they exchange it with a different phone, or they sell it, but they definitely go for an upgrade. But do you really think that your phone will stop working after 2 years? It won't take calls, you won't be able to browse internet? No, it's not like that. Okay, there is an aspect that there are people who want to show off, to their colleagues, that they have got a latest version of a, uh, you know, Apple or Android phone. That is different. That's a different approach. But in terms of need, genuinely, there are people who actually upgrade phones every 2 years or 1 year for a need. Why? Reason is, he wants himself to, he has a long-term plan, and that will your next phone upgrade is aligned to that. He needs faster internet, better RAM, better memory, better storage, better screen resolution, so that he can study, he can do some things. You can actually create a project there. Your phone is so much capable, it is as capable as your laptop. And these days phones are having RAMs which are very close to your laptops even. Okay, so you can actually do all these things. So if you invest in that manner, that is a worthy investment. Okay, then your ROI will always be high. But if you buy a latest iPhone, say 17 Max Pro or whatever is the latest in the market, I don't know, but whatever is the latest phone you buy there, but you just use it for your calls and maybe your photos. That's it. You do not do anything else. Is it a right use of that? No. So the ROI will get down. So this is how you think in this way also. As I just heard the point that ROI is a term. It depends how you use it. If it aligns with your future goals, then obviously investing now and getting benefits later is always a good thing. Okay, that's why we do a modernization. Good thinking. I think you guys are probably heading to the right place. So once you have these concepts clear, you will be easily able to build up the dashboards and take a decision based on that. Because see, end of the day, the reason why I wanted to cover this theory first is that if you do not understand these in this manner, dashboard say it is very easy to create a diagram and a chart and analytical visualization. But what will you do after doing that? You have to think in that direction, take a decision based on that, right? So what will your dashboard will give you an application, whether it is technically fit or functionally fit. But it won't give you just like that. You have to set up the dashboard in such a way. You have to, behind the dashboard, there is a logic always, right? You have a logic based on which it is displayed. Dashboard is just for displaying, but there is a logic or a coding you are not coding, of course, but end of the day, backend, it is executing a code, right? So you're configuring the dashboard in such a way, this configuration itself invokes a code. So you're coding in such a way that it is showing you the way you want to see it. But if you do not know what you want to see, what will you do with the dashboard? That is why this is important. Okay. Now the fourth point is post-merger IT integration. Okay. So tell me two primary challenges that can happen after a post-merger. Post-merger is basically there is a M&A that is happening, there's a merger and acquisition that is happening basically not, basically, there is a merger that is happening between two companies and their IT systems are getting integrated. So what could be the two key challenges here? Can you just think over and tell me?
One is the data.
You have to define data a bit.
Both will have their own databases, so it has to be synchronized and
very good
to support.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. Yes, data standard basically. Yes, quality and standard. What next? What could be the other challenge?
Application
The
compatibility.
duplicate.
Like if they could have the same application, sometimes duplication, sometimes
Very good point.
non-compatible
Absolutely. Yes.
data formats and applications.
There are two basically what you just said. One is a duplication of applications, which means compatible applications, but they're duplicate.
Yes.
And second point is non-compatible applications, like, the parent company. Suppose, take an example, like, what was the recent mergers happened? Let me just think over. So many actually. But suppose, Facebook took over WhatsApp, right? Meta. So now, what if an application in WhatsApp is not compatible with the IT ecosystem of Facebook, right? So Meta basically, it is not compatible. So very good point. I have 3 points. Any other
change management? I mean, you look at your user base, what they're used to, and the company are acquiring. You'll see the consumer base. I mean, the user base, right? How will it support change management if people are comfortable with a particular application and it is serving the job?
Yes.
Which user base do you move to which application? Yeah.
Yes. Right. Yes. Correct. Very true. Yes. Anything else that you can think of? I tell you, post-merger IT integration, it is all about accelerating the integration of IT landscapes and processes after a merger or acquisition. Okay. Just think about what actually happens in an acquisition. As somebody just said, suddenly you have 2 things of everything, almost 2 ERP systems, 2 CRMs, 2 email platforms, overlapping everything. So I would say very first question that, the leadership will ask you is that, I mean, as an EA, okay, by the way, I probably didn't tell you, as an EA, as an enterprise architect, you will be directly reporting to the leadership. Okay. Because once you become an EA, so EA is, as you just saw over all these slides, right? EA is technology independent because it encompasses technology architecture, IT architecture, application architecture, domain architecture, everything, right? Business architecture. So since you are above that, your reporting should not be to any particular project manager or a program manager or a senior project manager or whatever hierarchy is that. So your reporting would directly be, so when I say reporting, as in system it could be different because various companies has many companies have a people manager concept, like we have a people manager concept. We report to one manager in the system who approves the leaves and expenses and other things. Okay. But in terms of work, we are directly reporting to a CXO levels. Okay. So as an enterprise architect, your leadership team, your CXO group is your reporting manager in terms of work. Okay. You'll be directly reporting things to them. So it's not a small role, I would say. Okay. It's a very big role. And trust me, and the sad part is not many companies actually give respect to this role. They still believe that a solution architect is an enterprise architect. And many companies do not even have this role because most of the companies work in a consulting model. And within their organization, they have so many clients. They probably can project you as a enterprise architect to a client where you can get some work done. That is when you are very lucky. If you are not, you probably, not get a chance to work as an EA, proper EA. Okay. So now, again, it is an individual's decision what to be done that time. But I would tell you, always, if you have your thinking right, think like an EA. Even it is not that a captive unit, which is not a consulting. Captive unit is an internal, IT team of a manufacturing or non-IT company, basically non-consulting company. So if you get into that kind of a place, that will give you much more wings, I would say, to work as an enterprise architect. However, in consulting companies, that role is very limited. But one of the good part of consulting companies is that you have a variety of clients. You have hundreds and thousands of clients. The position in the client side is fairly open, and you can be projected as an EA. You can visit their site, or you can work from anywhere, but it depends. But you can work as an EA with that client and take your decisions as an EA. You can actually do that. So that is also good because you have a multiple, I would say, your choices become multifold. However, normally when the SOW and other things are signed, people do not go for a EA role usually. They keep an architect's role, but that is more of a common architect, like it does business decisions, it does IT, technology, application, everything. They do not account for an EA. Okay. So, but going forward, probably when you do your proposals next time, you have to have a EA role. That is very much important. And I tell you, the billing rate of EAs are pretty much high. Maybe that could be one of the deterrents why people do not account them for clients like proposals and all. But I would wish that you guys, after this training, once you get to know the actual purpose and the role of an EA and the capabilities that he has, the tools that he uses, you can actually include that role in your proposals. And also one good thing is that once you know SAP LeanIX, knowing the other tools is not a difficult job because the concepts remains the same. So when you learn SAP LeanIX as a enterprise architecture management tool, it gives you the same knowledge in ServiceNow APM. It gives you the same knowledge in Biz Design, Orbis iServer. You go to Spark CS System, Mega, any other tool that you use. The concepts remain absolutely the same. All this application portfolio rationalization, risk management, roadmap, etc., modernization, everything remains the same. It probably could be the navigations are different. It will take maybe 2 to 3 days or max a week for you to get used to the interface and to know how it works. Okay. So when we were, working initially, there was something called Remedy. I don't know whether it is still there, BMC Remedy as a ITSM tool. But later on, ServiceNow captured the market. The process, the things are pretty much similar. So you use Jira for your regular work. There is something called Azure DevOps. I believe many of you have worked in. It works in a very similar manner. You can actually achieve that in Azure DevOps as well. So learning a tool for a technical guy like us, all of us basically, it's not a problem. The only problem is to get the concepts right. If you have that right, you can use any tool for that matter. This training is dedicated for SAP LeanIX. I know you will master this tool again at the end of the course. But once you are confident in understanding the concepts behind, you can actually use any tool for that matter. Okay. So yeah, coming back to the point, but I was saying that suddenly after, sorry, yeah.
One more point I had: whether your strategy is to go with best of suite or best of breed, tightly coupled versus loosely coupled, I think that also will drive that post-merge IT integration thing, right?
Yes. So leadership, as I was saying, the first question from the leadership team would be, as an EA, what do they have and what do we have? Where is the overlap? What we can eliminate, what we can keep? So these sort of questions will be asked to you as an EA. And this is how you have to answer. So how will you answer? You cannot answer just like that. You need to have the data in the systems, check it, test it, and then you have to give an answer. Okay. So how do you do that? That is how you use an enterprise architecture management tool. I'm very sure that if you're, go on mute, guys. So if your organization uses an enterprise architecture management tool, it might not happen that the merger, basically once the acquisition is done, the next organization also uses the EAM tool. They might not be having that. There comes the biggest challenge as an EA. You have to set up the entire thing and then take a decision. Okay. Because without the actual inventory in hand, you cannot take a decision that what to keep, what not to keep, what to merge, what to, eliminate. So if both the organization have their landscape modeled in a tool like LeanIX, you can actually answer that in a few days instead of months. Okay. And the plan, and plan the consolidation rationally. You have to do a consolidation eventually, right? You can do it rationally. So post-merger integration is a feature that is being added in LeanIX, which you can actually use to get this. Suppose your other the company that goes for acquisition and the company that gets merged that doesn't have a LeanIX, then you can use this post-merger integration feature and use it. Okay, so there are so many features in enterprise in SAP LeanIX. Okay, we'll try to cover most of them, but I will tell you there are some features which are very good but very rarely used. Not very used very frequently. Probably I'll try to cover them as well as much as possible, but some of the things I think we have to focus on some of the common things which are most widely used, because that is where you will be actually using LeanIX for the main, the cream of the use cases, or I would say. Okay, so now this merger and acquisition, it's one of the highest value scenarios for an enterprise architect, as I was saying, that it's precisely because of cost of getting the integration wrong is enormous. If you get an integration wrong, if your analysis is wrong, you end up paying duplicate money for redundant, so you end up paying money for duplicate applications. End up paying money for redundant applications, if you do not do it, do the consolidation rationally. Okay, and time pressure is also intense. So once you work as an EA, you will have an intense time pressure because your leadership will always be looking at you to do this. Fine. Let's move to sustainability, IT sustainability. Okay. So this is basically building the IT sustainable IT landscape that supports the long-term business and environmental goals. Okay. So there are two angles to it. One is sustainability in a traditional sense, and which basically is like keeping the landscape healthy, supportable, not drowning in technical debt over a long run. And the other is increasingly, which is like environmental, like green IT, what we talk about. As organizations these days face a real reporting requirement around carbon and energy, understanding your technology footprint and your data center and cloud, data consumptions, which becomes an architecture question. So LeanIX basically helps you to, in this case, which gives you the inventory to start measuring and managing it. Okay, so this is, I would say, underrated use case, not very frequently used, but very important in terms of the environment. This will cover, but again, I would say not as important as compared to the other four that we just discussed. Okay, next one is important, which is ERP transformation, because I would say executing ERP transformation with minimal risk and business disruption is the primary objective. And for SAP customers, this is overwhelmingly, it means that moving to S/4HANA. We all know that, we are actually, you guys are all SAP consultants, right? So, the modernization or the migration exercises that are happening for a move to S/4HANA. There are so many cases. Okay, I would say this is one of the flagship use case of SAP LeanIX, and there is no coincidence that SAP has acquired LeanIX for a reason. Okay, I think the merger happened in 2023. It did it for a reason. Okay, S/4HANA transformation is one of the largest and riskiest programs that a company undertakes, and you cannot, run it blindly. Do you agree with me on this point? I mean, did anybody undergo a S/4HANA migration in your career? Can you please tell me if you have done it? Yes, no?
Yeah, I've done it.
Okay. And how, if I may ask, what was the total time taken?
It was more than a transformation. It was a complete new setup. It was 18 months is what we took to set up the entire system, greenfield.
Yes, just imagine 18 months. Yeah. So these transformations, they generally go for 1.5 to 2 years usually. And it is one of, as I said, one of the most largest and riskiest program, your company undertakes. So you cannot actually run it blind. You need to know exactly which applications integrate with your current ERP, what is the custom code, what are the interfaces that exist, what depends on what. That is the key thing. And I believe the data migration and other things were the key challenges that you guys had in that migration. I mean, among other challenges, of course.
Yes. Yeah, that was.
Yeah. So LeanIX here gives you a current state clarity so that the transformation can be planned on facts and not guesswork. Okay. So yeah, I think that is another use case of LeanIX. I think the seventh and the final use case what we have in this diagram, in this sheet, is that business capability mapping. Basically mapping and aligning the business capabilities to drive clarity, prioritization, and strategic decision making. Okay. So I want to, though it is listed in the last, it is arguably extremely strategic, I would say. So business capability map is that structured picture of everything that your business is able to do. See, the problem with organizations is that organization as a whole, there is nobody, right? You are a part of the organization. You, your colleagues, your manager, your boss, your VP, your AVPs, your directors, everybody is a part of the organization. Now, having a common, just think in this way, okay? The way you think might be the best way, and it is actually the best way. But probably how your boss thinks, your colleague thinks, your director thinks, your project manager, your program manager, your CXOs think might not be the same because people are different. Okay. So to get structured picture of everything your organization is capable to do is something that you can foresee, but probably not everybody could foresee. There are so many independent systems which are like run by several departments, and people are not even aware of its capabilities. So some capabilities like procurement, customer service, product development, sometimes they work in silos also. You do not even know what they're being for, what they're being used for, what is their capability, why is it being used, how can you also leverage that application. Suppose you are using something for the same capability, and if you have access to that tool, you can probably set up your own database and use that application, which will help you in reducing the licensing cost for your own application that you had been using as a duplicate for a long time. So all these things will matter a lot once you have a complete picture, a structured picture of everything. Okay. So yeah, once you have it, basically you can overlay the things on it, and this is where it gets very powerful. You can use the heat maps, which the capabilities are support. Do you guys know what heat map is? Anybody?
Yes.
Okay, you know heat maps, right? Okay. Yeah. So you can get a heat map of which capabilities are supported by healthy applications versus the capabilities supported by the failing ones. Okay. You can show where you have overinvested and where you have dangerously under-supported, I would say. Okay. It will show you all these things. You can tie investment decisions directly to capabilities that matter strategically. Get this point very right. Investment decisions directly to capabilities. Okay. So you are investing only on places where your capabilities are mattering strategically. This becomes a single most effective way to have an investment conversation with business leaders because it is framed in their language, capabilities, not IT's language, like applications what you have. That is why the capability mapping sits at the heart of our strategic EA. If you remember this diagram, this capabilities was right after the strategic objectives, right? Strategic objective is as I said, objective of the organization. That is the long-term goal or wish or dream of the top level bosses. Just after that, it comes the capabilities. Okay. That is the reason why. Okay. So the business capability mapping is actually paramount. Okay. Now, if I pull all the 7 together, notice that they're in the so notice that they range from the very tactical to cost focus, rationalization, obsolescence management, and through the transformational modernization, M&A integration, ERP transformation, all this sustainability, capability mapping. The whole spectrum is actually deliberate. It means that SAP LeanIX is not a one-trick tool. Okay, it serves the urgent cost-saving need that gets it funded in year 1 and strategic decision making that keeps it central. I mean, basically keeps it in central for years after. Okay, it's a long-term planning that you do with SAP LeanIX. And here's a very practical advice for any of you who would be implementing this. Almost every successful LeanIX program starts with 1 or 2 of these use cases, usually rationalization and ERP transformation. These are the main use cases that you will generally use, as I said, which proves fast, which gives you a proven, value very fast, and then we can expand into others. Don't try to boil the ocean. It is not possible to do everything together. So never, once you get access to LeanIX in your company, not this training one, after the training, anyways, you'll know what to do. But once you actually use LeanIX in your organization, never try to boil the ocean. You will never be able to do that. Okay. So never try to do all the 7 at once. Start with small. I would suggest rationalization and ERP transformation are not the easiest one, I would say. They're not the easy, but they're the most common ones that are being done, which gives you a very, basically value proposition very fast. This is a very nice output, or, you can actually showcase your ability very fast in doing that. Okay. And so basically you land into one, show the win, and then earn the right to do more. That is the target. Okay. That sequencing discipline is one of the biggest predictors of whether a program succeeds. If you do not do it in a sequence, you might actually, because I tell you, somebody was saying that he has done S4 HANA migration, right? And as I just said after that, the data migration was one of the key challenges. Here also, getting the data into LeanIX is a big challenge, is a very, very big challenge, because you have easy integrations with ServiceNow, CMDB, Colibra, SAP Signavio, and you can use Excel sheets also to get the data. But when you do that, you have to know what data you need, what data you have to put, what is the format, what is the structure, and doing these things is a uphill task, I will tell you. Okay, but trust me, once you do this, once your data is inside, this tool is a wonderful tool to use. Okay, so everywhere data integration is always, so basically you should have a master data management team. You should have an MDM architect who will be helping you in this case. If you do not have that kind of a help, you guys are all 16, 17 years, at least on average, and more than 20 years also some. So you know how to handle data. You have done these exercises. So once you are able to migrate the data into SAP LeanIX, I would say the world is yours. You can actually do whatever kind of analytics, analysis, transformations you can actually do with this. Everything will be at the, you'll be on top of all these things. You'll have all the, things in mind.
I was asking, like, these are maybe more relevant or more in occurrence, like you said, transformation and rationalization. Will we be able to see tool, means maybe a dummy examples, how we are using LeanIX tools against these examples?
See, I would say the demo tool that we have, that has limited data, because SAP does not give complete. The problem is, as I was saying, the data is paramount here. So data has to be correctly present in the system. Okay, so once you have the right data, I will actually have to see what kind of data comes in from SAP.
Even with the smallest data, so that we have an idea, like if it's going to be a transformation, this is the way. Because in my project, it's going to come. I have not done this transformation, but it's going to come this year.
I mean, we will try.
Example will also help.
Yes, we'll try to do a small kind of transformation with the small set of data. We'll see. Probably it might not result in a very big benefits in terms of thing, but at least you will know what is the process to use the data for transformation. Yes, that we can do.
Sure.
Yes. I was thinking that way, that the data will be very less. I believe hardly 100 or maybe 200 records for each. So showing a complete transformation with 100 rows will be very difficult. But again, yeah. I mean, I can show you the way how it is being done. That is fine. Yes,
Sure.
we can do that.
I had one question on the business capability mapping. When we say there is a high possibility that because we are getting these capabilities listed down by talking to the business folks and probably the functional guys, right? But is there a checklist which LeanIX provides where, because if something is missed, it can have a big impact later on. So is there, LeanIX has a capability of providing a checklist where you say that everything is taken care? Just from a completeness point of view.
Can you just repeat? Like, I probably not able to get that. I mean, you want a checklist of questions that you're going to ask, or?
No, checklist where you say, okay, in your order fulfillment, A, B, C, D, have you discussed that? Have you made sure that these capabilities are mapped?
This is very specific to your particular purpose. I don't think we have a checklist of capabilities as such for a particular use case, right?
No, when we are doing this this is at the highest level, right? Your business capability mapping. And if we miss something from the business side and we discover it after your entire strategy is made that one capability has been missed by the business, then your whole strategy may have to be relooked. So how do we ensure that every capability has been taken into account? So LeanIX, does it provide like a checklist, as in saying from your
So I would say when you use LeanIX, okay, so you have a structured workflow. Okay, so first you have to add data, and as I was saying, once you have the data, right, then based on that you can take decisions. But checklist, I probably have to check. Because you structure your data in such a way in LeanIX that these things will anyways become evident, that what you need, you will know what you need, what you don't need. Okay. So maybe, okay, it is better, Vivek, if you park this question also when I show you the demo, then probably in the front end, let's have a look whether this thing can be handled. But as far as I know, there is no standard checklist that is possible, because there could be so many use cases, right? I mean, I don't know whether.
But you're understanding my point, right? If something is missed in that initial discussions and initial thing, then, and we later discover when we are in the final stage that we forgot one capability.
If you have this data right for the capabilities, once you insert the data for the capabilities, if you have it right, there will be nothing missed anyways. You have a set of structured data that you should be inputting for the business capabilities, right? If you have that straight data right, without missing any column or anything, your I would say your analysis would not be a problem. I mean, see, for everything, like for applications, capabilities, IT components, you have to import the data in a structured format. Okay, so once you import the data for the capabilities in a structured format, you will definitely, have the complete metadata inside LeanIX, and you can, proceed. Let me show you. I'll open the SAP LeanIX instance. We'll take your questions first. Okay, let me see if there is something that we can have there. But most likely, I got your point actually, because if your analysis is wrong initially, then your entire thing will go wrong. That's what you're saying, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So let's see that. Okay. So let me open SAP LeanIX instance once. Let me show you how it looks, and just give me one moment. I'm logging in. Your question, yeah, that first one that you asked. Sure. So share screen. So this is the first screen of LeanIX. Okay, once you log in, this is what you see. Okay, you have the dashboards. You have some predefined dashboards, some user-defined dashboards. Nothing is there right now because there is no data. As I said, SAP is putting the data in. So this is just a demo instance given to me only. Okay. Now you have something called inventory. So in LeanIX, everything starts with one thing, which is called fact sheet. I will cover that in the theory, I think in the class, I believe it is there. But before I do that, let me show you so that you can relate once I do that. So a fact sheet is basically, you can say, as a name implies, it's a fact, it's a collection of facts. Fact is information, right? It's an information collection sheet. So you just go to LeanIX, you select a, so you click on new fact sheet. Let me show you. Now I give a fact sheet name as maybe say TCS test fact sheet. Okay. So you can have recommendations and all these things. We'll not take that, we'll continue without recommendation. Now it will ask for a fact sheet type, that what is this fact sheet for? Why is it used? What kind of data it will capture? What is the purpose of having this fact sheet? So you want to capture something, you can, if you want to capture application level data, you select application. If you want to select interface level data, you select interface. Let's go with application. Okay. So now you have to give the business owner name. Okay. So maybe I'll go with Vivek's question. I will select capability. Capability is what you asked, right, Vivek?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take capability. Okay. Create and open. So if you see, TCS fact sheet has created. Okay. So now you open this. I mean, it is anyways opened here. You can see here. I just did it. So 16% means it is 16% full. It doesn't have the complete information. So now your question was, is there a proper standard checklist that is available to collect all the relevant information which could be collected at the beginning, so that end of the day, there is no gaps, like there is nothing missing, so that our analysis goes on right. Is that the summary, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So there is no checklist as such, but what you have is all these fields. If you see name and description, you can edit, of course, you can put an alias, you can put a description, you can put an external reference ID, you can put a domain, if you have a domain, corporate, customer, product, services, you can define domains also. You can do all these things. Okay. So you can do that. Okay. I'll cancel this. Okay. So first is the
I am chipping here. So I have seen that SAP reference ID. So can you please explain what is that SAP? I mean, what is the meaning SAP reference ID?
So if you're connecting with any SAP, so basically if it is connected to any other SAP instances externally. So if you have any, say Signavio, okay. So suppose in Signavio you have a particular thing defined. Okay. Now you have to give a reference here, so that once you do any kind of alterations or moderate, any kind of changes, you have to keep in mind that there is a linked not dependency, I would say directly, but there is a linked reference to an external application. So whatever you do here must also be incorporated there. There is no direct integration with, there. I mean, if you do any changes, it won't be reflected there directly, but you have to have a reference that suppose you change something here, it would give you a reference that it is already linked to something, and you have to do the similar changes there as well. Okay. It's just for linking, basically, something like, if you, I mean, if I can give you an example, I'm not having anything top of my mind, but okay, let's take you can tell me in Signavio, you tell me what kind of domains you have. Give me one domain, I can probably relate and tell you. I mean, anybody?
For example, that Cloud ALM. So Cloud ALM, we have few test scenarios and everything are there. So yes. Then.
Yeah. So you have some unique identifier for that, of course, right? Because you have to identify it uniquely, right? So if you have a
project name in Cloud ALM, we can define as a
project name. Yeah, application lifecycle. Yeah, correct. So you can put the project name here, and when you are defining this fact sheet, it indicates that this capability is directly linked to that, and any decisions that you take on behalf of, or not on behalf of, in SAP LeanIX, okay, you have to refer back to that particular project ID in Signavio, or any external things for that matter. This is basically to let you know that there is a dependency with an external thing. That's it. This is just for your information that there is a dependency. If you want to link it, you can put a link. This is not mandatory as of now, but again, if there is something that you are importing data from, capability data from, say, ServiceNow, or maybe for any other external instances for that matter, you can put these references so that it is tied up in that way. But changing something here will not directly impact there. There is no direct integration. Note this point. Okay.
So just for example, for my case, if it is a cloud ALM, if I share the project name, so whatever changes I have done in the fact sheet, exactly that, for example, few part is in our cloud ALM. So what is the reference that we can change?
Yes, it is for reference. Yes. It's just to let you know that there is a interrelated, application elsewhere. Okay.
But the changing something here may impact, if suppose this data is being used by, let's say, another application, and you give it a reference ID here and you change it and you map it to another application which is using this data, and let's say you name it ABC123, and then you change it to XYZ456. Then the application which is referring LeanIX will not be able to fetch the data, right? Because they say that
while doing the integration, it will fail.
Okay.
While doing the integration, it will fail. Once the integration is over, you can change it. But it is always advisable that whatever you see, this is not a mandatory field, as you can see. Okay. But whatever you put it, you have to ensure that you maintain it and remember it. Because once you are putting in your reports, see, there is something on reports also. You can create reports here. So, oops, sorry, I think I clicked it. I'll go back to the fact sheet. But once you go to the report, you can make sure that you put this field so that comes as a reference for you. Okay, that is not a very important thing in this overall matter, to be honest. Okay. See, it would have been very important if it was a situation that the data would have resided in your SAP instances or any other instance for that matter, and you are directly fetching the data to create the reports or analysis here, but not locally storing the data in LeanIX. Okay, then any changes to that and other things would have impacted. But since you are already dumping the things here in the LeanIX format, so it is not that much of a concern. Is that clear? Hello?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah, okay. So now you have created a fact sheet. Okay. So now you go here, you edit the name description, as I just said, you give these details, you can save and click next. Now you provide the maturity level. Okay. So you can select the maturity level. So there are various levels that are, there. So you can see a small definition here, but there is a documentation also available. We'll be sharing that, in due course of time. Okay. So this, so this is the current maturity. This is the target maturity. So suppose your current maturity is level 1. Okay. Which is, you just read it. The processes are very largely, manual and inconsistent. Success often depends on individual heroics. So suppose there is a good resource working in the current, application. He's doing well. That's why it is surviving. Else it would have failed. Now, target maturity is resource independent. You want to make it the processes are just process automated and measured for success. Automated means it is or I think the 5 is the highest, right? Yeah, correct. Optimized. So basically, it is independent of anybody. You want to reach that kind of a level. Okay. And how much importance is this for you? How do you value this? Okay. So you take it as a innovation, you take it as a differentiation, or you take it as a commodity. It depends on you. So as I was telling you, see, the reason why I was going to the theory first is that unless you understand these things, you probably won't be able to select the right values. Correct? I mean, see, using this tool is very easy. These days, no tools are built for complicate situations or complicate build in a complicated manner. Everything is becoming so easy. Even AI has also become so easy. You just give a prompt, you'll get the output. You do not know what is the deep architecture that is behind that. What are the neural networks there? What kind of logic and what is the data processing, data retrieving mechanisms there? Okay, it's a very big structure behind. But in the front end, as a user, you are just so that's the reason why every common people are using AI these days, right? Same for these tools also. They should not make the tools so much complicated. It is very easy to use, but in fact, while using it, you should actually know what are the options that you have to give, what are the things that you have to select. That is why the theory is important. So if you have this commodity theory and differentiation, these differentiation and innovation, these are the three options that you have here. Okay, it depending on your criteria, you can select this. So I think, Vivek, going by your question, you are having these can be considered as a checklist, as in the steps gradually that if you should fill this properly, you can get your data right. Yeah, somebody was asking something.
No, my thing was more how do we remove one is it's purely human dependent, right? If people don't put in all the capabilities here, we may miss one thing. So I just want to check if is there something which is data driven, or is there
good question. Yeah, so basically you're very right that at this stage we are still at a human level, because it is the human who's taking the decisions as an EA. Okay, how do you clarify this? And as an EA, you will reach out to for a particular capability, you do not manage that, right? You have to go to your boss, or that particular person who's a business leader, or from the leadership team. You go there, ask him that what is the current maturity. For current maturity, you can get it from the project managers or the program managers. But what is the target maturity? You have to go to the leadership and ask them what kind of So you cannot have automated intervention here. This has to be human. If this is automated, there could be some problems. However, there are so many AI features that are being introduced in SAP LeanIX, which I probably will try to cover a bit, which is not a part of this, I think, curriculum, but I'll still check. But I can anyways cover it at the last, But those are mostly into a different thing, not decision making, because this is still human. Okay. But just try to understand, how do you want to automatically decide the target maturity for this? This has to be human, right?
No, my question was not about this current maturity and target maturity. My question was about listing the different capabilities in itself. Like, for example, you say you have a order fulfillment, you have your invoice matching, you have your invoice clearing process. So those are all capabilities, right? So in those capabilities, if we say, let's say we forget invoice matching, right? That's one of the critical capabilities if that is missed by the business folks, and then later we design a solution without that in mind, and later we get to know that this capability is not supported by our application, the application we have selected. Just giving an example, right?
Yeah, got it. See, as an EA, so I was telling you, right, the capabilities could be like, say, capabilities should be not be in the level of invoice matching and all, but let me correct you here. It can be level of, say, customer service, product development, procurement at a higher level. Okay. So in invoice matching is a transaction level, capabilities at a higher level. If you remember the slide which I was showing, after the strategic objective, the business capabilities were existing, right? Okay. So in this case, your management or your company's super bosses, who was managing this, let me go back to the slide. This place, this strategic objective, this is okay. Sorry, I think I have to use the highlighter. So strategic objective is something which your super bosses has already devised, and they have filled up a long-term plan, LTP, what we call it. Okay, there's a long-term plan for every company, LTP. Okay, so in the LTP, it is clearly defined what the objectives are. Okay, now to achieve those objectives, you need to measure what are the capabilities that you want and what you have. That list has to be vetted by this person who has designed the long-term planning.
Got it.
So it's a loop. So you cannot miss it. If it is missed, it means your boss has actually not informed. And how will you track that? Let me go back here. There is something called surveys. You reach out to your boss via survey. Okay, you can design a survey. I'll come to that. I'll come to these steps one by one. Just have a look first. Okay. So this is the, so yeah, so you select the maturity and other thing, target maturity and strategic importance. And then once you do this, I'm not saving anything, or let's do one thing. Let's save something. You want to reach from level 1 to level 5. Yeah.
Like similar to the earlier question, like who will be the stakeholder to decide what kind of strategic importance we need? Like how to decide on the commodity or differentiation or innovation? Because these decisions will matter, right?
Whoever designs the LTP, I think this, one second, this color is bit, yeah. So whoever designs the LTP, okay, your organization has a LTP, right? It has to have. Whoever is the person who has signed off the LTP is the person responsible for designing the strategic objectives.
So different defined stakeholders are there, right?
Sorry?
I mean, stakeholders are there for each selection we do in LeanIX, right? Like who will be deciding what?
No. Okay. Stakeholders are there in LeanIX for who will be deciding what means? I didn't get your question.
Means who will decide, like what is the target maturity? Who will decide what is the strategic importance we have to choose? These small decisions.
That is what I'm saying. See, forget the LeanIX screen for now. Forget this completely now. Go with the very first thing. You have your strategic objectives of your company defined. Who has defined this? It could be your CIO. Mostly it is the CIO because he is the Chief Information Officer. Okay. It could be your VP of IT also. Okay. Different organizations have the different terms. Okay. So it is so your CIO, and it could be your CIO staff also. Basically, it could be a team of, CIO has his own team who makes the strategic decisions. That is fine. On behalf of them, he can either sign, or there could be 2 to 3 people who can actually sign off the LTP. But whoever has designed this LTP is the person responsible for the strategic objectives. Because you cannot say that TCS will, by 2026 November, it will be an IT focused company. You cannot take that. I mean, you cannot say that, take the decision, right? You're an employee. You can wish that TCS become that, but you might not be in the right, or might not have the right authority to think like that. Okay. I mean, you have right to think like that, but you authority to implement that, basically. Yeah. So there is a person sitting on the top who takes the decision, and he signs off the LTP, long-term plan. He is a signature here. He is the, you guys have worked on agile processes, right? You know what is a product owner and other things, right? So you can see he's a business owner for this entire initiative. He's the sponsor, not the owner, I would say sponsor of the entire objective. Okay. So now, as an EA, because since EA encompasses all these tasks, as you see enterprise architecture here, okay. So as an EA, that is what I'm saying, you directly report to these people. You go and ask him, what is your current state? I mean, you don't have ask him the current state. Current state, you can ask the project managers or the program managers. Okay. But you have to go and ask him that what is your target maturity? Do you want a fully optimized system? Because see, whatever he says or whatever is there in the LTP has to be justified by logic. Okay. Suppose you are at system 1, level 1, and you expect you to be, the entire company to be optimized at level 5 within 2 months. It is practically not possible. With the employee count of, I think, 600,000 that you guys have, close to or whatever, plus minus. Yeah, you cannot achieve that level in 2 months. So it has to be either the second level 2 or level 3, at least in the first 5-6 months, and then gradually move ahead. So these decisions he has to take, and he has to tell you. Okay, you as an EA, you captured this. There is no automated way of doing it. It is absolutely human. And how you get the current maturity, you can get it from your, project managers and your program managers, delivery managers, etc. Okay. So once you do this, is there any kind of a questions here? Because this is very important, guys. You have to understand that who are your right stakeholders. Your reporting stakeholder, reporting person is your CXO, CIO, or probably, or VP IT or something like that. But you're still working with the project managers at the ground level to get the current maturity, many other things. I'll come to that one by one. Is there any questions? Okay, this is clear. So strategic importance. So how do you, what is the strategic importance for this initiative? Is it for innovation? Is it for differentiation, or is it for commodity? Okay, so you can define that. So once you have done that, let me define that. Let's see. I don't think it will be charged to them. So let me save this. You can give a description to the maturity also. Like, you can say that align with the long-term planning. Okay. So save this. So this gives you a maturity. Okay. Now AI potential assessment. This is a new feature that is added. So you can have a AI. So does your capability also has a AI potential? Okay. So you can select that there is no potential for LLM in this capability at this time. Okay. Evaluate how LLM can help to streamline the process. Consider how LLM can improve interaction with the users. So basically, suppose this capability needs directly interacting with the users or somebody, so can you create an assist program? Can you create a chatbot or something? All these things are present here. Now, potential transformation, this is the highest level basically. So you can select. So let's select something moderate. Okay, 2, then save. Okay, life cycle. So this is, we were discussing something about end of life and other things, right? So see, all these things are there in the slide. I didn't cover it because I just wanted to show you here, but these will be anyways covered. So life cycle, as the name suggests, what is the life cycle of this particular capability? You have the phases here. Okay, so if it is plan, is it a part of our capability roadmap? Phase in means, are there any defined, the needs are there in the defined phase. Active means must be supported. Phase out means plan to be phased out very soon. It's a capability that we are probably already using it for a long time, or you have introduced it temporarily and we are going to phase it out after some time. And end of life. I don't think any question should be there in your mind with this, because these are very easy to understand. Yeah. So now once you define this, I'll probably leave it, because anyways I have to fill up the dates, so I'll leave it. But you can do this. You go to Relations Explorer. So here, I think no relations has been defined because we didn't relate it there. But successors. So successors and predecessors. So what are successors? So let me add some successor. Okay. So if there is, okay, suppose before you do this capability, there is another capability, say, I think some default was created, test FS cap. Okay, let's take this. Let's see whether it appears here. Yeah, test FS cap. Okay, we'll select this. This is a successor capability for this. Okay, active from and to, it is not by coming by default, because probably in this test FS capability, this the dates are not defined, like we didn't define it here, right? Life cycle, it is not defined here. So if this was defined, it probably would have come here, and you can give a description. It's a successor capability. Now save this. Now the next comes the predecessor capability. So successor is basically the one that will be succeeding this capability, and you can have this capability also. Maybe, okay, I don't have any other capability.
Sorry, I have a one question. So successor means, in example, for example, any of the product lifecycle example, how we can define as a successor? I mean, who is the successor, or when?
Yes. I will tell you. So suppose you have capabilities like procurement and product development. Okay. Okay. So do you think that product can be developed without procurement done?
No.
Yes. So basically, the capability for procurement has to exist before the product development capability is there. Okay.
Okay.
And so in this case, the predecessor for product development capability is procurement. And the successor for product development capability is customer service. Because anyways, once you're developing the product, you will pass it to the customers, right?
Yeah.
Correct. So if I say, let me open a notepad. So successor, current capability. Oops, sorry, I think it's my spelling mistake.
Yeah, that's fine. Now we can understand it.
Yeah.
Even.
So yeah. So it is product development. Okay. So before that, you have the predecessor capability of procurement, and you have a successor capability of customer service. Is it clear now?
Yeah. This
is the cycle basically. Okay.
Okay.
So now again, it depends case to case. Not every capability must have a predecessor or a successor. Okay. It depends on the capability that you're trying to build. So that's why if you see, these fields are optional. Where is it? Yeah. So this is optional field. These are not mandatory fields. Okay. Is it clear? Successor, predecessor?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, fact sheets might have parents also. There's a parent fact sheet, as in, if I can give an example, you have a capability of, okay, so you can have a child capability spawning out of a parent capability. Okay, which essentially means that a child capability can only exist when there is a parent capability defined. So parent capability defined is that, so every say for the AI native program, AI focused program initiative for the company. Okay. Now, if I tell you that the capability is that you define a capability that every human resource in the organization should be certified with any certification, generative AI leader certification from Google, something like that, AWS certification or something from AWS certified AI professional. Okay, so or maybe any for that matter, anything, any certification, AI certification is mandatory. Okay, that is a capability that you have defined, that your 30% of your staff will be, in your long-term plan, it is mandatory 30% of your staff will be certified with AI capability before 31st of December 2026. Okay. Now, once you put that in your long-term plan, when you design a fact sheet for this capability to achieve, before that there's a parent capability that your company must have ongoing license with AWS, or partnership with AWS or Google to give these certifications for free. Because if you do not have that, not many people will be able to do this. Just for the sake of company, because these certifications are costly. It will cost you some $100-$200, whatever. Okay. So once you're planning like that, there has to be a parent that is defined already, and the parent will exist till the time the child will exist till the time the parent is there. Once you remove the parent, the child will die, capability will die. This is just a very layman example, I would say. Probably we can think of more. Maybe I can think over and come. But again, as I said, these are the metadata that you are capturing for a particular initiative that is mentioned in your long-term planning. There are many others. You can have a children. Children is just likewise the opposite of what is it. Yeah, you have the demand management. You can, this is actually important. This is, if you see, every capability should be linked to an application. What is the application that supports this capability? What are the primary or the key applications that provides this kind of a capability? So this is important. Suppose I was talking about a capability of customer service, okay, or maybe product development, okay. So product development you are doing as a capability. Now, what if this product development is, what are the applications that supports this product development? So for a product to be developed, first you have to have your application instances for your SAP. You have to have a platform. You have to have a coding platform. If you use any other technical code like Python or something, you need to have a VS Code application. You need to have anti-gravity or any other application that you use, or and then for deployment you have to use your GitHub and other applications. So these are the related applications to this particular capability. Okay, you have to define all of them here. So when I say defining all of them here, you don't have to write them here, because there is a fact sheet already for, if I don't know, I have saved it, right? Yeah, I can come back here again. I'll show you. There's a fact sheet for applications also. If you go here, application. So there is an application fact sheet also. So you have to define these applications, and probably the best way is to associate it with the business capability. Okay, I'll show you all of these things. Basically, I think we are too early to come to this, screen. But once you have these applications defined, all it needs is that while you design the capability, you have to just, which one was it? Test capability, this one. Yeah, you can just associate that applications from here. So I think there is one, I think A is application. There is already some test FS created. So let me associate this. I'll show you. Suppose this A is for test FS is for GitHub or something. Yeah. So let's see, you see that it will come here. You just select it. Okay. And active from and until, as I think they didn't define it, else this would have probably come. And support type, it supports or it is leading. So these definitions anyways will be covered in the theory. So that's what I was saying, unless you don't know this theory, you won't be able to select the right options. Okay, you will have all these things in the theory. So functional fit, whether it is unreasonable, insufficient, appropriate, or perfect. Okay, this is kind of self-explanatory that you can understand which one do you select. So let's make it perfect. Okay, and you can put a short description. You can put a
question from my side. So in this, for any capability, like suppose for example, any capability would require multiple applications, like say MS Office and SAP. So do we put that both here as related applications?
Yes, you can add applications, of course. Yes. One capability. Yeah, you can. You can, yeah. So total cost of ownership, suppose it is $1,000, just for example. Okay, you save it. Okay. So now initiatives, you go to, there are few more fields also. Why I not seeing that? I think this is not the complete demo instance. There are other fields also that gets captured in the actual live thing. But anyways, we'll go with this as of now. So initiative. So is there any? So initiative basically is another fact sheet that you have here. If you go to inventory, you have. Why I can see only remove all filters. Okay. You see the initiative flag sheets also. See, all these things I have not covered it yet in the theory. That's why probably you're having a lot of questions. So you have business, you know about business capability, you know about application, but you have not seen all these things. That's why once I complete the theory here, you'll be able to know. But just wanted to show you that how it looks like, because I think since somebody was saying that he wants to see, and that will probably suffice the purpose, but it is not actually. You need to know this. That's the reason why I was refraining myself from showing you the screen. But again, it's okay, like to show you in bits and pieces. So initiatives, you have to define the if your fact sheet is defined for initiative, you associate that here and you save it. Okay. So now business context. Okay, what are the business contexts that you want to associate with it? What are the objectives for it? What are the platforms supported? You can add all these things here. Okay, so And when I say all these things, context, objective, and platform, if you see here, business context, platform is not there, right? Business context is a fact sheet. Platform, I don't think it is there. Yeah, platform is not there. Platform, probably you have to write it there. Yeah. So, but you can anyways fill up as per your, these are optional fields anyways, these are not too much needed. And now once this is a fact sheet of like the fact sheet tab of this fact sheet. Now you go to subscription. Okay. You can add a person's name, who's probably so basically if I type my name, or maybe if I think, you actually have to type the name of the person. I think SAP BTP35 is the ID that I've used to log in. So you can put that, person's name. It's not that you have to put your own ID. Basically, there has to be defined personas. First, you have to create it. So for any application, as you know, you have to create a user, right? You have to know who the users are. So your boss, your CIO, your project managers, everybody's ID should be here. Okay, so that's the very first part of LeanIX, that you have to start assigning the, add the personas, create the roles. So once that is created, so I am just using this one for example, and you can, is it an observer or a responsible person? I mean, basically person responsible for it or an observer, you can choose the role, comment, and then click on save. Okay, this is how you do the subscriptions. You can put a comment here. Comment is basically for audit trail. So you can put, tested, something like that. You put it here, so it will come as a audit trail here. So you know that who has updated the fact sheets and provided their comments here. Recommendations. You have the recommendations. Probably you can write a recommendation to maintain a high, as I said, you help to maintain a high quality portfolio data by filling these attributes. These are not needed anyways. If you start filling all these things, probably your case will get diluted because there are so many things that needs to be done in this application. To-dos, if you want to add an action item or a question, you can put a to-do. You have the resources here where you add a resource like a logical diagram or any kind of artifact that you want to associate with this fact sheet. If you want to do transformations, somebody was asking me about the transformations. I think it was Anshika, right? I think you were asking, or somebody was saying, I don't remember, but yeah, you can do transformations from here. You have the matrix here. You have the surveys. Surveys is basically you can design your own survey, because not every time, suppose your CIO sits in US and you are in India. So for every questions, you don't have to assign have a meeting with him or go and meet him personally. You can assign a survey. You can create a survey and create a first maybe. So you can put a survey saying that put a name, test survey. Yeah, next. And you can ask a question. So you can add a fact sheet element. You can put a text input here. You can ask a question that what's your plan for reimbursing the certification cost as per LTP. Okay. Because I was just saying that you need to get certified, right? So is that the aim? You can put a question here. You can put a radio options also. All these things are there available. I'll just delete this for now. So you go next and your survey will be saved. This is your survey, how it looks like, and it will go to your boss. I mean, whoever you are assigning. You can put a subject or email invitation. So there are a lot of things that you can do. You can test a survey here, start test run. And okay, because I didn't give any email ID or didn't fill up these fields, but if once you are done with this, you can do go live. So this is the usage of the tool. I think let's not dilute the discussions here. This is how you use it. Did it give you a bit of idea that what exactly how it looks like, and what kind of data that you guys need to put in, and did it actually show you the depth of this tool, that what level of data is getting captured? Please confirm yes or no, and provide your feedback also.
Yeah, it was good. I think we got an idea of how this tool looks and
tool looks.
how it
Yes,
works,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Okay, so this was the 7 use cases that we say that we can solve with enterprise architecture. However, this is not a limited list. These are the main objectives of enterprise architecture. Okay, so I hope there is no questions as yet from you guys. If yes, please stop me and ask. But this should be very clear, right? The application rationalization, obsolescence risk management, application modernization, ERP transformation, and business capability mapping. These 5 are very important. However, post-merger IT integration and IT sustainability, they're still okay, but I think these 5 are most important. Okay. So I'm proceeding towards the next slide, which says the benefits. Okay. So before we list the specific benefits, this slides makes an important framing point about how enterprise architecture has, architecture itself has changed. Okay, and I want to stay on it because it shapes how you should actually think about your own role. Okay, the slide's point is that the enterprise architecture had to redefine itself for the digital era. So once, say, before 20 years, from now, enterprise architect was a largely theoretical back office discipline, and that has moved out of the back room to deliver some tangible applied benefits to the enterprise. Okay, and that sentence captures a genuine, fairly recent transformation, and it's worth understanding why. Okay, so in the old world, as I was saying, 20 years back, enterprise architecture has a lot of a reputation problem. It was seen as a team that produced enormous, beautiful theoretical models in tools which nobody else could open, and documents were out of date, and that really didn't really connect to the decisions that the business was made. So architects were sometimes called sitting at ivory tower. It's a very common term for enterprise architects. People normally have a notion that enterprise architect sits on an ivory tower, which is like technically brilliant but practically disconnected. So I've met plenty of people who still carry that impression of EA. And one big part of your job is actually proving them wrong. Okay, so that is very important. Now, the digital era killed that model. One simple reason: the pace of change got too fast for static documentation. When your landscape is changing constantly, you have cloud, SaaS, continuous delivery, AI. In a model 6 months old is now useless. So things have evolved so fast that EA has to become a live, connected, and decision-focused role. Okay, so a LeanIX, a tool like LeanIX, is basically a collaborative tool which helps the EAs for this purpose. Okay, and so as we go through the specific benefits in the next slide, just hold this in mind that every one of them is about EA being applied as a tangible and not theoretical. EA being applied and tangible, not theoretical actually. Let's look at the next few slides. Okay, what are the benefits of EA? So the main benefits of enterprise architecture, first point is the ability to, as you can see, the ability to grasp and store, structure, and analyze a variety of sources of information to solve unplanned, foreseeable problems in the enterprise landscapes. Okay, so read that carefully. It is describing the core function like a tool. So core function of a tool like LeanIX, which grasp, store, structure, and analyze. So let me take a pointer here, or a highlighter. Yeah. Store, structure, analyze. Okay, so all these are capabilities of the tool which LeanIX has. Okay, this is exactly why a well run workspace with your once you design a well run workspace with your architecture data, this is how the benefit you will get. You will be able to store, structure, analyze variety of sources of information. I was showing you about something about fact sheets, right? So we will still show you something in the screen. However, you need to know that before you do that, you have to keep in mind what exactly you want to see there in the workspace. Okay, so because it is up to the enterprise architect who would have a plan to get a specific set of data in those fact sheets and design their enterprise architecture workspace in such a way that it helps them at their work. There is no standard way or standard pattern of developing a workspace. You can do it in your own way. However, there are some, I would say, standard practices which you can adapt, which I will anyways discuss. So now I would say you could see this phrase, right? Unplanned or foreseeable problems. Okay, it is a I would say a lovely phrase because it captures both the modes. The foreseeable means the end of life date that you can see. So you remember we saw something called end of life date that we were applying in a fact sheet. Okay, the end of life date indicates that you can see that something is, you can foresee basically that something is upcoming or is coming, date is coming up where the support will be ended or the life will be ended for that particular application or capability. So you can plan that thing. Okay, and unplanned, this word unplanned, as you see here, this means a sudden security vulnerability comes in where you need answers immediately. Okay, so a good architecture repository, it handles both. So this is the first point, the very first point. These are the benefits. Okay, so just remember. Now the second point. Okay, so second benefit is an awareness of the industry relevant technologies plus the competence to demonstrate. Okay, in clear terms, how a proposed service would impact a company. There are two halves here. The awareness half is about staying current, knowing that what technologies exist and matter, which is where the reference catalog and standards help in SAP LeanIX. The demonstrate part in clear terms is the other half, which is the consulting skill. It takes care of a proposed change, articulating its business impact very clearly to the enterprise architect. Okay, that's exactly the impact analysis capability we discussed, and it's a skill as much as it is a tool feature. Okay, so you have to keep these things in mind, that these are the benefits that you get. The third benefit that you normally get is the influence to implement the enterprise-wide agile methodologies, because as you know, IT operates in agile. Waterfall models are too way too time consuming for IT work, and normally agile method is preferred. Okay, so by the way, you guys are aware of agile methodologies, right? Can you just confirm this?
Yes.
You all know, right? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so basically in agile methodology we have we normally go for accelerated product deployments and connect siloed organizational groups together. Okay, so that phrase that jumps out is connected siloed groups. Okay, you see the word here, connected siloed groups. Okay, so silos are basically the natural enemy for every organization, every large organization, that teams do not talk. They do not know what each other is doing. They duplicate the work. They optimize things locally and harm at the whole. Okay, because nobody is clear on what people are doing. So a shared architecture and a shared language is the most effective way to break silos, because suddenly everybody is looking at the same picture and speaking the same terms. There is no question of silos. So this is the third benefit that we get. Let's take the last two benefits. The final two benefits, the fourth benefit is a clear survey of the enterprise architecture that lets you extend data-driven findings to the business leaders in order to prioritize investments and transformation strategies. Okay, so what if your boss or your boss's boss, maybe a super boss, comes to you and tell you that what is the entire landscape of your application that you're working on? Okay, so you might be very good at your own landscape, what you're working at, or own application, what you're working at, but probably you might not have the idea of the complete landscape. Okay, how do you get everything, in your control, or have the complete blueprint or the complete picture? For that, you need to have a tool that captures everything, the entire IT landscape, including application landscape, capabilities, IT components, everything together at a single place. Okay, so you need such a tool, okay, where you can actually, so once this situation appears that you're being asked to do that, so you can do some data-driven findings, which you can actually present to the business leaders. You can see the term data-driven findings. Yeah, you cannot simply, you should not blindly say that, okay, my application is doing this, but that XX person's application is doing this, without even knowing what his application is doing. You have a data to back it up, and you use the data-driven findings to present it to your business leaders. So this is a complete antidote to the ivory tower problem, which you were just telling. So basically, nobody is sitting at an ivory tower. On the ground what exactly it is, is happening. So the old style architecture made recommendations, based on architect's opinion and intuition are now no more. Okay. The modern tool supported architecture makes recommendations backed by data. So you have data behind, and you can clearly say that here are the 40 applications with poor technical fit and high cost, and there's a obsolescence exposure, and hence there is some redundancy. So you can speak in these terms. You have this data in your hand. You can build your custom reports. So whenever your boss or your super boss comes and asks you something, or in a forum or in a meeting and you have to present something, you can simply open SAP LeanIX by your side, just run a small report. You'll get the complete picture. Okay, that is the benefit of using this kind of a tool. But again, as I said, for using the tool, you need to have the data right, and you need to have your design right. You need to know the tool very well and its capabilities. Then only you will be able to use it. Okay, so when you're in a leadership meeting, with your SMEs or your SMTs, senior team members, so you can go to that meeting with an evidence instead of opinion. You have an evidence, data-driven evidence, and instead of opinion, you can provide them some data-backed suggestions. You can influence the changes completely with your data-driven decisions. Okay, and the notice and notice the purpose basically. So you prioritize investments and transformation. That's the whole game, helping leaders to put money where it matters the most. So people will have a clarity that where their investments are going and why they are doing that. So so this is something. This is one more advantage, I would say, the benefit that you realize. And the fifth benefit, I'll quickly cover this. It's beautifully put on the slide. So it says that standardized processes help enterprises not only to change for the better, but become better at change itself. Okay, so if you just sit with that for a second, you will understand that the deepest idea is on the slide. There are two levels practically. The first one is changing for the better and making good individual decisions, retiring the right application, choosing the right technology. And second is becoming better at the change itself. So building an organization muscle, repeatable capability, so that in the next change and the one after that, it is faster, it is safer. Okay, so the second level is what separates the organizations that thrive in the turbulent market, because these days markets are pretty volatile. Some company or some organization which is there might not be there after 2 to 3 years. So it might not, if it doesn't adopt or how organizations evaporate. If the focus of the organizations change, the sentiments of the customer, it doesn't get aligned with the sentiments of the customer. then there is no need of that organization practically. That is how organizations who do not change itself with the evolving IT landscape, they do not survive. Okay, so some organizations that thrives in this turbulent market is the one that understands this second level pretty well. Okay, so enterprise architecture, if it is done well, it builds that muscle to make them thrive through that situation. Okay, so now we have got all the 5 benefits, and here is the through line. Basically, the EA turns the information into insight into evidence-based decisions, and evidence-based decisions into an organization that adapts very well over time. Okay, so information, insight, decisions, and adaptability, these are the primary benefits that you get from an EA. And now once you have understood this, we can move to the next slide, which talks about the major frameworks that we have. Okay, but I would still make a pause here because we discussed something very deep, and I just want to understand, do you have any questions here on this slide? Did you understand the intent and the benefit of enterprise architecture? Okay, yes. I take it as yes. Okay, so then I'll move to the next one, which is framework and methodologies. Okay, so you have a lot of framework for enterprise architecture that is available. Out of this, first is the Archimate. So Archimate is actually not a framework. It is a modeling language, that is used to visualize and describe enterprise architecture across business process, across business application and technology layers. Okay, so Archimate is, I think, is also a product of the Open Group. And you have the Zachman framework. Zachman framework is a structured enterprise architecture framework that organizes, business and IT perspectives through a matrix of viewpoints. So Zachman standard is a standard. I mean, it's a framework as a standard that is followed by some organizations. However, the most popular one is TOGAF. Okay, the Open Group Architecture Framework. It is a widely adopted enterprise architecture methodology that uses ADM, architecture diagramming method, to process the design, to process the design, implement, and govern architecture. Okay. So TOGAF is something that you guys should, focus on a long term, that you need to get TOGAF certified. I'll tell you the benefits of TOGAF certified. I got TOGAF certified in 2019. Okay. Before that, even I was working as an enterprise architect, but I was working in a way that I was simply following some rules. I was following some tools because I was still using LeanIX that time. It was not taken over by SAP those days. I was using Mega and BizDesign also. I was following the tools, the screens, the instructions that were, the best use cases and best instructions that was given for those tools to be used. But once I started studying for TOGAF, certification is different. Certification, it's one of the world's, I would say CISSP and TOGAF are one of the most difficult exams in the world at this moment. So there are other also in cybersecurity, but still CISSP and TOGAF is considered to be the world's leading difficult certifications. Okay, so I'm not talking about the certification per se. I mean, that is up to you if you want to give. I think TOGAF would cost you around $500 or $600, but normally companies reimburse that. But the point is, once you start learning for TOGAF certification, you will actually read the TOGAF handbook, and once you read that, your world will change. You will know all that you had been doing for last few years as an enterprise architect was actually not the right way. There are far more better things to be done, and you can actually leverage your skills to the highest level once you go through that. So I would obviously recommend each one of you to definitely go to the TOGAF documentation, TOGAF handbook. I think you can register in the TOGAF site and download it for free, which is a non-distributable copy. but just check it out, okay? Because even I don't remember. I'm a member of TOGAF anyways, so I get those for free. But if you can get that for free, that is fine. If not, try to see if you can get some dumps over the internet and get the TOGAF handbook downloaded. But there is an online documentation, I believe, available these days. You can look for that as well. I think that should be free. So once you go through that, you will actually know how to approach correctly for a problem and how to eventually solve that problem. Okay, so when I say solve that problem, I'm not talking about a solution architect kind of a thing. It is an architectural problem that I'm talking about. And how do you handle that case? If you have a proper use case, how do you handle that case? And what is the best possible solution out of that? Okay, so it will give you options. It will show you the approaches. It's up to you which approach you want to take, but it will actually open your eyes. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much time on TOGAF. I leave it to you. Please go through that. But a genuine request for all of you, please try to get, if not certified, at least read the documentation in TOGAF. Okay, and LeanIX is based on TOGAF. Okay, TOGAF methodologies. You have FEAF standard or a framework, which is the Federal Enterprise Architecture Framework. This is not used at a lot of places. However, it does the same thing. It's like a collaborative architecture framework that aligns business data applications and technology across large organizations. See, the purpose of all these frameworks is almost more or less same. Okay, there is not too much of difference. Maybe the way you approach towards enterprise architecture could be different. However, I would still say, at the bottom, the concepts are still the same. And there is another framework, which is not a proper framework, I would say, but it is still being considered as a framework these days, because Gartner, I hope you guys have you guys heard of Gartner? Can you just unmute and say that you know about Gartner?
Yes, we have heard of that.
Yeah, you know about Gartner, right? So Gartner is a company that does several market researches in IT and innovations, and they have set some standards on their own that, which tool or which application or what are the best practices that is available for a particular, IT, maybe, for a particular IT work. Maybe it could be architecture, it could be cybersecurity, it could be anything. Okay, you can go to the Gartner website, you can get yourself registered. There is a free account that you can create with your Office ID. However, if you want to get the paid subscription, they are extremely costly, I would say. I'm fortunately, I got it from my company, and once you get into that, you get discounted rates and free seminars, webinars, which you can attend all over the globe that they do, and they are really good. You have a lot of connections that you can actually, get by the Gartner paid membership. And if your company, allows you to get that, normally it is extremely costly, so you would probably need a support from your office to, reimburse that fees. If you can get that, you would be able to attend those seminars, conferences where they actually talk about enterprise architecture and any other, innovations in the IT space that is happening. Okay, and you have the webinars also. The paid webinars comes out free in the free paid account. So all these things are there. You can just browse and go through them. Yeah. So a Gartner Enterprise Architecture Framework is a business outcome driven approach that focuses on aligning enterprise architecture initiatives with strategic and value creation. Okay. So now if you go to the Gartner website, if you search for Gartner standard for enterprise architecture tools, you will get I believe you need to log into Gartner to get that data. But once you do that, you will get something called Gartner's Magic Quadrant. Remember this word, Magic Quadrant. So Gartner gives you a quadrant, basically, as you know, intersection of two lines, and where you have the, high, low, low, high, and high, high. Okay, this type of, kind of a quadrant. So SAP LeanIX stands at the highest point, which, in terms of adaptability, user friendliness, everything. So it's one of the best rated enterprise architecture tools as per Gartner, and that's for a reason also. Once you start using it, you will know But again, to know why is it best, you have to probably use another tool with which you can differentiate, maybe ServiceNow APM or, Biz Design, Orbus, Sparks, something like that. They are all in the top list, but the highest level is SAP LeanIX. So what you're learning now is one of the best tools in the market. Know that. So yeah, so I'll move from this slide. If there are no questions, let me know. Just a request, sincere request. Please go through the TOGAF documentation after this training, and maybe register yourself with Gartner as well. They provide really good seminars and webinars, even for the free account as well sometimes. Yeah, and you can attend them. You'll get to know a lot. You get to connect with a lot of people. You get to know a lot, and sometimes moving out from your regular day-to-day job, these things will matter a lot, because now you are aiming at something where you will be, as I was saying, the CXOs will be directly asking questions to you. So you'll be reporting in a way to them. So that is what the work of an enterprise architect is. So think like that and try to move out from your technical or functional area a bit and look into these things as well. That how do you want to grow yourself? Okay, so I'll move to the next one. The next 3 slides primarily talks about SAP LeanIX consultant roles and responsibilities, SAP LeanIX architect roles and responsibilities, and SAP LeanIX project manager roles and responsibilities. Okay, so it lists down all these roles and responsibilities. So once you are designated as a SAP LeanIX consultant, your focus should be to deliver the SAP LeanIX use cases. Okay, so when I say use cases, if you remember, we were discussing that it could be application portfolio management, application portfolio rationalization, S/4HANA transformation, not only S/4HANA, any transformation for that matter. Yeah, integrate with SAP tools and enable business and IT users. Okay, so this slide actually groups the responsibilities under implementation and enablement. And the first is foundational. Basically, you gather requirements, translate them into LeanIX configuration. When I say translate, it is the it is the main essence of the consulting craft that you guys will acquire or you will do. A business stakeholder tells you what they need in a business language. That I want to see which of our applications are at risk. Okay, that's the term the business person will say. Now you translate that into a concrete platform configuration. Which type of fact sheets, which fields, which reports, which lifecycle settings you need to refer, you should be knowing it. Okay, so being good at translation is what makes you a good consultant. Okay. The second responsibility would be configuring workspaces. This is the core build work, what you actually build. And these are the terms that will come to you intimately. I would say workspace is your LeanIX environment. Fact sheets are the individual records, an application, and technology capability. I was showing about a capability fact sheet, right? So that's the unit of, I would say, LeanIX. Basically, the very first thing that you need to develop in a LeanIX portal. Now, reports are the visual outputs. I was showing you a tab of reports also. Let me do one thing while I talk. Let me see if I have the LeanIX session opened. Okay, so if you see here, so you have the inventory, reports, diagrams, everything here. Okay, so now it depends on how you want to prepare the dashboards. Okay, so as I was saying, the data is not here yet. The data will be there hopefully by Monday. So once it is there, we can create a dashboard. I think the module 2 talks about hands-on completely, how do you develop a fact sheet and a dashboard. We'll be doing that together. By that time, you guys will also have your access and you can log in and we'll do it together. Okay, from the next class. And just wanted to show you here, if I come back here. Okay, so the basic reports you can create from here. It is fairly easy once you have the data inside. you have an option to create a report. You can select fields. I'm pretty sure you guys have done, you guys have anyways used a lot of reporting tools, in your life. So this is very straightforward and simple. So you click on a new report, you select the field that you want to see in the report, drag and drop, and it will be there. Okay, so you have landscape report, portfolio report, roadmap, metrics report. You have to choose the type of report that you want, and then proceed. Okay, so once the report is generated, you get a visualization, and the data. I mean, it depends the type you want to see the data. You want to see it as a kind of a chart kind of a thing, or you want it straight away as text in kind of a tabular format. It's up to you. Okay, so you can create these things in the report. So from next class, it will be very interesting where you'll actually do it hands-on. So now, coming back to the role of a consultant once again. To remember, we are talking about a SAP LeanIX consultant, not an architect as of now. Okay, architect is the next slide. So consultant has a specific role. So when I say this, just remember that SAP LeanIX roles as a consultant, architect, and project manager, they are very much working closely. There is very less distinction. Having said that, a consultant should also know what an architect does, but he should stick to his own role in a way, just to maintain the segregation of duties, SOD matrix. However, knowing the roles of consultant, architect, and project manager is very much important for each one of you, and you can select your roles accordingly. What you want to be, how you want to use LeanIX. You want to see, you can use LeanIX as being an admin. You can just be an admin where you create the administration, you maintain the servers, you maintain the, create the users, you provide accesses. You can do that role. That is the admin role, which is not listed here. That is probably not the intent of having LeanIX also, because you guys are technical folks and functional folks. You should be using it as a consultant or as an architect or as a project manager. Okay, that's the reason why we have listed these three roles here. But you can still be an admin, and at times you need to know some kind of administration roles also, which I'll also cover in my training. Okay, so another thing I would say as a consultant you have to do is to support the data import and cleanup of the applications and technologies. So this is something which you have to do. Okay, so I want to flag this one very heavily. Trust me, because it is the least glamorous work, but it is the most important work. Somebody, was saying that, they have done a complete S4 HANA transformation. And the only question that I asked was data loading one of the difficult parts? And the answer was yes. And data loading, trust me, it is always difficult. Okay, it is, as I said, it's the least glamorous work. It is a very boring and monotonous work, but you have to understand that if you do not have the data right, you won't be able to do anything in it. Okay, so we talked about garbage in, garbage out. Well, that is the role that prevents the garbage getting into the system. Getting a clean, accurate, current data into your workspace is often the hardest part of the whole program, but it lands squarely on the consultant. Let's see, how will you do this job, basically, loading the data. We'll show you that. Okay, now a consultant has few more responsibilities also. Okay, and they have a round out, I would say, basically so they basically have a delivery and people role also in a way. So setting up simple integrations with your SAP tools, because I believe all of you are working with SAP tools in this audience. So if you see, this slide actually names two tools, which is Signavio and Calm. Okay, so which is the cloud ALM and application lifecycle. So application lifecycle management. Okay, so Signavio has a direct integration with SAP LeanIX. Okay. So, and as you know, ALM is a SAP's platform that is used for managing and implementing and operating the SAP solutions. Okay, so it is especially central to S4 HANA projects, and connecting LeanIX to these tools means your architecture data isn't an island. It is wired into broader SAP ecosystem. Note the word simple. Though the consultant handles the standard support and integration, it is not a simple integration, but again, the work could be a bit difficult, but if you design it right, it actually becomes very simple. As I said, the integrations are already built with Signavio, Colibra, and I think ServiceNow API, ServiceNow CMDB. They're all integrated. And I would say the final responsibility of a consultant is to train the end users and provide basic supports during the rollout. This is an enablement half of the role, I would say, which is coming through. A LeanIX program lives or dies on adoption if people don't use the workspace. A LeanIX program that you are getting trained here, you have paid to the training company to train you. So all this will go in waste if you do not use it. The adoption is a key thing. So if people do not use the workspace and keep their fact sheets updated, the whole thing gets wasted. Okay. So the consultant doesn't only just build and walk away. They bring the users along, they run the training, they answer the early questions, they nurse the platform through that fragile early adoption phase. Now to step back and picture the consultant, a person who's technically capable enough to configure the platform, business literate enough to translate the requirements, who's diligent enough to wrangle the messy data, and personable enough to train and support real users. That is your role. So you have to decide what kind of role you will choose. Okay, it's a genuinely well-rounded role for many people, and that's the ideal entry point into the LeanIX world. You touch every part of the platform, and now let's see how you differ from the role of an architect who operates at a different altitude in the next slide. So do you guys have any questions here? Because I'm covering theories because just to make sure that you are clear on the roles that you are going to play. Not everybody is going to be an architect of LeanIX because your project might not need that. You probably need to switch yourself as a consultant as well as a project manager. So you need to know the differences pretty well. As I said, it is very closely knit thing. However, there are differences. So is there any questions in the consultant role, guys?
Yeah, one question. Regarding the integration with Signavio and Calm, what exactly, can you give an example? Like Signavio, you're talking about the BPMN which you build that you import, is it, to make it easier?
So to make it easier, as I was saying, SAP LeanIX needs some data, right? I mean, it's a tool. Without data, it is nothing. See, I tell you here, this is the tool. This is the access that I have. But is it usable? No. Why? Because there is no data. Okay, we have to load the data here. So how can you load the data? You can integrate with some systems. You can use an Excel import. You can manually create fact sheets. So suppose I was showing you the fact sheets, right? So if I go and start creating fact sheets, if I go to the inventory, you'll have the fact sheets list, right? So you have objective fact sheet, platform, initiative, capability, organization, application, all these things. So suppose we are a group of, I think 20 odd people, we take up a responsibility of doing 10 fact sheets per day. So 20 into 10, 200 fact sheets will be there, as in 200 rows of data will be there. Okay. Now we do it for 10 days, we get it, 2000 rows of data. That is a way of loading the fact sheets. Okay. But is it the right way? No. Because you can use Excel import. You can also integrate with your actual systems where you can get that data directly into SAP LeanIX, So you remember we talked about something called a reference ID. I think somebody asked which one I created. I think FS capability I created, right? Yeah. So that is where it matters. I think in the first thing we had it, reference ID. So yes. So this is where it will matter, This will basically, sometimes it gets auto-populated also once you do an integration. So whatever ID, the project ID or any reference ID that you have for that data, that will automatically get basically come in here. But do not focus on the reference ID term as of now. What I'm saying is, so you have several mechanisms of getting data into LeanIX. So when I say integrations with Signavio, it means the entire Signavio data will be available in LeanIX for analysis, for making enterprise level decisions.
So my question is, in Signavio, there is two, right? BPMN and process intelligence and process insights. So we are talking about that BPMN part where you map your business a process to an application ID and all that. So that you want to import into this, right? Is that what you're saying?
See, so once the integration, it means it is getting integrated with your application. It is up to you what data you want to bring in.
Okay.
It is up to you what data you want to bring in. Suppose you want to do your office or your company doesn't want to say you have suppose 3 types of data in Signavio. Okay, one A, B, and C. Okay, it is your choice. You want to bring A, B, or C. Suppose your project doesn't even want A or B to be included. It does just want C.
I got it.
So you just connect with C and get it, because probably bringing in A and B data will actually dilute the case for C. Okay.
Clear.
So I'm establishing a connection. That's it. Nothing else.
Understood. And SAP COM, in what way does it help in this with LeanIX, the integration?
It is so any application that you want to connect, you can establish a connection. Either direct connection or via
enterprise architecture enablement tool. So COM is basically a monitoring and
lifecycle management.
Lifecycle management.
Yeah. So if you remember, we were talking about end of life thing here. If I 1 second, if I cancel here, so one application's end date and all. Let me. So if you
active from an active date.
Yeah, active from an active date. Okay. Yeah. So anything. So see, COM basically is a complete ALM tool, complete application lifecycle management tool, right? So it knows the complete, I would say, the cycle or the life cycle of that particular application. It has all these details. So once you integrate with this, these data like end of life data or active data or how much time. So see, as an architect, your vision should be multi-directional. Okay. So a question can come from any direction. Somebody comes and asks you about end of life. Somebody comes and asks you about a technical or a functional fit. Okay. So now it is your duty to how to use these things together and come for a business decision. So that is where technically fit or a functionally fit application might not be the best use case if it's it is end of life is happening, say 31st of June, 30th of June this month, after 10 days or 15 days. Okay. So that's of no use. It might be the best technically fit and best functionally fit application, but it is getting out of support, or it is not, you're probably moving to a different application, so you're not paying for that licenses. So all these things, all this data would be needed. Now it is up to you. You want to manually populate this, or you want to integrate with the ALM tool and get this data populated. It is up to you. See, SAP LeanIX is an intelligent enterprise architecture tool. I would say the way you integrate it with various applications will give you that quality data. So it depends on which applications you want to connect. Okay, you can even connect it with any Oracle application also, not directly, but probably you can use Excel imports and other things, because Excel import is actually preferred. Just the reason being, you have a heavily, you don't have to perform all these links, the connectors, establishing the connectors and all. You don't need a hi-fi technical person to do that. You actually can do it with your normal Excel. It's just that I can quickly show you also. You can let me show you. I think that will help you in understanding. So you have something here called import from Excel. Okay. So once you have the Excel directly, just click on this and import from Excel. It will ask you what to import, like so your Excel has to be in a particular format. I'll show you how to know that format and all. So once you have that, I'll actually import the data in front of you, so we'll show them. I think that is better if I show you hands-on. Yeah. So it is easy. You can integrate with any applications, and it depends on what you want from those applications. Okay. Suppose from an ALM tool, you just want the end of life information. Just integrate with integrate with ALM, but take only the data for life cycle. That's it. Nothing much. Okay. The choice is yours.
Just one thing, you have said that we are able to integrate that our Signavio, but as per you aware that Signavio nothing but our scope ID and processes, some diagram processes are these things. But really, is this diagram and these things can fit in SAP LeanIX?
It is not about diagram. So diagram is created based on some data, right? There's a data in the backend. isn't there? I mean, how your diagram appears on the screen, it is based on some data, right? So where is this data
based
coming
on where data actually knows. If you've seen that Signa view, in the Signa view, what happened that, for example, one process that I will give one example, the sales order. Okay, so first we are creating that sales order, then billing, then shipping, and then after that delivery. That kind of process we can complete it on it. Okay, so these processes actually exactly that similar way that we are presenting in our PPT, that flow chart. Basically, Signa view show the flow chart of the any process. So behind this flow chart, basically they do not have any raw data. For example, any raw data, it is not exactly the raw data it is building, that we need to build the flow chart. But really this flow chart, few things are SAP's from stand. Basically, Signa view is used for SAP standard scope ID designing. It is showing here. So the SAP LeanIX can be stored these diagram related information. For example, any scope ID related diagram related scope ID can be stored in SAP LeanIX, and how it will be help to enterprise architecture, because this is a pure, for example, I can say the functional stuff.
You don't need to store diagrams directly, So what you can do is behind those diagrams, there is some metadata available, right? Based on which the diagram is created. You import that metadata. That is it. I'll show you.
Just to explain you are bringing the interface data into LeanIX from Cloud ALM, and you're linking that interfaces to your diagrams.
You are integrating LeanIX with a different application. Choice is yours, which data you want to bring. Does that make sense? You are just.
Can you give some examples of what kind of data?
Okay, I tell you a very simple example. Okay, very simple example. Suppose you want to connect to any application. So you have something called ESPN Cricinfo, right? You have a Cricinfo or a CricBuzz or apps like this. That's also an application, and that has some data inside. And based on that, they provide some stats for a particular cricket match, or any kind of player statistics and other things. Okay. Suppose you want to connect LeanIX with that. I'm just giving a very easy example. You connect with ESPN, Cricinfo directly. Okay, with the integration established. Now, it is your choice. You want to get only the cricket match stats, or you want to get the player stats, or you want to get both, or you want to get the the future series, upcoming series data that is coming in. Once the connection is established, you can select any kind of data that you want. It depends on what you want. It is not dumping the entire data from that application into LeanIX. That probably might not be useful. You can do that as well. Okay. Now, coming to another example. Okay. Suppose you have an Oracle ERP. Okay. So, or any ERP system for that matter. So in ERP, what do you have? You have, order management, you have, purchase, like procure to pay, order to cash, and all these cycles are there. Okay. But you don't want any of this. You connect to that ERP, you take only the customer data. That's it. Okay. And based on the customer, you devise your architecture strategy that these customers have these, so once you have the customer nature and stats and kind of business that these customers have done, you can prepare your own diagram and your graphs and reports accordingly. Okay. So probably along with your customers, you can also get the kind of spends that these customers have done, how these customers can help you in your business, what kind of businesses have they done. If you can import those data, it is fine. You need not have those procure to pay and order to cash cycles imported here. So it depends. Now the point is, if you have every data into LeanIX, getting all the data is also possible, but it is very difficult to manage, because it probably might create a confusion that what to use, what not to use. If you're very clear on that, get all the data. If you're very clear, not very clear, you just get only the data that you want to see or want to analyze or want to, exercise. So as I said, when you're connecting to CAM here, Cloud, Application Lifecycle Management, ALM. So once you're doing that, in Application Lifecycle Management, suppose you take only the end of life information for an application. When you're connecting to Signa view, you take only a particular information. When you're connecting to ServiceNow CMDB, only get the say the ticket status or the request ITSM, service management, IT service management, ticket status or request status you want. Now, based on that, you want to do analysis. You can connect to multiple sources also. Okay. So it depends on what you want from which application. Is that making sense? Or there is still some confusion? I don't know whether integration with Signavio is, but if it is not there, in case I can show you, from with theory. Practically, you actually don't need to do this. There will be an admin person who will be doing this integration, because this will involve some technical stuff, basically the ODBC, JDBC connectors. There are a lot of things that you need to configure, okay, which is not a part of your job, okay. But there is a way how you can do that. And even if you are not able to do that, you can still export the data from Signavio and CAM or ServiceNow CMDB for that matter, or Colibra for that matter. Get that downloaded and import into SAP LeanIX. You just need to know which format you want. I'll show you how to see the format for each of these so that you will understand. You get that format, data downloaded in that format, import into this. You don't have to establish any integration. That will save a lot of time.
That will also be a fine, even if you are not established that, because
No, I tell you,
demo server available.
Correct. I tell you the reason why. See, if you have millions of records, it is obviously, preferred that you have an integration established. But if you just have 100 or 150 records, I think Excel import is pretty good. Okay. And if you have 10, 15 records only to import, you do it manually. That is the best choice. Because, so you have all these options. I'll show you this. Okay. So now, as of now, you don't think that as a consultant or an architect, you have to establish this connection. This is not your job. I mean, you guys are working in SAP, MMPP and other things. Do you work on SAP basis also in parallel? Establishing the server, configuration, everything, OData and all. Do you do that? Yes or no?
Some of us.
No, right? Because that is being done by some, but that is being done, right? Somebody is doing it. Correct? There is some basis guy who is doing it, right?
Yeah.
Let me move to the next slide. Before I do that, as I was probably, I don't know whether I said this, as a consultant, you're remember that you're technically capable enough to configure the platform. When I say configure, it doesn't mean establishing all these connections and all. That is probably as I said, it's probably not your forte. Configuring means you should know you configure the workspace, configuring the fact sheet, designing them, what data should be there, what should be captured, how you want to capture the strategies basically. And you are a business literate person enough to translate the requirements. You should be, diligent enough to, handle the messy data, and you should be qualified enough to train and support the real users. Okay, because there will be some users also. Just think as a consultant that you are maintaining this application, but what if people are not updating their application data here? It is not your responsibility to do the complete updates every time, but it is important from your side to have the governance. Okay, so you have to train users also. There will be users of LeanIX who will be generating reports, generating dashboards for you. Okay. And if you are the person who's doing that, you have to be very, I would say, very careful enough to have a complete hawk-eye view of everything that is happening, which is probably a overload for every consultant. So you need to have a team who works with you. Okay. So coming to the next role, which is the SAP LeanIX architect. Okay. So as the focus says here, that the overall enterprise architecture vision. So to use SAP LeanIX as a central EA platform, and to drive the strategic roadmaps, governance, and standards. It is very easy to say these definitions. I tell you, this is always, these definitions looks very flashy, very, I would say interesting. When you talk with somebody, you say that, okay, I look at the overall architecture vision. I use SAP LeanIX as a central platform. I drive the strategic roadmaps, governance, and standards. But what if somebody asks you, what is a strategic roadmap? What is the difference between a normal roadmap and a strategic roadmap? How do you do the governance? What are your standards? What are your standards? If somebody says that, then what will you answer? So you should have those things in your arsenal. Okay. So as a LeanIX architect, this is the person. So in the previous slide, we were talking the consultant works at the level of how do we build this? How do we build LeanIX is the consultant's main job, decision and all. The architects practically works at the level of what should be the landscape or what should the landscape become and what rules govern it. Okay, it's at a higher altitude and has a broader horizon. You have to be very, you just inculcate this in your mind. Okay, think like this: a consultant works at a level of how do we build this, and architect works at a level what should the landscape become eventually, and what are the rules that govern it. They are completely different, however closely knit. So it is not a I mean, when I say that it is different and closely knit, you have to understand the fact here that both the person need to know the entire LeanIX capabilities, but in terms of work, a consultant decides how do you build this, and architects guides that what should the landscape eventually become and what are the rules. It starts taking the decisions, what rules to govern it. Okay. Now the focus statement on the slide says that architect owns the overall, enterprise architecture vision, uses SAP LeanIX as a central platform and drives strategic roadmaps and governance standards. There are three big words here: vision, governance, and standards. Okay, and this probably clearly tells you that this is a strategic and an ownership role. So the responsibilities that sit under this architecture, governance, and standards are a few. The 5 of them. Okay, so define the target application and technology landscape using LeanIX. Okay, so what is okay? So how do you define a technology landscape? What is technology landscape according to you? Can somebody say? Because landscape we have been talking about for a long time, right? EA landscape, IT landscape. What is a technology landscape? Any guesses? Anything is okay. It's okay to make mistake.
For example, you want to be completely digital, then the way your landscape will be built will be completely different. Or if it's AI driven, if your approach is it's going to be completely AI driven, then your landscape will be different, right? So based on the strategic objective, you will come out with your technology landscape. You want to go with best of suite, best of breed. So that also will be a key driver on how your landscape will be designed, right? So, I mean, based on the strategic objectives, you will define the technology landscape.
That is right. But what exactly? So in very simple terms, what the technology landscape is the total number of technologies that you have in your organization, which is the current technology landscape, and what you want to have in your target application is your future technology landscape. Simple. Okay. Now, as you rightly said, depending on your vision, you want to become an AI focused company. So you have a different technology landscape. You want to become anything, maybe a data warehouse giant or something, your technology landscape will be different. Okay. You're right in a way, but yeah, in simple terms, the technology landscape is the entire technology stack that your company is having. Currently, it is having this, which means this is a current technology landscape. Future, in the future you want to have this, so that's your future technology landscape. Simple. So basically, inventory of all the technologies should be there in LeanIX, and depending on the long-term planning and the focus that your company has, you decide which technology to keep, which technology to retire, which technology to invest, which technology to migrate. Okay. It's a time methodology that we call in Gartner, TIME. Tolerate, invest, migrate, and eliminate. We'll talk about that also. It's there in LeanIX portal also, as in, when I show you. Okay. Now, the second responsibility is one of the most important in the entire program. Own the LeanIX meta model. Remember, I was talking about a mental model earlier. That is different. This is the meta model. The standards and data governance. So let me explain what the meta model is, because it is paramount and it's one of the most important thing, and it is a central, I would say, it's sitting at the central of everything, basically center of everything. So a meta model is the blueprint of your workspace. When I say blueprint of your workspace, it means what type of fact sheets exist, what fields they have, how they are allowed to relate with each other. This is called a meta model. It is, does anybody know what is a schema?
Yeah, it's mapping of data, right? Making meaning of
Yes,
data, right?
it is basically just like schema. A schema holds. So when I say it's a very popular term in the database area, right? Schema, what we call it. A schema is a collection of a variety of tables, views, and all database objects. Now a schema is the only thing in a database that knows what is the relation between one table with the other. Do you guys know about primary key, foreign key relationships? I hope you know that, right? So you have a master table, you have a child table. So how the master data relationships is being established? Who knows this? The first person, or not a person, I would say, the first thing that knows about it is the schema. So meta model, you can say, is kind of a schema. It is obviously not schema in real, but you can think it like a schema which rules the entire model. If the meta model is the grammar of your architecture language, the architecture is the one who owns it and protects that grammar. Okay. If you get the meta model wrong, if it becomes too complex or inconsistent or undisciplined, the whole workspace becomes unusable over time. So like the way you design your schema, if you have a employee table and salary table in a database, you need to have a ID established with the employee ID in the employee table against the employee names, and the employee ID in the salary table also against the names, against the salary amount. If you do not have the employee ID there, if you simply have 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, whatever is the salary in a table, how will you know which employee has what salary? You cannot establish a relationship, right? So if you do not design it right, if you make it more complex, inconsistent, undisciplined, you are gone. The whole workspace becomes unusable. Okay, that is why meta model is the primary thing that you have in LeanIX. Meta model is a key thing, so you have to ensure that it is designed properly. So you, as an architect, your responsibility is to guard the meta model, and alongside guarding, you have to do the data governance as well. You have to ensure that you create proper rules about who owns the data, how current the data has to be, what are the quality standards. So as you realize I'm pretty sure that you understand that enterprise architect is not a very easy job. Okay, but trust me, once you start using these tools, within 5-6 months, you'll actually feel that there is no problem in doing this role. It's just that you need to know what means what. Okay. But yes, the fact is true that it's a very highly respected role and a critical role in the organization. Okay, and obviously the more critical the role is, the more responsibilities we'll have and the more complicated work that you'll be doing. So keep that in mind. So but nothing is impossible in this IT world. So, and this is also not impossible. I had been doing this for the last almost 8-9 years. It was very difficult initially for me, but as I said, once I got the TOGAF certification, I studied for the certification. That study changed the lookout. Then I started to think like an architect. I started to know what needs to be known, what needs to be ignored. So that segregation is very important. Once you get that thing in your mind, nothing is difficult. Yeah, so now quickly, governance, remember, is something that architect should always ensure that should be there, else the workspace will not be properly maintained. It will start rotting. Okay. The ownership of the meta model governance is, in my experience, is the single highest leverage thing that the architect does. Okay. Let's cover the rest of the part of the architect, what was his responsibilities. Okay, so now if you see here S4 HANA in the third point, so on the third slide, third point, it says that the design the roadmaps for the SAP transformation with S4 HANA, which being called out specifically. So it connects everything we have discussed. The architects take the target landscape that they have defined, lays out a time-based path to reach it. So I believe as a part of your job, most of you have done Gantt charts, use Gantt charts, and you have made some project plans also, right? In a project plan, you have milestones, you have, specific dates, months covered. So are you guys aware of that? Are you hands-on in using project plans or maybe Microsoft Planner or something for that matter?
Yes.
You guys know? And any other, like it probably the expectation is that most of you would know because you guys are senior consultants, so you must have done some planning, right? So can I take it that you guys have actually done it?
I have not.
Okay. So if who has not done, just try to find some good probably content from the internet or maybe YouTube, how to create a project plan. That is important because if you have to design the roadmap, you need to know, what a roadmap is, how do we make it, and it probably will help you to understand, how do we, because you need to have a map. Without a map, how will you proceed? Without a roadmap, yeah. So there has to be, basically the architect's responsibility is to design how the application and technology landscape evolves through the transformation. What gets retired, I was saying, what gets retired and, what gets replaced, what integrates with the new core, what is a sequence. So all this is architect's responsibility. It's a strategic road mapping at its most consequential. And the fourth point talks about, use LeanIX to reports to identify risk, overlap, and technical debt. Okay. So note that the architect is a heavy consumer of the platform's analytical output. Okay. While the consultant was doing how to get things, he, architect is basically, anchoring the analytical part of it. Where the consultant was building reports, architect reads them to make decisions. Architect spots the obsolescence risk, the redundant application, and accumulates the technical debt. And then he acts. This is the decision that, this is the discipline that we talked about right at the start to make it concrete, that based on the analysis that SAP LeanIX does, as an architect, you have to take a decision. See, LeanIX is not going to do things alone. You have to take the decision what to do against the output that you get from here. Okay. And the fifth point, it guides the architect and the application owners on modeling the best practices. So the architect is also a mentor and a standard setter for the wider community of people contributing to the workspace. Okay. Remember that in a healthy LeanIX program, it isn't a tiny central team typing in all the data. It's the application owners, domain architects across the organization that are maintaining their own corner. Okay. And the architect's job is to guide them so that the modeling basically, stays consistent and remains of high quality. Okay. So the picture, architect versus consultant. The consultant builds and enables, the architect envisions, governs, and guides. Okay. Different attitude, different time horizon, different mindset. A consultant is delivery focused and tactical. Architect is strategic and stewardship focus. Okay. Both are essential on a real program and they work very much in tandem. They work hand in hand. And now the third role comes is the project manager. Okay. So now can you tell me, okay, maybe see the screen and just tell me, how do you find a project manager's role different from the consultant and the architect? Can somebody unmute yourself and tell me?
Or maybe we can explain this thing. So project manager and normal consultant.
Mm-hmm.
So just 2-3 point currently playing that role exactly from that solutions architect perspective. So what I'm in my current responsibilities, what I have observed, the project manager responsibility is that not only deliver that project, eventually that should be what that scope in our project. Okay, that should be a structured way, a design, and also that billing related to the billing, staffing.
Absolutely.
These things should be handled.
Absolutely.
And consultant, they are only focused from there. For example, as a consultant, they can only focus for their solutioning for particular his module solutioning, guiding the team, and then design.
Extremely well explained. So thank you. So the PM, basically the project manager, has to coordinate also, not just within the LeanIX team, but has to have a broader program around it. Okay, as you just said, billing, along with billing there are many other things, many other stakeholder management. So if you know so when I did my PMP certification, I was told that there are knowledge areas, and I forgot the other thing. It was knowledge areas, and I think some phases, I think, 5 phases and something like that. Yeah. But yeah, one of the, I think, was the stakeholder management. So stakeholder management was pretty clear, was very clear that if you do not manage your stakeholders well, your project is not going to be a success. Okay. So, and you have the RACI matrix, you know how to classify your stakeholders. Now, who does this? A consultant will not do this. As you rightly said, consultant will be focused more on the solutioning part. Architect will be focusing more on the architecture area. And so there has to be somebody who has to be, driving these projects, right? If you're doing a cloud transformation, you're using LeanIX as a tool for analysis, but there has to be somebody who has to own this, right? That is the role of a project manager here. Okay. So if you see, it is not just deliver the software. You have to ensure that it delivers a value and it gets used. So the responsibilities that sits under project planning and delivery is that plan and manage the SAP LeanIX implementations or rollout projects. You have to follow the standard project management discipline, but also apply specifically to this platform and enable a successful rollout. Okay. So you have to do a proper coordination between architects, consultant, business teams. Okay. So the PM, the project manager, sits between. It is a very underrated role in the IT industry. I tell you, a project manager, the complete success of a project depends on the project manager. Okay. So if your project manager is not good, the project will never be successful. So when I say good, it doesn't mean that he has to be a very good person. He's just good for the company. He might be strict. It could be a different person altogether. But without that, it is not possible. That cannot deliver a successful project. Okay. So you can say the project manager is the connective tissue which connects across all these 3 disciplines, architect, consultant, and a PM. Okay. So they ensure that the architect's vision, the consultant's build, and the business, they're all moving in sync. Suppose your business is not moving, or is not in sync, or it is not aware, informed. Who does these things? That's the project manager. That's what I'm saying. It's the most underrated role. People do not realize how much important a good project manager is for the project. But you obviously need this. Okay. So it's a role that talks much about people, communication, plans and schedules, and it tracks the scope, timelines, risk, billing, as you just said, issues if you face, maintaining the trackers, issue tracker, issue log. So all these things has to be done. It's a classic project control, day-to-day discipline for the role, keeping the work inside its boundaries, watching a schedule, surfacing risk and issues early, and ensure that they're easy to fix. If not, handle it accordingly, inform your stakeholders accordingly. It is nothing exotic, but If you do not have this, your program will fail. Okay. So I think it's anyways, it says the key deliverables as workspaces, reports, trainings, So notice that these map directly to the consultant's work focus. The consultant builds the workspaces, the reports, and runs trainings. The PM makes sure that those things are actually getting finished. Okay. A consultant's job is to build the workspace. Okay. He cannot ensure that you're following that workspace or using that workspace. Okay. It's the PM's role that actually gets, this thing done and get signed off. You understand the process of signing off, right? You get a sign off email saying that it is done, so that topic is closed. So the accountability layer is completely into this delivery work, which is the role of a project manager. So when I say a project manager, it could be don't go by the designation that project manager, because in TCS, I believe you guys have associate consultant, assistant consultant roles. So, and I think from the associate consultant, if I'm not wrong, you play the role of a lead or a project manager. So that is where it matters. So these middle level management, what we call it as MLM, middle level management is very important. Okay. So yeah, I think, and the fifth line, the drive adoption, communication benefits tracking for LeanIX. So basically, this is where a good project manager earns to keep on a LeanIX program specifically going on. And as we have said repeatedly, that adoption is everything. A workspace that nobody uses returns nothing. You have to ensure that it is being used. So the PM actively drives it, communicates the value, chasing the engagement, and benefits tracking. Of course, the return of investment side, the KPIs, the tracking against the targets, this is all being done. So now we have got the three roles: the architect who envisions and governs, the consultant who builds, and the project manager who plans, coordinates, and drives the adoption value. Okay, so this is the module 2 that we have. Okay, agenda. Okay, so here we'll do the platform navigation, workspace basics, and usage of sandbox and productive workspace. So if you see, it says about navigating SAP LeanIX. Okay, so again, some text here that it offers user-friendly interface and navigation bar, etc. But I think by now you at least have a feeling that so navigation, I think you guys properly, I'll show you here. At least you have not done it with your own hands, of course, but at least this is how the interface looks like. Okay, so the first tab is the dashboard, and as the name suggests, the dashboard will give you some, let you create some dashboards, like the ones that you're seeing here, beautiful colored charts, and so you have a backend data which will be fetched, and based on that, you will have these dashboards created. Okay, so now. So the dashboard is a central hub for viewing the key enterprise architecture data through reports, charts, diagrams, and summaries. We all know this. Okay, so it's a real-time overview of the performance trends, action items, surveys, etc. And the user lands on the default dashboard upon signing in. So once you log in, you first reach the dashboard. Okay, that's where it is. So this is how your dashboard will look like. As you can see, this is the dashboard in real. Okay, and this is the dashboard in the screen that you see. Okay. So now if I go here, so you have an option, new dashboard. Can you see this here? So you can create a new dashboard. Okay, you have this option here. Can you see? To create this, you can create a new dashboard. Okay, so now, as again I said, the data is not there. So, but you can still, just to give you a example, test dashboard. Yeah, we'll do this exercise once again. Don't worry. Yeah, or you have an option to copy an existing dashboard, or you can create an empty dashboard as well. Okay, so this is how you do that. I won't save any changes. I'll probably delete this dashboard because unnecessarily we won't. Okay, so coming here to the slide. So this is how the dashboard screen looks like. So if you have to create a dashboard, you have to go click new dashboard as I just showed. entered a dashboard name and all these things. So I think I will not go through all these slides in real, because these are self-explanatory. So you can, if possible, over the weekend you can go through. Else you anyways have the slides. You can go through anytime you want. But I will show you on screen, how you do that. It is not difficult. Basically, you have to add panels in the dashboard, drag and drop them, and then build up the reports as you want. Okay, and you save it. Okay, so this is how you create a dashboard. And what is the SAP LeanIX workspace? I think I've been talking about this for quite some time. So SAP LeanIX workspace it provides the enterprise architects or CIOs and big business stakeholders with a 360 view of their organization's software landscape, including all SaaS, self-built software. It's not only SaaS, it includes everything basically. It shows how the landscape relates to the business and transformation projects. Okay, and SAP LeanIX allows organizations to inventory, document, and understand their IT landscape, plan and design the new IT architecture to support ever-evolving business strategies and oversee the implementation of these architectural changes. Okay, so let me show you how it looks like. This is called a SAP LeanIX workspace. So what you see is a dashboard here. You have the application landscape. You can have any. So workspace is basically a single place where you see everything. Primarily is a dashboard. So it's not. So when I say dashboard is a thing that you create. However, it is also the front screen what you land up in once you log into SAP LeanIX. Now you can customize your dashboard as well. You have an option to edit dashboard. If you see here, you have an option to edit dashboard also. Okay, so once you go here, you have an option to edit dashboard also. Now there is something called global filtering. Okay, what does global filtering? So global filter is something that affects the reports, fact sheets, charts, and safe searches. Okay, how do you apply a global filter? So global filter is basically you apply a filter that will impact at a global level, okay, at a larger level. So when editing or creating a dashboard, on the top, you get a click apply global filter. I'll show you that. It will come once I do this. Okay, and you apply that global filter here. Okay, so business capability cost is one of the visualizations that you have on the left side. You have the application portfolio. So I was talking about functional fit and technical fit, right? So can you see from this screen that so this is a graph that you have, okay? And the x-axis says you functional fit, y-axis is technical fit. So this particular candidate, it is of no use. It is very less in technical fit, very less in functional fit. And this is the best performing candidate. Okay. So, but how you get this? Okay. So you get this by plotting once you have the data in the fact sheets, you can plot it accordingly. Okay. This is how you know which application is the best for you, best performing, which you want to invest. So these are the applications where you actually want to invest. They're probably at the recent and the most effective applications. These are the applications where you probably want to tolerate these two and maybe these two. Okay. Migrate are these ones. Probably you can migrate these ones and eliminate probably these ones. You can take a decision on these as per your parameters as it comes. But yeah, for sure, these are of no use, So this is how you take a decision. So that's what I was telling. If you have the data right, building this is just a 2 minutes job. Okay. And in fact, I think in the next versions of SAP LeanIX, they're using generative AI integration also along with it, where you can simply say by a command from your voice or just type a prompt, a dashboard will be created. But I'm not very sure whether it is released in the recent version, but it is there in the plans because I was there in the SAP LeanIX event in I think Netherlands that happened 2-3 months back. Yeah, so it has all those capabilities. Okay, so yeah, so is it something that is making sense for you guys? I mean, are you guys able to understand that how these plots, these charts work?
Yeah, that will be understand. But I actually, in real life scenario, I have one thing in my mind, because the chart you are actually showing, it is respective to the any business. Okay, so maybe when any organizations, when they are discuss or start their pre-sales, in that time they are evaluating their entire business, and then this chart should be coming to the place. But is this that kind of SAP LeanIX? It is possible to project level that kind of forecast. Project level, you can also know that when we are coming to the project level, then maybe we do not have a finance, marketing, customer. These things might be not there. Then here it should be modules. For example, I am a SAP background. Then I also talking about the SAP different modules, and few are the non-SAP module. So in that level, can it be diluted, this SAP LeanIX?
So answer is yes. But if you see here, this is the business capability cost. You remember business capability was just beneath the strategic objectives in the chart that I showed you in the first module.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yes.
Yeah. So business capability is the primary thing that is used to obtain the strategic objectives. Okay. So naturally, once you're doing that, these things will come because these are the key drivers for the organization. But if you want to do it at a project level, you have to identify what do you want to categorize these into, and then you can plot it. It is not a problem. If you have the data, do it. You have the fact sheets, you create it, you plot it. It is up to you. I had been telling repeatedly one thing, that do not worry about integrations and other things. It's just that you need to know what you want to see. You need to have a very clear frame of mind that what I want to see, what are the key things that I want to plot. If you have those things in mind, create those fact sheets, plot it here. It's just a matter of entering that data, respective data.
Hi, I am Alok Kumar, founder and CEO of ZaranTech. I hope you're finding the content valuable. If you're learning something new, please like this video, subscribe to the ZaranTech.com YouTube channel, and share this course with your friends and colleagues who are interested in SAP and AI-related courses. Keep learning with us, and let's continue with the course.
So let me do one thing. Let me share my screen, okay? So I'll show you how to create a user. So 28 is the last one there, right? So let me create 29. So if you see, once you log in, you have something called dashboards in your front, right? Okay. So I'll anyways cover what I'm going to show you now, but I'll still show you how to create a user. It's very simple. I think you guys have anyways done it for any normal applications that you. So okay. So you have users here. No, user roles and permissions. Okay, they're saying you are unable to create new roles due to the workspace not being managed by external DP. Okay.
I'm not able to create. I don't have permission, but I should be having. Let me see if I don't have access to. So SAP BTP 10, right? That's what you sent me. Okay. So if so ID is active. There's no end date provided. So this is not a full-fledged instance. You don't have access to reset the password here. But I think I can. What I can do is This is not act. No, this is. I can archive this. I'll archive this. I'll create a new ID for you. Okay. So if I put this once again, no users. Okay. So see guys. Can you see my screen now? Okay. So go to the top where your this profile icon is. Okay, you don't have to do it right now, just you can see my screen. I mean, just for your information, just note down how to create a user. Okay, so you have an option, invite user. Can you see this? Yes or no? So go here, put the email ID. Okay, so the problem here would be this will send an email to this ID, and this email is not managed by you guys. Okay, ping me your TCS ID. I think it's better. It will go to your TCS ID.
Hi, sir. Sir, I have already shared the IDs with the vendor. So vendor is working on it. So just give me 2 minutes, sir. I will update you.
Okay, they are resetting it, is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Resetting the same passwords.
Okay. Let me while they do that, I'm not creating any new ID. I'm just showing you how to this is done. Okay, so you can put your XYZ whatever ID you have. Okay, and you put its email ID, whoever you want to give an access to. So you can set the role. Can you see here? Viewer, member, admin. These are the 3 roles that we have created. I mean, you can create more roles also, but since my user is also, it's an admin, but it doesn't have, as it's through some error, right? That it doesn't have permissions to create more role, which is okay. I mean, these 3 roles are the normal roles that we use. If you need a special access to create roles, if you want to have a customized role, okay, customized role like an analyst role or something, which has some privileges like admin, but not fully like that, but more than the member or the viewer. Okay, so so that kind of role if you want to create, but it is not needed for your training. Just know that you have an option to create a role also depending on the access, but anyways, it's not you guys will be doing it, because that's admin of LeanIX will be doing it. Okay, so you guys don't have to do this, but just know that this is how it is done. You have 3 roles: viewer, member, admin. Now you see the what is it called, the accesses given to these roles. Okay, so viewer can view, subscribe, comment to all fact sheets, which is basically a pure play viewer role where you can see the fact sheets and put a comment. Okay, so when I say comment, you remember I was showing you one day last week, but again I'll show you. There's a tab called comment where you can put a comment against any fact sheet. Okay, so now you might be asking, I mean, probably you should still have the question that what is a fact sheet and all, which we're going to cover. Okay, so yeah, so member is, they can simply view a fact sheet and create and modify all fact sheets. And admin is, he has all the rights, admin rights. Okay, so let's select admin, and you can put a message saying that anything, like if you want to put because this will go to him as an email, this XYZ person, whatever. Okay, so just put invite. It will, if you it will, the email will be sent to him. I mean, this email does not exist maybe, so I'll just still put an invite. But yeah, so you get this message that your invitation has been sent. Okay, but again, I'll exit was right. Yeah, I'll delete this because this will expose some internal thing. Maybe if the email ID exist, it will go to that person. Okay, so it has so many user IDs created, 34. So some of them active, some are archived. There are 2 are archived. So when you archive a user ID, it does not appear in the screen, and it basically it is not deleted, but it is made like dysfunctional. Anyways, I'll probably come to the slides first. I think that is important. So yep, the agenda. So this is our map for the next 2 hours. 2 big themes. First is the fact sheet, their types, their subtypes, relationships between them, and the second is attributes. So second is attributes, the significance of attributes on fact sheets, and a proper understanding of what it does, what each one of them does. Okay, it sounds a very short agenda on paper, but trust me, these are the building blocks of LeanIX. If you do not have the fact sheets correct, nothing in LeanIX will be correct. This is where you capture the data. Okay, so these 2 topics are the absolute foundation of the entire LeanIX platform. So we are going very deep here because you have to understand this deeply. Any mistake you make in preparing a fact sheet. So see, fact sheet is basically like your core inventory. If that goes wrong, any analysis, any dashboard, any forecasting, any strategy, any roadmap, or any kind of charting that you prepare, everything goes wrong. And it is not very easy to create a fact sheet. It is not very difficult either. It is very intelligent. I mean, basically, there's an intelligent way of filling up fact sheets. You should know which fields to be filled, which fields are to be skipped, when it is to be filled, when others are to be considered, when it is to be left, which places are to be left vacant, blank. Okay, so all this knowledge you have to be having while you prepare this fact sheet. Okay, so we'll start with what a fact sheet actually is, and the 12 types of the fact sheets that are available in the SAP LeanIX. Then we will dissect the anatomy of a fact sheet, the header, the body, the sidebar, what is there in the fact sheet. From there, we'll move into the fields and attributes, and we'll also talk about how we configure them, how we add custom ones, and how we control where they show up. Okay. And we'll finish on relations, how each fact sheets are connected, and the direction and multiplicity of those connections, and how we manage them. Okay. So is it clear on the expectations?
Yes.
Okay, great. So one framing I want to plant before we dive in. People often think a tool like LeanIX is about data entry, fill in the boxes, it's done. No, it is not. Do not consider this as a normal tool. It is one of the most intelligent tools that SAP has. In fact, it is one of the most important or the intelligent tools in the enterprise architecture world. Okay. And licenses for SAP LeanIX is outstandingly high. Okay. They are hugely, I would say, there's a heavy cost that is involved, a huge cost that is involved in getting a license, and it is for a reason. It's not that it's just like it simply is a data entry tool. No, it is not. It is about building a connected model for your entire enterprise. Your entire enterprise will be residing in this tool. So I'm still calling this as a tool. It is not a tool. It is an application. It's a complete application. Okay. But again, since we are using it, okay, we can say it as a tool or an app, whatever. But you have your complete blueprint, complete, I would say a very shorter version of your entire application put into this entire application. So it is so very intelligent that it can answer any kind of enterprise architecture question that comes in from anybody that who's responsible or who's a stakeholder for this enterprise architecture venture or your strategies in your company. It can answer questions like which server goes for end of life next year. What are the alternatives we have? What is the strategy we are taking when something goes end of life? Which business capabilities are at risk if a server goes for end of life? Okay, just try to understand the relation. If a server goes for end of life, this tool is able to figure out which are the business applications, which are the business capabilities getting impacted. So it's a related thing that you have to develop, the relationship. And that is where you develop the fact sheets with all this data. So it is not a mere Excel spreadsheet kind of a thing where you simply enter some data and you put them in. No, it is not that. I mean, you can still use an Excel import to do that, but that import data also has to be churned into that way so that these relationships exist. Okay. You can also have questions like, we have 4 applications doing the same thing. Which one do we keep? Which one do we retire, and why? So I was telling you last week for the last 3 sessions, we had last week that enterprise architect is a very senior and a strategic role. Okay. So whenever you enter this domain, you will be asked questions like this. Now, if you say that your project demands you to learn this tool, but you are probably not working as an enterprise architect, then I would say, guys, that's a misuse of this tool as well as your knowledge, because you have this knowledge, you're not getting a chance to work on that. And this tool is capable of doing many things. It is not getting a chance to do that. Okay. So that mapping has to be done with you and your management so that you get a chance to work on this kind of a role. Okay. So now every single concept on this agenda, exists to make those questions answerable. The fact sheets are the nouns, you can say. The attributes are the adjectives that describe them, if you think in that terms. So you have a noun and you have some attributes that describe them, right? So you have a noun, like say bird. Okay, bird is a noun. Now you qualify that. It's a blue bird, red bird, yellow bird, singing bird. These are the attributes that you give. Okay. So the fact sheets and attributes are related in this way, that attribute describes the fact sheets and acts like an adjective to that fact sheet. You can think in this way. Okay. And what about the relations? Relations is the verb that connects them. Okay. Think in that way. So if you describe this grammar in your head, that if you consider fact sheets as nouns, attributes as adjectives, and relations as verb, things will be fairly clear for you while you define that. Because when I start filling the fact sheets, you will realize, you have a lot of questions. I'll anyways come to them. Okay. So So keep this grammar in your head and the whole module, hangs on together. So let's start with the nouns, which is the fact sheets on the next slide. So understanding of fact sheet fundamentals. So let me show you the fact sheets. I think we showed you that last week also, but we'll show you once again. Okay. So this is so last week we were not having data. Okay. Now you can see all these fact sheets are having data. Okay. There are 12 fact sheets which I was telling, but again, we are still not completed with the theory. So you will know what all fact sheets are there, but you can see the data here, right? These are the data, and these are all the fact sheets. So if you click on any fact sheet, these are the data that you got. Okay. And if you want to create a new fact sheet, give the fact sheet name, test fact sheet. I think it's already created. Exact match. It's saying _1 or -1. Okay. Continue without recommendation. Fact sheet type. You can assign a type to it, and this is how you create a fact sheet. Okay. Just wanted to show you on screen. This is, as I was telling you, this is the single most important word that you will hear. Fact sheets, okay, is the fundamental building block of the SAP LeanIX model, meta model. Think of it as a structured profile, which is like a single card that represents one architectural object in your enterprise. Okay, so you just think about the words single card that can represent one architectural object in your enterprise. So what is an object? I think you guys know, right? Like tables, views, sequences, synonyms, etc. that is there in the database, right? Are you guys aware of this?
Yes.
Okay. So what are those? So they are basically called database objects, right? A table is a database object. A view is a database object.
Yes.
So what is an object? So can somebody explain me what is an object? In very short definition of an object. Nobody knows what an object is? No, don't need to define the exact database definition. Just tell me what is your understanding of an object.
It's a static value which represents a particular thing which you have set up in the system, right? So it's like a placeholder.
Yes, it is a placeholder. Fine. Yes, you're right.
Or which defines the aim or purpose for the working.
Yes, in a way, yeah, because there has to be a logic. There's a reason why it is existing, right? Yeah. What is it?
Anything you define in the system is an object which has a name and is identifiable. I think.
No, but yeah, I mean it is okay, but okay. Any other quick definition? I mean, don't go with the standard definition. Just you can say anything that that you think of for an object, because you guys are senior folks, right? I mean, object is a very elementary thing that every software engineer starts their journey with. Okay, so but just try to think. I mean, if you need to have these things clear, right? You should know what is an object. Anyways, so let me give you an example. Okay. So let's say, okay, do you know what is a class? Class and object we talk pretty frequently, right?
Class is also an object which has various methods attached to it, and every single method has its own functionality. We can define it as well.
Okay. See, class is a theoretical blueprint primarily. An object is a actual physical thing that exists. Okay. So in normal programming, you can say that a unit, basically it acts as a unit, is a single unit that has data and that has records of data, but behaves as a single unit. That is an object. So you know something about object oriented programming, right? We used to do it. I don't know, you guys. I mean, everybody must have done some kind of oops thing in the beginning of a career, right? Okay. So an object is basically you can think of as a unit which has data in it and behaves as a single unit together. And when I say data, it's data, similar types of data. Okay, so mostly similar types of data. Yeah. So, and every object consists of three key things. One is the identity of an object, which is the memory location that is allocated for it, and that is the only distinguishing factor that somebody has when I say what's an object. So an object exists in the memory of the system without getting overlapped with another object. Okay, unless it is forced to be done so. Okay, so it follows a particular structure called a particular so it follows a particular practice, what we call it as method, or basically the actions the object can perform, we call it method. Okay, and the attributes are stored in the objects, which qualifies the object. Same concept is there for a fact sheet. Okay, you can consider a fact sheet is exactly the replica of an object, but an object normally resides in memory, in database, and here it resides in the architectural, basically architectural object, basically it resides in the architectural landscape. That's why it's called an architectural object. But every single quality of an object is same as what a fact sheet has, or rather vice versa. Fact sheet represent. So is this thing clear to you? This is very important, guys. You just tell me, unmute yourself and tell me this is clear. This is not clear, I'll repeat once again.
It's clear.
Okay.
Can you use one more time just to build a relation? This Dinesh.
What types?
You are saying that fact sheet has got names and then adjective and that which will build these things. So can you help with that things? I'm not able to recall that.
Fact sheet should have names and
the relationship you explained for these fact sheet types, right? Can you help it one more time, please?
Oh, okay. The relationship between the various fact sheets, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll come to that. We're anyways, this is not the end of fact sheet. It's a very detailed explanation there. Okay, we'll come to that. Don't worry. So one example I was giving is that you now. Okay, so if I ask you a question that, I mean, the example that I gave was if your server goes for I think end of life. Okay, it is retiring. Okay, so which are the applications getting impacted? Suppose I pull off you have a SAP Signavio application. Okay, and it is retiring next week, or your contract is getting ended with Signavio. Or you say for example, the Signavio is probably not the right example. Maybe Oracle database. Okay, maybe an Oracle database. It is your server, right? Which Oracle server, database server is retiring next year. Okay, and there could be some 40 applications created on that server. One is a payment system, one is a billing system, one is invoicing, and so many. What if that server gets retired? What are the applications getting impacted? Okay, how will the system know that this particular Oracle server, once it gets retired, this particular this database server, says name it as XXD. If XXD is retired, then the application XXA, XXB, XXC are also getting impacted because their underlying server is getting retired or end of life. So how will the system know? There has to be a relationship established somewhere, right? And that is where you develop in a fact sheet. I was telling it in a context that when you fill up a fact sheet, it is not simply merely filling up an Excel sheet with in tabular columns. No, there is a complete relationship level data that you have to also put in. I'll show you, once I do the demo. So okay, so now let's finish this. So as I was saying, the fact sheet is, you can consider it as a single card that will represent one architectural object in your enterprise. So can you write this statement somewhere? It's a single card that represents one architectural object in your enterprise, in your entire enterprise. Okay. Now, an application, a business capability, or IT component, a project, a part of your organization. So, every one of them gets its own fact sheet. So each application will have its own fact sheet. Each business capability will have its own fact sheets. Each IT component that you use will have its own fact sheet, like this. Okay. This is so exhaustive and detailed. That is why you need to understand. Okay. Now the meta model. What is the meta model of SAP LeanIX? Meta model is the blueprint, the schema. So do you guys know what a schema is?
Where you map data to make it more meaningful, right?
Yeah, it's basically the placeholder where you have all the data. You organize the objects. So database objects and object stays in the schema, right? So it's kind of a blueprint, which defines what kind of things can exist in your workspace and how they relate to each other. Same with the schema also. Two tables, employee and department, they're related by the department ID, right? So it lets you know that, okay, so this person XYZ is in HR department. This person is in the sales department. So when a table is created, even in your TCS database, it obviously has a database, right? So the employee details, like your names, are coming in a table which does not have probably your department details, but it might be having a department ID. And there's a department details which qualifies the department, HR department, subdivisions, location and other things, and it has a department ID. So your employee details table will have a department ID, and that is how you establish the relation, right? Primary key, foreign key relationships. Have you heard of these things, primary key and foreign key?
Yes.
Okay. So so the meta model is also working in the similar thing, like a like a schema, you can imagine, and it defines what kinds of objects or what kinds of basically any kind of thing that exists in your workspace and how they relate to each other. In the meta model version 4, which is the current generation, there are versions for the meta model because as we evolve, various versions comes in. The meta model version 4 says that, so we call it V4, okay, meta model V4. There are 12 different fact sheets that comes out of the box. How do you see that? This is where you see that. Let me show you. I'll discard changes, okay? I'll not create this fact sheet. So these are the 12, okay? Objective, platform, initiative, business capability, business context, organization, application interface, database data object, IT component, provider, tech category, right? This 12. So these are the 12 that comes out of the box, but you can create new also. So you can think that this is, you might be thinking that this is deliberately small. It is actually very small, but it is deliberately kept small because we don't want you to create hundreds of categories of fact sheets at the very beginning, because the more diversification you do, or the more categorization you create out of these fact sheets, you have to define that many relationships. You have to go to that granular level. It will be difficult for you to manage. However, you have an option to create it as well. It is not a problem. Okay, you can create a new type also. But SAP LeanIX advises, after extensive research, that you should not be doing it. You should not customize the meta model unless needed. And for you guys to begin with who are new to LeanIX, never ever think of modifying anything in the meta model unless you are very highly experienced in LeanIX. Because if you are not able to draw proper relationships, because for customizations, you have to do it all alone, right? If you're not able to do that, your entire project, your analysis, your strategies will go for a toss. So my advice to you is never deviate from the standard meta model version 4, which has this 12 out-of-box tab fact sheets, and only work with only these many. Okay. Now, be very sure that these 12 covers the entire strategy layer, business layer, application data layer, technical layer, and it is a very tight, well-chosen set, I would say. Okay. So now here's a part people skip over and then regret, because people sometimes think that, okay, I'll do my own customizations and I'll make it in my way. No, never do that. That's a very tempting thing that you might have. Always associate with this. See, what I'm going to tell you, remember this very carefully, okay? This is very, very important. Never customize anything in the meta model. First thing, you can note it down if you want. Okay, the level you define relation, basically, the attribute, subscription, tags, access, etc. Okay, in the second line, as you can see. So let me unpack why this matters. So when you configure something at type level, you are configuring it for the every fact sheet of that type. I'll repeat once again. When you are configuring, so see what this line says: on the type level, relations, attributes, subscriptions, tag, access, and more are defined. So if you configure something at the type level of a fact sheet, you are configuring it for every fact sheet of that type. Remember. So if I add a custom field to the application type, every single application in my workspace, whether I have 50 or we have 50,000, that has that field. And I tell you, that's incredibly powerful. And it's also where governance and discipline comes in. You don't tweak the meta model on a whim because it changes the ripples across the entire inventory. Okay. So now attributes, which is the second thing here, are the fields that hold the information. I was telling you briefly, in the previous slides. It holds the information. It holds the attributes was what? Adjective. It holds the which qualifies the information, right? Subscriptions are how people get assigned, responsible, accountable, or become an observer on the fact sheet. Let me quickly show you while I speak. Okay, let me create I'll open this. Okay, so let me do one thing. I'll just try to test fact sheet 1. Okay, so I'll continue without recommendation. I'll select a type, say application. And do you see here subscribers? This is what I was talking here, subscriptions. You see here? Let me take a highlighter. So can I change this color to red? Yeah. So you see this subscriptions. Okay. So this is subscription. So basically it is how people get assigned as responsible, accountable observer in a fact sheet. Okay. So you put your ID here. Okay. And so as like any other application, you only find the users that have access to this instance. There is no way that you can add anything from your Gmail ID or something unless that person is invited and has access to LeanIX. So you were seeing a few minutes back, right? I was doing xyz@gmail.com. I was sending that to the person. So once he does that, he does the registration, he gets into the system. He becomes a user. But unless he does that, his name won't appear here. Okay. And if you remember, I archived him also, right? Do you remember that step that I did an archive for that XYZ ID?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So do you see any ID here with XYZ? No, right? It is archived. Okay. So now, yeah. So you can assign a responsible owner, business owner, you give his ID, and you can assign his application technology owner also. Okay, so I'll come to this. What does this mean? But I just wanted to show you. So you can assign it to. Let me assign it to SAP BTP 35 is my ID. Okay, I'll put the same as here. B35. Oops, what is it? Responsible application. Okay, maybe. Oh, sorry. Business owner and technology owner has to be different. So I'll assign, say, SAP BTP, any one of you. Okay, so this one, and I'll create an open.
One question.
Just one second. What is this? So remove fact sheet exceed the limit of 2 for this workspace. Oh my God, there's a limit set by these guys. Huh? Okay. Ideally, you can create thousands of fact sheets. If your application count is thousands, but there's a limit put. We'll take care of that because we already have the data. We'll probably delete some data and do it. Yeah. Sorry, somebody was saying something.
Yeah. Creating a fact sheet without recommendation is what it states at the top. So why is that without recommendation? What does it imply?
So you are creating, I mean, do you have any reference in creating the fact sheet? Like, is there any kind of, so you are creating it from scratch, right? If you see, there was an option given here that you can, you probably gonna, these are the existing fact sheets that you have. Okay. So you do not have a matching recommendation here anywhere. Okay.
Okay.
So that is the reference basically.
Yeah. Thanks.
But I'm sorry, I'm not able to create a fact sheet now because there's a limitation set, but I can open one fact sheet and show you. Yeah. So, but we will be able to we have to delete some fact sheets. So if you see here, why this error came. So there are 450 applications. Okay, then I can do one thing, which is less. I think objective has having less. So let me create an objective fact sheet. I think test obj. Just note this, okay? Remove the restriction on the number of fact sheet creation limit that he has already set. Okay, they should not be there. We can create thousands of fact sheet. Yeah, just and you guys also see the steps here. Okay, this is how you do it. Can you guys see on the top right hand side you have this icon where you can you have your this kind of a thing. Okay. So you have something called invite user. Okay. Admin role you have given, right? Okay, great. Invite from. Okay. Now, while I do this, so first time you'll get an option that, oh, you have used SAP BTP 10 user, is it?
Yes.
You didn't use the one which I just added, like your TCS ID?
Yes, just now I got this one. So when I'm clicking on here, it's asking me.
No, just register. It's okay. Just put your name. You don't have to, share your screen now. You put your password and then share your screen. Put your password and then share your screen. Don't remove the sharing.
Right.
When you logged in.
Right.
Yes. So that workspace is the core, I would say, structure of this LeanIX instance. Okay. So basically, when I say core structure, it means based on the setups in the workspace, you do your work. And how you set up a workspace, I'll teach you. Don't worry on that. And you can also have multiple workspaces assigned. Okay. So depending on the type of data or type of analysis you are going to do, you can set up multiple workspaces. Like you can do one workspace for analyzing your say business strategies, one workspace for managing the resource management, doing the resource management. Okay, you can separate it out. Normally, what I have observed is you should not have more than 2 to 3 workspaces, because again, if you diversify it so much there, it will again be a problem. Okay, because at end of the day, you are the person who's responsible for managing it, right? So try for minimalism wherever possible, and try for customization only when it is needed. Okay, keep this in mind. So this is a short survey that will come to you saying that what is your role, okay, closest to you. Enterprise architect, enterprise architect, and you can select multiple this also. You can say anything, like, whatever. This is not a this is not a blocker anyways. Okay, now you go to submit.
Like click submit, it is responding.
Probably yeah, it's a demo instance, right? Trust me, you don't get demo instances for Linux. It's very difficult to get it. I actually thank the person, but normally SAP even doesn't give it very easily. Okay, do a next, or maybe you can click from the top and this it. I want you to do one more thing. Go to your name GK on the top right side. Yeah, so you are set up as an admin, you can see there, right? Go to invite user. I would want you okay, so it will be, you can do a hands-on also. You just take
ping your email.
It is there in the chat.
Okay,
normally if you keep it open, it will using OAuth, it will probably take the same login. Yeah, set him as admin. It's okay. I mean, you can keep it as it is. Just put invite.
I have actually observed one thing. So first of all, that when that normal, generally that user ID password credential we are using, so it is says that login failed because that workspace they cannot define. But currently, when you send the invitations, in the invitations, when I'm particularly click on that link, it is working fine. So questions is that currently I am in all one workspace. So is this possible to form one workspace? We can create the another workspace. You can see that when I'm using this general user ID password, if I'm doing on the sign in, that it is show this kind of select the different workspace.
Oh, no, but just select different workspace. Let's see what is coming.
Oh, it is in this.
Okay, so now what you do is go to users, and everybody see here in the screen also.
Fill my name and password.
That's a very common thing. Yes. Fill your name and password, and click on next or whatever submit button comes in. It will ask a survey like what is your role. You put it as enterprise architect, and you put why are you going to use LeanIX or LeanIX for. Just fill anything. I mean, that's just a check, and then submit. You should be in. And just don't click on submit. Don't you see something called on the left hand side architecture executive dashboard, right? Go here, left side under default dashboard. Yes, click on that. Okay, just click on that.
It is taking time.
Oh, the instance is a bit slow, maybe because all of you have logged in, right? So I think that is the reason. It's okay. Cannot. These are common problems, anyways. Okay. Now go to on the right. There is a 3 dot that you can see under GK. Yes. Go to dashboard configuration. Sorry. No. I made a mistake. No. I think this is fine. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it is there. On the right side, you see users. Left side, you see users below.
So this is admin.
Yes.
I'm going to architect.
Go to the 3 dots on the right hand side, and parallelly, can you see so here? Go to the all option, active option maybe.
I guess I found the user tab.
Okay, you can search for users, and as an admin, you can restrict their accesses also. Click on any one name there, and click on any name, maybe any name. Yeah. So let's do a test. Okay, so for the time being, I mean, you are logged in, right? There.
Yes.
Okay, just make him as a viewer. Don't worry. So
now click on save.
So no, just hold on. It says role changes will take effect after the user has logged in again. Okay. So now save this. So guys, see this. Okay. This is how you change your accesses. Now save it. This list comes. Okay. Look into this also. Okay. This is important. And if you archive somebody, it is in the archive tab on the left right side. This is simple. This is the one which I archived. So okay, great. Do not log in, log out, and nothing. Just share your screen in the same status state where it was there. Okay.
Yeah.
So now go to your name on the top right. You're still an admin, right? Refresh your screen. No, don't log out. Don't log out. Yeah. We made you as viewer, right?
Yeah.
See, it has come. Okay. As viewer. Now go to your name again. You'll see lesser options there. Okay. Maybe it is still coming because it's okay. You didn't log off, right? Okay. Just no. Just go to log out. Yes. Clear your cache and log in back. The user management. This is user access management, UM module or LeanIX. Okay. This is a part of your curriculum also. I mean, you're doing it hands-on. So probably during the theory part, we can only cover the theory. We don't have to do the practicals for this because this is fairly easy and you are anyways doing it. Anybody wants to volunteer, let me know. We can do it with you also. You should be there.
Now it's the viewer and
now it is viewer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go to your user role. Yes, you see viewer here. Yeah? Just change it to viewer.
It was
save. Yes. Refresh your browser. Not refresh. Don't have to refresh. You just need to log out and do the cache clear. Yeah. Clear the cache directly. Don't need to refresh. You can unshare if it comes. Now once it's logged in, go to the top right hand side. See if admin is coming under your name or not.
Yeah. Now I'm admin.
You're admin, right?
Yes.
So everybody got this step now? I think we have to close because you guys have calls from 11, you told me, but is this thing clear to you? Other people who didn't do, I mean, I can spend maybe 10-15 minutes also if you want, but we don't want to waste too much of time here, but it's a very simple thing. But anybody needs any kind of, has any kind of questions?
No, not regarding this, but I just wanted to understand one thing. When does this training end? Was the planned end date?
I have to check that, guys. I think it's a 40-week training, if I'm not wrong. And we have to calculate that. And also one more thing, guys.
25 days training. So
50 hours. Sorry, 50 hours. Yeah. 25 days. Yeah. Guys, one more thing. 30th June, which is Tuesday, probably, I have a appointment that day. Probably I won't be able to take the training. I have an exam actually. Okay. I mean, if you want to have the training at a different time, it's okay. Because I have my exam actually, certification exam. So yeah, thanks for your cooperation. So I think session was at least you understood how to do the user access management, right? UM and LeanIX. So if you have any questions, I would also suggest you guys, you have your admin accesses, just do a bit of R&D. Just navigate around the screen, hover your screen, mouse over the options, the screens that you have. Okay, and you can come up with probably in the first 15 minutes we can take some questions like whatever you had, if any doubt. I mean, if it is something that is already getting covered in the course, I'll speak in the due course of time. If something is a very unique question, we can definitely handle it. Okay, we'll do it in this way. I think that's better. You should be more hands-on in using this tool.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, sir. Can you?
Yeah. Just ensure that the limits for the fact sheets and all are removed. I have given the questions to.
Okay, sir.
So just for my understanding, July 14th is when the course ends, is it?
To do the math probably, so maybe 25 days, as I think somebody said. I think that is the right thing. Maybe one day it will be, 30th, I'll take a break. So it probably get pushed by one day. I hope that's okay with you guys, right? My objective is that you guys should be hands-on with this tool. You should be very confident in using this tool. Until the time you're not confident, I'm not going to leave you. So I will be there with you. Just that you have to speak up and let me know that probably need some more time. So it's okay, no problem. This is a very complex tool, I tell you, if you think in that way. But it is fairly easy to use once you know the concepts right. Without the concepts, this tool is meaningless. Okay.
We'll do hands-on as well as some theory, because as soon as we cover something in the theory, we'll try to show you hands-on also. Okay, that will. But one point. Okay, so let me tell you a few things. Okay, going forward, SAP LeanIX has huge number of features. Okay, we will try to cover most of them that is widely used for business transformations. Okay, but to be very honest, unless you start practicing on your own with these IDs, doing some R&Ds, trying to create a fact sheet or trying to update something. This is your demo instance, guys. I mean, you can go ahead and do any changes, but just remember, whatever change you're doing, try to revert it once your testing is done or your R&D is done. Yeah. If not, it's still okay, but better that if you do it, because end of the day this data will be used for. But I have asked the SAP folks to load quite a handsome amount of data, so it is already there. Okay, so yesterday we got an error also, right? That it is not allowing us to create more than 200 fact sheets, which essentially means that at least there are 200 fact sheets, and it is there. You can see that in the instance also. So now I'll just request you. So as we progress in the next few weeks, try to do some R&D. Since you're learning fact sheets, so hopefully the next maybe a day or two, you will be learning this, finishing this, because this is very important. This is the fundamental building block of LeanIX. If you don't get the fact sheet right, nothing goes right in LeanIX. Okay. So whatever big terms we talk about, like business transformation, agility, adoption, and all these things, everything will go for a toss if the fact sheets are not done correctly. And as I was telling you, fact sheet filling up is not like filling up any Excel sheet or your normal some anonymous form that you have over the internet. Okay, it is a very intelligent tool. It has interdependencies and relations also. Okay, you see the second point here. It says level, relation, attribute, subscription, etc. Right? So relations means basically it is one fact sheet is related to another fact sheet. How this relationship is established. So it's a very intelligent form that has to be filled up. So you have to remember that. And when I say filled up, it doesn't mean that you have to fill up on your own manually, because there will be so many hundreds and thousands of fact sheets. Should not be filling it alone, by yourself. You have ways to get data inside the fact sheets. One is the easiest way is the Excel upload. The intelligent way is to integrate with your applications if your application provides that integration methodology. If it is there established, like ServiceNow CMDB, Signavio, and Colibra, Jira, and all these tools have direct integration. Other tools which does not have a direct integration with SAP LeanIX, there is a workaround. But I would prefer, if there is no direct integration available, go for the Excel upload. That is relatively easier and less error, because after working for several weeks and establishing the connection, you find that you're getting data issues. So it's better that you fix it with the Excel upload itself. It is fairly easy. I'll show you how to do all these things. Okay. Probably won't be able to show you the integration with Signavio and CMDB, because there is no demo instance available for that. That's probably not enterprise architect's job also, because you'll have a team who will be establishing this connection. Basically, this is more into the infra and operations side. However, knowledge is needed. At least you should know that this is how it could be done.
Question. For practicing, I just checked in Copilot that can you give me a sample fact sheet for an application. So it gave me a set of things which we can build the fact sheet on. So is that a good way to go ahead? Because logically we can...
No. I will show you. I will show you what you need to have, what you need to do a fact sheet, create a fact sheet. Okay.
Okay.
I will send you some sample fact sheets also for your, which you can use for testing. I only will do that. Okay. We'll do part of that. We'll do. Okay. Because it's a long journey. So let's not jump directly into.
Since you told practice, I was thinking for practice.
Practice as in what I'm saying is, do not. What you do is you can navigate through the screens. That is what is important.
Okay.
You should know how the interface looks like. What are the options available where, because if you see adding a user, it is not very prominently visible in the screen, right? You are seeing that you have to go and click on your the place where it has your name, right? You click on that, and there only you have a add user, right? And there, just above that, you have switch user, switch file or something. If I take you to the SAP LeanIX instance, 1 second, let me remove this screen here. Yeah, if I take you here, so you can click on all these things and see what exactly is there. Okay, you can click on each of these tabs. This dashboard, inventory. These are the fact sheets. Okay, see here is the count given. Okay, so 40 objective platform has 50 fact sheets, capability has 100, like this. What is the hierarchy level? To understand what is the hierarchy level, I'll anyways teach you, but I'm just telling you, just go through all this, data. At least hover your mouse over all these things and just see how it looks like. What is the, so roadmap, what kind of roadmaps do you have? What is a roadmap? So these are some default roadmaps that you have here. Okay. So diagrams, what kind of diagrams can you prepare? What kind of reports can you prepare? Once you click on a new report, what will you get? What is a metrics report? What is a roadmap portfolio, etc.? So you can do these things. Okay. Do not try to import any data. I'll show you where to import the data also. So for importing data, you basically have to go to inventory. You go to inventory tools. You import from Excel. Okay. It looks very simple, but it is not so simple to do it. Okay. So this is how you import the data. Okay. So you have a AI feature also, inventory builder, but we'll probably not leverage this too much here. We'll use the conventional method because, as I said, importing the data is very important. And since you guys are using it for the first time, stick to the basics first. Okay. Later on, all the cherries will be added on top of the cake. So don't worry on that. Okay. So yeah. So you have so many, options here also. Go through all of these and see, how it looks like. Try to relate, try to understand by your common sense that what exactly means by these. Once you click on something, architecture decisions, what exactly is meant by this and all. Okay. So if you want to create a new decision, what are the benchmarks or, what are the key things that you consider for a decision? Okay. And what decision you are making, you have to attach the fact sheet against it. So all these things will be there. Okay. Anyways, I'll show you these. I don't want to skip things right now because there are so many things here. This is just 10% of it. Okay. We have not even started transformation. We have not even showed you how to create a dashboard. We have not even shown you how to create a portfolio rationalization and all these things. These are the key things that you should learn. Okay. That probably will be covered in maybe after 30 hours or so, once it is over. Once you're very much used to with the tool, the data is properly understood and inside the system and properly, I would say properly organized, then only we can go for those. Okay. Before that, you need to. So yeah, let me go back to the slide. Yeah. Now 1 second. I think it is here. We'll go to slideshow. So we stopped here, right? That we were saying that relations. So what is relation? The third point. Relations between fact sheet define how different architectural elements are connected to each other. Okay. They describe who uses what, depends on what, and supports what across your entire enterprise architecture landscape. Okay. So I think are you guys clear till this point? I mean, do you want to refer back and have any questions on any of the slides before or in the module 1?
Hello, I have a question. Can you please again repeat the difference between meta model and fact sheet? So that is one point where I'm struggling to understand in a way. So can you just give one example and explain the meta model and fact sheet, the difference between?
Okay, sure. So meta model anyways will be covered here. So, this is the meta model. Okay. So I will come to that. I think when I go to that slide, you will understand. But in a meta model is basically, you can consider it as a binding principle which holds around 12 fact sheets, which is decided by the enterprise architecture community, that with these 12 fact sheets, we can actually qualify organization pretty well. Okay. So when I say this, if I go to the inventory, these are the 12 fact sheets. Can you see? Objective, platform, initiative, yes. Business capability, context and organization, application interface object, data object, IT component, provider, and tech category. These 12 are a part of the meta model. So you can consider that meta model is the building block, or not a building block, is a binding block rather, which holds these 12 fact sheets as a standard, which if properly updated, can actually classify or explain details about an organization. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's like a framework. You mean to say that?
It is like a framework. It's a model. Framework will have has a very broad scope. Meta model is just a model, you can say. It's just a collection of 12 fact sheets which is decided by the architecture community, that this will, independently qualify a complete organization. Okay, that is how you can imagine a meta model. But we'll come to meta model anyways. Okay. Let's. You'll probably have better clarity there. Any other questions? Good that you asked. Any other questions from anybody?
What is the difference between a subscription and tags with respect to fact sheets?
Subscription and tags. Very good. I'll show you. So I'll open any fact sheet. Okay. So you have subscription. So subscription is basically you have to give the ID of a person who's responsible for this fact sheet.
Okay.
And when you say tags, okay, so I think it comes here, right? Tags is basically a qualifier for a fact sheet. Let me see if I have that screenshot somewhere in the slides. I think tag comes in. Where did I see the tag? I think it's probably in one of the, if I expand these things, it will come in one of them. We will go through the entire, we'll do the complete anatomy of this. Don't worry. Okay. Just understand these things first. Okay. But note this point down. Okay. You remind me about tag. Okay. I'm pretty sure, I have used it. Just probably, can't recollect the navigation here. We'll find it. Okay. And we'll go through all these tabs also, whatever you have, subscription, comments. Comments is primarily for audit logging. Okay. Recommendations is for, if there are any recommendations about this fact sheets, it will appear here. If there are any action items against this fact sheet, you can add a to-do, resources. Basically, you can add a resource, transformation matrix and all these things. We will come to all of this. Okay. So yeah. Let's go to slideshow. So the most important thing about a fact sheet is that it must have a relation. It cannot operate in silos. Okay. So when you establishing a fact sheet, try to remember that you cannot operate the fact sheet in silos. It has to be related to something else. What is the point of it sitting at a corner without getting related to anything? Okay. So this is something which you have to understand. And now, can you tell me, this is a question for you guys. I think let's make it more interactive, because I think it might happen that a lot of things might go over your head, because you guys probably have not played an enterprise architecture role yet. If you would have played, probably you could have related to some things, but since these are more into the process part of things, so let me understand let me see your understanding on the matter here. So if you can tell me what is, okay, so if I have to ask you that we want to go for a modernization initiative, so what are the first things you should be doing? Can anybody volunteer and say first 2 to 3 steps that if I have to ask you to go for a modernization? I hope you know modernization, right? That is self-explanatory. So how do you do a modernization?
First, I think you need to check which of the applications are going towards the end state, because that's a quick win for modernizing the applications, because they're reaching the end state.
Very good. Very good. That's the very first step, to identify the candidates which are eligible for modernization, right? Yes, very good. What is the second step?
Step, yeah.
And everybody can contribute, okay? It's okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, please.
Yeah. No. Second step would be look for applications which have minimum usage and identify opportunities, as in why people are not using it. Is it fulfilling the purpose or not? So that you can bring in.
Yeah, I mean, basically that is a part of identification only, your first thing only, because you have to identify the candidates for modernization based on some parameters, right? So either you use a Gartner's time framework or 6R framework. Okay. So what is time and 6R framework? Time is TIME. It is tolerate, invest, migrate, and eliminate. We'll talk about it, but as of now, you can understand this in that that you have to categorize your applications which you want to tolerate, which is that you just want to go along with it. I for invest. There are some applications which are your gold standards. You want to invest on them. There are some. M is for migrate. There are some applications which you want to migrate, and there are some applications which you want to eliminate. And how do you want to take that call? You have another framework called 6R framework. Okay, 6R framework. So if I tell you what is a 6R framework, does anybody know what is a 6R framework? Do you guys know? Have you heard of 6R framework? Okay, 6R stands for, note this, it will be there in the slides anyways. Replace, re-architect, re-platform, rehost, retain, and retire. These are the 6 R's. Okay. So replace Can anybody tell me what exactly means replace? Replace is just replacing. The best option is to replace an application with another application. That's it. That is the call. Re-architect. What could be re-architect? Can somebody tell me what is? See, this is very important. Okay, this you have to see. You have to transform yourself. You have to think like an architect. Okay, forget your coding and your business or functional jobs, or your if you're into SAP basis and other jobs. Forget your current role now. You are transforming into an architect, because LeanIX is used by architects only. You are not just going to be a LeanIX user or an admin giving access and all these things, right? So you have to think yourself as an architect. So can you tell me what is re-architect means in normal terms? Anybody? Even if you say it wrong, it's okay. Just think and tell me what is re-architecting.
Re-architecting means redesigning the architecture of the building blocks.
You're right. Yes. Re-architecting an application means changing its internal structure or design or the code base in order to add functionality or to optimize the application for a new hosting environment like cloud. Okay. Suppose you have an application which is not cloud native and you want to migrate that to cloud. You cannot just simply do a lift and shift, right? You have to re-architect it accordingly. Its internal structure, design, code base, etc. have to be brought in order to host it in the cloud. That is re-architecting. You are right. Very good. Now the third option is re-platforming. What is re-platforming? Can somebody tell me what is re-platforming? Like before, any guess is also okay. You're okay to make mistakes, or okay if you say wrong, it's okay. Just want to understand your thinking is going in the right direction or not. Until now, I think you guys are answering correctly. So it's good.
Let's take an example of platforming. For example, we are replacing a new application or a software with the old one. That means that new software or new application has to redesign to a new platform or new environment. Like, for example, they are using X environment and we have to replatform to a new environment.
Maybe can you give an example? Because re-architecting and replatforming are very closely related and there is a thin line of difference. So maybe if you can give an example, I think it will be good.
Maybe currently, for example, we are using a cloud-based software. If you're converting it to a in-premises or other way around. So maybe that is one of the
absolutely.
Examples.
So suppose you have a application which is like an ERP system, okay, which is existing on premises, and that was initially designed to run like a traditional data center. Okay. Now by replatforming the ERP system in the cloud, the organization obviously can gain some scalability, flexibility, and cost efficiency, right? So that process is called replatforming, and it retains the application's core architecture, but modernizes its IT component. Okay. In re-architecting, it changes the internal structure, design, and code base. In replatforming, we are not changing the internal core architecture, but modernizing the IT components. Okay, there's a very thin line. This is the only difference. Okay, now you have another three, which is the rehost, retain, and retire. So let's talk about rehost. What is rehost? This should be easy. Can you guys make a guess?
Changing the server names.
Like what with an example?
Like
maybe?
We are moving the application from Linux to Windows.
Absolutely. It is lift and shift. You're just pulling it from one and putting it elsewhere. Very good. You guys are making good guesses. I mean, this is how you should think like an architect. So I would request all of you to contribute here, because let your instincts, your imagination come out here. This is the first time you're learning this, right? It's okay to make mistakes, no problem. Nobody's going to judge you, because we are all at the same level here. Else you probably wouldn't have been here, right? Okay. So very good. Who was this?
Yes.
Yeah. It is good. So lift and shift basically involves moving an application from one cloud platform, probably a private cloud, to another cloud platform, another private cloud, or maybe public cloud, whatever, without making some significant modification to the application itself. Okay. So companies normally rehost applications when they believe that they can achieve a greater efficiency or reduce the cost while leaving the application as is. Okay. So maybe an organization can have a web server that is currently hosted on-premises data center, and they want to migrate it to, AWS, Azure, or GCP or something. Okay. And set up a VM or something. So they can do that. That is rehosting. So the fifth point is retain. What is retain? Anybody?
Keep the applications as is.
Yes. Keep the applications as is. You don't do anything. Okay. Because there could be multiple reasons that probably the doing some changes on that application is probably very complicated or complex, or maybe the cost is very high. Probably it could be taken at a later stage, not right now at this stage. So you can retain that application, okay, and you can revisit them in the future. And retire, I think everybody, every one of you know this, right? Retire is basically, it has to be removed because probably there is no business need of running them as yet. Okay. So now retiring cannot be done just like that. It may require some data archiving and data migration to a successor application, because if you're retiring something, the data probably needs to be stored for audit reasons or for some compliance reasons. So, there are some process or procedures that you have to follow. So it is very important to keep in mind that the applications you want to eliminate or retire may have some connections also and some dependencies also to some things which you want to keep. So if any application, which could be a useless or an outdated one, supports and it is related to a business capability, it supports a business capability, you must have a contingency plan before shutting it down. Okay. So this is called 6R framework. Time framework, I already told you. Okay. So remember, this time and 6R is going to be revisited every single time in this course, because these are the Gartner's framework, and this is very much going to be used in SAP LeanIX. So that's the objective of our training. So with the fact sheets, with the data that you have to take a decision. How do you classify them into this 6R or time methodology? Okay. Let's to the discussion, the slide discussion once again. Okay. So now, as I was telling you that you know now what is an attribute, what is a relation. Okay. Anyways, we'll show you in hands-on. In my own implementations, I'll give you an experience that I had. Creating a fact sheet is never done properly by people, and this is exactly where the value gets destroyed. And in the positive side, it gets created also if you do it well. So I've walked into organizations that had thousands of beautifully filled application fact sheets, every field populated, lovely data quality score. You have a data quality score also to be done, and almost no relations. Due to which, what is the use of having thousands of applications without having any connections? How will you build up a strategy? How do you know which application is related to which capability, which IT component is being used? You do not have any clarity, but it is all filled up. And what you can do with that? You can do nothing, almost nothing. It's like just filling up a cabinet at your house where you want to dump things just for the sake of keeping it there. It's not an architecture model that you're building here. So the day they started connecting applications to the business capability that they support and the IT component that they run on, suddenly these things become very useful. So this is how you should think why relationship is very important in a fact sheet. Okay. So now you have the 12 fact sheets, right? Different fact sheets in this meta model. So does anybody have a TOGAF certification here or did a training in TOGAF?
Actually, most of the people are from SAP background, so might be.
So what? TOGAF, PMP. These things doesn't need a.
No, PMP we have. PMP, for example,
Yeah.
I have a.
No, that's what I'm saying. So these are professional certifications. It's not tied up to SAP. We know only SAP or we know only Oracle. No, not like that. TOGAF can be done by anybody, right? It's an architect's certification.
Honestly speaking, TOGAF certificate I'm on my side. I have heard from your side. PMP, yes.
Okay. So, no, it's okay. So basically, TOGAF is the Open Groups Architecture Forums certification for enterprise architect. So it works on basis of the assumption that an enterprise architect will perform these roles primarily. You can call it BDAT, what we call it. How does it interpret? What does it interpret? B for business, D for data, A for application, T for technology, and just add architecture to all of it. So business architecture, data architecture, application architecture, and technology architecture. An enterprise architect should be knowledgeable in all of these. Okay, you should know business architecture, data and application are anyways your information technology architecture, which you are already working on, and technical people will obviously have technology architecture experience. So, which essentially means if you know the business architecture and the application architecture and technical architecture, you are kind of a solution architect also here, right? But much more than that, because it is a enterprise done at enterprise level, not a solution for a particular problem in the project, right? So this is how an enterprise architecture being imagined, that it knows everything. Okay. So now under business architecture, if I tell you, let me quickly shift to this block for a moment. We'll come back, but let me show you. Okay. So under business architecture, what do you see? The organization, business capability, and business context. And when I say this, these are all fact sheets. Huh? These are the 12 fact sheets which I showed you in the front, in the front end, right? So under business architecture, you have these capability, business context, and organization. Under application and data architecture, you have data object, application, and interface. Technical architecture is covered with the fact sheets, IT component, provider, and tech category. Okay. Now for strategy and transformation layers, you have the objective, platform, and initiative. Do you remember the strategic objective was on top of the layer before the business capability in the very first module as I was showing you? You have that image in mind?
Yeah.
Yeah. So strategy always stands on top, and how the strategy is being done, this is how it is done. Okay. So I'll move back to the slide here. Okay. So now one more thing before we move on. See, we spend a lot of time on this slide. There is a reason for it. I want you guys to be very confident enough to understand this. Taking you through the slides is not a big deal. You anyways have the slides with you. You can also go through on your own. But probably explaining this is more important. Okay. If you have this thing right, again, as I repeat, everything will be right, because fact sheets is the building block. Okay. So one more thing, on the types before we move on, it is all about your discipline, because we have established that type level changes ripple everywhere, has a ripple effect. So never tweak the meta model, never ever try to add more types of fact sheets. I mean, you can do it once you are very much confident that if you bring in another fact sheet and add it to this meta model V4, then it is not going to impact your analysis. As long as you're confident, you do that, but it is not advisable. Okay. So meta model isn't something that you edit casually or in isolation. It is not a child's play. Okay. So better not to do it, at least for the first 2 to 3 years of using this tool. Do not do that. I still do not do that. I've been using this tool for around 10 years now, even more than that. I think 16, 17, I've been using it. And I think from 18, I'm very much hands-on in doing it alone, So yeah. So in a real implementation, any changes to the meta model, any new types, any new subtypes, any custom fields, anything that you add, it has to go through a governance process. So when I say this, it doesn't mean that it stops you from doing any changes. If you want to bring any changes in the meta model, have a proper governance. Okay. It should come through a governance process. Typically, it means an architecture review. Okay. A defined owner for the meta model should be there, and a testing of these changes in a separate workspace should be done before it hits the production. So all the proper change management processes that you follow, it has to be there, because once the change lands in production, it affects every fact sheets, because these are all related, right? So you cannot create a fact sheet customized just for your own in the meta model and not relating it to anything. You have to relate it, right? Unless you don't relate, you establish the relation, it doesn't make any sense to have the fact sheet. So once you bring that custom fact sheet, you obviously have developed a relation. That has to go via a governance process, typically a change management process. What we here call it is an architecture management process or architecture review board, ARB. Okay. Once the ARB is done, so this is also a very common term that we'll be hearing pretty often. ARB, Architecture Review Board, Architecture Decision Records, Architecture Risk Register. So guys who have done your PMP, you'll be knowing, right, that you have risk registers, and so here also just portray this as your project management done for enterprise architecture. That is called enterprise architecture management. Many things will be common, governance per se. Okay. So ARB, which is Architecture Review Board, ADR, Architecture Decision Records, which means, after architecture decision is done, you document that the decisions in agreement with all the stakeholders, and ARR, architecture risk registers. Okay. So it has to go via all these processes, and then once it is approved, then you can introduce your new custom fact sheet. So, and also you should protect your meta model from, unauthorized use. Basically, you should not have admin access given to every one of you in your team so that they can do their R&D on anything. Okay, please do not do that. You have a meta model owner assigned. I mean, you yourself be a meta model owner. It is better that if you are the meta model owner, because you are getting trained, you know the principles and you know the consequences. You keep a change log also if somebody is doing any changes. Okay. So a stable, a governed meta model is quietly one of the biggest predictors of whether LeanIX rollout will be successful or not. Trust me, almost 30 to 40% LeanIX rollouts fail in the first attempt because people do not follow the standard practice. People simply jump to use the tool without knowing the knowledge, what and the impact. Okay. As I said, it's not a very easy tool, but it is not so difficult either. Okay. So moving to the next slide, which is understanding the fact sheet fundamentals. So now I won't spend much time here because I think over the last few hours, I have probably told you what exactly this is. So can somebody tell me what exactly this diagram represent? This is a
right. You had your strategic objective, then you have your capability, and capability you map. Applications are mapped to capability, and the IT components are mapped to the application.
Yes. So when I say mapping, is basically the relations, right? So here it is showing that it is the relations that is getting established, right? So a business capability is supported by an application. An application runs on an IT component. An organization uses an application interfaces with another application. So basically it is the relations between the fact sheets. That is what it is representing. Okay, so I'll move ahead. Is there any questions in understanding this? Because this is, I think we have shown in the screen also. Let me show you in the screen also once, yeah? Because we already said that we'll be showing you in the screen. So this is what it is. So I think this is not a good example. There are only two. Let me take something which has multiple. Let me see if I can find something like that. Multiple relationships exist. Let me see. I don't know how many from the look here, but let me see if I can show you here. Yeah. So can you see here? This is the Relations Explorer. Okay. So this is how they're connected. Initiatives, tech categories, implements platforms, and applications. Okay. This is how you develop the relation. And how is it done? I'll show you that also while I show, while you load the data. And so I was telling you, right, that when you load the data from here, you have a specific format for the import. Okay. So what is that format? When I show you that, you will understand that this Excel itself captures these relationships. Okay. And once you import them, it comes and shows you in the screen like this. Okay. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we are good in this slide, right? Any questions, anybody, before I move to the next one? Just want to take a quick, feedback, because I think on the previous slide itself, we have, showed you most of the things, which is in the next few slides. Okay. So let me just hold on.
Showed in the LeanIX instance itself, the relations.
Yes.
Does it get auto-populated, or do we have to manually create the relations between these fact sheets?
So once you are loading that fact sheet, you have to establish that relation.
Okay. So if I'm creating an application fact sheet, once I've done with that, I start to create its relation.
You can create it. See, there are two ways. Once you're creating a fact sheet, you can establish the relation that time itself. Or once you're loading that fact sheet, you can create that relationship that time itself. Why we prefer to do it at the loading time is because you are using an Excel spreadsheet. It is easy to put the data there and directly get it imported. Okay. But you can manually establish also. Okay. Yeah. Good question. Okay. So now understanding the fact sheet fundamentals. Okay. So, one thing I want to cover here in this slide, which I probably didn't say, this path, as you can see, business capability to application to IT component, organization using application, and application interfaces with another application. Okay, this flow, this path is what lets you do an impact analysis. If you have to do an impact analysis, you follow this path. Okay. So if the IT component, say it's at the bottom of the chain, it is going to be end of life. You can be very sure that if you navigate upwards, this affects the application, and the supported capability also, because your application gets impacted, because your capability also gets impacted. Okay. Suppose your IT component is say any tool, like say your Microsoft contract with maybe Teams or Slack is getting. So in our company recently, we made Slack. We used to have Slack and Teams both. So we removed Slack. Okay, we made it end of life because the contract ended. We didn't want it to extend because Teams was enough to handle this. So now the capability was internal communication and applications that were using Slack. There were some applications that had directly embedded Slack channels because they were calling Slack we had some agentic AI automations set up, due to which it was like this, that when the morning we get up, we used to have a lot of agents which gets automatically fired. It reads my email, it reads my inbox, it reads my meeting summaries, chats, etc. Automatically these AI agents will populate a summary of all the work that is being done, and then will send me a consolidated email. There will be emails which needs my responses. So that is also automated, and it comes to me just for the waiting for the press of a button. It goes into the draft state. I just need to open the draft and send it after a review, because I always prefer a human in the loop intervention. And any critical thing that comes in, it is automatically directed to my Slack so that I can check it from my mobile. And once I revert from my mobile, it can anyways take it to other channels also. So Slack was used in those terms here. So once Slack got end of life, there was an impact in all these processes, all these capabilities, especially in the agentic architecture that we have. We have a very solid setup in our office. So Slack was heavily used because of many agentic channels actually supported Slack. Any messages, any issues that were raised, it directly used to come as a Slack message. So after its end of life, we are facing those challenges, but it is not an unmanageable challenge. We have other alternatives also. So we are tied up with multiple AI vendors. So they are also showcasing us their own capabilities, and we are doing the R&Ds these days. So I'm also the founding member of the AI COE in our office. So so we get access to all these latest and greatest tools very first time when it comes to the market. There's a huge investment, and that's when we realized that this process what I was talking about, if something in the bottom of the chain goes for a end of life, what could be the cascading impact in the previous I had been doing enterprise architecture for a long time, but just that never realized that this impact will be so high. So all this flow got broken. So but again, some agents still remain, of course, most of them remain, but only the messaging part component, the capability, and these things, they got removed. Okay. Anyways, coming to that. So you should. So when you're doing the enterprise architecture modeling, you have to always ask the next question: what does it support? What does it run on? Who uses it? What does it talk to? Questions like this will answer. If answered consistently, I think 80% of your fact sheet will be filled up with 80% of correct data. Okay, that who uses it. So these are all based on relationships, basically. What are the relations interdependent relation between each application, capability, IT component, objective, all these things. Yeah, this is the only critical point here in this. And now moving to the next slide.
One question.
Sure. Please, guys, you have to ask questions, okay? Because I tell you, this is not a theory class. This is not a practical class. You have to understand the concepts very well. Without that, this tool is of no use. You will have access to the tool very soon. You will have access to all these PPTs, knowledge, things, everything. But if you do not have that, thinking right, you won't be able to use it. Yeah, sorry. Tell me, please.
Yeah. So in ServiceNow or or any other similar tool, we have this CMDB maintained where you maintain your business service, you maintain your application, then you basically all the CIs are tied to each other, right?
Yes.
So is that integration possible with LeanIX? Because that
absolutely, absolutely. ServiceNow integration is directly possible with LeanIX without any kind of
standard connectors
hiccups.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are standard connectors established. Of course, yes. It is not a very just with a click of a button it will be done. No, not like that, of course. But it is fairly practically possible. You don't have to get into any middleware or any other middle channels into the business. You can directly do it.
Okay. So the minute you import, it will map all your business services to business capabilities. Okay.
Yes. Understanding the fact sheet fundamentals. In ServiceNow, you have a business capability table also. Okay, CMDB business capability, some business CMDB under CI underscore business capability something. Okay, that table is there. That is directly mapped with the capability table of LeanIX. For your application also, I think there was a table, if I'm not wrong, CMDB business app something table is there. For your IT component, if your HAM and SAM are installed, HAM is hardware asset management and software asset management. If they're properly there, these modules, I think you can directly relate it to the CMDB tables like CMDB hardware product and CMDB software product. Okay. For tech categories, you have model category. There are other field mappings also that can be direct. You can establish. Okay. So while doing the connections, you have to just relate your LeanIX tables. Your ServiceNow tables with the corresponding LeanIX table. Once you do the mapping, the data will be just directly get copied. Okay, because the relationships are already established in ServiceNow CMDB. It's just that it's a lift and shift. Okay, does it answer your question? Asked, I think. So now this slide is these relations as you see, are the basis of all the reports. Okay, I think it's very much high. Let's make it 150. So can you see this screen? These are the relations. Okay. So I was showing you the meta model, which is there in the next slide. So here it is also the meta model. Basically the strategy, this for strategy, you have these things. These are the relationship that is established, and you have to establish this relationship. So if you try doing this manually, guys, you will struggle. Okay, it is always better you do it via Excel, but you can still do it manually. Okay, it is not impossible, and this is how complex the entire architecture is. And once you establish this kind of a relationship, they know your data will be successfully accepted as an enterprise architecture quality. Can you see how many there are owns, improves, supports? So what level of relations, affects? We'll talk about these also. So when you see
typically how long it will take to complete these 12 fact sheets for a project?
For a training or a project?
No. Generally, in real-time scenarios, just curious.
In real-life projects, it will take data loading will take around 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
For a team of around 12 people.
Okay.
Because that is the toughest part. LeanIX implementations normally goes for 1.5 years. At least 1.5 transformations.
For a company like TCS, we win a contract. So if we have to get into a new transformation, so if you're saying it takes 6 to 8 months to even complete the LeanIX exercise and then start the transformation, our clients
after your data is loaded. After your data is loaded, there is transformation is just a click of a button, right? I mean, you can see physically doing the transformation in your servers and all that is different. Okay, what I'm saying is the enterprise architecture transformation. So that transformation will be just in maybe a month or maybe hardly 1.5 months, because you have the data ready. It's just about preparing your strategies, generating the roadmaps, doing the architecture modernization.
I mean, we might not have the data, right? I'm talking, let's say we are going for a fresh RFP and we win the contract saying that we'll use LeanIX and do your transformation. So I'll have to prepare the data sheets, I'll have to fact sheets, and I'll have to do it from scratch.
Absolutely.
So clients, do they have that kind of timelines where we say we'll take 6 months to do this activity and then based on the architecture?
Your job as an enterprise architect is to propose a timeline based on the volume and based on the nature and complexity of the data. Okay. Now, if the client does not agree, your job is to tell him the pros and cons. Okay. If you still doesn't agree, you don't have a choice. You go for that. Data will be of bad quality. Transformation will fail. You move to a different project, client will suffer. That's the only thing. That is, I told you in one of the slides, right? That 30 to 40% LeanIX transformations fail in the very first time.
Yeah.
Because people have a doubt that why data loading will take 6 months. If you see this kind of a complicated thing and you have hundreds of applications, no, not hundreds actually. In our company, we have 2,000 plus applications. I'm pretty sure any standard company will have at least 1,000 to 1,500 applications.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you put this here and all the relationships, it is going to take time. It is going to take time for sure.
Yeah, looking at this slide, I got that question. So
yes.
Typically, so clients would have to have 6 months to build a nice architecture and then go forward.
That is the job of an enterprise architect. With all these diagrams, with all this visualization, you have to show them that this is how complex it is. Because I have worked mostly into product companies and consulting very less. But when I, in my short tenure in consulting, I saw that just for getting the project, people start overcommitting because the pre-sales guys, jump on your head, and project managers and program managers falls under pressure, and eventually the contract gets executed. Okay. And now your budget overruns because you have estimated, say, 8 to 12 people. End of the day, you see that you are using, 20 people. If it is a fixed price contract, then you are absolutely gone. If it is a time and labor, your budget will overrun in such a way that your client probably might end up the contract also. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is how
typically I'm thinking clients would engage a consulting company like EY or even, TCS. They would do this 6-month exercise prior to floating the RFP, right? I think they will be clear of what they
normally, yes. So what they normally do is there is a initial assessment that is done. Okay. So have anyone of you gone through any kind of a, RFP anyways you guys have done, but have anybody gone for a pre-sales orals to the client? How the pre-sales?
I also part, but not fully, just last final during SOW sign up. In that time, pre-sales team member also be there. What you have said, it is quietly, it is partially correct that pre-sales guy, how they are depict or how they are planned, and actual when the project team implement, there have a gap, and there have a significant gap on it.
Exactly. Because pre-sales guys have their own targets. Their salaries have a huge bonus structure. Okay. So they will run after that. Now that is the reason why in the orals, what we call it as orals is basically the discussion with the client initially once we go for a contract agreement. You have to take a project manager who will understand the resource spectrum, the team's knowledge spectrum and all these things. You should also take an enterprise architect who will understand the architecture, the knowledge of your team on the architecture, the knowledge of the architecture of the client, how it is structured, what kind of platforms. See, as I just said, 30 to 40% strategic transformation projects fail due to this because of proper lack of planning. How much time it's going to take that loading the data? 6 to 8 months. Just be honest, guys. Who all of you have thought that it is a overkill or it's a very highly inflated estimate? Just be honest. Just tell me, it is okay. Did you guys think that it is a very highly projected estimate for data loading?
Concern is not like the data loading. So I believe actually I have a different point of view. So my point of view is that from when we start getting a new project, might be it is a implementations project or might be that is that rollout project, whatever it is. But when we are implementing our solution, basically if it is that our implementations project, in that time it might be a more helpful rather than the rollout project. So in that time,
in the implementation second, it's a greenfield or a brownfield?
It is a greenfield. You assume for the time being, can take as a greenfield implementations project.
Okay, fine.
So in that time, we do not have any data, raw data. So first of all, from this point of view, without using Excel sheet or any other things, okay, can we directly put the data? First of all, we can create one raw structure, and can we directly put the data from day one here, and we can sell another thing? Yeah.
I tell you, I got your point. So that would have been the ideal. Never happens because client never hands over its data to you for making estimations. Okay, so that is the sad story of a project manager, that he has to make some educated guess and do some estimates. Okay, they probably give you some Chemly estimates, like Chemly, right? Like customization, extension, modification. So you guys know Chemly's?
Chemly's theoretically I know, but yeah.
Yeah. So basically, when you go for a estimate for a project, they might give you that what kind of customization, what kind of extension, what kind of modification, what is the code base, how much is the what are the interfaces, what are the programs that are running, how many scripts, how many SQL, how many variety of coding code scripts, whatever you call it. Okay, so all these things they will give you. But with that, you cannot make a proper estimate because it is very difficult to make an estimate. Okay, you need the architecture level data, you need the relationships, you need the how your business capability is going to be impacted with this project, what all applications you're going to use, what are the IT companies you're going to use, what are the objects that you're going to use. So all this level of data is needed. As I was telling you, if I show you the screen once again, if I go to the inventory, you need all this data, as you see on the colored data on the left-hand side. For an architecture transformation project, if you do not have this data, you won't be able to make any estimate. And the client will not give you the data at the very first time to make you an estimate. So that's why what normally is done is the pre-sales team, along with an enterprise architect and a project manager, forms a team, and the enterprise architect, along with the project manager, works together to find. So you remember in the very first slide, I was telling you that LeanIX can be used as you can use LeanIX as a consultant, as a project manager, and an architect. The very first, I think, couple of roles I was explaining. Yeah, that is where it comes. That is where it is needed in this kind of situation. That is the right situation where you actually need a project manager and an architect together working for a common goal. Okay. So you have to work with them for, say, so that is when people go on site they sit in the client premises, they get their client laptops so that their data doesn't go outside. It's restricted within their own firewalls and boundaries. And you do an estimate there for 2 months, 3 months, whatever. And that is what we have done. Okay. So normally it goes for 2 to 3 months, sometimes 1 month, depending on the volume and scale of the company and its total architectural objects. So you decide that you develop a kind of a because you don't have access to LeanIX that time, right? Suppose the tool is also not procured by that time. What will you do? You develop these data sheets. Okay, you develop the sheets with the relationships, and then you make a correct guess. LeanIX will provide you to a platform to import the data sheet into and see it visually. It would have been really helpful if we have got LeanIX by that time. But most clients do not purchase a license right at the beginning because they're still, hunting for, better options. Like suppose you go from TCS, they might be looking for Infosys and Wipro and other competitors of TCS also, who has the same capability. Okay. So, it is very hardly, there's hardly any difference between the top IT Indian companies, right? It's probably, we are, probably, okay, maybe the bench strength and the employee strength are different. In terms of capabilities of providing consulting services, I think there is a very less, difference, in terms of quality of delivery and other things. So the client can go for anything. Whoever gives a cheap budget and a cheap, if they can go for a contract, say somebody says that I'll give you a 5-year contract with no increase per, effective per year. So they will go for that. Or they will go for a 2-year extension with only an agreed 5% increase in the contract value. So client will also have people who are also looking for budgets. Think in this way that in an total IT setup, nobody thinks about the smooth and successful execution of any kind of project, be it transformation, be it maintenance, be it any kind of projects. People always think about their budgets and how they can have control over things. And that is why the IT industry suffers so much, but that is the beauty also, that we are getting so much of job. Okay, so let's leave that debate aside. Suppose you have coming back to the question again, I'm pretty sure that many of you have this doubt that why 6 to 8 months just to load the data? It is not just to load the data. This is just one screenshot which I was showing you. Okay, this is how you map the data. When you actually start doing this, see, you have to very well know that if you see this line here, let me take the this is not in presentation mode, so I cannot show you the pointer. But if you can see this on the right side, there are effects. Okay, you have to justify why it affect. This is improve here. There's supports here. No, this type of relationships. Okay, what type of relationship? It owns, supports, improves, affects, etc. You have to independently find that why this is owns and why this is supports. And you are going to the client side. You have to realize that, understand their complete business processes, their strategies, the strategic objective, that why they're going for a transformation, their entire data architecture, application business architecture, and technology architecture, and then prepare this kind of a map. When I say map, not in the screen like this. You have to prepare it in the Excel sheet, relate those. That is why it takes time. It is not a one-day job. 8 to 12 people at least you need, and 6 to 8 months for a normal 2000 plus application wala company. If you have it less, probably it could be maybe 3 to 4 months, maybe, if it is 500 odd applications. It depends. But normally 500 odd applications, so standard companies, it is mostly 1500 to 2000 applications. Even LeanIX itself is registered as an application in LeanIX. Okay. ServiceNow is itself registered as an application in LeanIX and in ServiceNow APM also. Okay. Because that's an application, right? That has an application ID. So, okay. So coming back to the slideshow again, this is how complicated these things are. And it might be sounding very scary at times, but it is scary. Let's not put sugarcoat things here. It is very scary, very complicated. But if you have the concepts right, you can do it. It is not that you can do it easily. Nothing is easy in LeanIX, okay? Because the entire organization's IT architecture is coming inside one single place. To maintain it properly, it is not easy. But once you do the basics right, you get the fact sheets right, you get the relationships defined right, you have the proper attributes, proper data inserted, things become easier. And over the period of time, once you start using it, things become softer. Okay. So now every flagship report that you build in LeanIX is just a very clever way of reading these relations. The relations that you see here, it could be interpreted in terms of a report. You can call it as an application landscape report, because that's where applications are grouped by the business capability that they support, which is the relation that they have within them, right? You can have a data flow diagram also, where the applications and the interfaces between them are being depicted. Remember, I showed you have a screen for diagram also. In LeanIX, there is a option for diagrams. You can create a mind map kind of a diagram where you define all the architecture. We'll do all these things hands-on. That is why you need to know the background, and then we can go for this. You have something called a technology risk report. You can build something like that, okay, which will flag the obsolete, the obsolete components. Okay, so the IT components that you have here, if you see in the bottom, that report runs in this layer and gives you the obsolescence risk management data. So now let me give you a very quick real world flavor of each of the slides that we probably discussed till now. So but before, okay, with the silence, I'm just trying to understand, are you guys getting till this point? Is there any questions? Please speak up, guys. Do not assume things, because that will be a problem later on. Because if you do not speak up now, because things will move much faster. I'm going a bit slow now just because I want you to get these concepts right. But I have to move faster later on, because next the further slides are not very detailed enough. It is more into the practical side of things. So there are not much of concepts there. There are, but not too much. Okay. So any questions you have till now, please speak up. Okay. So now let me tell you. Okay. So the impact of changes, I think, let me revisit. I think we touched upon it. You have to do the proper due diligence on governance before you touch anything in the meta model, you do any change in the meta model, that's the impact of the changes. Dependencies, as you know, the relationships, which fact sheets depend on which. Risk, as you understand, is typically a obsolescence risk that you have, which you define in the fact sheets, like end date, start date, and all those dates that you have, if you remember. And finally, redundancies, which normally your senior management will love it very much, because where multiple applications support the same capability and you're removing one. And as I said before, removing one does not mean you simply remove it just like that. You have to take a data backup. You have to close the relationships. You have to pass on the data to the new. Redundant means you have multiple, right? You have to decide one among many. So that one has to have all these data that are there in the other ones, right? So redundancy elimination, I think we talked about. So for all these things, if you think from your brain, you have to remember so many things, right? You have to do so many things correctly, but it is not so. You don't have to maintain so many reports, so many diagrams, and so many dashboards. You just maintain the model. The model itself will let you know the right information at the right time whenever you want. You just need to know what you need to see. You need to see a diagram. You need to see a report. You need to see the, kind of a dashboard or something. So once you maintain the meta model correctly, that is why it is always advisable that you do not complicate the meta model by deviating from this 12. Okay. The 12 that you see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 10, 11, 12. So do not deviate from these 12, because they are very closely related, and it is prepared by a group of enterprise architects who are very much competent enough to understand that this will cover every transformations. Okay. Now, what is an application landscape report? Any idea what is an application landscape report? As the name suggests, the applications are arranged by business capabilities that they support, and often colored by the life cycle or fitness, or so that's an application landscape report that you can prepare. That is the most common report that you can generate from LeanIX program. You have a data flow diagram I was talking about just a while back. So the applications and the interface that they have between them show how the information actually moves between these two. Okay, that puts a pictorial thing in your mind. There's a roadmap report also. What does roadmap means? You need to see what is planned, what is active, what is phasing out across the years. It is basically laid out against the time using the life cycle attributes. Okay. And you also can generate a technology or risk obsolescence report. It will walk you through the IT components which are very close to their end of life. And also, since the relationship is established with the applications, it will show you the applications that are getting impacted. You have cost and metrics report also. If you go to the reports tab, you guys anyways have access. You can navigate that. You see on the right side, you have metrics report. So you can create a metrics report depending on the metrics you want to see. And none of these you have to build it from scratch every time. There are some standard reports also that come alive the moment your relationships and attributes are populated. I showed you something there, right? That, some of the reports, some of the diagrams that not diagrams, I believe. I think some of the dashboards, some of the reports actually, some default reports got already populated. I believe this is a demo instance. Normally, they give some 10 to 12 reports in the production instance. I mean, in the live instance, basically UAT dev production, whatever. Yeah, they have more reports. So I think they categorize. This is only the roadmap report. That's why. Okay, I have to go to all reports here. Exactly. This is why I was thinking. See, we didn't build up all these reports. Okay, there are so many reports. Yeah, it's more than 12. I think it's more than like 20 reports already there. That itself is the default. So you have to click on the all reports here. I probably didn't click on that. So if you do that, you already have these reports based on the data that you have. Most of the times your default report, okay, I think we have to remove a filter maybe. Yeah, I think there was a broken filter there. So this is how you have your reports, obsolescence risk report. I think none of them is getting end of life. Everything is showing in green. Okay. So green is no risk. Upcoming risk is yellow, and unaddressed risk is red. So I think that it is because of the data quality. Probably they didn't introduce any, application which are close to end of life. I think we can do that. Maybe let's take this one, sales reporting system APP 094. Let me see if I try to ended this, or maybe make the ended very close. How does it reflect here? Phase out. Okay, the phase out is at no. You see here. Okay, phase in, plan, phase in, phase out. You put a year, say 2026. It was MMDD, right? Yeah. MM is what? It's June 06. Put a date. Phase out by 30th of June. And end of life. It becomes. Did you see that the color got changed here? And end of life 2026 06 and maybe what 30 only. Yeah, end of life. Okay. So yeah, any other changes needs to be done? No. Configure content. Right. Let me see now if it shows here. It won't show. It will probably show yellow, I believe. If it does not, probably we have to see, but most likely it should. Why is it always coming like this? Again, this filter is getting by default applied. It didn't change, is it? Upcoming risk. I think probably we have to change somewhere else also. I think. Let me see if I open this again. This is not opening. Give me a moment. Phase out. Let me do an end of life right away, in 2025. Let me see whether it does that. Okay. Phase in, phase out. This is not. Sure. Sorry. 1 second. There were 2 more dates here which we didn't notice. Plan. We planned in 2025 06. I'll make it as same like 30 June last year. Start date of the active is not in order in the field fact sheet. Start date of lifecycle phase active not in order in field lifecycle fact sheet. Start date. There is a start date also, is it? 1 second. I think I'll directly update this application I think we can do it here. Sales reporting 43 as a sales reporting system, right? APP 094. See, APP 094 is the application ID. So by default, once your application gets into the system, it gets an ID, APP 094. Okay. So let me APP 094. Oh, sorry, it is hyphen, right? 094. Why is it not showing up, man? Find search. Is it 00? Oh, 00. Sorry. Again, my bad. See. This is what happens. 094. Yeah, sales reporting system. Let me open this fact sheet. Let me phase this out. I think we didn't approve this also. We have to approve this fact sheet. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Yeah. So let me fill up all this. Let me make an end date of this. Planning start date is not clear when it will be implemented. Okay, leave it. I think phase in is not needed. Built or this is not needed. I remember. This is needed. You have to do an approve fact sheet. Okay, set your role responsible. Happened. All mandatory approves. Oh my God. Okay, I have to put all these things. Okay, maybe this thing, guys, just have a look. You can do this. While I do this here, you can also do this for any other applications in parallel. Okay, so you have to give a risk here. Priority immediate. Okay. And classifications, the 6R classification I was talking about, right? If you remember, we have these 6 things. You see, rehost, retire, re-architect, replatform, retain, and repurchase. Okay, so this is what we have. And you can put a command, say, retiring the app. Okay, so now you save it. Any other mandatory things that got... you can also open any application and just try doing it. If not now, at least you do it at your leisure time, but ensure that you do it. Okay, this is how we'll understand that. So I have already made an end of life. Okay, let me change the date to 2020. Phase out in 5th May maybe. Okay, and phase out in 16th. I'll put 15th here. Will it allow? Okay, there are still some mandatory fields because this data was loaded from Excel. Excel does not have a restriction for a condition that you have to upload all the so there are restrictions. I mean, the Excel data also fails at times, but those are mostly failing due to structure of the data as well as the quality of the data. It does not take these conditions. So once you create a fact sheet on your own from scratch and do it manually, or you edit a fact sheet like this, you will have to go through all all the mandatory fields before you can approve a fact sheet. And once you approve a fact sheet, be assured that it will reflect in all the reports because it is already saved in the database like that. Right. So now I think I have to find out which are the. So let me see. I think I have filled up all the mandatory fields. Why is it not proceeding here? It should. All the mandatory data is not filled. If I become the, is it because, okay. Yeah, please shoot.
In that town, you have chosen retain, but we are retiring, right?
Oh, did I choose retain? Oh, yes. You are right. Yeah. In the 6R thing, right? Where is it? It's time methodology.
Correct.
Oh, so see, everything is wrong here. See, we are saying invest. Okay, this has to be retire first of all. Eliminate. Okay, so this has to be eliminate and then save. Oops. Very good catch. Yes, we have mentioned retain here. It should be retire. Yes. Where's the save button? Yeah, good catch. Sorry, I think no, still not. All mandatory attributes, all mandatory filled before it can be approved. Ideally, they should show. It does not show. I mean, I remember this was an issue earlier also. That's why we never update fact sheets manually. Do it in an Excel and then do the upload. But normally it should show up. These are the. If you fill up a form, it gives us a red mark that these fields are not filled up properly. So it says, okay, maybe I have to change this out of scope, maybe. Scope, out of scope, probably. And into the end of life is 15.6, which is, so maintenance cost, support cost, dependency. Oh, dependencies, I have to check. No, dependencies, there are nothing defined. Eliminate is the fact sheet. It is, I think, these are the dependencies. I think we have to correct the dependencies also, because there are some initiatives assigned here. Okay, so probably what I'll do is I'll just check and get back. I think we have to check the dependencies also, because we cannot retire something, as I was telling you, right? We have to clear all the dependencies and then only we can retire. So I think that is what is happening. There are some dependent applications and maybe dependent IT components or anything. It could be, basically some dependencies or relations that is established and they are not getting retired. So that is why it is not allowing me to save this. But in an ideal scenario, it first comes in a draft. Once you approve this fact sheet, it will be reflected in your reports hereafter. But always to use the Excel to do this, because once you do it, okay, maybe if I can export this into an Excel and do the, okay, I think you cannot do it for one single application. You have to export the entire all fact sheets. Oh my God, no, I don't want to do that. And that will unnecessarily create problem. Okay, I will probably check and get back by this. Maybe I'll find out the dependencies one by one and change their end of life to, and try saving it. Okay, so it will be saved anyways. It's not a problem. It is just that the dependencies has to be which initiatives affect it. You can see here, right? So if you directly approve a retirement of this, what about these initiatives? That has to be taken care, right? So I think they have to be first made end of life. I don't know whether if I can change it directly here. Okay. And change this directly here. Yesterday. Okay, save. Does it allow now? No, there could be something again. Some more dependencies. Let me see the IT components. Oh, capabilities are there. Oh my God, I have to check every single thing. Yeah, there are so many dependent things as you can see here. Functional fit, insufficient. Okay, support type, not needed. Active from. Okay, so all these things has to be changed, But the problem is, if I changed it here, the particular capability will also become dysfunctional, So maybe I have to remember that I have to revert it again, else the data, again will be, because it is impacting the capabilities screen also, right? So I'll put a date here. This is tedious actually. You never do that. So I think there are still some more. Oh, all these ESG capabilities has to be edited. Okay, so guys, I think all these organizations, ESG capabilities, everything, data objects also has to be edited and ended. Only then you can, which is a good thing also, because you cannot, as I was saying, you cannot directly retire an application just by the click of a button. And once you do this, since you are setting your role as responsible, this is fine. If you have set your role as observer, then probably, it will throw a message. We'll try that also. Okay. And if you unsubscribe, which means you are not nowhere related to this, probably it will not allow also. Okay. So can you guys do one thing? Maybe take a different application. I'll work on this. Maybe, I don't know, what was let me go to the report. Can you guys take this, but ensure that you remember which application you are working on. Just have a note, and you have to revert it, because if you change too many things here, all the dependencies, say 8 to 10 dependent things, are also getting changed. So all your reports will be changed later on, as well as we might lose some data. It's okay. It's just that we have many other applications, but just note what you are doing. So once you so take up any application here, I'll put a screenshot of this, or if you want, you can directly go here. Just go to reports and click on application landscape. First, click on all reports there. Okay, you have a list of reports. Remove this filter. It just asks for broken or approved, because there is nothing broken or approved here. Okay, so now it will show everything. Now here you take the, any application, just do all these changes and again run this report to see whether it is changing its color from unaddressed phase out or something, maybe unaddressed list or something, if it is coming in that way. Okay. Can you do this? And let's meet. I think we're already time here. And for this application, APP0094, I will work on this and remove all the dependencies, but I have to keep a note of those, what I'm removing, and I can show you the color getting changed. Okay.
Okay. To summarize, we have to pick up any one application which are dependencies, play around it. But whatever we are changing, just revert it back to as it is.
Better, because if you do not do it, then as you saw, like you have to fill at least 10 to 12 other things, like all the ESG reports, your diagrams, your capabilities, IT components, everywhere you have to do those changes, because you cannot simply retire an application just like that. Okay, because you remember the slide that I was showing you, that if you have a problem, if you want to retire this one, this slide which I was showing you. So if you have a problem here in the IT component, all your application and capabilities, the dependent thing goes for a toss, right? So you cannot directly, so here it is application. We are retiring an application, but you see the associated IT component and the associated business capability and associated other applications also are getting impacted, right? Because they're dependent on this application here. So you have to do it carefully so that the dependencies has to be, so this is a very natural way that, for the dependencies has to be handled first, and then only you can go for the final retirement of that application. Okay, just try that. Trust me, at least that will give you an option, that will give you a, hands-on experience of, changing a fact sheet, opening a, inventory report, running that, seeing the changes in the color, but try to note what you are changing so that you can revert it back. Okay, we'll try to do more hands-on. Okay, because let me do one thing. Maybe probably we'll do one day. Okay, we'll do a blend, because you will need the backgrounds also.
I think we were on this slide where we were talking about the relations between each fact sheets in this meta model. Okay, so now I think we were also working on, okay, so I think probably I can take, okay, once I do the practicals, I can show you the changes, what we were doing to change the color of that fact sheet to say, at risk or something. Yeah, I will do that. I tried that. There was a change in the date of the IT component that has to be done. So we did that and it started working. So I will show that as well. Okay. So any dependent, as I was saying, these are so closely connected. So if you want to make a impact of the change, you have to first close the or rather first settle the dependent applications or any other component that you have, and then you expect the changes to be reflected upstream. Okay, so the downstream applications has to be, or downstream objects has to be handled, or fact sheets has to be handled first. Okay, so now when I talk about this picture, which is the meta model which I was talking about, so there is a slide just next in the next. Yeah, so this is what you see. This is called the meta model. Okay, this is the standard categorization of all the fact sheets that we have in LeanIX, and it starts with the strategy and transformation layer on the top. If you remember, we were talking about that in the very first module. So objective, platform, and initiative. So what is the objective of this transformation, or what are the platforms being used for this transformation, and why is this initiative for? Okay, so these things primarily drives the strategy and transformation layers in a meta model. To drive the business architecture, you need the business capability, of course, the business context, of course, and organization. Okay, so these three fact sheets pertain to the business architecture. For the application and data architecture, you have the data object, application, and interface. Okay, and for the technical architecture, you have provider, IT component, and tech category. So remember this picture very well in your mind. You will have this thing discussed at several levels going forward. So just ensure that you have the complete clarity on this. Okay, so now I think we can move ahead this. I mean, is there any questions here on any part here? Because these slides are in this module are mostly related to fact sheets, which I think we covered pretty much well in details. But again, we can navigate to each of these tabs while doing the practical, which will give you more clarity rather than the slides. Okay.
We have to follow this same sequence while designing these fact sheets, or we can interchange it. Like you mentioned, strategy and transformation, business architecture.
You cannot change anything here. See, it is not advisable. Okay. As I was telling you, I mean, not you cannot. No, it's not you cannot. You should not actually. Okay. You should not be changing the fact sheets in any way, the meta model in total in any way. And anyways, if you see on a holistic view, this covers practically everything. Okay. So when you now the question comes is, when I start updating the fact sheets, what should be my order? Okay. So that order can be, I think the best thing is to follow the same hierarchy. Follow with the objective, platform, initiative, then organization, capability, context, and then move ahead. Okay, you follow that order in updating. However, even if you don't follow the order, also I tell you there is nothing wrong in a way, because if you try to fill up a fact sheet of applications, just try to imagine, and you have to define a capability against it, right? So you don't know the capability because the capability is not yet defined. Okay, so that is why you need to define the capability before. However, even if you do not have the capability that time, it's okay. You can add the capability later and then revisit the application fact sheet once again and associate that capability. You can do that, but it's a double work, right? I mean, why to do that? So follow this structure. It will be helpful for you.
One similar question from my end. So do we have to first create dashboard, or we have to first create fact sheets? Sorry, I was getting confused. Which is the starting point?
Fact sheet is the starting point. It's a fundamental building block of LeanIX.
Okay.
Dashboard is like, ma'am, you just need to, if you want to see your, I mean, anyways, you will be working as an enterprise architect. So you'll be having your preferences that what report, what diagram, what analysis you want to see on the front once you log in. Okay. That is the dashboard. Okay. So dashboard is, okay, when you ask this question, let me show you right away hands-on so that it will be, you will remember this. Okay. So let me go here. So if I go to inventory, if I go to dashboards here, you create a new dashboard. Okay. Now you give a name, maybe test dashboard. Okay. So you create a dashboard. Now you want to have a diagram here. You can drag and put a diagram. Okay. Now you can go to diagrams. I mean, there won't be any diagram as of now, but if you go to a diagram, you can have the diagram. Okay. Now you want to have a fact sheet chart. You can put it like this.
Now you have to configure, of course, the chart and all. So this is how you drag and drop things on a dashboard. Okay. Now, if maybe I'll just put this just for example. Okay. I'm not putting any, configuring these again. Just save dashboards. Okay. So what happens is you go to user defined dashboards. You see your test dash. This is what I prepared, right? So once you click on this, and suppose as an enterprise architect, you want to monitor these 4 only. Okay. So you select, you created your custom dashboards. Okay. This is what dashboard is. But how? I mean, what if you do not have any data inside LeanIX? What is the use of the dashboard? That is why you need to have these data, the fact sheets created first. Does it answer? Hello?
Yes, yeah.
So
Answer.
as you update the fact sheets, make it more comprehensive, you can start seeing your dashboards reflecting that, right? I think that's
the predefined dashboards will start reflecting that. You're right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there are some predefined dashboards already. Okay, it will start like populating. If you remember, we had the predefined reports also. I was showing you. They started populating automatically. I mean, these are the, so all the categories of report that you have: landscape, matrix, portfolio, circle map, cost reports, world map, road map, radar, others. You don't use all these things mostly. You mostly use the landscape and the portfolio report, and the roadmap. These 3 are primarily used. Others are not that used, to be honest. I normally don't use it because you can go to any level, but it depends on how you want to go. You see, they're almost like 4 into almost how many? I don't know, maybe some 10 from 40 reports are there almost. Yeah. So I think this will solve your purpose. You just go to the category. If you want landscape, you have these reports. That's it, like this. Okay. You want to go for obsolescence, you have obsolescence reports also. So you have almost every predefined report created already. But if you still want to create a report, you have this option here. Go to new report, select the nature of the report you want to create, radar, or I normally don't create all this radar kind of report. These circular, all this visualization. They are mostly used for heat maps and other things, if you want to plot. To be honest, there is so much of work in LeanIX, you really don't have the pleasure of doing these things. You normally prefer the landscape report, which gives you more clarity, roadmap. Portfolio also at times. I think matrix you can use, depends on the case, why you want to use it. Okay, so let me go back to the slides. And okay, so just a suggestion that you keep in mind, this is very important. Okay, this structure you have to keep in mind. So you have to, if somebody asks you that, I mean, you can probably memorize it in a way like OPI, OBC, like this, if you can, this will help. But at least you should remember that what is the order of the fact sheets, which is at the highest level, which is at the lowest level. Okay, so that's how it is. So now it shows the fact sheet fundamentals. Going to the next slide. So I think this screen, most of you have seen, right? So you see the inventory, tab. This is same as, okay, let me do one thing. Hold on. Let me bring this in a different window. So if I go here, I'll put slideshow. I can come here. Okay. So inventory, if you go, this is the same screen that you see here. Okay. The list of all the fact sheets. And somebody was asking about tags, right? I think let me show that as well. So tags will come. Let's open a fact sheet. Tags normally come. Yeah. So you have an add tag here. Okay. So for adding a tag, you need to create a tag. What is a tag? Tag is basically a customized categorization that you want to give to a fact sheet. Okay. You have a lot of default, linkers anyways by SAP LeanIX, but SAP LeanIX. But if you want to give a customized category, Okay. Suppose fact sheet number 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, they pertain to a particular category. You want to tag them as a, say, whatever you want. So how do you create a tag? You go to administration, you go to tagging. So you create a new tag group. First, for a tag to be given, you have to create a tag group. Okay. So just create a tag group TG. So it should be applied to all fact sheets types. Okay. Or if you have a choice to, apply this tag to a particular, fact sheets, you can do that as well. Preferably you keep it as, all fact sheets types. And mode is single or multiple. Okay, so multiple tags of this group can be assigned to a fact sheet. So you can assign, so basically you're creating a tag group, right? So in a tag group, you create multiple tags. I'll show you how to create a tag. This is first you have to create the tag group, and then you create the tags and associate the tags with this tag group. So you can associate multiple tags of this group to a fact sheet. So you select multiple. Okay, now you can add your name, description, whatever you want to describe. Suppose you want to categorize it based on some need, you can put that as a description so that you know what it is for. You create a tag.
Just one, sorry to interrupt. Can you just give us a real-time scenario on where these tags would be used? I understand the grouping and tagging, but
real-time scenario as in suppose you want to so see there are I'll come to your question. Okay, just let me show you where tag how to add a tag to a tag group first. Okay, sure. Then I'll probably so you add now you under this tag group. See the tag group is what is it? TG. Okay, so under this tag group you create a tag. Okay, so you create a tag saying that APM is application portfolio. Oh, sorry, what is it? APM, application portfolio modernization. Okay, so once you use APM tag, now this tag is created and you see it is associated with tag group TG. Okay, and now I'll answer your question. So I go to inventory and suppose I want to associate this anything, say this analytics group 38 to a category called APM. Okay, so this is take category. I think we can take another one. Let's take one application for that matter, maybe this one. Add tag normally appears here. Yeah, okay. So you have to hover your screen for a while. It is not visible, but it comes. So when I associate this to APM, I'll tell you what the real-time scenario is. Now you save it. Okay. So what happens is, that your fact sheet is tagged with APM. That means this is a key data source for application portfolio modernization. You want to tag it so that if somebody comes and asks you that what is among all your 500 fact sheets that you have, which are the key ones that you use for APM, you can simply say that the ones tagged with APM are the ones which so you can create a report finding out what are the tags pertaining to APM, get that report, show it to him, or it is for your reference also. So that okay, out of the 500 fact sheets that I have, probably 30 are actually critical for APM. Got it?
No, my question is, see, everything has a relationship here, right? From your objective to your tech,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So now everything is anyway related to each other. So why would I need to do a tagging?
Yes, because this is the fact sheet you are going to use in your dashboarding and other things, your diagrams and everything. So see, it might have it might be the case that this Accelerate HANA migration, this fact sheet is already associated with many other business capability. As you see here, relations is there. There will be some tech categories also,
all these are, connected here. But this is the primary fact sheet that I used for my dashboarding, my reporting. So I want to uniquely identify that. You don't do a tag. It's okay. You can leave it as well. It is for your reference that what all. So suppose I tell you, show me all the fact sheets that you use for your report preparation of APM. Would you be able to do it? I mean, you have an option to search it here. You can go ahead and do it. It's your choice. But I'll just go to reports, sort by, the APM tag, and I'll find it, what are the fact sheets that I use so that I can drag and drop and create the reports or diagrams or dashboards for that matter. Okay, it's for easy reference. That's it. Nothing. So do not spend so much time in thinking and what's the actual use case of tag and all. This is a very simple thing. You can ignore it also. It is not a mandatory thing that you have to have a tag. Okay. It is up to you. Once you start using it, you will know. You will get confused. Okay, that there are so many fact sheets. You see the counts here: 40, 150, 150, 102, 194. How will you know that, out of these 194 business context fact sheets, which one are actually crucial for APM? You might not know, right? So that's why you do the tagging. Okay. But if you're okay to find it from, on your own, that is fine. I mean, so you have an option to sort this. You can see that, fact sheets that you need for APM and other things. Okay.
So what you see here, 80 out of 2008 is a total of what you see on the left, is it?
80 out of
2008 results.
Where is it? Where do you see that?
On top of Accelerate S4HANA migration.
Accelerate S4HANA migration, yeah.
On top of that, you see 80 out of 2008. So 2008 is the number of fact sheets in the system.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if you do a total of this, I think this should come as 2008 somewhere close to that maybe. Or I think this takes care of the. So inventory does not only consist of fact sheets; it has the hierarchies and other things also. Probably it's considering that also. So. But yes, I mean, basically.
No, I think it's the hierarchy level on the left.
Yeah. It is the hierarchy levels are also there. That is why the count is so much. If you add these 1746, 232, and 30, I think this comes close to 2008. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. We don't have 2000 fact sheets because normally, if it is having 2000 fact sheets, your system becomes extremely complex. I mean, we have 2000 plus applications only. Only this application, what you see here as 451, we have it as 2000 plus. So it is becoming immensely difficult to manage. But preferably, I mean, this is obviously not in your hands. The number of application in a company or your client, whatever they're having, you do not have a direct control on that, right? But if they have it, that is your like it's a pain point, basically if you have that. So because managing them is very difficult. So which essentially means with all those 2008 like 2000 plus applications, you have to create this kind of a structure which I was showing you, right? So all these associations and all.
Yeah. No, I think it's 2008 is the fact sheets and they're grouped under the hierarchy. I just did a total.
Mm-hmm.
It comes to 2008 on the fact sheets.
This total fact sheets?
Yes, total fact sheets is 2008 and that is
grouped under?
Grouped under 3 hierarchies.
Level 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe 400, 800. So 900. Okay, maybe close to I think it's 2008 fact sheets only. So probably they're showing only the fact sheet result, not showing the hierarchies because hierarchy is already defined within each fact sheets maybe. Yes, level 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Do you know what a hierarchy is? So hierarchy is basically how do you want to go in a fact sheets. Okay. So when I define a business, good that this point came out. This is also very important. Try to understand. So first, remember, every fact sheet will have its own hierarchy. So mostly the ones which are on the top of the list, which is like this picture, if you see,
objective, platform, initiative, and organization, business capability, and context. Primarily, business capability has a lot of hierarchies. Okay, not everybody will have hierarchies, but business capability would have. So what does a hierarchy mean? Hierarchy means how many levels you want to go down to categorize that capability. Suppose your capability is to become a, I mean, you define your capability as to become a AI focused company. That's your probably that's not your capability. That's your objective. To become that objective, to satisfy that objective, your capability is to, if you remember, we define capability as the thing that you use to meet those objectives, right? So if you have a capability of, if you have an objective of becoming an AI focused company, your capability should be getting, say, removing all no, not that way. I would say, let me think of a general scenario. Let me relate to my project also. So capability could be directly related to a value stream here. So value stream could be improvement of IT operations. Okay. So what that's the hierarchy 1. So now if I say hierarchy 1 is improvement of IT operations, now you define a subdivision that what is improvement of IT operations. So second level could be delivery of deployment of technical components to be automated in production. Okay. What is the third level? What does this further means? Means that you can say something like using automations like, or integrating GitHub and facilitating automations, getting a license for, premium GitHub subscription and using it for deployments. So all these things are your third division of your hierarchy. So you cannot just simply say that with an objective of becoming AI focused company, your IT operations are still manual. Okay. So you have to improve your capability. You have to automate those processes. How will you do that? You do it with, this process. And if you further want to qualify, go for the third level. It is always advised in SAP LeanIX, you do not drill down to anything below level 2. But if you go to level 3, that is still okay. Never go for level 5 and 4 and 5. I mean, you can still do further drill downs, but the only problem that you have is it will be very difficult for you to associate the levels to any business application or any other components for that matter at that granular level. Do not overcomplicate things. Take it to level 1 or level 2. Just ask a general question that what does this mean, or what does this qualify? What is the significance of this? Just if you ask these questions, you will get to know the second level. Stop there. You do not have to further. So I will show you how to do these things. Okay, how to do in the system, because this is important. You have to define these hierarchy levels in a capability. If you do not do that, if you remain at a higher level, probably you won't be able to associate this with the right application. That's why we do a drill down, but up to a certain limit. So this is a very niche. Yeah, just give me a moment. This is a very, very niche skill of an enterprise architect. Unless and until you become a very experienced enterprise architect, it is very difficult for you to take a call that how many levels should I go and what should I define it at each level. Okay, it depends on the application, of course, and the fact sheet, of course, the category, basically, capability or whatever. So, but that is a call that a human has to take. It is not automated in any way. Okay. Yeah, somebody was saying something.
Yeah. So every fact sheet which we see here I think you'll have to maintain the hierarchy manually. Is that how it's done?
Not every fact sheet should have a hierarchy. So for application fact sheets, you normally do not have a hierarchy. For IT components, you do not normally have a hierarchy, because IT component, if it is Java, it is Java. Okay. Now you can have a hierarchy. You can, further bifurcate Java into Java, J2E, JavaScript and all those things. You don't need those things, seriously. Yeah. You keep Java as Java.
Because the fact sheets 2008 and the hierarchies are exactly matching. So that's why I was thinking whether it's
because it is not 1-to-1, because level 1 is common for all, which means 1746 does not actually have a second hierarchy. It is at level 1 only.
Okay.
232 have a further drill down, and 30 has more, drill down.
Got it. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
So at least the first level, everybody is there, right? Because it is existing. The fact sheet is loaded in the system, which means the first level is already there. Okay. This is level. There is no level 0 here. In ServiceNow APM, if you work in ServiceNow APM, which is another enterprise architecture management tool from ServiceNow, that has a level 0. But in LeanIX, it does not have. So level 1 is basically 1746 at the total, hierarchies, total fact sheets that are having this level 1 hierarchy, which means there is no further drill down. Okay. And this has these 230 plus 30, like 262, they have second levels, third levels. Okay. That's what it means. But these are very important things that you have to keep in mind. This decision, this judgment, making that hierarchy and all. It is all. I mean, not everything can be taught by a training here in this program. There is a certain aspect which is like 30% of the total knowledge in SAP LeanIX should come out of your experience in enterprise architecture. This is just a tool to reflect your knowledge, but enterprise architecture management knowledge should be there. That is why this tool is normally used by people who have EA knowledge or have worked on EA. Okay. So I think probably it's a client mandate for you guys to know the tool or have this training. Ideally, the ideal path is first you become an enterprise architect, then only go for this tool. Okay. So it is like first what a computer does, have the knowledge, what is a monitor, what is a CPU, what is a chip working behind, processor and all. Then only you will be handed over a monitor, a computer for that matter. So, but here I probably don't know, because initially when I asked you, all of you, I think nobody had enterprise architecture experience. So the only problem that you guys might face is that you won't be able to relate the features in the tool, because you do not probably have the working knowledge of enterprise architecture. But that is why just go through the theories once. I don't think it is too difficult to understand. It is just that you probably didn't get a chance to work on it, because that's how IT industry worked. Like, it is not working as per your choice or wish. So whatever the client, or the company, mandates, you have to work in that manner. But again, just try to study as much as possible. That's the reason why I was telling that, guys, try to find some time and do some R&D in the screen, because unless you play more with this tool, you won't have much questions. And if you don't have questions, you won't understand. If you have questions, come back with those questions to the next day. Then probably your doubt might get cleared. Okay. So by the way, just tell me what is the plan of, or the strategy behind you guys getting trained here? I mean, will you be deployed as enterprise architect to a client, or it is something that your client wants to install and you guys want to operate like a project manager or an admin? What is the idea behind? That probably will give some clarity.
Yeah, it's a combination of both. We will be deploying few of these candidates directly as a enterprise architect with a billing rate of enterprise architect. Let me be specific. And for people like me who are delivery head, would like to understand while discussing with customers what is the advantage of this LeanIX and how this enterprise architect will help them to, you can say, transform their journey and get the things on progress. That's what the mix and match of this batch we all are thought of.
But is there a formal training of enterprise architecture provided to the team? Because they will be working in a...
Yeah. Once we have this thing, then definitely the part track, because we have one it's management part track, one it's a consulting part track. Correct. So the people who will be having that consulting part track will get workshop, or you can say offline training for this enterprise architect, and then they can be deployed.
Yeah. Just ensure that that is being done, because only with the knowledge of the tool, the person definitely will struggle. I mean, SAP LeanIX is like an ocean. You have so many things, and a person without proper training or knowledge on enterprise architecture will actually struggle a lot. It will be a big challenge for him to get accustomed to the tool. So yeah, please, I think that's the second step. I mean, ideally that should have been the first step, but if it is not being done, at least, in the second step, that training, if given, probably the candidates can relate better with this tool. I think, yeah, that's something is needed. Okay.
Access to the server will be provided even after the training for some time, or it will be revoked immediately?
To this portal, you mean this one, demo?
Demo server, yeah.
You have to check with the training provider. I'm not very sure how long they're maintaining it. For sure, it will be there till the training is there. But after that, I don't know, because they have to get a license from SAP to build this server. Okay. So,
understood.
I mean, the server is already built, of course. They have to build the server new. But to get an access for everybody, and each of you having a license, like, you have having their user IDs created, which essentially means that, they have bought it for, say, 50 people, or, they have the slabs, right? That's how you procure a license for a software. So they probably have bought 50 licenses, and then for a particular time duration. So I think somebody was calculating, right? I mean, if we go at 2 hours a week, we will, end up somewhere in the middle of July, right? Yeah. So probably till that time, or maybe end of July. Maybe you can connect with the support team, and they will let you know. But it is very difficult to get. It is. I mean, SAP is you have something called SAP Knowledge Hub. You know that, right? Learning Hub and all. So it is not there also. So when I have given trainings in LeanIX earlier, there was situations such that we had to ask the client to procure the tool, and then on their demo server we gave training, because it is very difficult to get a SAP LeanIX instance. I mean, I'm very thankful to these guys, this Manu and people who worked together and got this thing. Even when they asked me to give the training, I was not sure that whether TCS has procured that license or the client has procured that license, because TCS works in a client model, right? It's an offshore, outsourcing consulting model. So TCS for themselves won't be procuring any tool. I was thinking that how shall I give the training? So I think ZaranTech told that, there is a guy who will arrange this thing, and he did that. Actually, I was very happy that, we got an instance. So that's what I'm saying, I'm not sure, how long this instance access will be there. You can safely assume that it will be there till your training. So as much R&D that you can do with the tool in your leisure time, that will be, beneficial for you only. Okay. So yeah, coming back to the presentation once again. So fact sheet types, as you just saw here, tagging I showed you. So this describes, so I'll go to the theory here. I'm not going to the practicals here, because you already seen the screen. Now you know. So just have a look. Understanding the fact sheet fundamentals. Okay. So it talks about the body. So this is the body of the fact sheet. The very first tab that you have, this is the body of the fact sheet. Okay. It contains all relevant information, and you can easily update and all, you mentioned here. These are self-explanatory slides. I'm not going to take too much time in explaining this, but just stop me if you have any questions here. Okay. I'll wait for probably a minute on each slide and then move on. This is the header. So this is called the headers of a fact sheet. These are some terms you can probably remember. And So all the subscription comments, to-dos, resources, transformations, these are the various tabs in the header. Okay. So now sidebar. So you have a sidebar also. If you see here, you have a sidebar here. Okay. So this is how it is organized. Now, what fact sheet attributes are? A fact sheet in SAP LeanIX represent an architectural object such as an application business. You know this thing, right? In the meta model, you have 12 fact sheets. So attributes are the field and the relations on the fact sheet that stored information about the object. So attribute is like, which stores the information. So for example, name, lifecycle, business criticality, provider interfaces, tags, etc. These are called the attributes of a fact sheet. Okay. And you can have out of box, fields provided by SAP LeanIX or custom fields also that admins can create. But I would suggest do not go for any custom fields. Okay. Do not change the meta model in any way. My suggestion. I myself have tried doing it. I normally don't do it, but I've tried doing it and making this custom. So once you design a custom fact sheet and introduce a custom component to the meta model, relating that is a uphill task. Seriously, you won't. Forget custom. For the standard fact sheets also, preparing this relation. Remember this diagram which I was showing you here. Preparing this kind of relation, that's why I was telling, like 6 to 8 months. I said for a normal 2,000 plus applications, you will take this much of time. Now, so refrain yourself from customizing unless it is extremely required. At least you need to have 1.5 to 2 years of experience working in LeanIX. Then only you go for the customization. Okay. Now, the combination of all these attributes from the data model of your enterprise architecture. It's called data model, which is basically the combination of all these attributes that you're providing in the fact sheets. Okay. So now, why the attributes are important? This is something you can understand that it is important for data quality, consistency. You should be able to have AI-based search or normal search. Okay. Governance, impact analysis. I don't think this demo instance has this AI-based search, but these days they have it. In my company, I have seen that there's a AI icon that comes in. I think they have not provided this here. So there's an AI search somewhere. It comes here or here. I don't remember, but I've seen that. I have not used it much because so these days you have a feature. I attended the LeanIX conferences where they were showing that you just give a prompt and your data for your fact sheets will be updated. That feature is also there, but I don't know if they have released it in the new version. Most likely yes. If not, it will be done very soon. So yeah. Now, governance, as you all know, so there has to be governance on these attributes and impact analysis. You're putting an attribute, you need to know the impact of it. You need to know the relations and the dependencies that it has with other attributes. So any kind of questions till now? Because I'm moving a bit fast here because these are something we have already covered. Any questions? Shall I move ahead or? Okay. So fact sheet fields. Sorry. So these fact sheet fields are, what fact sheet fields are, all the placeholders where you fill in the data, right? So there is nothing, there's no rocket science here. It's just the fields that capture the data. So you can configure the fields also on the configuration tab on the right side panel. You can configure the following attributes in key, field type, displayed as, field width. I tell you, it's good to know these things, to be honest. But this is of least importance in context of the training, because you don't have to, waste too much of time or, too much of thinking thoughts. Then, what is, why should I increase the field width and all these things? They never worry about that. The default ones are pretty good. Think about the strategies, from a strategic point of view. How do you define your strategies, or how do you
strategize any kind of approach using this fact sheet. Okay. So you have this fact sheet fields translations and position order options. These are simple things that you can configure from the fields here. Okay. So I would probably ask you to maybe the slides 15 and 16, you try it on your own. You have the access, right? Just see whether you can, navigate to this configuration. It's just on the side panel. I think you have this. Yeah. So field width, you can change, you have option XXL, XL and all, if you want to capture more information and display the entire length, you have these things. You can set it accordingly. Sometimes you feel that some of the fields that you're uploading or updating, it is getting truncated. So what do? You increase the fields, the size area, the text area. It is fine. I mean, even if it is truncated, at least it is showing up, it truncated in the display, not in the backend. Okay. So this is field with, how to add a custom field. If you want to add a custom field here, you have an option to add field here. But again, as I said, anything custom you're doing, ensure that you have a complete logic and a complete approval governance from your entire team and management, because this will be related to your relations directly, and how you have to assess the impact of that as well. So you add a custom field, and it says that if you can delete a field, you can add a field value, all these things. So just stop me if you want some more elaborations here. I would prefer talking more about the slides which actually has some value. It is good that they have prepared these slides just to walk you through the technical aspects, but these are not something that you should be worrying about. Okay. So these are some field views and how application, this reports, the application landscape report looks like. Remember, we were having this filters here. Okay, let me take you there. We were working on a landscape report, which was, we were trying to let me type the report. I think this was the one you used, or yeah. So this was the APP 0094, if you remember. We were checking it. So what I did was, it was not changing from green. You remember it was in green and we were trying to change the color to red. Do you guys recollect? Hello, am I audible? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened was the IT components, inside it. Let me click on this application. Okay, it should open in the, once you click on, yeah, it should open in the side panel, but it is, okay, let me do one thing. Let me directly open this in the fact sheet. Okay, so once you have this, okay, now there is a IT, there are two IT components, I remember. Okay. So the date for those, yeah, IT components 2. Okay. So I had to change the dates for both of them. I'll show you, and make it no, not this one. Sorry, not the IT component. I think I changed it for some other. Is it for? Because I changed the date somewhere. Is it here? You could see, I pushed it to 2025 or something. Sorry, here, life cycle, not the IT component. First I changed it here, and then I changed the, but the IT component date also got changed. One second, I'll show you. I think I changed it in the fact sheet itself, because once you try to change it from here, only a few limited fields will be displayed. But once you open the fact sheet, yes. So you see here, the life cycle for this particular IT component, I changed it. I moved it to 2025, the phase out, and the active dates here, and then it got changed to a red color in the diagram. So in a nutshell, you cannot expect your application to be reflecting any changes unless you do the respective changes in your downstream applications. Is that thing clear? That is why you have the relation. Okay. So now if you want to revert, you can do the, change the dates accordingly in your downstream application, which is downstream components, I would say, not application, downstream components, which is the IT components. Change those dates and this will again become green. Okay, that's how you do it. That is why I told you guys that, pick up any application, just do these changes yourself. Because unless you do that, it is very difficult for you to understand also, what am I doing, the navigation of the screen. Because as I heard just from, I think that you guys will be deployed to some client instance, a client place, or maybe, projected as a enterprise architect. You need to be very hands-on with your tool. You should be, you see, even for me also, if you ask me that whether I know 100% of this tool, no, I probably know maybe 50-60% max, maybe, or maybe, yeah, somewhere close to 50-60%, not even full. Because this tool has so vast usage, such a big spectrum. Yeah, I agree that most of it is not being used just because people do not have the right knowledge of those fields or those things. So just ensure that you have an instance for next 2.5 months. Do all your R&Ds. This tool should be, just like your mobile, which app has, what capabilities and what all, which folders, or which, in which folders you have your photos and files, etc. It should be as similar to that. This tool should be as handy for you. Okay. Because very soon after you losing the access, suppose you get deployed to your client after say 6 months, and you have access till 2.5 months. So in between these 3.5 months, whatever you have, you'll forget. Okay. Try to take screenshots just to remember, this is where I did, this is how it looks like. So it will be easy for you. Because the slides and all, even if you go through, you'll not able to recollect unless you recall what you saw in the screen. Okay. So please spend some time and do some R&D here. Yeah.
I was trying to create a fact sheet. It's still giving me the error of fact sheet quota exceeded for this workspace. Limit of 200 is set.
Oh, sorry. Were you guys able to hear me? I was talking. I don't know. I think I was on mute. What I was saying is, yeah, please, please share your screen. Yeah. I'll show you. I think it went on mute. I don't know how. So which fact sheet you're creating?
Application one.
No, don't create application, because application already, okay, I think it's logged out. You have to log in again. Don't create application. You create, just go to the inventory. You see on the left side, I think application already has 451. So application and interface, you won't be able to create. IT component also. You create something which is less than 50. Take a platform maybe for that matter, or capability. Take business capability. That is the most used. Yeah. So.
Okay.
So go, no, just try. New fact sheet. Create fact sheet. Let's just put any name, Create and open.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So guys, just as you just saw, do not try to create an application fact sheet because it is already over 200. And this 200 limitation, I spoke to the vendor. They said that is set up by SAP for demo instances. They cannot increase it. They do not have a parameter or maybe a configuration file where they do this change. It is set up by SAP already for demo. So I think 200 is a big count anyways, regardless. But still, this is.
Can we not get that archival done for that fact sheets from application?
You want to delete? Yeah, you can delete fact sheets. I mean, you want to get the archival done by the SAP people, or
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. No, not SAP. So that ZaranTech technical people cannot be that, because this is the demo system, and most of the things are the test our fact sheet. So it is possible that which one the testing purpose or for our practice purpose, which fact sheet and other things are created might be this archive, and then they have a free 50 or 60 this fact sheet space. I mean, for applications fact sheet.
No. So if you archive it, you have to create all these things manually. You cannot
So this test data is given by SAP directly. Okay, they have loaded the data here. So ZaranTech and all, nobody would be able to do a mass archive unless you go there, and I'll show you. Let me show you how you can delete a fact sheet. You can actually not delete, but you can archive a fact sheet. Let me share my screen. So once you go here, inventory, but it is not stopping you anyways, right? I mean, you can anyways edit a fact sheet to know about your this thing is creating is you just saw, right? Somebody did, just now. You just create a fact sheet, select the nature of the fact sheet, and just click on create. It will create. Okay. So you will end up here. Now to edit this, you have all permissions to edit this, right? For your knowledge. But if you still want to delete this fact sheet, I think you can archive it here. Yeah. So this is archive is called delete in LeanIX terms. So you can archive that if you want. But there are 400. Yeah, tell me.
So I have a one thing in mind. So can we, for example, any project, like I can take a one example that any greenfield implementations project, that can we create? I mean, can we see one example, working example that take any of the implementations project data, raw data, I mean, there have a demo data, raw data, and create the fact sheet and then put the data, how this, I mean, in project, particular greenfield implementation project, how we can plan, I mean, how we can build that enterprise architecture for any greenfield implementations project. So it is possible, then it is really helpful to us.
See, there are two ways you can insert data into a fact sheet. So you can either create a new fact sheet as somebody just created, and just a while back, you remember? Who was it? It was Madhvi, is it?
No, Gopal.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Madhvi, I think you created the fact sheet just now, right?
Yeah.
So this is one way. Okay. This is one way to create a fact sheet. But that is that's not a smart way of creating fact sheets. You should ideally create fact sheets using the Excel import or direct integration. Okay. So when you're doing a greenfield implementation, you must be having some data. Okay. Like at least some planned data, which you're anyways trying to insert from the front end. Don't do that. Update the data in the Excel spreadsheet. Do a import from here. Go to inventory tools, import from Excel. Okay. If you do that, it will, I think the AI features are here actually, inventory builder, start AI prompt. Okay. But I think there are more. Anyways, coming to the load. Yeah. So import from Excel is here. Okay. You click on this, a window will open. It will ask you to browse for the file. There are some restrictions, of course, 10,000 rows can only be imported and all. So, which anyways, you'll be having much less than 10,000 rows. And once it is done, just click on submit. So it will do upload and will provide you a report of what failed and what got executed. So for the failed records, you have to check the data manually and then re-upload. That is a smart way. Okay. So to answer your question, I think you don't have to do it from the front end. Never try to do that also. I mean, one or two fact sheets is fine. But if you want to do a complete creation of fact sheets for a greenfield implementation, then your project data loading will take more than a year.
One thing, so once we are uploading, for example, in Excel, we prepare the data and then from import file, we are uploading it. After that, when the data load to the LeanIX, so after that, can we maybe arrange this data in the fact sheet? Is automatically
the data will be directly loaded into your fact sheet, right? You don't have to arrange it. Once you browse, okay, let me show you. So once you browse this, okay, so there has to be some Excel. I don't have that Excel, but if you have that Excel, you select it. So if it is capable, okay, so you can have separate types of Excel files. Okay, so you can have separate types of Excel files. So if you have a, for business capability, you have one type. For business, applications, you have one type of Excel files. So once you fill it in that format, maybe you'll try to do one thing. If I can help you, you do an export to Excel first. Okay. So there are 2013 fact sheet, it says.
Okay, so I'll try to export. Let me see. If I can probably send you this, you can delete the data in these and put in your own data and try to upload. I think that should be good. I think they should come in a zip file or, okay, XLS file. Oh, it has dumped the entire inventory into one. Okay. Okay.
Can you please show also us how to, for example, I don't want to delete our fact sheet, but I wanted to delete all the data under the fact sheet. So is there, I mean, one shot we can delete it, or manually we need to remove that data?
You have both the options. You can delete it manually, which is time consuming. Another option is you simply open the Excel for that particular fact sheet, delete all the data in the Excel and then upload.
Okay, then blank
overwrite.
Yeah.
Overwrite. Yeah. But there still has to be some mandatory field that has to be filled, because without that the fact sheet won't exist. That anyways is there when you do it manually also. Okay, so but I would suggest if you have a problem with the fact sheet, do not try this exercise even. It is more time consuming. Just archive that fact sheet, create a new one. Okay, that is always preferred, because the data is so complicated. You will have a lot of challenges, So here is the fact sheet. Okay, is a sample template how you use. So you have the objective, you have the application, you have IT components, you have technical stack. Remember, can you relate this? These are the types of the meta model. Okay, so all these things are here, and you insert the data accordingly. Okay, so if you want to change something,
please correct me. So then when we prepare that Excel sheet, in that time we also keep in our mind that, for example, type, that IT component provider. So this type should be the same. Otherwise fact sheet cannot be identified.
Absolutely. So if you do not have the types defined correctly, the fact sheet won't get loaded, or it will be loaded in a different loaded in a different. It will first of all, the loading will fail. Even if it gets loaded, it will load in a different name, under a different type. I mean, okay. And remember one thing: once you use this, delete the IDs. Okay, these are default system generated. First, you delete this. Okay, and then go ahead with your changes. Just put the type, the name, description, and there's a freeze applied. Let me remove the freeze. Okay, so description, level. Remember, we are talking about the levels in the morning, that what level it is, status, active, or, and this is quality seal. Okay, so you have fact sheets status also. I'll show you one example here. So your fact sheet, you know the concept of committing something in a database, as in, you do the changes. Unless you commit, it won't appear, right? It won't appear in the reflected. So here you do some changes here. It will be reflecting in your screen. But suppose for example, Madhvi did some changes there. But if Gopal has to look into that, he won't find those changes unless Madhvi does the approve fact sheet. So you approve it, it turned to green color, which means it is committed. So now if you take the export of this fact sheet, you'll see the status as changed from draft to, or whatever, quality check needed, whatever it was previously, to approved. Okay. So
if I correctly understood, so only the type name, because other things might not be a match. So type name, maybe we can mark that type name is the unique. Other thing we can take as per our project requirement. Okay. For example, after that, I think that will be fine.
Which one? I didn't get you.
For example, when we are preparing the upload the data in the fact sheet, so here the type should be a specifically mentioned, which as given in our SAP LeanIX. Apart from this
because type, if you do not define type, the system won't know ki under which type of fact sheet it should be uploaded. That is mandatory.
But after that name, display name, descriptions, it should be our own defined. For example, finance. Just I will give accelerate S/4HANA migrations 2026. Even we can write that greenfield implementations or ECC to S/4HANA migrations. That kind of we can give it these things.
Yeah. So let me show you something. Okay. Let me modify this data. Let me first modify this by business capability. Okay. So suppose I take the first 3 rows and delete the rest. Okay. So now, okay, I think I put a filter, right? So maybe what I have to do is first I have to uncheck everything. First, what you do is you select all, remove all other data that you have. Suppose you want to do it for capabilities. Accept capabilities, you delete all the data. Okay. Are you guys following me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, Deep.
Yeah, Deep, I can see you.
Yes. Okay. Oh my God. I think the capability data also got deleted, is it? One second. No, I think something happened. Okay, let me do it once again. So put a filter on, select all.
It is not there. Capability, I cannot see it there also.
No, capability is there. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if I can delete everything else apart from capability. So if I remove the filter, clear, where is capability? It is not coming here.
Business capability.
Okay. No, it is there. I think there is some other filter also got applied, is it? Let me. Why is the data not appearing here? Just give me 1 second. If I put a filter and then select, okay, I think there's some problem. Okay, hold on. I'll take it to the initial stage. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll I'll save this as a file here with a name, say data. Okay, so now I select the cap. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to load a sheet for you from Excel. Okay, but I'll change the names as just somebody was saying, right? So I'm not using application because application will anyways throw the 200 limitation error. Okay, so I'm using something, say capability. Is objective having, somebody, okay. Is objective having, okay, I think objective has 41. So I think we can do with objective also. It is easy. So I'll remove all the data.
In the capability, even in the applications, even if we write something, it cannot be override because we are not newly created anything. Already these fact sheets are existing. So in the applications, if we just rename something, then it should be an override, or it is take as a new applications.
No, can you just repeat? I couldn't follow you.
So in this Excel sheet, in the applications, we are just rename. Okay, we just rename.
You want to rename?
Just rename. Yes. So in that case, we are not creating a new applications. What we are doing, existing applications cannot be override, or SAP LeanIX treated that this is the new applications and
we'll try that also. No worries. So what I'll do is I will rename this as maybe with my name. Okay, and display name, I'll change it to
I'll do both. I'll do a complete change and we'll rename. Okay. Description. Okay. Active. Okay. Status, I'm not changing. Status, leave it as it is. Level is also 1, which is fine. Okay. So the first point I just renamed. Okay. For the second point, let me completely remove.
Can you do it for the applications? Can you do it for the applications type? Because applications, we have a limitation. So we need to know that it is override or it is asking for two.
Okay, I will take one data from application also. Okay, I actually deleted it, but I think, okay, then let me do an undo and go back to applications. Yeah. Okay, fine. So you want to select the application type and then do it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So remember, this appears twice here. Huh? Don't get confused. This appears twice here, and don't get confused. This is the format. This is how you should be having the data load. If you do not have the second line, your data load will fail. That's how the format that is standardized by SAP LeanIX. So I'll take the application type. Yeah. Okay, I'll take only the application first. Now you want me to, let me do one thing. Let me create a copy of this. Is it move or copy?
Move or copy.
Yeah. So export stream, I won't create a copy. I'll just create a tab. Okay. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't. I have to. Let me create a new book itself. Okay. Now to book this one, I'm moving. Let's create a copy. Okay. So it will open a new one. So this is, I'll save it. Okay. Let the other data be there. So now I'll save it with a different name. Maybe I'll put test date load. Okay. So you have the IDs here. So application. Okay. So application, what I'll do is I'll delete everything except application first. I just only want to keep applications in this sheet. So let me delete anything else which is an application, which is not an application. So now if I go to data, remove the filter, application is there, right? Okay, I think I made a mistake. I have to delete the rows. I deleted the data. Yeah. So if I go here, so I see only the applications. Now let's take the first 6, 5, or 4, 3 applications, whatever. So I'll delete the rows again like this. Is this fine? Yeah. Now you tell me. Let me do it accordingly. So you want to rename the first one, is it? Sorry.
Yeah. So AI quality inspections and just underscore give today's date. So at least we can understand it.
Date is what? 17.
17. Yeah. 17/06.
2026. Okay. And so this is one is renamed. Okay. What do I do with the second one? You want to completely change the name or any other display name? I think
completely change. Yeah, completely change the name. Just test applications. Just we have right.
Yeah. Description also I'll put the same thing. Maybe a description is okay. I think we can put a date next to this thing. 17. 2026. Okay. Active and other things I'll keep the same. Okay.
What happens to the relationship in this case? Because these are all application will be tied to your business capability, right? So what happens to that?
As long as you rename them, you won't be able to, there should not be any change. But if you're removing them, you'll get an error because it is tied up to any other dependencies. So remember, I was telling you have to delete the dependencies first and then delete the application.
Okay. Now, if you want to experiment with an end-to-end from your objective to capability for this because we have access till August. If we are not able to create a new application, new capability, new objective, then we will not be able to do an end-to-end exercise. I'm just thinking from that angle.
No, I mean you can delete a fact sheet of applications, but first you have to handle the dependencies, because if you do not handle the dependencies, okay, the system won't allow you to archive or delete anything if it has any dependency. Okay, but the problem is in fact sheet Excel upload, there is a forced mechanism that occurs. Okay, so sometimes it gets uploaded, because there's a reason why you see 451 application fact sheets is loaded when there was already a limitation of 200 rows, right? So it overridden that, but in manually from the front end, it is not allowing you to create that. Okay.
So for if you want to do a sample from building an entire architecture from beginning, from objective to tech, we can go ahead and do, right? There should be no limitation.
Yes, but you have to, in your production instances, it won't be any limitations, but it is just that you have to ensure that you follow the structure properly. You remember I was showing you this.
Understood.
That thing that first you have to hierarchy.
No, but my question is on the server, the training server. Can we go and build one end to end?
Try that. I think what you can do is good point actually. What you can do is see, for doing it end to end, first you have to do the platform, objective, and initiative, right? These things are on the top. This you can anyways create. You do the creation yourself. Okay, wherever you face that, whether there's more than 200 already created, use an existing and associate it with it. Okay, then at least your flow won't stop. Getting my point?
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Just
modify an existing one. You're saying if there's
modify an existing. I mean, basically associate one existing one and then modify it accordingly. Or you can do the modify the existing application and associate it with your thing. Either way is fine. It's just that you are not able to create a new one because of this limitation, which is fine. I mean, anyways, you are creating all the other fact sheets, right? Apart from this, 3 of them, I think you are creating anyways 9. So you create those 9 and associate these and modify the existing one and associate it with your flow. You can do an end-to-end test flow, no problem. Do that. That is what I'm saying. Now you have your access. Do this flow. Once you do at least 1 or 2 such complete flow, you will face you will face a lot of errors. Okay, you will face issues. You will see that this is not getting, this is failing due to this. You cannot associate with this. The dates has to be, the dates of your dependencies has to be more than your upstream application. Some sort of errors will come. Okay. Try to handle them. If you do not have, anyways, you have Copilot and other things, right? You have other generative AI tools. Just put that error. Just get that assistance. Okay. So these days you have these benefits, right? When we were doing R&Ds, we had a lot of challenges because there was no Gen AI tool that time. Now just paste the screenshot, say that I'm facing this error. What should I do? What is the next step? Just take a screenshot of that, paste it, and this is not a production data of your office, right? You can do that. There is no kind of AI governance that gets applied here. Yeah, just do that and it will be done. I mean, they will suggest you the right ways. Okay. Yeah. So coming to the Excel sheet. Now tell me the second thing. You want to delete this or you want, what should I do? I mean, first I renamed.
Delete the second one. You can delete, because even in that case, we can understand that any relationship broken or not.
Yeah. So if I have to delete, I have to, see, the problem is if I delete this, it will not consider updating this application anyway. So you mean to say delete because I have to keep the name at least. That's the unique identifier. Should I delete the levels and the status and this one?
Then we can change because ultimately we are updating. If we change the label to 1 to 2, still it is updating. So, and if we do the delete, type might be the same. If we do the delete, can it not delete means name, descriptions, it can be show as a blank?
We can. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let me, for this one, I'll put a underscore delete so that so that we know that for this we deleted. Okay, delete 17 June. Yeah, good. I think we can 2026, right? Huh. So let's do that. And I'll delete the display name. I think display name, if I remove, that will be a problem because this is the field that gets displayed. I think we can delete, we can keep these two, name and the display name, delete the description here and delete the other associated fields. Is that okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. And anything for the third one? Do you have any other?
No, that's fine. Keep as it is.
Okay, I'll keep as it is. Okay.
Now, if we directly delete that column, okay, that means it is not impacted. There already these fact sheet are there.
Because it is already there, right? It is not. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Because you already deleted the other capabilities and other things, right? So it's not going to impact that. Okay, so test data load is the file. Let me save this and I will go to.
Actually, Deep, I actually agree with that Vivek one, that we actually wanted to know the problem in the relationship, but that the way we are prepared here, even we do not identify that. Is there, if something, for example, from applications, if anything is deleted, then that will be impacted to the other business context or other things or business capabilities. These relationships are broken because I want that to desperately break the relationship and need to see the error in the system.
Fair enough. You open and you select any fact. Let me do this import first. What you can do yourself is open any fact sheet under business capability. Okay, I'll show you. Say, for example, I'll do the upload after 2 minutes. Say I open this one. Okay, corporate infrastructure, IT infrastructure. You open this. Now you go to Relations Explorer. Okay. You see 9 applications here. Okay. You click on this, you will get all the 9 applications here. Okay. So now what you can do is take a screenshot or keep it with you so that you know what are the links here. Okay. And so what you do is, you know how to export a sheet now, right? You go to the inventory and you go to the export. Okay. Look for this corporate IT infrastructure capability. Okay. Now you delete the references there and try uploading it. Do that, no problem. Do the upload in same way. Okay, so I'm sure, let me upload the sheet that we just created so that at least you will, see how it looks like once it is uploaded. Okay. Hey, where did I save it, man?
SAP LeanIX data beginning.
No. Test data load is what we created. Let me, it's saved in OneDrive documents. Okay, sorry. It went to a different place. OneDrive. Oh, OneDrive documents. This is the document. Oh. Let me save it in my downloads. Hold on. I think it got saved in documents by default. Save a copy. Browse. I'll save it in my downloads. Okay. No. Now it will appear here. Let me close it here. Go to downloads. Test data load. This is how it will look once you start uploading. It says that 3 entries with error. So you have a history, download summary report. So what you do is download summary report. So there will be a Excel sheet that will be downloaded. Open that. If you're able to see, it says quota feature for this fact sheet exceeded, count 453. Quota 200. Okay. Error in request. Transaction is rolled back. Okay. This is also this. And change will result in a duplicate display name. If you see here, this we changed. Okay. This we didn't. This we deleted this one.
The data.
The data.
Display name of this.
Yeah. And this we kept the same. So it gives an error of duplicate display name. Change in the duplicate display name. Okay.
But this, have you seen one in the Excel sheet? Have you seen that actions item? Everything they wanted to create it.
Sorry, which one? Excel
in
sheet?
The action is the column. In the actions button, you can action tab. You go to that action column. That everything is created. I mean, it is not like that update or change.
No, that is because I deleted the IDs. You remember there were some.
Correct.
Yeah, IDs. So let's do one thing. Okay, let me not delete that IDs. I will keep that IDs this time. Okay, let me do that. I think since we are doing this testing, it will be clear for everybody. So this was our base sheet, right? Like SAP LeanIX, this thing. And let me take, where did it go? Yeah, okay. So let me take a copy of applications once again. Okay. So I will not delete the IDs this time. Okay. So I will keep it as it is. Oh, sorry, it created a copy. I think I had to copy to a new sheet maybe. Yeah. So I'll keep the first three as usual. Is it already, the other data is removed from this, or it is still there? Oh, okay. I think everything is there. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll select everything apart from application and we'll delete those rows first. And I'll save a copy of this. Okay. So that next time we have this for reference. Now I'll remove this. I'll save this as book 2. So book 2 is okay. Then I'll save this as in this one, save it as there's data load 1. Oh, sorry, what is it? There's data load 1. Okay. Now I'll take the first 3 again, like similarly, or maybe first 5, 6, whatever. I'll delete all the rows. So I'm not deleting the unique IDs. So this time they won't try to create new. Okay. So AI quality inspection, I'll put 17 June 2026. So this is the update in the name, and same I'll copy here in the display name, and I'm not changing anything here. Similarly for the second one, I'm keeping these two same. I'll just rename this as delete. Or should I do one thing? If I rename this here, okay, let's do delete and 17 June 2026. Okay, and I have to change the display name also because then we won't be able to identify. And we are deleting the every data here. Is it right? Okay. I'll keep this one the same. Any other use case can you think of for the other 3 rows? I can do those changes also. Let's do an import.
Okay, one thing we can let me ID should be keep open, and from name to everything you can remove. Let's see what happens.
You mean this ID should be there and all the types and everything should be deleted?
Deleted. Then ideally it should be blank.
Fine. And let me do another thing also. Let the ID be there, and I'll keep the application and delete all the names here. Okay. And ID application is there. I'll delete the display name from here. Okay, but I'm just only thinking, how do I identify? So let's do one thing. Anyways, we have this Excel sheet, right? We can refer back with the
ID, with the
ID, yeah. But ID you cannot search in the front end, that. But again, we will see, let's see.
And we can export, import, and then we can just view the book.
Then we can do that. Or let's do one thing, na? Let's do one quick thing here. Let's take a screenshot of this, what we are doing. We'll put it in a different tab. I don't know, tab. I think it will fail. Let me.
One thing I am doing, I take the screenshot and paste it in this group chat.
Yeah. I've anyways taken a copy of this just for reference. Okay. Then I'll do Control Y. Oh, sorry, no, not Control Y. 1 second. What I did was deleting. You said delete the entire application thing, right? From here. Sorry, not here. In the test data load. Yeah. I deleted this. I deleted
these three, I mean, from here, and one, I deleted the name here, and with the same ID, I try to update the name. Okay, I think we did it in the first case, right? Okay, so I think we have one more row. Any other use case that you can think of? We deleted the entire thing except the ID. We deleted. We can do one thing. We can try to create a new ID. Maybe introduce something like XXX or something.
And delete the ID.
No, not deleting the ID. I'm keeping it, but Acha, you want to have a case where you
if you put the ID XXX, I don't think system will be allowed because this is the system generated ID.
System generated thing. It will fail anyways, but I still want to see that fail. Okay, you want to see? Okay, so shall I? If I remove this ID, now it will take as a new row. You remember we did that?
Let's see, because we already. Okay, yeah, it is all taking a new rows. Okay, then keep as it is. Yeah, keep as it is.
Yeah, it will take a new row. That's the reason why. But what we can do is let me remove this ID and put the name here, 17 June 2026, and put the copy here as well. I've deleted the ID and kept it. Let's see how, test data load 1 is the file. Okay.
But what we have initially discussed now, that for example, any fact sheet we are taking and remove all the data. So now we can see now if we delete the ID and everything, blank fact sheet we are uploading, still system throw error.
No, blank fact sheet. No, we just removed. See, the system threw an error because it was trying to create a new ID. Okay, and two of the errors were there was a limitation of the 200 rows. Okay, so I think we'll still face that.
These things actually we are, because what we are doing, we take existing fact sheet, we export all
just
the data.
Updating that. Huh?
Yeah. Now here what we have previously discussed, that for example we do not create a new fact sheet, we take existing fact sheet, delete all the data. How to delete the data fact sheet, and we can upload the new fact sheet. So in that case, there are two options. One is manually we can do. Another option is in the Excel. If we delete all the field and upload it, then you have said that automatically.
Yeah, automatically it should get deleted. Yes, that's the expectation. Yes, that we'll see here.
Now,
in the third case, in the third row, that's what we are talking about, right? This is what we are going to see. Okay, so let me upload this. Cancel import. I'll do an import once again. Okay, import to Excel. This test data load 1 was the file, right? So I believe there would be some different error this time. Why is it only doing it for 3 rows? We had more rows, right? Let me see what it says.
It's rows.
Okay, so for these two, okay, the error is for 2. Okay, so this is changed. So maybe can somebody in parallel check this name, AI quality inspection, 17 June, or just search by 17 June? Are you getting it?
Yeah, I already. AI quality. Yes, these names are the correct. I already seen it.
So it is changed in the system, right? Let me see it quickly once again. Cancel import. Look for fact sheet. No, it is not there. It should be. That is what it says, right? Display name got changed. Name changed to, yeah. Okay, I think I have to refresh it. Nah, I think that's why.
No, I think it is not committed. That's why 100% reflection should be there.
No, what is this? We have to see the status also. I think the status is.
Actually, I see the status.
Status is draft. No. Status is draft. I think we have to create it as approved. Sorry, I think that was the mistake. We probably have to change it to approved. Then only. Okay, but still draft should get uploaded actually. AI quality inspection. Let's see whether it comes like this. Yeah, let me see the name first here. Now, if I approve the fact sheet, no, you cannot, because it says that mandatory attributes has to be filled.
So what I will do is in the next load, maybe I'll load this thing once again with status as approved. Okay, I'll do the, oh, sorry, I cannot change it here. I have to change it in the, okay, let's go to the things one by one. First is this, and I'll change this to approve and try loading again. Okay, now this one, this says that, oh, this is also done. Third error is the type column must not be empty. Can you see this? That is the third one. What was the third one in the book 3? We deleted the type column, right? Yeah, we deleted the third, I remember. That cannot be empty. So type is a mandatory because it is not able to identify where exactly it should be done. The name column must not be empty. I removed the next row, you remember? So next row, the name, yeah. Okay. Now I changed the description in the third one, like this one. Okay. So description, it changed because name and type are mandatory. Description was not mandatory. Okay, so it changed the name, description there. Now, this one, which is obvious because we deleted the ID, if you remember, it tried to create and it says that, it is quota exceed because it is already there. Okay, so.
Then
I think
in that case, exactly we are doing that then how that fact sheet we can delete the data from the fact sheet, because it is, I can clearly see it is not delete anything, rather than it create a new fact sheet. New applications, business applications.
You can delete. You can delete. I tell you how will you delete. So basically, you have to delete all the dependent application. So see, first thing is that if you have to delete some fact sheet, there are some interdependent relations already established. Okay, so first you have to find all the relations that are established in that application, because this is a forced delete, right? You cannot, that's what I'm saying. You cannot force delete anything unless you remove the downstream dependencies. So the downstream dependencies has to be removed first. It has to be disassociated with that particular application. Then if you go for delete, it will allow you to delete. Just keep the name, because if you keep the name, the rest of the parameters here, the description, display name, this thing will get deleted, and your fact sheet will, you can change the status to, there's a status. If you change the status to, I think for archive, I think there should be a status. Just hold on, let me see the complete data here. For archive status, what is the state? I have to check in. Oh, these are only there is no archive data that has come in, right? But there is a status. Once it goes into archive, that particular gets a status of, I think, archived or delete something. I'll find that. But if you do that, that will basically remove that flag sheet. But again, the point is you can only do that once you have removed the application, the dependencies to that particular application. If you do not do that, you will again get an error that there are interdependent. You just try to do this. See, if I try to do it from here, let me open any fact sheet. If I try to archive this, for normal fact sheets what we created, if I try to do this, it should throw some error. If it doesn't, then it's fine. Then I think this is a different. This is I want to delete a business capability, because that is important. So I'll delete something from the bottom, say maybe this one. Okay, let me see whether how many dependent thing it has. Okay, so if it allows forced archival from here, then you be sure that it can be easily done from the Excel directly. If it does not allow, then you have to remove the dependencies. But as far as my knowledge, I think we used to remove the dependencies first, then only we tried to. No, I think it says, why are you archiving? Okay, so probably you can do that. Okay, let me just do anything, let's testing. Okay, archive fact sheet. So I think it gets archived, but if you have to recover, okay, I think it directly puts into that. So it is easy. So you do not have to delete the dependencies. You can directly change the status of. So I'll find the status for you. If you can directly put the status in this column here while uploading this place, it will get yes. I think it is active status. I think active or archive. Okay, let me do one thing quickly. This has just got archived, right? Manufacturing operations. Let me see what is the backend status for this. Oh, backend status, I won't be able to. I don't know whether I'll be able to find it, because in the export, will it come?
Can we
No, I think
download the Excel? Download the Excel, then we
no.
can
If I fact sheet was archived by this, life cycle is still active. Life cycle is still active. Let me download it. Okay, let me see that thing comes or not. Do a complete export of this. Let me do an export. I remember the count got less by 1. If you see, it was 2013 earlier. Now it is 2012. So I'm not sure whether it will appear here, because in this normally in other applications, what you have is once you download something, you can put some filters, like, based on what parameters you're downloading. Here it straight away downloads the file. Okay, it does not give you those option to create, like, select only the active ones, or all these things. It does not give that. So, but still, let's see. Let's put the filter here and do a search. 49 manufacturing equipment 49. It is there. So let me color this. It's still showing as active. It is not yet archived. So archived is essentially, it's not deleting here. It says that it will be removed from the database after 50 days, something it said, right? Which was the number, you remember? There was an app number. I kind of missed it to note it. Let me see. Yeah, so it says that see last update for more details. Okay, so you have the history here. It says that archived test. Reference catalog not linking. Now if you have to recover, you can just recover it. Let me recover it. But the state, the state won't change, man. Where did it go, man? So if I recover it, then I think archived and it recovered. Okay, recovered here, but status didn't change anything. Lifecycle status is still the same. Ideally, if you have to update it directly and in the Excel and then try to delete it, there should be a change in the status. It normally happens. Let me see. Let me just give me a day's time. I'll think over. I think there was something we did. Configuration. Let me see. Oh, this is the fact sheet configuration, not here. I'll find out that for you. Okay, give me a day's time. I can check that. Okay, but coming back to the sheet that we just uploaded, so this is obvious that it changed it, but it didn't get reflected, right? We have to commit it. I think if the state was approved, probably this would have got reflected. Let me upload the test data 1 with the status as approved.
If one thing, it is like that in this way that it is working, it's that because we have uploaded 5 to 6 data and 3 data, 2 data, we have a error. So that's why it is not automatically committed, or it is that mandatory all the data should be correct, then it will be a...
No,
not like
it's
that.
not like that. Only the mandatory fields are primarily needed. Okay. Just try to understand all the data, as you see. So when you're uploading this, these are the things that you should normally use. Okay. But in a fact sheet, there are so many other things that also gets captured, right? They are not coming in your system, in your Excel spreadsheet here. Okay. They're not coming here directly. Okay. So these you have to associate it separately. So let me upload this approved one first. Okay, let me see what it says. The 17th June one, the AI something was there, right? So let me upload this once again, and let me see if the status of this changed. It could not be uploaded. Why? Download summary report. Okay, new fact sheet 0, new fact sheets added, 3 fact sheets updated, and 3 were in errors. Let me open this. Let me see the. Yeah, it got changed. Oh, status didn't change to approve. I think approve. It's still taken as draft. Maybe.
But draft, you have said that draft also should be, you can at least see. Maybe
draft. You are able to see here, right? If I copy this name, oh sorry, not this name. If I copy, what was the name? AI quality inspection. Okay. It should appear, man. I mean, basically, we got this loaded here, right? I mean, in yeah, the display name should have got changed. You know, it is set to draft. If I approve, okay, approve again. You know, you cannot approve unless you have all the attributes filled, which is okay. But draft, at least it should appear here because, okay, let me try to create a new one. Okay, let me do one thing. If I try to create a new one with this name, the same place I'll go, test data 1. I'll try to create a new one. I am not putting any ID here. Just put application and put the same text as here, but we'll put another name. Okay. That will definitely get created like -1. So this, but I think that will throw an error of 200 limitations. That it is going to do that. Okay, I won't be able to create a new one because if I create a new one, it will throw the same error that was giving, the 200 rows limitation. Probably I have to try with a different fact sheet, but good point. This is, it will give this error. See, quota. I think we tried doing this in the quota error 252. But I'll see how we can delete it quickly. Okay, probably in class. I think we're already close to 11. So class, I will see what are the best options that we have to mock up the sheet in such a way that we keep only references for a particular application and then try to delete it by upload. Or if there is any other way to directly, do a mass deletion. Normally what we used to do is, as I was telling, that we archived it and then created new ones. But if it is for a mass, manually doing it will take a lot of time. Of course, understandable. What is the best possible way that we have to use Excel spreadsheets and archive the data? Okay, I'll probably, in practical, we'll show you this. Okay, but again, just a request to all of you, please go through this, this portal. Okay, you still have more than 2 months remaining. Go through this, remove the sliders. If you remove the sliders here, if you open a fact sheet, suppose you open a fact sheet, you have to understand, what the sliders are for. If you go to a report, go to any landscape report, you will see that whatever reports you have prepared, depending on the dates that you have here, you have sliders here, your report color and everything will change. This is here. So if I take it back here, you see the same app is becoming green because the date was, remember the date we have put it in 2000 something, I believe 25 or before 25 something was there. So since it has moved to 2023 now, it was an active application. But when it comes to 2026, it becomes a phased out application as per the color. Okay, so this is how you can see your changes in your report. You have this time slider. You can put your filters here if you want. And this is how you make projections to your. So if I move further, it becomes red because it's a risk. That application is going at a risk. And 2026, it is still as marked as phased out. You see the color. 2028, 29, this is becoming a risk. We have to remove it. Okay. While in 2023, this was not at risk because it was already, in green, right?
So the slider is very important. Once you have these reports or once you have these diagrams prepared, as per the dates, the application, I would say not type, but the risk or the the I would say nature of the application comes out, whether it's at risk, whether it is at phase out status, or there is no risk, it is an active one and you can use it. So your time model, once you prepare it, tolerate, invest, migrate, eliminate, will also depend on the date on which you are taking that time model. That is important. That is why for every report you get a date slider here, because any application which is valid might not be valid. Okay, so or maybe a month after or a year after. Okay. So that is very important. So this date slider normally appears with almost all the reports, and based on the parameters that you select. So if you remove this, you will see that only this is broken or approved. Other applications are not approved because we didn't approve many, but there are so many which are already there in the draft status. So you have to probably click on each one of them, approve them, and then it will come. So which essentially means that once you approve some application, they will be taken as a approved application for that company as per EA. I mean, basically EA approved application. Others are under analysis or under monitoring or under investigation. Okay, so you should have a list of, once you have a list of approved, like once you have a complete list of approved applications, then only your enterprise architecture will mature. Okay, that is the aim. Okay, so I think we are already time. So do you have any particular questions? I'll anyways come back with the methods of archiving it. I'll see what are the best ways that we have, and probably I think I'll explore the AI this thing also. What is here? There are more AI features that they have given, but I could see only the inventory builder and start AI prompt in this particular instance. I'll try to investigate this also. What exactly are the features that we have here? So these two I'll come back to you. Any other questions that you have? That probably.
I just need 1 minute.
Sure, I'm
going to
there.
share my screen. When I open my dashboard, or
I am not. Oh, 1 second. I think I'm not in Teams. Yeah, I can see now. Yeah.
I know. I see only 3 categories here. Types. I don't see like what you're seeing. Is there a difference in?
No. Oh my God. Why is it so?
Even I don't know. I was just checking.
No. Go to the inventory tab. I mean, just click on Oh, this is serious, man. You just go to the. No. Click on reports and come back to inventory. You put any click on reports. Come back to inventory.
Yeah.
No, skip tour maybe. Yeah. Come back to inventory. Is it happening for all of you? No. Just go to fact sheet types. No. Fact sheet types. That.
No, everything is different. The numbers, the hierarchy. So
is it happening for all others? Can you just have a quick look? Are you not able to see all the fact sheets?
Let me. I am checking also.
No, I think I'm able to see it. What are you are showing? I'm able to see it.
All the fact sheets you can see?
Let me.
So just click on inventory. It will appear. Okay, just click on inventory. I think you might have put some filter. Is it? You can only see 607 results. I was able to see some 2000 something, right?
Correct.
Why is it so? Just scroll down, Vivek, on your left side. Let's see if there is any other checkboxes checked here. No. Go to the searches tab on the left side. Okay, go to filter again.
No, we are able to 451 only.
You guys are not able to see the other fact sheets?
No, only 451 of this application.
Same for me also. Say BTP 11.
You cannot see the business capability and organization even?
No, that's only 00. You want me to share it?
Yeah. Just show me once again.
Why is it so? Is it because they are not approved? No, but 451 are also not approved, right? I mean,
see, this is what I'm able to see. Are you able to see my screen, Deep?
You are able to see only 4.
Yeah.
And in business capability, so are you able to see any count against the business capability, an organization?
Yes, for me, business capability is 106.
You have to remove the filter. Now it has started showing.
Okay.
Here
Okay.
was,
Okay. There was a filter applied.
12 fact sheets are not visible.
No, but you should see the 12 fact sheets, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, but if you see, I'm able to see only 106, 50, and 451.
Yeah, that's the same thing which Vivek was seeing, right? I think I got it. And is it for everybody? Nobody is able to see the 12 fact sheets?
No, I can see also these 3 as exactly same to Vivek.
Okay, no, can you? Okay, fine, Gopal.
Can
others please unmute? Can others unmute and please tell that whether you are able to see 12 or not? Because this is important.
If I share my screen, can you check that even that same thing for me also?
Yeah, I can see. No, but as per the meta model, at least you should see the 12, Okay. Did you guys change any configuration in any way? No? I think no, right? Okay, can you give me your IDs and passwords? I think it's the common for everybody, right? Can you just share the demo IDs and password in the chat quickly? Password, I think it should be same for everybody. Maybe you can.
And I think demo IDs are also same. STP, what that person has shared us. Just a second, he has shared the file. It's the same file.
If you have the file handy, maybe can you just paste it?
Yeah, it's here in the chat only.
Okay, in the chat. Okay, yeah, server details. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, hold on. Okay, I will log in with your IDs and check. This is serious, man. And we have to figure this out. Okay, no problem. Let's. Okay, it says that you need access. I don't have access. It says. I don't know why. Can you just paste your IDs quickly in the chat? Let me copy it instead of working on this sheet.
Let me paste it.
Just paste one of yours, then I'll change the numbers accordingly. I think the password should be the same, right? Yeah. Okay, I got it.
If you're finding this course valuable and learning something new, please like this video, subscribe to the ZaranTech.com YouTube channel, and share the course with your friends and colleagues who are interested. Your support helps us bring you more valuable SAP and AI-related content. Now, let's continue with the course.
So coming back to the slides which we're discussing, or should I start with the issue that you guys were having in viewing the fact sheets? So do you guys still have that error, or you identified the problem?
Need to check. I'll just check 1 minute.
No, because I logged in with one of the IDs which was pinged to me, and I think I saw the problem. There's no problem in the instance. It's just a setting. So I'll show you. So maybe any one of you can share your screen. I can guide you. Meanwhile, I'll open the slide also.
Yeah, I share my screen. Is it visible?
Okay. It's loading, I think. Okay, go to inventory. So go to the fact sheet types. So the problem was you guys were seeing only this 4, somebody 3 fact sheets, right? So yeah. Okay. So on the top, who's this Gopal, right? Yeah. So Gopal, on the top right hand side, do you see search for fact sheet? Not right, like middle. No. On the top of the, like after inventory, reports, diagrams, more. Yeah. And next to that, you have something. Just click on the drop down. Click on full view. So this is not enabled by default. Okay. So you have to enable it. Now, does it look good? So I'll give a minute. So can everybody try this? And let me know who's still not able to see the fact sheets, all fact sheets.
Can you just read them? What was the setting that you did? Sorry, I was just.
Yeah. So go to, so see the button, see the icon, the mouse there where Gopal is holding.
Yeah, full view. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Just click on full view. That's it. Your view will come.
Question about fact.
Mm-hmm. Not able to hear you.
Hello.
Is it for me? Hello. Yeah.
So like we were trying to update fact sheet by filling some of the fields in Excel, right?
Yes.
Question is like when I tried to create a new fact sheet, I stuck in the beginning only. Question was like, can we fill all the fields in the Excel sheet? Like there are many things, right? Relationships, diagrams, reports.
Yes.
So everything can be filled in Excel. Is it possible, or we have to do anyway few fields in this tool itself?
No. You basically see you can do a mix and match. Okay, so you can fill the mandatory fields in fact sheets Excel and let the fact sheet get created, and then you can update the tool accordingly directly if you have lesser number of fact sheets. But if you have more number of fact sheets and you have all the data, you can use the the fact sheet, which is basically you can use all the fields in the fact sheet and then try to upload it, which will be easier. You can bookmark the one which you just used.
Yeah, I think it's working. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let it be shared, Vivek, your screen. So let me show you from, so that you guys, you can have hands on. So do one thing.
What is it? Okay, here I have to.
Yeah, full view. So remember, we were talking about deleting fact sheets through an Excel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Vivek, if you can help me here, I'll show you. So maybe we can share, like few of us can share it together and do it. I mean, or maybe in parallel, you guys can also try. First see what you need to do. Okay. So I think I was missing one important step, that's the reason why the fact sheet was not getting deleted. But note this down, that you should not forcefully. I mean, when you do a delete using your Excel spreadsheet, it will actually forcefully override the limitations or restrictions that you have. Okay. Having said that, if you see on the left hand side under applications, you have 430, but there is a limit of 200 rows. It has allowed you to load 430 just because it forcefully did it. Okay. Similarly, if you want to delete a fact sheet, if you use Excel spreadsheet, you can do it. I'll show you how to do it, but that's not the very good practice, I would say, because it does not consider your relations and your dependent components. It simply goes ahead and archives the fact sheet forcefully. Okay, that is not the ideal way, but again, it depends. If you do not want those fact sheets at all, then you can obviously ignore the relationships and simply delete it. How to delete it, I'll show you. So Vivek, go to inventory tools on the right side. And create export, click on export to Excel option, export to Excel. Yeah, just okay. So export. So it was 2015, but I actually archived 20 of them. Okay, so just do a download. Yeah, click on download once again. Sometimes it does not. Yeah, open that. Are you guys also looking into this and probably trying it in parallel?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So just enable editing. Yeah. Okay. So maybe what you can do is, suppose you want to try out the applications one, for example. Okay. So can you delete everything except applications? So when you're deleting this from the sheet, does not mean that you're deleting it from the LeanIX thing. It's just that those are not considered.
Okay. Yeah, go to the applications, the 400 something applications. Okay. So suppose you want to force archive or force delete a few, which, as I said, should not be doing it. Or even if you do it with, great care. Okay. So Vivek, what you do is just try to color a few rows with yellow or red or something which you are trying to delete. Okay. You can color the entire row maybe. You start from the, no, just color the entire row from the left. It will be easy for, yeah. Okay. Like the full row. Yeah. And put a color and use 6 to 6 rows, maybe just delete it. Okay. Yeah. No, just put one single color only. We're just no, just undo, do undo. And one more undo, please. Yeah. Just make 5-6 rows in the same color, which you are going to delete. You're coloring it because just to identify that these are the ones, because names are pretty similar, right? So you can know. So while you do that, can somebody else check and confirm that whether, say, line number 6, which is APP, APP 0027 supply reporting 42 system is available in LeanIX or not? Can somebody check and confirm whether you can see that fact sheet now?
Yeah, APP 0028 is available in the fact sheet. I can see it.
28 is there, 27 is there?
27, 28 both are there.
Both are there.
The
Great.
28 is the procurement report 45 system and supply report 42 system.
42 system. Very good. Okay. Vivek, so ready with these? Okay. So can you move to the right side on the sheet? Okay. Now on the column I, note this very carefully, guys. Okay. On the column I, you put action in small letters on the top. I1, basically. No, not here, not here. On the top, I1, cell number I1. And cell number 2, you put it as action with A capital. Okay. And for these 5 rows, you just put the status as archive. Not status, I mean this action as archive in small letters. No, in small letters. And do it only for this 5. Okay. Well, you can delete the rest of the white ones. Okay. Maybe let's not use them. Okay. Go to the right side again. Okay. Now save this sheet, please. You can save it with a some decent name, maybe delete, test delete or something like that. Just for your reference. Is everybody following this?
Yeah, Deep.
Okay. Just save it with test delete or something, LeanIX data delete or something. Yeah. Okay. So we have mocked up the data for deletion. Okay, and somebody, I think Gopal already confirmed that 42 and 45 are there. Like APP 27 and 28 are there in the system, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, Vivek, go back to SAP LeanIX. You can close that error window, maybe, I don't know whether it will create some conflict. There is a error, another window that I could see. Yeah. Okay. So now go to inventory tools. Import from Excel. Select that mock sheet that you created. So see, do not click anything. No. Don't click anything. See, 0 fact sheets to be added, which is right. 0 fact sheets to be updated because we are also not updating anything. 6 fact sheets are to be archived, and entries with errors will not be imported. So guys, you do not delete, like you also do not try to do this right now, because that I don't know, if you select the same set of records and try to delete it, maybe whoever executes it fast, it will be disabled from the system. So just hold on till this point. I mean, or you can use any other 656 records from the application fact sheet, which is fine. Okay, so or probably see it here in the screen first, then you can try. I mean, you can try with the next set of 5 or something. Okay, just see here. Now click on the import, Vivek.
The only thing, I think this may be a part of the entire set, because this has nothing. Naming convention looks like it's a standard one. I'm just thinking
Then what you can do is just cancel this, remove the first line, and then use the next 5. That is also okay.
Yeah.
Delete the first line. See, anyways, it's mocked up data. Okay, we can reload the data once again. That's not a problem. But then cancel import. Yeah. Did you save the file? Because
yes.
Just watch it on the screen for now. And yeah, now click on import 5 sheets, okay, to be archived. Okay, close. No. Download summary report is always a better practice. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can see the download summary later also. There is another place I'll show you. There are so many things, I have to probably recollect. But
APP 007 0280007 is archive. I have not seen it, in fact.
Yes. Now
this number, did it reduce? I'm just thinking, did this go down?
Yeah, just refresh.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe who checked this? Gopal, did you check? It is not there?
Yes, I am checking. It is
okay,
not
then
there.
you share your screen. I'll show you how to. So let's do it all together. Share it, together. So Gopal, can you share your screen? I'll show you how to. And Vivek, you can follow this screen now. Okay. So but how will you find? So search for this APP 0027.
I think Gopal, you need to refresh. Yours is still showing 430.
Yeah. Just refresh it once. I mean, in the back end, it has done, but
it should not be, because previously it is show APP 27.
0027. Just type it like -0027. It is not there, right?
Okay. Vivek, so you are also taking 30 in your sheet, that APP 03001, it's also be there?
No, I think 29 till 29 he did. Can you check?
Till 29.
Yeah, that's right. No, because APP, because at 27, 28, it is appearing here, but now it is not appearing.
Yeah. So, but what if I ask you to unearch? I mean, suppose after doing this operation, you realize that okay, you made a mistake. Okay, maybe you want to you want to restore that. Okay, you want to restore that. So first, for restoring, what do? You have to find the archived one first, right? You want to find the archived one. So where is it? Can you quickly do a quick check where exactly you'll find this? Just spend just 1 minute, not more than that.
Previous input.
You can try. Previous imports will give you good. Click on that. It will give you the history and other things, which I think it won't show it in your ID because Vivek did the import. But So go back. Okay. So Gopal, go on the left side. There's a filter. So scroll down. No. There's a scroll down that. Come down more. Okay. No. Below. So you see a trash bin option there with archived 0.
Because it is not done from my side, that's why it is showing 0.
Yes, but you click on archived, it will appear.
Yeah,
see 26, 27 all has appeared. Okay. So now what if I ask you to restore this sheet? So take 27 or 28 or anything which you want.
27 I am taking.
Cancel these things. Okay. So it's mentioned that fact sheet was done by is giving Vivek, is your ID 28?
Yes.
Yeah. So it says that it was done by this user, SAP BTP 28, and this. Okay. So now it is an archive. So how do you restore it? You have 3 dots on the top. So others are able to follow this step.
Here's the
Yeah, I'm not getting the trash bin option.
Let me I do it. Anindya, here it is. So in this side, okay,
Yeah,
here,
can you yeah.
filter, then down, then quality seal, and after the trash bin options is there.
Can you see now?
Previously, it is show initially 0, but when you click, it will be show actual.
It will showing actuals. Yeah. Okay, let's wait till this point. Is everybody able to see the trash bin? Probably somebody else can also show their screen if they wish to volunteer. We'll do it together, guys. So
I am sharing my screen.
Anindya, you share your screen. Yeah, Anindya, you share your screen.
Yeah. Anindya, calm down. No. I think you have one minute. Hold on. Go to the top. I think you have clicked on something.
Anindya, can you click on the search? No. Your filter, I think that his filter is saying search.
There is one filter that is applied. No. Can you
just go to application?
No. I got it. Yeah. No. Just go to the top of your, like in the middle screen, you go scroll to the top, where you see the application names there. Yeah. Just scroll on top. There should be a filter applied here. Yeah. Cancel that filter. Now wait. Yeah. Now scroll down.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Click on that. No, it's okay. Let's do it here. So open any of the fact sheet, like 27, 28, something, 29. Yeah. Okay. So it says that it was done by SAP BTP 28, which is Vivek's ID. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. So now go here and recover. Click on recover. You have to give a reason, maybe just for test or something. Yeah. What's the other? One second, hold on. Fact sheets. Okay. Okay, guys. So this is also important. See, you are not able to recover because since the fact sheet was loaded forcefully, well above the 200 limit. I think we have 400 odd fact sheets.
Yes.
So that's why it is not allowing you to recover. Okay. But you can, but to try this feature, let's do one thing. Anindo, can you go to the inventory, please? Inventory tab. Yeah. And click on anything which is so again some filter got applied. I think by default some filters are getting applied. Can you cancel the filter once again? Okay, yeah, because you clicked on archive, no? So no, go now it is fine. Now we can see the entire fact sheets. Go to the top. No, don't click on it. Don't click on it. Just leave it. We will because even if you try to recover any of these application fact sheets, it won't happen. It won't allow because it is
Actually, I archived one platform fact sheet, so I can try to archive non-archive.
Is platform there? Come down. I didn't see it actually, but if it is there, then we can do that. Is anything apart from application there?
Yeah, this one.
This one. Okay, open that. That is fine. Yeah. Okay. Now go to this and recover. It should allow because it is just type anything. Yeah. Yeah. So it has come. See, check needed. Now you
have an option to approve fact sheets. It might not allow because you have to fill some mandatory fields. Just click on approve. Click on approve fact sheet. Okay, maybe the fields are already filled. Just optional. Save it. It will change to green. That means it got committed here. Okay. I hope so. So what about others? You guys have got it? Anybody has any doubt? They can share their screen.
Deep, I'm still not able to see that type all things, only able to see 3: business capability, organization, and application.
Okay, you have to enable full view from the.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. On the right side, just above new fact sheet, you see a drop down. Right side, just above new fact sheet. No. Just next to that, left of that, above that, above new fact sheet. Above new fact sheet, there is a drop down. Yeah. Go to full view.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then higher level subscriptions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come down. Check for archived. Yeah. Click on that. You see all the archive sheet. Open any one of them. Try to recover. Application one won't happen because it will throw an error. But you just saw for other capabilities it happened, right? Just try to just click it once. So on the top, 3 dots are there. Recover. Click on that. It will throw an error because it is already more than 200. Yeah, but this is just a system error that we have a limitation on number of count. That's it. Else this would have recovered. Okay. So after recovery, what you have is you get a option of, okay, maybe there should be a few more which you can actually try recovering. Just go back to the archive once again. No, just go back to. No, don't click on application. Just cancel that filter application. You see add filter with AI in the middle. Yeah. Now scroll down to archive. And scroll to the bottom, absolute bottom. So do you see anything apart from application? I think these are all A application. There is no other. Okay, just for testing. Okay, just for manually archiving. Okay, let's do the testing here. Okay, go to inventory and click on anything which has less than 200 rows. Yeah, go to that meta model on the top. No, your filter, like archive filter, you remove it.
Yeah, I have removed
it. Actually, what I am doing, I take that another, for example, IT component I am taking, okay, and actions I just put that archive, but it is showing that unexpected error.
Okay, I'll check that. Just give 1 minute, Gopal. Just go to like say you go to provider maybe. Below last one, second last. Click on provider. So open anything, Cisco at Amazon, anything, Google Cloud. Yeah, no problem. So now you want to archive it. So you saw the option how we used Excel to do it.
Yes, I saw that, but you need to help me again.
No problem. We'll help you. Then why not? Let's do it together here. Okay. Yeah. Now you go to inventory again. So guys, one more time. Let's see. Maybe you were having some error, right? Okay. So can you just guide on the screen here now? What did you do? First, you went to inventory tools, right? And you exported the data, correct?
Sorry, can I share my screen? Sorry, speak in mute. Can I share my data and show that what data I have prepared?
You can guide here also. I think let's do it here. If you're okay.
No, that's fine. Yeah. So first download it.
Yeah. So delete the provider filter here. You have a cross. Yeah.
Okay, go to inventory tools. Okay, first go to inventory tools.
Your right hand side.
Right hand side inventory tools.
Import
Click on
from Excel.
export for Excel. No. First use export to Excel because he has to mock up the data, right?
Okay, yeah.
So see the count of the fact sheets are decreasing. Okay, it was 1995 when Vivek started doing it. Now 5 rows he archived, so it has come down. So this count will always give you the active applications count. Okay, now click on export.
So Deep, we are trying to do the same thing which we did, right? Repeating
Yes. Probably just to make you guys hands-on because this is the only exercise that you guys will be doing. Okay.
Can I click on download?
Sorry?
Just an
Can I
update.
click on download now?
Yeah, click on download. Click on download. Yeah. So sorry, Vivek, what were you asking?
No, I just went into IT components and I archived the fact sheet directly from the tool itself.
Yes.
So
yes.
It worked. So
it worked, right? Yeah.
I have a question here. This downloading of fact sheet, will there be an individual option here, or is it going to always download all the fact sheet?
No. Yeah, it is going to download every fact sheet together.
Okay.
Yeah, you do not have an option. So there are many things in SAP LeanIX which are not fully, I would say, mature, probably for a reason. I mean, we are thinking of it being not mature, but maybe there is a reason for it. But yeah, this is one of them. Another one is we just did forcefully archived 5 of them together, right? On in one shot. But if you guys are thinking that in the Excel sheet, if we instead of archive, if we load all those 5 rows once again and instead of archive, we make it active, or you delete that archive status and you try to load it, still it will not recover them. Okay. So that's a challenge. Okay. So we will see that also. So yeah, can you just make this screen a bit big?
I just did one thing, Sagar this side. So like the question was asked, now can we download individually like for the different type of fact sheets? So I just put a filter on providers and then tried
if you can click a filter on providers, then it will allow you individually. But in the screen you won't get an option to manually tick mark or something. Yeah, that you can do. Yes.
So now can I have any 5?
Just give me 1 minute. You archive any 5. Maybe you do it for the IT components or something. So what you do is make it in a different color and remove anything else. Delete all the white ones in the sheet.
My issue is resolved actually. What happened? Okay.
Yeah. Tell me, you were facing some issues in doing
actually
that, right?
what happened later I think that he will do it. I think he also faced the same type of issue. So what actually doing when we are doing the filter and we remove, for example, IT applications I have choose, and then I remove all the IT applications related stuff here, but it is I am doing in filter. But when I'm uploading it, it is showing an error, and the error is that 1,600, that kind of. So later I can understand. Later we can also see it here also.
Okay, we'll see it. Yeah. It's good to see all the errors because people will. Yeah. So we have only 5 rows now, right? Can you just move all the filters and see that these are the only 5 rows? Because I think some filters are applied.
The same thing. This mistake
I think
from
filters
my
are
side.
applied. Yeah, filters are
so
applied.
what I am doing, I am again copying all the rows in the new Excel sheet. Then it is fine for me.
Do not delete like this. Select from the left side, that entire column, entire row.
Selected somehow it these 5 things remain there. Rest I have removed it.
Then you do one thing. Just copy these 5 rows or 6 rows in a different sheet to be on the safer side. No, but there are filters applied. I think this is not right. Go to data. Go to data tab on the top. Clear. Click on clear. Now go to the top. Go to the top. Top of your this is starting from 731. There has to be a data records above that. Can you go there? Yeah. So you have to you should not be deleting rows. You should be deleting the rows, not deleting the data. So from column number 3, row number 3, come down straight to whatever you had, wherever you had that yellow. So guys, this is also important, okay? Because you need to be very sure that only the rows you want to archive are there in the sheet. 731 it was, so it will take some time. Now right, delete. And do the same for the ones below also. I think below also you have a lot of Control Shift End. Is it till this or there are more? There are more. No, just go to Control Shift End.
Okay, now only 5.
Now only 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Save this sheet with a different name, maybe. Or it's okay. It's okay. You can. It's not a problem. Okay, guys, please note this. Okay, on the go to the right side, please. Right of your sheet. Under column I1.
Sorry, what we need to do here under column I?
Yeah, I1. You write action. No. I1. Action in small. Sorry, I should have told you. Action in small case. So first row is always, first row is the actual. So just note why we are having 2 rows here. Okay, you might have a question that why we are having ID, type, name. So the second column is the one that is displayed. Okay, and the first one, second column, second row. Second row, what we have is the one that is displayed. And first row, what we have is the one that is internally considered in SAP LeanIX. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Just type action with A capital. Now type archive in small. No, A capital.
Here, broken quality seal. What does it means? In broken quality seal.
I will show you the quality seal in the screen. You have few types of, so it has the definitions also in the screen. Okay, just give me some time. I will do let's first complete this. So okay, so you're archiving it, action. Okay, so just note it is now active. The status is active here, but action you're performing is to archive. Okay, save this sheet and save it, and then go to LeanIX.
I actually disconnected due to network issue. I have actually one question, is that type in that our fact sheet, that type we are seeing, can we add our own type?
Which type in the sheet you mean? I mean, type is application.
Yeah, type is application. Yeah, IT component applications. This type.
Yes.
So see, in our fact.
In fact sheet you cannot put this thing. It will be errored out. First you have to create that type, like as I was telling you, right? In the meta model you have only 12 choices, which is deemed to be sufficient. You can create your own fact sheets also with a different type, but you have to be very sure that it is thoroughly checked and approved by your management and your client. Okay.
Okay, so that means you have said that this type, that predefined 12 type, is that predefined attribute neither we can delete or neither. Yeah.
No. You can delete, you can add new type also. It is not advisable. It is not advisable because if you add a new type, just try to imagine all these types are linked to each other in some way, right? You have a dependency, you have an upstream and a downstream application, or upstream and a downstream relation. So all these are related towards each other. So if you create a new type, you have to develop the relations also with all these other fact sheets. Remember, let me take control over the screen for a moment. I will probably come back, Dinesh. Just give me one moment.
Yeah. I do.
So if you see, let me go to slideshow. Okay. You remember who's is this Gopal asking? Is it?
Yeah,
I'll show you. Yeah, Gopal. See, this is what we were discussing, right? So this is the complicated relations between all these flag sheets. Okay. So if I can make it big, let me. Oops, sorry. I think make it 125, 150. Okay. So if I make it like this, see, all these are relationships that are established between the fact sheets. Now, and these are the types what you see in that Excel sheet. Okay, this IT component, business capability. Now, if you want to add a new one, you have to ensure that in your meta model, it has to sit somewhere and relate to all of these. Okay, because if it sits in silos, it doesn't make any sense, right? You have to build up a relationship. Okay. So once you do that, then only you can, use your Excel for import and other things. Got it?
Okay, got you.
Okay, yeah. Share your screen, please, once again. So we mocked up the data. Just remember this thing. Yeah. So now, no, just cancel this. Cancel it. You saved your Excel file, right?
Yeah. Saved it on desktop.
Okay, good. Go to inventory tools, import file. No, same drop down where you exported, just above that. Yeah. Import from Excel. This is very, very important. Okay, all this import and export. This is one of the key things that you would be doing, because every day you'll realize that client is coming back with some new set of records. Your data will get changed, so you have to either delete it or modify it or something. So if it is volume is more, you have to use this method. Okay. So now see, what are you seeing? That 5 sheets are to be archived. Are we okay till this point? Does anybody has any confusion, question? I can run you through. Anybody if else wants to have it done with their own hands. It's okay, because you have to understand this. Please unmute yourself and tell me if you have any questions.
I just have one small question here. So suppose what we are doing right now is we are archiving the fact sheets, right?
Yes.
So is there what will be the action thing for creating? Is it something different, or we cannot?
For creating new, what we will do is we will remove the ID. Can you show the Excel once again? So there is a default some ID value there in the very first column, right?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
So we just need to remove it and
remove
upload
that.
it.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
If the application, this fact sheet already exists with the same name and all other things, so it will be overwritten.
Throw an error. Yeah. So basically, if you're modifying, okay, we will try that also. Let's do it. Can you just import this now?
Sorry. Yeah. Deep, Sunil this side, please.
Sunil.
Yeah, Deep, actually, we are using for like archiving
1 second, hold
file.
on. Just Sunil, 1 second. Just click on this download summary report. Always do it as a practice, okay? This will give you even if you get success also, just see that everything is correct. Okay, open that. This is a summary sheet.
Coming up.
Yeah, it will take some time.
Change.
Okay.
Archive is there. Yeah. Status.
Yeah. So these 5. So can somebody check? Can you paste the names here? Maybe take Okay, it's okay. Can you expand the name column? Column F. Just expand the name column F. So tech component 084. Can somebody check whether it is you are able to see it in the front end? You can check also here. I will just share you. Just give me 1 minute, okay?
Yeah, sure.
IT component, right?
No. Just what was it? Tech component 84 or something. Tech component 084. Go to the search for tab fact sheet on the top. On the top, yes. Tech component 84 or something. No. Just copy paste the name. It is better. You take it from the Excel. It is opened anyways, right? Just copy paste from it. Let's not type. Are you able to search? No, right?
No.
Okay. So what you do is now come down and click on archive on the left side filter. Yeah. Come down. Click on archived. Yes. See, this is tech component 84. You can see here, right? On the top, the very first one you saw. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now go to tech component. Click on that. So notice this, guys. We have to archive this, basically restore this. Okay. So here, if you see, you do not have an option to approve or something just because it is archived. Now what you do is go to that more actions. Yes. Recover. Click on recover. You give a recover. You give a reason recover something. Yeah. It's not mandatory. Action. Yeah.
It is possible to exactly the same way we are archiving that we're using. For example, if we are assume that we make a bulk mistakes and there are more records. So exactly that in Excel sheet, can we recover that bulk amount of records?
No. That reverse is not true. Okay. So you have to do it manually. That's why when you're archiving, you have to be very careful in doing it. Okay. Now I had a question, please.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, for during the recover of the file, we are getting the approval, right? So we can also get to the person, or anyone can do that for archive recover.
Can you share your screen? Let's see on the screen, please.
Actually, I don't have a authorization right now.
Oh, okay. No. What is the question then? Can you just repeat once?
Yeah, like we have archived the file, action file.
Yeah.
Now, during the recover the file is taking the approval, some files for action. We want key.
No, approval is a different thing. It is not. See, approval here is you are archiving. See, approval is not mandatory. Okay, it is for all fact sheets. Once you want to commit any changes or you have made any changes, you want to finalize the fact sheet, I would say, then only you click on approve. Else you can keep it in draft also. It's okay, no problem.
Okay, but we want to for the approval. Then how to that?
You want to go for
approval. Without approval, do not recover the file.
No. Recovery and approval are not interrelated. You have archived something, you are recovering something. That's it. Your transaction ends. Approval, it's not mandatory. I mean, you can keep it without unapproved also. It's okay. I mean, that transaction is not related.
Okay, but we want key without approval not recover the file. We can do that. Just
without approval, you are not. I'm not getting
recover the file. Like we have recovered the file, maintain the tax and will recover the file in the app, right? But we want key without approve for authenticated person. He will not approve, then not recover the file. X file. This is my question.
I'm not able to understand. Can anybody else explain me what?
Yeah. What is trying to say is, say person X has archived something. So now Sunil wants that if somebody else, like person Y, has come and he should not be able to archive until he seeks an approval, right? There should be some approval process, like one person archiving, another person recovering. He's asking about that, compliance.
Okay. That approval. Okay. I thought the fact sheets approval. Okay. So basically, you want to
restrict. So suppose you have archived something and you want to restrict anybody else from doing the recovery apart from you. Is that the case?
Yes, that's the case.
Okay. Let's do it. Share your screen, Sunil. I'll show you. So just archive a few, right? Okay. Let's see that whether you can do it or not.
So can I stop sharing?
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
Sorry, actually, I don't have the login access. Maybe anyone will share.
Okay.
Let me see if I share my screen.
Yeah, maybe.
Do archive.
Yes. Share your screen. So your doubt was clear, right? I mean, you had a question of.
Clear.
Okay.
It was
so
clear.
Dinesh,
And
can you do one thing? Can you share? So Vivek, I think you guys successfully did the archiving. So and you changed the Excels also. Can you post this Excel in the chat, please, so that others can at least keep a copy of that. So if
I have also doing successfully, right? So this is my Excel sheet also be there. So maybe this sheet you can also check IT component.
Yes. So if you type create, what is it saying? Is it throwing any error?
No. It is active. Actually, I try to recover it. Recover options is not available. So just I show that error.
No, good research actually. So just try to update that, please.
It is updated. It is already up. So this kind of error we have got it. So
what is the error? Show me. Invalid value for recovery. So yes.
So now what I am doing,
if you see here, it says no. Just go to the error once again, please. Go to the error once again. So note this also, guys. See, there are only 3. Open the error file, and you can paste the error in the chat for everybody also. Okay. So it says valid values are invalid action value recover. Valid action values are create, update, and archive. Okay. So create, update, and archive are the only values that you can put. Okay.
Yeah, my question was for creation part. You said no, we need to remove the IDs and then we can upload it. So
let's do that. Let's do that. You download the Excel first. Yeah. And now you can select anything else. Maybe just go to the filter, select something less. Okay.
120. This one.
120. Yeah, data objects is fine. Yes. Click on that filter and then try the export so that the number of rows will be less.
120.
Yeah. Export. So this export basically takes whatever it sees on the screen at that moment. Okay. It is only 120 been shown because you are selected that one, right? So just save it with a name or something. Just type DO. Yeah, data object. Okay. Now save it. So archiving thing you got, right, Sagar? I mean, you.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, click on download. Download, I've observed you have to click twice. I don't know why, but yeah, that's how it is. Just click on once again.
No, it's downloaded. I'm just opening and share this file.
Oh, I'm not able to see your screen.
So I'll just keep these 2, right? For maybe for creation part, it won't work because it's already there, right? So apart from it, can we do an update action because it is also
So what you do is select any data object. Just expand the names, please, because it is getting truncated here. Expand the names. Oh, by the way, somebody asked about broken quality seal, right? Who was it? So broken quality seal is basically it's one of the state of a fact sheet. Okay, so what do you mean by state? We'll come to that. I'll show you anyways, but since I'm seeing this in the screen, I just recollected. So it means that the fact sheet's data basically is no longer in an approved or a verified condition. It is broken. Okay, so it needs to be reviewed and reapproved. And how you approve a fact sheet, you know, right? On the top, you have a button, approve fact sheet. Click on that, it becomes green. That is how you approve a fact sheet. But it won't allow you to approve a fact sheet unless you have all the values right. Okay.
Actually, no questions.
Sorry?
Why already broken status is coming?
Yeah, because these are dummy data, right? I mean, probably some of the fields are not updated correctly. These are forcefully updated using Excel.
right? Maybe some mandatory fields are not updated, or maybe updated with wrong values. Okay, so that is why
normal
it is coming.
status will be approved only, right?
Normal status will be draft. Okay, and once it is draft, it is easy to do an approval. But again, there is no normal condition. It is like, it depends. Like if there is only small issue, it is broken seal. If there is there are three or four, I think, statuses available. Okay, like, states available. So you can see that in the screen. I'll come to that. Okay, just remind me once. I'll come to that. Yeah, let's go ahead with Sagar. Yeah, Sagar. So select any data object. Say you have this data domain object 086 or something. No, don't delete those. These are master data. Let's do 08673 and all these. So select any 5 or maybe any 2 of them. Delete the others. To keep 2 or 3. Delete the others. Keep 3 and delete the others. Keep 3 or 2, whatever. Yeah. Just ensure that you have deleted everything. Okay, there's nothing remaining. Okay, now remove the ID. Remove it for 1. Can you do one thing? Can you keep 5 rows? I mean, just do undo. Keep 5 rows. Okay, and just do another undo. Just keep 5 rows and delete the rest. Okay. Now for 1, you delete the ID on the top. Okay, keep the name same. For the second one, delete the ID, change the name to 73 underscore anything. Put your name, maybe Sagar or something. Okay. And can you expand that? Like expand that column. And for the third one, keep the ID, change the name. And when you change the name, you change the display name also, both of them together, in the previous one and this one. Okay. Just copy paste both of them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So third one, think of any other. Okay. Maybe third one, you keep the ID, delete the description. And the levels, whatever is there, all these things. Delete every row, other row. Okay, and fifth one, you leave it as it is. So let's see. Save this and upload. And what you do is, Sagar, just copy this data. Just copy this data and paste it in the chat, or maybe put this Excel sheet in the chat so that everybody can refer. Or maybe you can do it together. After the upload is done, there will be a sheet with errors and other things, right? That history. Yeah, we can, both of them you can upload here. Go to import. So I would suggest in your, if you have some time, try all possible combinations that you can have with this data. See, this is very important for you to understand how you're loading fact sheets, what are the errors you are facing, and how you are trying to fix them. Okay. So, ho gaya kya? You did it, is it?
No. It went to this directly.
Just I have another point. So currently what we are doing, that first we archive few data and again I am creating the same data. Okay. Now when I'm going to the exactly each fact sheet, then individually I'm going to the each fact sheet and approve.
Hold on, Sagar, for a moment.
So when what I'm doing individually, then I am that new fact sheet, the new data component we are creating. So it is not approved previously. Okay. So now what I'm doing, I'm going to the each data component and then approve it. That question is that bulk level, can we do the approve in data sheet?
Yes, I think you can do it. I think you can do it from the sheet also. We will see that also. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So if you see here, so while you do this, Sagar, also display the display the Excel sheet that you mocked up. So let's take a guess before we execute. Okay, that what would be what? Because this will clear all of your doubts. Okay. So maybe you can like make the size of the Excel small in such a way that it sits side by side to that screen.
Okay.
Like, yes, no, the window size, I mean, basically, if you can make the window size such that it sits on the side of this. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can put it below or something, or on the, yeah. Yeah, just put it below. So one fact sheets to be added. So what? So let's take a poll from you guys. Which of this fact sheet you think it would get added?
Row number 2. Second, yes, that one.
Yeah, row number second. Yeah, I mean the fourth. Yeah, fourth number basically. Yes, that would get added. Okay, so Sagar, can you do one thing? Can you put a comment or any kind of like? Okay, let's go by the colors. Okay, green is colored it in green. Okay, now two fact sheets are to be updated. Which are the two to be updated?
I believe these two.
Others?
5 and 7.
Third and fifth.
Third and fifth are to be updated. Okay. Let's go for polls. Maybe
5 and 7.
5 and 7 to be updated. Okay. So let's go one by one. Okay. So anybody thinks that the first, okay, when I say first row, I mean you do not consider the 1 and 2, the headers above. Okay. So first row in this 5. Okay, out of 5. So is 1 out of 5? I mean number 1 out of these 5 rows going to get updated? Yes or no? Or let me ask you like this. So what would be the first row? I mean, like what would be the status of the first row according to this import?
Can you maximize that Excel so that we can see all the columns?
I think
we just updated till this one only. We just updated till this one only, I think. But anyways, Sagar, can you expand the right side a bit? Or you can pull that Excel a bit towards the left side, the entire window towards the left side. Yeah. And then you can expand the entire, because we deleted the quality seal and everything, right? For some. Yeah. I think now it is visible. Now it is visible. Yeah, there was a delay actually. Okay. So go by the colors on the top screen and the Excel. Okay. So is everyone okay with the green color here, which is the addition? Or who has any confusion on the green color?
Sorry, green color is the issue because I think maybe the for red color or with error.
No. We'll come one by one. Just take a, because see, I want you guys to understand this hands-on. Okay. So my question is, does anybody in this audience thinks that the green color on the second row, as in second record, I would say, let's say record, second record, is suitable or not suitable? Is right or wrong?
It's right.
Anybody thinks that it is wrong?
Yeah, okay. I think it's wrong.
Deep, maybe I missed something, but action column is missing, right? We need to put an action column and say update.
No, we are not archiving unarchiving anything. Okay.
ID is missing in there. I think maybe this is for the
sorry.
ID A column tab is there for some to be object is there. This one maybe primary data is there.
No. We deleted that. Sunil, I think you joined first time, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you see the recordings once. Okay. So you will understand. I think there's some background, probably things that you have to get so that, you will come up to speed. Okay. Just watch the recordings for the last few, trainings that we had. Then you'll realize. Okay. Maybe at least the last two, at least. Okay. Okay. So is there anybody else who thinks that the second record is wrongly put? Okay. Yeah. Vivek, you had a question. Sorry.
No. This record, what are we going to do with it? Are we updating a record or?
Yes, we have selected 5 rows. We have put multiple options on the plate, and we want to see what happens with which case. These are use cases. Okay, test cases. Sorry, not use cases, test
Understood.
cases.
Okay.
5 types. So we deleted the IDs for a couple of them. We deleted the descriptions for couple of them. We deleted we renamed fields for one of them, 2 of them actually. Okay, and we kept one as it is. Okay.
But so I feel that, in that case, row number 3 and 4 will not work because your primary key itself is blank, right?
We'll see that, that is what we are trying to see here.
Okay.
Okay. So now the next color is yellow. So tell me which row, which record should be yellow?
In 5th and 6th row,
the
selected one.
5th and 7th row, I think.
See the data very carefully. 5th and 7th. You guys are going for 5th and 7th. Sagar, what is your opinion?
5th and 6th. 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th.
These two.
And okay, yeah, and so 5 is coming common in updated. Okay, can you just, Sagar, can you just color 5 in yellow, please? It's not yellow actually, it's amber. So just try to color that 5 in amber, and his third one, yeah. And what is the other one? There are 2 records, right, to be updated. Which one do you think? So Paul said that somebody is saying 6, somebody is saying 7. So I want to take feedback from all of you. Can you please go on, unmute yourself 6. And tell me your opinion? 6. Okay, I got 1 6. So okay,
I think 6 is giving error because status is nothing and label is also nothing. So I think it's give error on the 6.
No. Just tell which is the next amber row. 6th one or 7th one?
7.
7.
7. Okay. So I think 7. Okay, Sagar, color that in 7, please. But I feel that it should be 6. But let's see. Okay. Now, because for me 7 should be error because you have not changed anything, right, Sagar? I mean, you didn't change anything, right, in 7th?
No, I didn't change anything. For 6th row as well, I think we are changing the description. That's why it will be updated.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I also think. But let's see. Okay. But let's see. I've taken the audience poll. Okay. And what about the fact sheets to be archived? 0. There is no eligible fact sheets. And which is to be in error?
I think the first one,
7.
maybe first one, I believe. This one.
First one will be in error. Okay. Color it in red. Anybody going with first one as error? Anybody else? No. Okay. So who else is going? I mean, so what is the feedback on the errored one? Which row it should be?
Maybe it should be 7th.
7 should be error. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe. Okay. 7 should be error. Okay. So can you Sagar, can you change the 7 to error? Yeah. And no. Error is red. So what should be the amber one? Like updated one. Which one is the getting updated?
6th.
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 So but we have 5 rows here, right? What is the first? What would be? Sorry, done with the first one. Okay, let's do one thing. Sagar, save this sheet and try to import. Sorry. So you can keep that in the screen. Okay, keep that in the screen. The same way, the same layout.
Okay, I thought maybe I'm importing the same file. I should not keep it open. So...
Okay, let's see whether it gives an error. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. And download the summary report after you import. Okay.
Okay.
Click on import. Is it not allowing you?
Maybe time.
Oh, maybe timed out. Yeah. Cancel import and do it once again. No, just cancel import. Do it once again. Yeah, I think it got timed out. Maybe your instance itself got timed out, is it? Or
Yeah, maybe.
just try to okay. It is working. Okay. So see the same thing here. Okay. Now try to import.
No, it's not. I think.
No, I think your entire I have to re-log in. I think
Yeah, right. I have to re-log in.
Or maybe can you close the sheet, please? I think it could be that also because the sheet is opened. Maybe it is not able to. Yeah, close that sheet. You can open it anyways later. So
yeah, I closed it.
I think probably that was the issue. Oh no, I think your entire your session has you have to re-log in. Just log out and log in once again. And Sagar, you paste that sheet in the chat also, okay?
Sure.
The one that you colored and the download output also.
Okay.
And please everybody refer to it, okay? Zurich hash 2026 Z capital. So are you all understanding what we are trying to do? I mean, is there any kind of questions, confusions? Please ask. Okay. Any questions, anybody till now? Are we all good? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just try to browse and open that sheet. It's still not giving, is it? What? Is there any other? Oh, please download.
I think we have to show download summary report.
Download summary report. Okay, to enable import, please download the summary report. Oh. This was not there earlier. I mean, I don't know. Okay, maybe that was the reason why. Okay, download the summary report. Okay, then even before import also, you'll get to know what you are doing. Okay. Yeah, can you?
Shall I go ahead and import?
Yeah.
Or
try import.
Maybe check this first.
Yeah, check. I mean, better check it once. Check the download report once. And open your report also side by side so that we can compare our understanding. Okay. Because import now it will happen. It is not a problem. It will just, but we have to understand. So if you can, Sagar, keep both the sheets like
side
by side. Yeah. Maybe one on the top and another one in the bottom.
Okay.
So let's check our understanding here. Okay. So.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You can adjust the sizes so that it comes. Yeah. Or maybe what you can do is you can copy your data it is easy to view in a single sheet. Okay, just copy. Yeah. Just copy it in one sheet.
Copy it here only.
Yeah, it's okay. Copy it there and make this big, like maximize it. It is easy to view then. Yeah. Okay. So first record, it says error.
Right. So
why? Because it is creating duplicate.
Yeah. Right.
Because you have deleted the ID, which means it is trying to create a new record, but it is not able to because same name exists. Do you understand?
Yes.
When you delete the ID, it essentially means that
you're trying to create it.
But while it tries to create, it finds another one with a similar name, similar description, similar display name, and this quality seal broken and active, whatever. So it throws an error. Second one, it changed because Sagar renamed this to SK.
Yeah. And we don't have this ID as well. So that's why
Yes.
new record. Yeah.
So that's why the type is, you see, it is create. Second one is created.
Yeah.
Because you deleted the ID, it went for creation and this one got created. Okay.
Yeah.
Now third one and fourth one, we all you call it fourth record actually. Third and fourth record, we all agreed it will be in amber because it was getting updated. Remember? Are you guys with me?
Yes.
Yeah. So it got updated. Okay. So what it changed? It changed. See, in the third one, it changed the name to SK1, like underscore SK1. And the fourth one, it removed the description because we removed the description.
Yep.
Are we okay till now?
Yes.
Fifth one, nothing got changed because we didn't change anything. Neither the ID, nothing.
Right.
Okay. So this is a very classic use case. Sagar, can you paste this in the chat for everybody?
Sure.
Okay. And I would request all of you to, have 5-6 more rows. Do whatever in your mind and try to do it. But before you import, do the same exercise that we did. You color it accordingly. So your logic, your thinking will be, you have to see how you think. See here, what you guys thought, the third and fourth rows is the same. It got changed, right? And the second row, I think we also agreed it will be created. It got created. But first and the fifth row, it didn't work out. Okay. So like this, if you can do some, practice on your own, you will know what is going to happen. Now you can import. It is up to you, Sagar. You want to import that data or not? That is not.
I don't think that's.
Yeah, it's needed. Yeah, but you got the concept, right?
Yeah.
But you have to do it with your own hands. Okay, the people who are doing it in their own hands, they are understanding things better. Okay, so but you're so many people here, right? So if you start doing it with everybody, it would be a problem. So if somebody wants to volunteer, please let me know, and we can do it with you. Okay. Should we take a quick 4 minutes break? We'll come back at 10:35.
Yeah, sure.
Just drink some water and come. Yeah. Okay.
So I'll be just canceling this import for now.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can do. Anyways, we got the idea, right? What we wanted to
got the result anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just a quick. So we'll do some theory now. I think I will probably leave you to do some R&D. Maybe I think you guys are already doing it because I could see some of the logs coming up. But the more you practice, the more. So how was this experience? Did you understood what we did? Like this last exercise especially.
Yeah, I cannot say I fully understand, but yes, it is understandable. Might be more practice, it will be more understandable.
No, you tell na Gopal what you didn't understand. I will clear your confusion. Na? If you want to share your screen and explain, I'm okay. It's okay.
No, that's fine. So, people, one thing that in that fact sheet, that this diagram, can we see the diagram in that SAP LeanIX?
Which diagram you see?
Exactly the diagram you are showing. Because why I am asking these questions? Because when I'm asking you that I need to create a new type, but in that time you have said that if you create a new type,
yes, you have to associate.
You need to map. Yeah, you need.
So that diagram is there. You go here. So if you open a fact sheet, when accelerate S/4HANA migration, this is the diagram basically. This is the Relations Explorer. I'll show you a better one which has more. Let's see if we have more here. Let's see. Oh, it's only 2 again. Let's take a capability. I think it will be linked to multiple applications. So corporate IT infrastructure. Let's see how this is the diagram. So diagram as in, this is not a diagram. It's a relationship. You can say it's a relationship diagram, but it's a
chart basically, relationship chart, you can say, so where you can see the relationships. So this is how you see it here. So that corporate IT infrastructure has 7 applications with it. Okay. And if you click on this, you have the 7 applications here. You click on this, you have these many levels, basically child levels. You remember we are talking about hierarchies yesterday.
That's fine. But actually, I am looking for that relationship between the different types. That exactly in your PPT you show the diagram. Now, is this diagram exist in this SAP LeanIX?
See
this diagram. Yes, this diagram.
Yeah. So this diagram basically shows you how each of these components are related to each other. Okay. This shows how you're related to each other. So this is not shown together as a whole. So when I say this, let me show you here in LeanIX. So let's go to LeanIX. So you have corporate IT infrastructure related to 7 applications here. Okay, APP 094, 0094, and all these things. Okay. So now if you open this, this will further have another diagram. This one. Okay. Now, if you open this, this might have another diagram. So this is how they're related, but you cannot see everything in a single place. This PPT is showing you everything in a single place. Okay. But you cannot see this in a single place. Okay. If you're not getting my point, stop me. Okay. This is showing you how, say application here. So application is related to an organization by this line. Okay. Maybe I'll take I'll go to slideshow. I'll take this. Oh, slideshow will again make this small. If you see here, there is a line between organization. This line. Organization uses application. This line is there. Okay. So in LeanIX, you'll see only this association. So once you click on application, you'll see the further drill downs like this. But as a whole in the system, in the entire meta model, this is how the entire things are structured. One is related to the other. This is what it is showing. Is it making sense?
Yes, actually, yes, exactly. You come to the exactly correct point. So now I will be refine my questions. So for example, when I am first time data uploading in that time, for example, I am taking one example of the two IT component and then our applications. Okay. So first, for example, if you can show that at least you can take 2-3 types and make the relationship, because this relationship already established. But when I am doing for my project, exactly these things are new. I mean, there no existing.
No, I got your point. So let me give you an example. So how well you guys are well versed? How are you guys well versed in? Are you guys well versed in database concepts?
From my side, it is good for me.
Okay. So considering that, so you have an employee and a department table. Okay. Are we good till now?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So you are an employee. Gopal is an employee. You have an employee ID, something like XXX123 or something. Yeah. Okay. So your employee table will have employee ID as the primary key. Okay. And it will have a foreign key called department. So probably you are in the IT department, say IT department is department number 10. Okay. So you have department 10 against Gopal as the name of the employee. Now, in the department table, is the name Gopal there anywhere? No. It qualifies the department table. The 10 is for IT, 12 is for sales.
No, department table, my name not be there because correct. Department 10 as a foreign key.
That's what I'm saying. So department table will have department 10 as IT, 10, 11 as sales, 12 as marketing, 13 as whatever HR, something like that. It will qualify those things.
Fine.
Correct.
So now there will be a payroll table because you get salary from TCS, right? There will be a payroll table also. Okay. So payroll table will have somehow it will have your employee ID that Gopal salary is XX amount, Dinesh's salary is YY amount, something like that. Okay. So these are all one-to-one relationships that you have established with each of these tables. Okay. Now suppose there is an appraisal that is happening and IT people are given 10% hike and sales people are given 20% hike. Okay. So for department sales, say 12 is the department ID. So whoever, say, suppose Sagar is from sales department. Okay. So Sagar's ID is like employee ID is say S123. Okay. So in the employee table, Sagar's name is S123. ID is S123, name as Sagar. Okay. There's department 10. Now this department 10 is related to what? IT. Okay. So that department and department table probably also have a payroll ID or something, maybe, maybe a further table in between. So that is how they're connected. So that will ensure that Sagar gets a 10% hike as per the norms because he's in IT. If he was in sales, he probably would have got 20% hike. So basically it is all interrelated, but you cannot see all these relations at once. You have to plot it. In LeanIX, you don't need to plot it. Actually, you see one-to-one relations or maybe 1 or 2 levels down. That is fine. You just know. So idea is you should know what is your upstream component, what is your downstream component. Now the further drill downs of downstreams into further downstreams, if you want to show, you can show, but you should not complicate that. So here you see applications these applications has an upstream component, which is business capability of corporate IT infrastructure, and downstream components as these levels. Okay, these applications, further applications. And if you click on these individually, I was showing you, right? They will have their own drill downs here. Okay. Now this diagram which I was showing you, it gives the entire blueprint of how all these things are created. You don't have to create that using LeanIX because if you try to do that, that is not your job. It is not needed. You have to define the fact sheets properly. This relationship will be automatically established internally. You don't have to worry on that. That is what my point is. See that application further has these many, connections. Right.
So, okay. Got my point. So can we do one exercise that at least we can take 2-3 types and make, because this is the new type we will take and make it the relationship, for example, IT component applications, because clearly we can see that IT component and applications, they have a one relationship.
You do it now. That's what I'm saying. See, let's do it in this way. You try it. We'll fix the error what you are facing. Okay. Okay. So just ensure that you take something which is less than 200. So just keep the IT component, interface, and application. Okay. And probably business context also because very close to 200. So take anything else. Okay. Maybe data object or say provider, take category, take anything. Try building up a new fact sheet from scratch. Okay. Try developing some relationships also. Because once you click on this, the screen is very easy. Test data, something. Okay. So what is it? Create a fact sheet. Continue without recommendation. Sorry, that's why. So you which was the having less number data object, right? I think data
object, IT component interface.
Yeah, I will take data object only. So you put a name, you put a life cycle, you put an end date. Life cycle you have. You can do edit, put an end date. Phase in, phase out. Okay. You put successors. Successors means what are the is there any kind of previous linked relations. So successors, dependencies, these are all relations basically. Data management. Try to fill up the data as per your logic, whatever you think. Okay. If you face any error, we'll handle it. It's okay. No problem. See, unless you got these errors while loading, right? At least with that errors, you learned something. you knew, and now you know that, actually out of all these 5 rows, I think you guys correctly guessed 3 of them, right? 2 amber and 1 in, 1 in green, I think. Yeah. And the first one and the 5th one you couldn't guess, which is okay. At least you learned, right? I mean, Sagar, did you share that sheet in the chat?
Yeah, already shared.
Okay. Yeah. Refer to that. We did it with our own hands, right? So yeah.
Okay,
So once you start filling this, you fill up the subscriptions also. Subscriptions means you can add a person, you can add your name, comments. So basically, comments is basically the logs, whatever changes you are doing. Suppose I do a change here, it does a change here, Gopal does a change here. So all these will come. Okay. Recommendations, you can put some recommendations. I mean, if you have any recommendations, try to put something. To-dos is basically an action item. If you want to have an action item, you go for resources, you can add a resource. So try all of these things. Okay. Whatever you have a doubt, come back, note it down in a notepad or anywhere, any place. Ask those questions. Okay. And I would suggest all of you do this thing. We'll take up the common questions, because most likely 90% of the issues that you have will be the same, because you guys are all from the like IT company. You will have a similar thinking. So mostly the errors will also be the same. So we'll fix those errors. See, unless you see these errors in hand, you will not realize, what is right, and what is the logic behind and all these things. Okay. Face those errors, we'll handle it. Okay. Is it clear? Yes, no?
Yeah, Deep.
Okay. So we'll have 10 minutes. Let's quickly go through some of the, slides that we have. So this, I think, so whoever joined late, the question from Gopal was, where do we see this diagram, and do we need to create this kind of a diagram using LeanIX? Point is, we do not see that here in LeanIX, and we neither want to create this also. But we have to ensure that all the objects are correctly connected. How? Your job is to do the upstream and the downstream connection. For every object, if you define the upstream and the downstream connection, think logically, this entire diagram will be filled up. Is there any confusion? I mean, suppose you take one block, objective. You build up the upstream and the downstream. So objective is done. Now, whatever is downstream for the objective, that can be an upstream for the next one, right? That is how they're interrelated. Is it clear?
No, but still, where can we see this diagram in the LeanIX tool? That's what the question. We cannot see that in.
You cannot see this diagram. You cannot see this diagram. That's what I was telling all this time, right? You'll only see, the upstream and the downstream, as you see here. If you have to do a further drill down, click on this, and it will take you here. Now you see the next one. If you want to see, it's like a mind map. You guys know what a mind map is?
Yeah.
It's like a mind map. Okay, you click on this, you proceed. You click on this, you proceed like this. Okay, but this is just one. Okay, this is just one. I'm just showing you here. See, once you do this, go to applications, is another. Click on these 2 applications, you will open another. 2 initiatives, open this, another. So this is how you see it. But you will only see it once you go ahead and click on this, but that too starting from 1. You do not see everything. It is practically not possible to see everything, right? I mean, there are hundreds of components. Each one is crisscross. There is so much of crisscross, in between those components and related. Even if you see the diagram somehow, nobody in this world will be able to make out how these connections are. You saw those overhead wired connections, in between the electric poles. You can understand, right, that how difficult it is to make out which connection goes to which house, right? There is cable connection, there is, inverter connection. What is it called? There's broadband connections. There are electricity connections. So many, wires are crisscrossed everywhere in India. It is very difficult to find out if you go to any busy places like, these days they are having, these wires below the ground. But normally, if you go to some old city types of place, you'll see all these, heavily wired connections of electric poles. Did you guys ever notice that?
Yes.
Yeah. So it is very difficult to make out that which connection goes where. Okay. And you need not do that also. Okay. If you try.
Yeah, please continue.
If you try to visualize this, just imagine this is just for one application. Sorry, one record maybe, one application related to, capabilities and this. So and obviously one application is not related to one capability. It could be multiple capabilities, or multiple capabilities will be related to one application. So there is one-to-many relation also. Okay. There are so many things. If you do, it will be a complete hodgepodge. Don't go for that. Don't wish to see this diagram ever. Just think about upstream and downstream. That's it. Your job stops. Okay. So just quick recap. So this you understood, like the header level, like the strategy transformation layer, and then the business architecture, data architecture, application, and technical. I think I covered this, but are you guys okay with this? You understood this thing, that how is this organized in the meta model?
Sorry, maybe I am interrupting. So we are asking beginning of that today's class. So that bulk level approval. So this part maybe we can see on it.
Oh, you want to approve bulk level? Okay, yeah, we can see that. Okay, we can see that. So let's. So do you guys want another class on fact sheet, or you will skip to dashboards, or you, because I believe you probably might need one more, because we can do some hands-on, because this is very important. As I said, this is a building block. But I leave it to you. You want to have another class on fact sheets?
Yeah, maybe it will be good, because that relationship.
Yeah. This is a building block, right? I think you should have some more time here. Okay.
And even that major important part, that currently we are playing with that existing data. Even we do not already that predefined mapping also be there. But our
that is why that is why I had been telling all this time that, guys, you also do some R&D at home. Because see, if we do every single case here, this 50 hours training is not enough. Trust me, there is so much. We have not even covered 10% of it. Okay. There is you just open a fact sheet and see how many types of record and how many number of record that you have to fill up. Okay. It is so much of data and so many things, right? So many tabs here. Okay. So probably we can talk about I'll move to this. Maybe I can, I think I skipped all these things because these are self-explanatory. But if you want me to show you once quickly, I can do that. And we can start with the relations here. I think relations anyways we spoke, but I think we can show you, how to fact sheet relations. This is very important, these relations which I was showing you now, right?
Exactly.
One to many to many, all these things. Okay. We'll show you this. Don't worry. How to build up a relation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that. We'll do that. Because I was planning to show you the dashboards, but I think let's do it. Is what, Friday, is it? Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Friday.
Friday, yeah. Okay. Then let's just do the fact sheets. From Monday we can start on the dashboards. I mean, I'm still okay to spend some more time on fact sheets also on Monday if you want, maybe first half an hour or so. Up to you. I will ask you. You guys let me know. Over the weekend, please do some practice, guys, because hereafter things will move very fast and you'll lose out on a lot of things, if you don't understand the concepts here. Again, I'm repeatedly telling in every class that please do some kind of R&D at home. Okay. And very soon, trust me, if you do not do that, within 2 to 3 weeks after your training, you will probably forget everything. Okay, because anyways, you're not going to be immediately deployed to a project. I mean, if it is done, that is fine. If not, you probably won't be doing it hands-on. Okay, and with your daily work and other, family, stuff and other things, you'll probably forget. Okay, please do some practice, because this has to be very much in your grip every time. What are options? What is there? Which is there? Where is there? Why is it there? All these questions should be clear in your mind. Okay. And see, these are very simple things, but you need to know, how to add a custom field here. What does this read-only thing means? You can make a field read-only using this. You can increase the size of your field. You can add a custom field.
You can put a field, filters, as you know, I think you guys did it, putting filters. See, read only is here. How do you make it read only? Why do you want to make it read only? What will happen if you want to do it, if you do it read only? So many things are there actually. So we can go through the relations first and probably skim over the rest of the things. Okay. And we'll do a lot of hands-on, building up a relation and all. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody. Yeah.
Yes, Socha, I have one small observation. Whenever I was downloading the inventories, I found one.
Can you show me? Show me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Show me quickly. Yeah. Let's do it.
Are you able to see my?
It's loading. Yeah, I can see. Yes. So you
when
downloaded what? Which component? This is technical stack. Okay.
Yes. So this is technical stack is what? Is this one because this is not coming under the 12 fact sheet, right?
No, I think the last technical components was there, right? Let me see.
Technical category is there, but technical stack is not there. So I was wondering.
Let me see. One second. Let me see my screen here. Oh, I think I have it logged out. Hold on. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is tech category. I think technical stack is wrongly loaded here. It should be tech category. So I think, but why is it not reflecting here? Very good observation. So can you just filter on the top? No. Just remove all filters first.
Yes.
Okay. Just hold on. Okay. What all things do we see? Application is there, business capability, business content, data object, initiative, interface. Yeah, these are all common. Okay. IT component objective, yes. Organization is fine, yes. Platform provider, technical stack. Yeah, technical stack is basically the tech category. So tech category, what we have here is renamed as technical stack here. Somehow this was customized and loaded like this. And I have to check why it happened like this. This is a very good observation. Very good. Give me some time, and I'm also observing that. Can you open one of these analytics B group 8, this one, BI analytics and BI group 8? Can you just query this in your front end? You have SAP LeanIX opened?
Yeah.
Yeah, just open that. It's a very good observation.
It comes in the analytics and BI technical category.
Oh, let me see. Yeah, which category this is? Is it tech component or there's a separate category they have created? That's what I want to.
I think it's a separate category, BI analytics.
Which is not in the meta model, you mean, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh. But ideally, this is loaded by SAP. I think they should not load the customized data. But let's see. Let's guys who have their calls can drop off. It's okay. We're just checking something quickly.
I have checked that it is shown that tech category under tech category.
It's under tech category.
Okay. Can you? Okay, is it the display name as tech stack or something like that? No, display name should be the name of the application.
Display name is
name of the application.
Yes, application.
Type is technical stack. Swachha, can you do one thing? Can you click on tech category, please? Here on the left side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Now go to download Excel, like inventory tools download. Export to Excel. Tech category 90. Fine. Let's see. Open the download file. Let's see the type or what it shows. Can you expand? It is showing us technical stack.
Technical stack, yes.
Which essentially means internally it is taking as technical component, tech category, tech category, right? Yeah. It's taking tech category, but displaying as technical stack here. Okay, let me check this. Okay, let me check this. So I think is a very good observation, Swachha. Let me, because I never faced this. So let me do some R&D. Okay.
Okay.
I'll find this for you. Good
Sure.
observation. Yeah. So before I go into the deck, let me. It was for tech component, right? Tech stack something. Tech category. Okay. So let's see. Let me download the tech category. Let me see how it looks like. Does it gives the aliases? I think probably that will give you the answer. If both are same, then I have to look back, why it is tech category here and tech stack in the name. Oh, I have to click it again. Type is tech stack. Okay. Type itself is getting changed. Technical stack. And here it is, what is it? Tech category. Okay. Tech category. And okay, I will look into this. Okay, I've just noted it down in a notepad here. So this issue that, so I'll look into that. I didn't get time actually. It's kind of tied up. So, okay, cool. So we'll move to the thing here. Yeah. So we can probably, before going into the relations, I said that, we'll cover relations, but before going into the relations, I would also like you to go through this slide. I think this we covered earlier, the day before, but this one, some fact sheets fields, which I think I skipped a bit because just wanted to pull up the pace a bit. But now that you have already done the hands-on, you are used to the fact sheet screen. Let's spend some maybe 10 minutes max on this and we'll move on. Okay. The fact sheets fields, as you know, so configure. So these are more into not into the details of the fact sheets fields. It is more into the options, the settings, the configurations that we have. Okay. So if I open a fact sheet, let me open a fact sheet here. Let's open this one only. I think this is a master. We'll not make any change in the master. We'll do some changes here. So it says key field type displayed as field width. Okay. So why this? 1 second. Hold on. Okay. So if I go to fact sheet configuration here. So here is a place where you can actually configure fact sheets. Okay, so you can add section, subsection, relations. I think in the next thing that I'll be showing you the relations, you can actually add a relation from here. Okay. However, I will show you something that will also help you in understanding how to automatically import the relations. Okay, in these fields. But let me cover the configurations first. So you can change the properties. You can change, basically if you select here the name. So you have the fact sheet. So you have to select any particular fact sheet field. Okay. So this is basically once you go to the configuration, you get the fields individually and you get the properties of that field. Suppose, properties as in, the field type, display type, text, width, etc. So all these things you can see here. So now you see the key field type displayed as field width. Okay. So key field type displayed as field width. So key is something is the name which you cannot change. Okay. Field type also you cannot change. Displayed as cannot change. You have an option to change this. So a double XL means, as you know, double XL is big, XL is small, L is smaller, like that. Okay. So it depends on how you want to display the length of the field. Okay, suppose that is capturing of say description. Okay, so description, as you know, it will always be more because description will describe the fact sheet, right? It will be written as a text, long text. So you put it here. So name probably you can still put as maybe medium or large also, maybe, so it depends on your, but again, I would personally prefer keep the maximum. And once you have the entire metadata loaded, you can probably change it if you want, but it is not impacting anything on the form as such. It's just for look and feel. Okay, so let's not spend too much time here. Let's move to the next configuration item, which is this one. I think this is not disabled. This one. So this is basically the order, So you have name. If you want to bring name on the CC, now name is on the top here. Name alias description. Now you want to display the name below description for any reason. I mean, that's obviously not there is no reason that why you want to have that, but just for testing, if you want to do that, you can do that. Okay, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to play with the meta model, but just wanted to show you. So you have an option to change this. These fields are coming in order. If you see, they are coming in in order here. They're not editable. Okay, only the name is editable here. So there will be fields which are fixed. You cannot change them. There are some fields which the system will allow you to change. So I would request you, can you guys open any fact sheet on your screens, okay, and just click on any one of them and just see this, because it is important, because sometimes you will not find this option directly unless you do and go to configuration and then click on here. So can you just do that maybe and tell me that you are able to see this thing?
So anything from inventory or something will do?
Yeah. You can take anything. Yes. You can take any fact sheet for that matter. Just try to see whether you are getting this option or not. Because from my previous batches, I know that people have asked me that we are not getting this option. How should we navigate? So despite showing them, because this is not very easily available.
This I think this will be applicable only when you create a new fact sheet. If you open an existing one, I think it will not be applicable, right?
Ideally, it is for new fact sheets only. But if you open an existing one and you want to do some kind of configuration changes for whatsoever reasons, you have this option. It's just that you should know where the navigation is. Okay, this is for the knowledge only.
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
See, I have opened one existing one.
One second. I think I'm not getting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Show me.
This is the existing fact sheet.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. I think there was a lag.
So where do I navigate to where? Because the name description.
Yes. So no, not here. So okay. Wait here. One second. Wait here. So you see, the name is so long. Okay. Does it really look very nice here? No, right? So what? I mean, probably there could be a name which is very long. That's why maybe they have put it, but this is particularly for this fact sheet only. Okay, so in that case, what you do is, this is a very classic case. Okay, so can you go to the three buttons there on the top, 3 dots, yeah, and go to configuration. Yes, click on name. Click on name. And right side, this has appeared. Can you change this from XL to maybe L, double XL to L? Yeah, review changes. Apply. Now open the fact sheet once again. No, one second. I think it is okay. It was applied successfully. Yeah. Go to the fact sheet. Just remember the name, okay? I think case. Go to edit. Do you see the size is reduced?
No, I think it was the same.
No, it was very long. Name was very long there, right? Okay, you do one thing. Now you take a screenshot of this. Take a screenshot of this.
I think alias box was there before the name box. Now it has been reduced to in a single line, it seems like.
Yeah. So
there, we'll see that. Yes, we'll just revert it to double Excel once again.
No, we'll make it small and see.
Yeah, your wish. Just change it basically from this.
Yeah.
Now go to edit.
I think it doesn't work backwards.
Why? It is working, na? You can see it's small, right?
Okay. No. It's not.
Come on, man. You can't you see the field width has changed? See the screenshot. Keep it by your side. What are you? Just no. Don't cancel. Don't cancel.
Oh, 1 second. 1 second.
See the size of this. Man, come on. Try to understand what we are doing. We are changing the size of the boxes.
The size will get reduced. That's what
Oh, the box size. Oh, okay. Sorry. I was thinking
it is field, right? Field. No. Why will it change the name?
Okay.
Edit it. No, edit it. No, just
compress.
No, just click on edit. See, you guys have to think logically what you're doing. Okay, it's not that you have to blindly follow what I'm doing. Just think, why did you do that? What exactly did you change, and what should be the reflection? That should be in your mind. You think like an architect. Don't think like a normal developer. So now go to edit. Go to edit.
Here is it?
No. Edit is.
One second. Okay.
Go to edit.
Will disappear.
No, expand the tabs.
1 minute.
Expand the tab.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, click on edit. Now bring your picture that you took just to the side of it. Just reduce the the size of the picture, or just drag it to bit on the side here. So do you see a difference in the field width?
Yeah, it's modifying it's more cosmetic. It's not. I thought it's going to modify the length of your characters, but it's
no. This won't. If it modifies the length of your characters, then that is the update of the fact sheet only, right? You're not updating a fact sheet. See, that is what I'm saying, guys. I mean, okay, this is very elementary. Try to think it logically, okay? Remember, I think it was Sagar, right? I mean, he underscore, he made the changes underscore SK, right? Sagar, if you remember, you did the change in the name, right?
Yes.
Underscore SK. So what was that? That was a change in the name. So the name was getting changed. Here we are just truncating the display size of the name, as in the field which captures the name. That's it. We are not modifying the fact sheet, editing the fact sheet name or something. It's just the size of the field. That is why I'm open the configuration once. Open the configuration.
No. So basically, this is the look and fact sheet. There is nothing got to do with. See, when you say typically,
that's why I said.
Okay.
See, these are all field values. Okay, just click on that. Click on the name or any other thing. Edit field name and field width. What did you change? Field width. It clearly says field width. Right.
Got it.
Is it clear now for all of you, or there is still some questions? Okay. Now click on Now click on apply.
Okay. Now go back. Now you see, or maybe you can stay in the same configuration window. Be there for a moment again.
Go back to config.
Yes.
Okay.
Now come down. Okay. No. Click on the name again. Click on the name again. So the right panel will appear. Okay. Now, do you see that gear button there, the last one on the top? Is it activated? Not, right? Okay, it's not activated. Yeah.
Okay.
So name. So there are fields in the fact sheets. Know this very well. There are fields in the fact sheet which are not completely configurable. You can only do it partially. Okay. Now you scroll down, Vivek. Come down. Like very bottom, maybe somewhere like no, I mean not an absolute bottom. Just be somewhere in the middle part somewhere. Yeah. Maybe just show me any one field. These are all not field. Just come on. Just go up a bit more. Yeah, click on life cycle maybe for that matter. Yeah.
Sorry,
Now see the
just interrupt here. For the same exercise, when I'm doing that review changes these options, it is not appear. Actually, I do it in the different way.
We'll see that. We'll see that, Gopal. We'll see that just after this. So let me just show you this first. The gearbox. Can you go there? So here you have this gearbox activated because this field allows you. Not every field will allow you to edit everything. Okay, in the configuration. First thing, remember. So what allows you what? You have to do an R&D and C. Mostly these are some changes which will not be doing very frequently. But this is something which you probably can do because it says that display as read only. Can you see that? If you activate that life cycle field will become read only, which essentially means you will be putting the data directly. And after that, I mean, basically as an enterprise architect, most of the times your system LeanIX will also be used by other people. It is not that only the LeanIX, the enterprise architect will have the complete control. You remember the 3 roles as an architect, consultant, project manager. There will be some users also at times, super users. They will also use. So suppose you want that your data, some very critical data like life cycle end date or phase in, phase out dates and all, you don't want anybody else to update. So you can make this display field as read only. So if you click on that read only, this will make it read only. Any questions, clarifications on this?
Okay.
It's okay, right? I mean, you guys understood.
Yeah.
So basically, you're preventing this from updates by another person. Only the person who has access as an admin who can do the configuration changes should be able to remove it back to non-read only for the state. What is it now? Which is updatable basically. Okay, clear? Okay, Vivek, move to the Gopal. I'll hear you after this, right after this. Okay, just move to the next option on the left side. There are 2 arrows there, right?
Yeah, thanks, Deep. Actually, this issue might resolve. Actually, this is my browser issue.
Oh, okay. Good. So what is it? Yeah. So this is move to subsection. So this is something, if you want to change the this, you want to move it to another subsection, you can do that. Okay. You don't want this field to be displayed here, move to subsection there. So these are things which you will probably not use it in your day-to-day life. It's just that you should know how to do the configuration changes. Click on the next button there on the top. So translations. So if you want to see, not all of your project manager or your consultant will be well versed in English. Okay. And you want them to understand this also, that, whatever you are doing, you're working as a team. Enterprise architect is always a team game. You need business architect, data application technology architects. Not everybody is well versed in English. So you can have a translation feature also. I never used this because fortunately or unfortunately, I never worked with, people who never knew English.
But yeah, that is something you can do. Okay. So, okay. So this is one. Now move to the next one.
This is
Yeah,
where we were.
this is where we were, right? Remember, this is field width. It is not the renaming of the fact sheet. Okay, just the field width. Okay. So
Yeah, clear.
Okay, clear? Okay.
Clear. Yeah.
Anybody has any other questions or want to share their screen and show their questions? I'm okay to take it up. Okay, so we'll move ahead. Let me share my screen back. Normally, we don't cover these things in trainings because these are very elementary. But I just wanted to show you because normally I also get a question from people that they're not able to find that place, So it's just a matter of navigation. You need to know. So go to the configuration items. Configurations. Just click on any field. The right panel will appear. Okay. So I think we covered this field key type. Sorry, key field type and displayed as field width, right? So translations you saw here. Okay. So you want to, you have an AI supported translation also. So I didn't notice that. I think it's probably there. Yeah. So you can use that feature also if you want translation. But I think again, these are not normal things that you do. Order is like, you want to change the order of the fields, and options tab, you can configure the parameters based on the field type. Yeah, as you can see. Now field width, this is there. Small, very small, double XL, all these things we discussed this. And add a custom field. So okay, let me go here. Oh, sorry. It was there, right? Why is it not coming? Sorry. So if you want to add a field here, you can add like this, So basically you go here. One second. I think go to configuration. You normally get an option to add field, just like it is displayed here. Sorry, where is it? Oh, I think I have to. I also making a mistake. I think I have to click on one field. It seems. Then you get an option to add a field. Maybe you see, add a subsection relation. Okay, let me go to the. Let me use the same one which is there in the example. This is basically a metamodel application. Let me see if it only for application type of fact sheets. Let me open an application fact sheet. But I have seen the add field option. I never used it because, as I said, I never play with the meta model because meta model has enough fields to, In fact, to be honest, I never was able to fill up the complete set of fields that comes as a default. Okay, since some of the fields are non-mandatory, I had the luxury of leaving them. But there are so many fields, So you go here. Configuration. Huh? Okay. Okay. So projects. Okay. So meta model is applications. Why am I not getting this option of field? Is it there in the? It's there in the fields tab only. Same here. Projects, initiatives, success study. Edit. It is not allowing me to have this option. Is it because of the access? We are all admins, right? I think this thing should come. It is not coming. Project type, description. Okay, this is also one thing I'll check with the SAP support. Is it because of? Let me do one thing. Let me take a screenshot of this because just in case you guys need to add a field for any reason, this should appear. Okay, so
I will check this. Okay, I will check this and save this. C drive only. My God. Okay. Check this anyways. But as a matter of fact, you should have an option to add a field here. Probably because of the access, I think. Maybe I'll find out. I'll find that out. I just raise a ticket with this app support. They will respond. Yeah, but they will respond very slowly. Huh? This is a demo instance. But I'll get back. This is not that important anyways. But I think you should actually know how to add a field. Okay, since it is not showing up.
It's reading, like... it says it should be done at the admin level for a particular fact sheet.
Yeah, we are in the admin level only. See, if you see the screenshot here, it is very clearly mentioned. 1 second, let me go to slideshow, or maybe I'll increase the size of this. So if you see here, we are in the same place. Okay, 6R projects. Under projects, you have this subsection add relation. It is there. That will always be there because you anyways have to draw the relation. But if you click on description, okay, I was clicking on the name. Sorry. Yes. Because field you cannot add under description, right? You have to add it under initiatives. This is also a learning. Yes, this is a good one to, at least we had this. So if you click on any of the header, like field headers, then below, because under a header, you will be adding these fields, right? That's why it was not coming. So here, say 6R classification or initiatives, or for that matter, anything, maybe business context. If you click on here, it will come. If you click on description, it will not come because description itself is a field. Business context is not a field. It's a header. It's a section basically. Under a section, it should come. Okay. So now you add a field. So here, if you add a field, you can add a unique identifier. What is the field type? Like, is it a string or an integer? What kind of data you're going to store here? Okay. This you anyways know, right? I don't have to repeat, like, what is integer and all. So displayed as, it should be displayed as a date. If it is a date, it will show a calendar on the, the right side, where you can select the date, text or text area. Okay. So you can try out creating a field because this is anyways a demo instance and you have this option to change the size of the field. Okay. Now, once you do this, you have to go to the, it's not, first you have to create and probably then you can edit the field, like, the make it read only and other things. Okay. I'm not going to create anything because I don't want to play with the meta model, but you can try. Okay. But whatever you're trying, remember that maybe if possible, delete it later. Okay. So yeah. So this is how you add a field, okay, as per the slide here. Sorry, yeah. So now then adding a custom field, deleting field values. So deleting fields or field values will temporarily set for your workspace to basically it will set your workspace to read-only mode. It is temporary. So basically, since you are deleting a field, it will temporarily set your workspace to read-only mode. During this period, it's impossible to make any changes in the fact sheets. Typically, it lasts for no longer than 15 minutes. So basically, it will be in a read-only mode. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Just know this for your knowledge. Probably do not need to try these things. Okay. I mean, you can do in the demo anyways, but in production, better not to try, if that is avoidable. Okay. Now, there are ways to delete it. It is mentioned here. Now, adding a custom values, a custom field, I just showed you, right? And then, it says include in views, show in filters, is read only. These options we navigated from the gear button. Now, adding a custom field. So if you add a custom field, it comes here. Once you do a reporting or a dashboarding, you can add those fields as a part of your filter. okay, which is very obvious. Sorry, I think we skipped something. Yeah. Okay. Showing fields and filters. So if you enable the show the field and filters, it will come in the filters also. Because once you prepare a dashboard, just try to think, if you want to prepare a dashboard, you want to have some set of fields which you want to display, or maybe you want to prepare a report. Okay. How will you prepare a report? You need to have some fields, right? Like you want to display the name, initiative, projects, and dates, life cycle phases. If you want to display a report with all these things, you need these fields to be appearing in that filters, right? So but there are some fields which you just want for conditions. Basically, you want to apply where condition. You remember in Oracle SQL, PL SQL, you used to have the where condition and all these conditions. So basically, if you want to put it as a condition, but you don't want that to appear in the selection for a report or something showing in the filters, you can change it here. Okay. Normally, as I said, it is enabled by default. So just in case you don't want it, you can do that. But it is nothing that you have to spend so much time in thinking. Okay. Showing fields and filters. Yeah. Here you see, I was saying that this is how you show the fields and filters. Okay. Now setting fields as read only. I think we covered this. You can do it in the read only. And enabling search for custom string fields. So if you enable this, the custom fields of the string type are not searchable by default. You can enable search for this field when creating them. To do this, you have to enable this. Okay. So okay, I think this completes the field thing. So any other questions you have before I move to the relations? I think relations is important. Okay, these are not so important, but still, if you have any confusions, just tell me. Maybe wait for 10-15 seconds and then we'll move on. No questions? Okay, we're moving on to the relations. Okay. Now, let me show you something. Okay, before I come to this slide, let me show you the relations for a fact sheet. So this is an application which I've already opened, right? Let me scroll down. So this is relations. Okay. So now, so can you tell me what is your take on how do we build these relations? I mean, somebody I think asked me the day before that how are we building these relations, and my answer was you can put it in the fact sheet.
Yeah. I was asking that at least.
Yes. Okay. So as of now, can somebody share your screen and show me the fact sheet that you downloaded? I mean, most of you downloaded for loading it, loading that data, right? Can you guys share your screen and show me the fact sheet that you downloaded? There is a reason why I'm asking you.
Let me share it.
Okay.
This is the first fact sheet which I have downloaded, and then we have modified it.
Correct. Open it. No. This is the history. That's the upload history file. That log file basically. This is not the one. The above one. Okay. So this will become interesting now. Or maybe can you help me in downloading the application fact sheet only from there? Maybe just go to your application inventory, click on application, and you'll be able to download.
I downloaded for IT component.
Yes, but do it for application now. Application is important because application lies in the central part of the entire LeanIX fact sheet loading journey.
Tell me, can I download this procurement system?
Yes. No. Don't. I mean, I'm asking you to download. No. Don't click on that. Go back. Go to inventory tools. Yeah, go to click on application first. First click on application. The reason is I want to see only the application fact sheet data. Okay. I don't want to see all the tech components and capabilities and IT component and all those things. I don't want to see that. Okay. So that's why. So the process is, guys, you remember, I think we were discussing when we were directly exporting the data, we were seeing that all the data like 2015 or something records were getting downloaded, but that was a problem, right? So the alternate is, if you want to download fact sheet by fact sheet, like fact sheet type by fact sheet type, click on that particular fact sheet type and then go to inventory tools. What is doing now? Go to inventory tools.
Okay.
No, go to inventory tools.
It is your right hand side. Right hand side. New fact sheet and up.
Yeah. Export to Excel. Okay. Now can you see 423 only, because applications are 423 only. Okay. So just do an export. Yes, download. So export, once you click on export, it creates a buffer area. In the staging area, it downloads the file. And once you click on download, it brings it back to your desktop. Okay, click on that. So I think you asked that, how we are loading the relations, right?
Yeah.
So can you see Dinesh's screen? Is there anywhere relations mentioned here?
No.
No,
label is I think.
ID, type, name.
Relationship not directly there, but label is one.
Yeah, just try to guess. Let me see your guesses, because I want you guys to think. Okay, do not mug up things. Just try to think logically.
Level, status, quality cell, still.
So where is the relations here? Can anybody say?
Can we use this label to define relations?
Sorry.
Can we use this label field to define the relations?
I will answer you. I'll answer you. I just want to see you guys' feedback first. So others, please. Can you just think of? Okay, just try to recollect one step. Okay, that I did something.
Yeah, action button. That action button.
Yes.
What we are creating. That exactly same thing we need to do here.
No. Not exactly same thing. But what did we do in action? That archiving.
Action
we did something.
that. Yeah.
But what did we do? We basically added one column, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Which essentially means all the columns are not getting exported. Okay.
Right.
Okay. All the columns are not getting exported. Now, let me share my screen back. Okay. To keep this file open. Okay. I'll again ask you to share, but let me take control for a moment. Okay. Now, hold on. Let me open this and then I'll share my screen. And Dinesh, you keep that sheet opened, okay? And you check in parallel. Yeah, you check in parallel my screen and your screen. And for everybody's convenience, if you can put that sheet into your in this group chat, so people can just refer quickly. Okay.
Yes.
Can you just put that in your group chat, please?
Yes.
And so all of you can just open this sheet with this pasting. So this chat history is not available to. Is it only for me, or it is available to you guys? Because I think shared that
everybody.
It is not available. Huh?
Every day it gets refreshed.
It is the new meeting request now. So once the new meeting request, every
day it is coming. Okay, it's not a recurring one. Okay.
Yeah.
But did you guys downloaded the sheet that I had sent? Because that was an important sheet. You remember we colored it and we loaded. We all did it together, right? Did you guys download it? If not, can you just paste it once again? So I would request all of you to download and keep it with you. You had that sheet now?
Yeah, I'll have it. Let me just.
The one which we colored, that 5-6 rows. Remember?
Yeah, right. Share again. No problem.
And then if it gets refreshed every day, I would request you guys to download the files, whatever is shared here. Okay, create a folder, maybe LeanIX in your machine, in your desktop, and then just. But I'm not seeing any attach button here. I mean, how are you attaching, by the way? Because see, my screen is shared. I don't see that attach button here. Is it just copy paste working for you guys?
No. These options is not visible because these options we can visible in our Teams.
Okay, you guys are having option to attach files, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
because I don't have it. I don't know why it is not showing for me.
No, if anyone does not have a Microsoft Teams, if someone log in for Google Chat or Google, okay, then they do not have it. But those who are Teams licensed Teams, they
it is Teams only. It is Teams only. How can we log in with Google into Teams? We cannot, right? We use Teams only. Can you show me once how it looks for you?
Yeah, let me share my screen.
This is strange. I mean, then I'll ask support team to probably, I don't know, this Teams ID is created by ZaranTech support or it is created by TCS?
TCS. Are you able to see my screen?
You have the normal Teams screen, yeah. In that case, ideally should have. I probably might not have because I'm external. But at least it should be there. Because how do I share files with you again? Okay, no, you have it. I've seen that. You have that. Okay. Okay, maybe okay. So I don't know. But okay. So you shared the sheet, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me share back my screen. Okay. So and you request you to go back to that working sheet
I'm
that we
trying
downloaded.
To give me a second.
No, you don't share it. Let me share it. Now you see my screen. Is this looking a bit better than your file? I mean, not better as in, it is having more number of columns. Is the same application fact sheet which you downloaded there. Okay.
Yeah, some dates and something which was not with me.
Yeah. So ID is there, type is there in your sheet, I mean. Okay. Yeah. And you share that your sheet into this Teams chat also. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sharing that.
So name, description is there with Dinesh's sheet also. But functional suitability, technical suitability, business criticality, life cycle plan, phase in, phase out, end of life, hosting type, classification. You really see this in the sheet? No. Isn't it?
No.
Okay. So now coming to your relations, see, this is where you establish a relation. Application to business capability. Relation is this one. So slash means the next level, basically one level, like, nested things. So it is related to finance and controlling directly. It is related to supply chain management, but section of supply chain management, which is demand planning and forecasting. Are you seeing this relation? So once you upload this sheet, you will get this kind of a diagram automatically created. This is very important, guys. Just tell me whether you understood this or not. I'll repeat this 100 times, no problem. But unless you understand this will, your entire understanding will go for a toss. Everything in LeanIX is based on relations of the fact sheets.
Can you repeat one more time? Because I was just trying to do that file things and which couldn't work.
No problem. You finish the file thing first because everybody has to open that file also. That is important. Finish that, then I'll tell. Because I want you guys to open the file with sharing. He just downloaded it from application export, right?
When we are checking the relationships now from the file and on the LeanIX portal, right? So can we just match a single line with that single relationship that was created in system so that it will give us a better idea, like how it looks in the file and how it looks on the portal?
I didn't get you, Sagar. What is it? What did you just say?
I said there are relationships. The relationships are here, right, in this column.
Yes.
So I just wanted to match how the relationships are written here and how it looks exactly on the portal. So that example can we take? Same application.
Acha.
Yeah.
Same application. Okay.
Same
okay.
application.
Yes. We can take. What is this application name? APP 038 Quality Management System.
We are not able to download this Excel file.
So guys, you don't need to worry. You guys can simply download. Just click on applications on your screen. Yes, you just saw how to download it, right? Just download it directly. It is far more easy for you to just you know how to do it, right? Let me show you once again. If you do not
Yes, I noted.
Noted. Just click on application here for guys who want some help. Just go here, do this, and export to Excel. Okay? Is this clear? Yes, no.
Yes.
But others, because this is important. I just want you guys to please unmute yourself and say yes, because I won't know. I'll skip things.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'll go here. So just going back to this request. What was the name? You remember? I think
0038.
0038, right? I mean, we can open anything. Like, just wanted to see whether it has. Okay, this is also having 0043 strategic sourcing system. I'll put a filter first. 0038 or 43, whatever. I think 38 is there here. Okay, let me. Oh, sorry.
This export is of which Excel? This is the complete inventory, is it? Or this
This is the complete application inventory. You're right. Okay. So are we good till here? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So now I'll go to see what does it say? Basically the relationship between application to business capability. Okay.
Yeah.
So application is this. This is business capability. Okay. I'll click on this. So what do you see here?
I think the example is different. I think 43 and 38 we are opening different things.
Sorry. I think
here it is 43 and
okay, let me open 43 then. It's already open in here. Let me open 40. It's the 43 one. Okay, instead of this. Yeah. I think I made a change at the last moment.
One question, because then otherwise I won't be able to relate. So when I am downloading a fact sheet at my end, going on application and downloading, I am not getting all the fields which you are currently showing on your screen.
Nobody will get that. Nobody will get that.
Achha.
Nobody will get that. Okay. This is the loader sheet. Okay. I'll explain in detail. Okay. So what I'll do is, let me quickly show this to you, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll discuss in detail about the relations. Okay. So let me go to the relations first. Yeah. So relation to business capability. I think I'm in 43 now, right? And did I select 43? Let's check once again.
Yes.
43. Relation to business capability. So click on capabilities. Finance planning, manufacturing monitoring. So do you see this? See, finance. So first line, finance and controlling / finance planning 04 means finance planning is the header. You did okay. Let me show you like this. There is a master hierarchy level 1 for most of it, right? So this is the. So when I say this, maybe. Okay, so if I go here, you will realize. Can you see here if I hover the thing? Finance controlling, it is basically iske andar this you have this one. It's just one level below. Got it?
Okay.
So this you see here, and what is the other one? Manufacturing operations, manufacturing monitoring. Hover here. Okay.
Okay.
Is this clear?
Yeah.
Now. Don't worry, we'll do it hands-on. Okay, I'll give you exercise. We'll share you. You will share your screen. You develop the relation and then load it, and then you see in the front end. Because unless you do this with your hands, you will not at all be confident. And this is the primary thing, because as an EA, building the relations is your main important thing. You'll still have the Excel sheet data, maybe important from CMDB or something, but building up this relation is your duty. Okay. And what I was telling you, only build the upstream and downstream. Okay. The next levels do not go, because next level will be taken care of the next fact sheet.
Yes.
Okay. Because, I mean, for people who are not still clear yet, for business capabilities, the upstream here is this application, downstream is these two. Okay. Right. But for finance planning, the upstream is business capability. Okay. So like that. So basically, everything is, I mean, basically you have to stay. Just imagine, how your body is. If you spread your hands, okay, so you're touching two directions, right? So you just touch two directions, upstream and downstream, for each of these fact sheets. Then only your relationships will be established. Because if there is a relation that is there, you can, like spread across your hand on your side, and somebody else will hold your hand, who's the dependent one, for another fact sheet. And for his other hand, somebody else will hold. So that is how you build this entire structure. If you remember, I was showing you a very nested diagram, which you guys were asking that, how do I build it and all. So where is that screen, man? 1 second. I'm not getting it's here. There's so many things. I'll go to slideshow. If you remember, this was a nested diagram I was showing you guys, right? That this is how your entire meta model will be, linked. So only the upstream and downstream you just think about. Okay. See, if you see every individual box has an upstream and downstream. Okay. It could be multiple outstreams, multiple downstreams, which is fine. But only focus on the one level. That is what I'm saying. Okay. So now, coming back to the sheet here. So relation to the organization. Okay. Sorry, IT component. Sorry, application relation to IT component. So how will I get this? I'll go here. IT component is this. Okay. You have technology vendor 43, technology component 43. See here, tech component 43. And you have tech component 56. Here they're not, basically it's qualified like this. There is no slash here because probably, this is how the naming convention for this one is. 56 and then again 56. Maybe if you want, you can
name and the other would be
alias. Yeah. Or maybe the full name itself is given like this. Probably, there's a copy paste. Maybe whoever has loaded the data, he has typed it twice. It is okay. Don't worry on that. Your name actually is this one. Okay, what you see here.
Yes.
Okay. So now, and relationship to data object. Coming to your question, now do you realize how you are building the relation? See, all these columns are having the individual relations to each of the, see here, I think I closed that. I'll go back to the relations once again. Oh, sorry. This is, 1 second. This is the one. So this particular application is related to two initiatives, one platform, two capabilities, one context, one organization, two data object, two IT components. So which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 types. So here in the Excel, you will see seven type of columns here. Is it clear now? You had a question? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are the other two? Let me see. Okay, let's see one by one. Did I made a mistake in calculation? Capability, organization is there. Let me see the organization. Capability we covered, organization we covered here. 1 second. So next is IT component. IT component is here. Okay, 3, 4 data object 4. Okay, platform is here. 5, 6 is description. No, 6. Okay, so where is the
Initiatives.
Initiatives not.
Okay. No, it should be there. Maybe it is not defined in the column here. Maybe it has defined in the column somewhere before. Because it has created an initiative here. This thing, it should be there. I'm not sure whether this is the.
Can you search, please? That I just write.
What is the name here? Initiative. Let me search initiative directly. Yeah. I'll search initiative. INITIATIV. Okay. So maybe this is. No. Maybe this is not the loader sheet. The loader sheet is not this, because what I did was this this is not the loader sheet that was shared by SAP. Okay, so that they have loaded. This is something which I did a mock-up and try to create, but it is not loading here, which essentially means, since again, as you can understand, since it is already established here, this definitely was there in the sheet, but probably this is not the right sheet which I'm referring to. Okay, maybe I didn't mock up this one. Okay, so initiatives is remaining, and what is the other one? Platforms was there. Data
only initiative. Only initiative.
No, I think business context was also not there. Business context was also not there. Business context was also not there. Yeah, it is also not there. Okay, so maybe this is not the right sheet that was loaded. Let me see another file which was original, something we were working on. I think this. Oh, sorry, I have to close this one first. Don't save. Let me see the original one, what they shared. And I did some changes, I remember. Maybe they didn't share the. Okay, anyways, I don't have to search for that item. I think go for the directly, go for initiatives here. Relationships. So relation to organization is the. It starts from here. Now, capability is the first one. Relation to capabilities. Let me color it, okay? Organization 1 is 2, IT component 3, 4, 5, 6. It is loading only 6. Is it something like, okay, I think let me do one thing. Hold on. Let me do one thing. Then I think I got the problem. So what I will do is I will quickly do a filter here. Go to, what was the name you remember? 43, right? We were, that application name, what was it? 43.
Yeah, it was 43.
43.
43.
Yeah. 0043. Sorry, 0043. Yeah. Okay. So here you have 5. Okay. Anyways, you have 5 we have colored. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6. So business context is also there, is it? No,
it is a business critical.
No, this is the wrong field. This is the wrong field. I'll remove the color. So 5 fields are there. Okay. Now, what I will do is I'll do a cross check. How? Initiative 030. Okay. Initiative 030. I will check from this sheet. No, not this sheet. Sorry. I'll check from the initiative sheet. There is the initiative sheet also, right? Maybe application does not carry that relationship. This sheet carries it. Okay. Name is what was the name? Initiative 0. Initiative, or maybe I can check for initiative 043. Initiative 043. Okay. Let me search here. Probably it should be here. In fact, most likely it should be here only. 043. Sorry, 043, I think, not 043, 043. Initiative 043. Okay. So there should be a relation to the application. Yeah, here you see this. Did you see the application name here?
Yeah.
43. It is related here. Relation to business capability. Okay, so it has all these things. So now what was the another one remaining? Remember
data object or context, right? I think context was left out,
Context.
right? Context was left out. Yeah. Let's go to the context file. What is the name of the context here? Oh, I have to click it. Hire to retire 43043. Hire to retire. Okay. Open. Hire to retire. Please call out if you are not understanding. This is very important. Hire to retire. That application 0043 should be here. Relation to application something. Yeah. You see this? It is there. Where was it? Sorry. I think I just
K
saw
column.
it.
K column.
Column K. Column K. Yes. Yes. Okay. Does this clarify? I think not every sheet should have every details. It's probably, since we have multiple sheets of loading for each other.
If you give them a little bit more clarifications, might be it will helpful, because where we are stuck, just I will explain. For example, that application sheet, we can see all the mapping. Okay. But these two are not there. Yeah, these two are not there. But now, when we get the fresh sheet, so how we will identify that, okay, it is not required. For example, initially in our BRIs, if we do this, then all these things we can put it in the, for example, 6 or 7 field, we can put in the application. But currently we have seen that it is not a right approach. So how it will be determined that, for example, context to applications, these should be in the different sheet.
See, I'll tell you how. So when you are, the very basic thing of as an enterprise architect is for you to load this data. Okay. So what will happen is, Gopal, let's take one step back. Okay. Suppose you are trying to integrate ServiceNow data into LeanIX. Okay. So what will you do? I mean, I was telling in the very first day of the training that, ServiceNow has direct integration. Suppose you don't want to go for direct integration, you just don't want to go for Excel, in output only. Okay. So what ServiceNow guys will do? They will simply give you a dump of the entire CMDB, right?
Mm-hmm.
They will give you a dump. So it could be a single Excel, multiple Excel, one very big Excel with all application, business context and business capability and all this data. Okay. It could be separate, it could be together. You don't know. You don't have any control because your ServiceNow team is completely separate. Okay. So they will give you a complete dump. Now, how will you structure the data? So how I would suggest you to, as an enterprise architect, should do is take it component by component. Okay. For the 12 fact sheets type that you have in the meta model V4, create 12 sheets for loading. Okay. So for the 12 sheets, just see this. For this business context, I think the columns ID, type, name, description, category, just before the relation, everything is unique, isn't it? Unique to business context. Do we agree to this or not? I need at least 5 to 10 yes or no. Do not assume this. Please unmute yourself and say, did you understood or not?
So what I have understood, please correct me. May I understand and what you have explained, these are the same places. So you have said, for example, ServiceNow, we get a one Excel sheet. Okay. So in our hand, we have a 12 fact sheet. So when we are prepare the Excel sheet for upload the data into our fact sheet. So we will mention the 12 fact sheet in the Excel and few of the data. So not all the data, few of the data we can put it and see how it is look like. This is the correct understanding?
Few of the data, but what is your strategy on selecting that few of the data? That is what I'm explaining here. See, for a business context file, type, name, description, category, maturity, target maturity, all these are unique to business context only. Only the relationship that you have defined here is relating to another what is it called? Another fact sheet. Is this understanding correct or not?
Yeah. Okay. Now
Yes.
good
Yes.
it is.
Okay. So and this life cycle also comes under unique to this. Okay. So for every, let me do one thing. Okay. So for business context, let me highlight everything in yellow. That is a relation. Other than that, everything is unique. Also, in fact, this is also a relation. Okay. Okay. So these three are joined with other fact sheets, but others are unique to this business context. Do we agree or not?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's open the initiative fact sheet. Okay. So let me first color in yellow the relationship fields. So the fields like this, what is it? ID, type, name, description, category, project risk, business value, budget cap, budget, what is it? I think operations or budget.
Whatever it is, that's fine.
Whatever, OPEX, yeah. So all this net value, payback period, this unique, this unique to initiatives only. Do you agree or not?
Yes.
There is no application level data you can see here, right? It is only initiative level data. Okay? But application level data, you have it here. Okay? This says that 0043, it is connected to this application. You also see that this is also connected to 0056 also. 56 we didn't open yet. Okay? But 56 ke saath bhi this is also connected. Is this thing clear to you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay? So as a enterprise architect, your job is to fill up the data till 4, or not fill up. I mean, you already have the data from CMDB, to architect and structure the data till O, which is the unique to those fact sheets. Okay. So what will happen is you are not building up relations right now. So forget relation. Think about unique siloed fact sheets.
Okay, got your point. You said that 12 fact sheet first we will upload the unique data for each.
No. Hold on. You're traveling too fast. Don't upload. You prepare and keep it in your desktop. That's it. Okay. Do not upload anything. Just prepare, keep it in your desktop. You can upload. It's okay. You can upload with the relations later. That is also fine. But that's not the right practice. Okay.
Okay.
Prepare till 0. So does anybody has a question here till now?
Yeah. So just that you're not maintaining any relationship, right, Deep? As of now, you're just saying prepare the 12 sheets.
Just only prepare the 12 sheets.
Got it.
With their own data. For tech categories, go here. Enable editing. Okay, this doesn't have a relation anyways. Maybe I'll open another thing like platforms. So take categories, when I say it doesn't have relation, doesn't mean that it doesn't have relation. It has relation. I'll tell you where. Which means its relations are not defined in its own sheet. It is defined in some other sheet. Okay. So this is another yellow here. Apart from this, do you agree that these fields ID, name, type, description, and lifecycle, this is unique to this particular platform sheet? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now one by one you are building all these. Let me not save this, but I hope you are getting the things right. So don't save this also. This also you close it. Save. Okay. Now I open providers. Okay. So similarly, every single data except the relationship you are filling up. Now you see good that this got opened. Do you see any relations anywhere? Yes, no. No. But does this data qualifies the providers correctly?
Yes.
It does, right? It has name, description. See, Oracle, Microsoft, Salesforce, every other, it is there. So do you have a doubt that this provider fact sheet is left in silo? It is not getting connected or related to anything. Does anybody think like this?
No, there must be some relation.
But where is it?
It doesn't reflect here.
What?
It is not reflecting, not defined here. It is defined in some other fact sheet. Okay. So as an architect, it is your choice. Once you fill up all the mandatory fields for these 12 particular fact sheets, once you are done with this, you start developing the relations. Okay. So relation between the application and the capability, if you put in the application sheet, will it take care of establishing the relation with the capability? Yes or no? Repeat my question again.
I think
I'll repeat my question.
It should be bottom up only.
No, I'll repeat my question. So if I fill up the, good approach. I think your thinking is right. But let me repeat the question again for the sake of others. While building the application fact sheet, if you associate, see, let's go for the same example which I was showing you in the front end. Yeah. So this is the front end. So while building up the fact sheet of applications, and for this particular APP, okay, if you are defining the relation for finance planning and manufacturing monitoring, will this create a relation? Yes or no?
Yes, it will create a relation.
It will create a relation. Okay. But what if while creating the business capability, you put the relationship of APP, this 443 here in your capability sheet, and then load it? Will it create the relation? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So basically, you can either put it here or in the other sheet. Okay, you can put it under both also. If you put it under both, it might throw an error because the field is common or something like that. But again, it might not throw an error also because one capability might be related to this. I mean, this is related to two capabilities as you see here, but these capabilities might be related to 5 other applications. So there will be 5 names. So the field won't be unique. Okay, so it might not throw an error. But the very important point here is, note this very carefully. I think mentioned it should be bottom up. So basically, you are loading applications, but what if the capabilities do not exist in the system? Will it be able to relate? No. So there is a strategy how you build up the relations. Okay. So you have to find out how the relations travel across this entire meta model. Okay. How the relations travel across the entire meta model. What is the lowest level of the meta model? Does anybody remember? It is tech component or IT component, something like that, right?
Yeah, IT component.
Yeah, right.
So when you do that, building the relation, tech category. Okay. You start with tech category and then try to load. There is no problem if you start with application or objective also. There is no problem. Just that you have to remember things more. Okay. So it is always easy to start with the one which is lowest down the level. You remember we were talking about this SAP, this one, technical architecture. You have these 3. Okay. You can start relating this with the next levels, then this with the next levels, and then this with the next levels. This is one approach. This is a good approach. However, not mandatory. What will happen? Suppose you have loaded the objective first and it didn't find the tech category relation, between app. Suppose the relation. Okay, let me take a, what is it? That why is I'm not getting that marker here somehow. Okay, I'm not getting that laser pointer. Anyways, so you guys can see here, right? So suppose the relation between objective to tech category travels between objective to capability to application to tech category. Okay, suppose it travels this path. Why is this? Does anybody know how to get that marker here? Because I'm not, normally I used to get it, but I don't know why I'm not getting it. The page number that is coming strange. Maybe I have opened it from the website. Maybe that's why. Okay. Let me do one thing. Hold on. Because this is important to show you the traversal of the, just give me, let me open the local copy. I'll go to ZaranTech folder, open the local copy where I can draw. So now suppose here I have the highlighter. Suppose the relation between tech category and objective comes in this way. This is related to this to this, this to this.
ट्रेनिंग मध्ये कॉल बॅक करतो.
Okay. This is how the relation traverses. Is there any difficulty in understanding this?
Please continue.
You can understand this, right? Maybe if it is light for you. This is how the relationship traverses. Okay. So this to this maybe, and this to this, as an arrow. I'm just trying to draw an arrow, and this to this. Okay. So once you start creating the, object relation with the tech category, it might happen that tech category does not exist. So it might not be able to put a relation. It is okay. It's okay. When you try to load tech category, it will get, satisfied. Okay. So either you can do advisable is that you go from top down. Bottom up. But you can follow a top down approach also. See, there is no fixed thing. It depends on the number of data, quality of data, and other things, how you want to build up. Okay. And somebody, I think, was saying that, a very good point, that you first load the data without the relations, load the relations later. That is a very good approach, but not always advisable, because if you do not mock up the data correctly, you might get errors and your relations will fail. If you are very confident, that is one of the best approaches, because you already have the metadata in the meta model. You are refining the data by loading the relations. You can do that also. So it all depends on which case, what is the, volume of data, what is the nature of data, and then you can take a call.